one summoning the adorable little goblin. Damn it! Damn it! School heartthrob Lenny actually awakened a talent trait. That's a 1 in 10,000 chance. Really? Then doesn't that mean he just needs to serve wealthy heirs for 10 years to cross social classes and become a true beast master? Oh my god. So envious. Whose caged bird will he become? It must be the Lu family. Wei Cheng no. One high school. The previously scattered crowd had now formed a circle. All because someone had awakened a 1 in a million talent. Although such gifted individuals emerged every year, this time it had happened at their school, and to a student from an ordinary background at that. After all, this was a golden opportunity to leap across social classes. Everyone is witnessing the birth of a beastmaster, a companion who transcends social classes. I refuse. Lenny looked at the slicked back-haired man before him and affirmed firmly. Refuse? The slicked back-hair man stared at the person before him in astonishment. Do you know what you're turning down? Just become the Lu family's caged bird, protect our young lady closely for 10 years, and you'll receive 6 million yuan worth of resources from the Lu family. That's 6 million. Do you think just anyone gets an offer like this? If it weren't for your decent looks and the fact that you attend the same school as our young lady, do you really think you'd be worth a 6 million offer? The slicked back hair guy gradually grew angry. My god. A recruitment offer at the 6 million level. The last person to receive resources of this caliber was an awakener who unlocked an elite tier trait, right? At this, the crowd couldn't help but feel envious. To determine the strength of a summoned beast, there are essentially two factors at the same level, bloodline and traits. Bloodline is inherited from the summoned beast's parents, typically a privilege reserved for the wealthy. This is because they can capture high-tier summoned beasts and breed them to cultivate even stronger ones. Traits, on the other hand, are innate and something everyone has a chance to awaken. If an entry is powerful enough, sometimes even a slime can defeat a dragon. It's just that such divine-grade entries are not common. Entries are categorized as inferior, elite, rare, epic, legendary, and divine grade. Generally speaking, beastmasters who awaken inferior grade entries will receive recruitment offers from their families, but such offers usually only consist of a 1 million upfront payment and a 2 million follow-up payment, totaling 3 million. Yet Lenny actually had 6 million, a treatment reserved for elite talents. Even if you offered me 10 times the benefits, I still wouldn't agree. Lenny ignored the other party, and soon after, a circular ripple appeared behind him. This was him summoning a mythical beast. Oh my god, what is he doing? If you summon a mythical beast, you won't qualify to be a caged bird anymore. Exactly. The noble's bird brand must be engraved before the first summoning. The crowd gasped in shock. Lenny actually intended to outright refuse the Lu family's recruitment offer? This is a sponsorship worth 6 million. This is the Lu family's young lady we're talking about. Lu Ruyan was the school belle of Wei Cheng no. One high. Though agreeing to be their caged bird for 10 years, obeying their every command, would be no different from being their dog for a decade, but according to the rules, he would receive 2 million upfront, and after 10 years of living as a dog, he could get another 4 million. That's a total of 6 million. In just 10 years of dog life, he walked a path others take a lifetime to complete. Why wouldn't I be willing? Immediately, someone started trying to persuade him. Lin Yi, don't be unreasonable. This is a 6 million investment. Without the Lin family's support, you can't even afford to raise a mythical beast. You're just a commoner. Exactly. We commoners are born to serve the nobility. Don't cling to your pride. Money is what gives you dignity. The crowd buzzed with discussion, all assuming Lenny would abandon the 6 million right in his hands for the sake of that laughable pride. However, Lenny himself didn't think so. Name, Lin Yi. Beast Taming Level 1, Beast Taming, Summoning in Progress. Talent, Supreme Entry. Supreme Entry, for each level gained, randomly draw one Divine Level entry, which can be bestowed upon summoned beasts. Note, after bestowing an entry, the summoned beast's loyalty will increase to 100%, before awakening one's talent. Perhaps being a caged bird was the most suitable fate for oneself, or perhaps, it was the most suitable for all commoners, as many struggled just to feed themselves, let alone support a summoned beast. A summoned beast's regular meal costs around 100 yuan, while the wealthy meticulously prepare and transport ingredients from afar, with each meal typically costing around 1,000 yuan, allowing their beasts to grow rapidly. As for the summoned beasts of commoners, merely keeping them alive is already a burden, so how could such beasts possibly grow strong? But, the entry has a total of 6 tiers, and my talent allows me to summon the highest tier. Moreover, one at each level. With a talent of this caliber, there's no need for me to become some so-called caged bird. Quick, look, it's coming out. Amidst the gasps and confusion of the crowd, Lin Yi's first summoned beast appeared. Oh my god, a high-level humanoid summoned beast. Is Lin Yi's talent really this terrifying? Not only did he awaken his talent, but also a high-level humanoid summoned beast? Everyone's confusion and attempts to persuade him quickly turned into understanding and excitement. so Lin Yi's talent is actually this remarkable. With this, perhaps a true powerhouse who can break through class barriers solely by their own efforts might emerge from among the common folk. Damn it, this guy, is he for real? How can his talent be this incredible? The slick-back man who came to recruit him was sweating profusely on his forehead. In truth, the young lady had sent him to invite Lin Yi. After all, with his outstanding looks, having him as a caged bird would be quite a status symbol. But, he had spoken harshly, even with some disdain, to avoid being overshadowed in the future. How could he have known Lin Yi's talent was so exceptional? Not only had he awakened his innate abilities, but his summoned beast was also a high-level humanoid type. Oh no, this is bad. I'm afraid I'll be punished by the young lady when I get back. With nervous sweat, he carefully observed the blurry humanoid summon. You have successfully summoned a tamed beast. Goblin. Name, Goblin. Race, Namek Demon Clan. Bloodline talent, S. Skills, rapid regeneration. Heavy strike, poison enhancement. Entries, none. A goblin? Lin Yi had already learned about his summoned creature's information, but confusion quickly followed. With such a great talent, how could he only summon the lowest tier goblin? Wait a minute. Demon race? S-rank bloodline talent? Lin Yi gasped in shock. How could a goblin possess such a bloodline talent? Let's not even mention the demon race for now. The Abyss has invaded Blue Star, and the demon race has always been a major threat to Blue Star. Countries are striving to repel them, but with little effect. But an S-rank talent. Beast masters in the early stages shouldn't be able to summon creatures with bloodline levels above B rank due to physical limitations, right? At this moment, Lin Yi's mind was filled with confusion. Suddenly, ha, I thought it was something, turns out it's just a goblin. Scared the hell out of me. The man with slick back hair wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had thought he would face punishment from the young lady, but now it seemed she wouldn't be angry even if he failed to recruit anyone. Goblins, though also humanoid-type summoned beasts, are the lowest tier, most worthless of the three infamous trash-tier summons. Not only are they weak in combat and inferior in bloodline, but their intelligence is also woefully inadequate. I wouldn't take this kind of junk even if you paid me. Pa! The slick-haired man spat a thick glob of phlegm and turned to leave. The onlookers could only sigh in regret. Sigh, I thought he was a hero, but turns out he's just a coward. Yeah, if only he hadn't summoned anything. That was 6 million right there. Now that he's summoned this, there's nothing left. Ah, stop it. It's just his pride acting up again. The people around also shook their heads and were about to leave. Ha, Lu Ruyan, look, the campus bell is here. To butt lover? What the heck? The crowd was about to disperse, but they gathered again not far away because of Lu Ruyan. Born into wealth and blessed with beauty, her mere presence was enough to draw people around her. However, Lin Yi paid no attention to this. He recalled his summoned beast and began studying his own talent. Inferior entry families lure with an initial 1 million and 2 million afterward, while elite entry families offer 2 million upfront and 4 million later. Rare entry families begged to recruit, and it said the starting price alone begins at 10 million, with relocation fees reaching sky-high levels after 10 years. As for epic and legendary, decades ago, the Lu family was actually part of the commoner class, but decades later, the other party became the largest force in Weicheng, amassing billions in wealth and controlling 2 fragmented secret realms. The rise of the Lu family stemmed from an epic-level entry, and this was just the value contained in a single epic entry. As for legendary entries and those above, so far, he had not heard any news about them, because, if 1 in 10,000 people can awaken an entry, then the one who awakens a legendary entry is 1 in 10,000 of those. As for the divine level, so far, not a single person in the entire Huaxia nation has been heard to awaken this level. I'm so curious, what will my first divine level trait be? Lin Yi attempted to draw his first entry. Look, who's that following behind Lu Ruyan? You guys don't know? That's one of our school heartthrob's best buddies, Ning K. Ha, bet you didn't expect this, a 1 in a million chance, and our school got 2 of them. As it happens, these 2 are brothers, both protecting the campus bell Lu together, a campus hunk shielding the bell. Truly a beautiful tale. The ordinary students who followed Lu Ruyan immediately offered an explanation. What a pity, what a shame. The civilians who knew the truth sighed again. How did the recruitment go? Lu Ruyan asked the man with the slicked back hair. She had been undergoing awakening earlier and had entrusted the recruitment task to the man with the slicked back hair, never expecting her own luck to be so good. Ning K, who was ahead of him in line, actually had talent too. Considering Lin Yi and Ning K's relationship, she naturally extended an invitation to him as well. With this, plus the addition of the slick-haired guy, I now have 2 caged bird guards in total, definitely enough to get into China's top university. This isn't going very smoothly. Lu Yu, with his slicked back hair, lowered his head and recounted the incident with exaggerated details. In his account, He portrayed himself as very humble and modest, offering a high price of 6 million, but Lin Yi refused. Later, he extended another invitation, only to be rejected again, with Lin Yi even declaring that no less than 10 million would sway him. In the end, to completely sever any lingering thoughts, Lin Yi went so far as to summon a mythical beast. However, the opponent's summoned beast turned out to be a laughable goblin. Then what tier is his entry? Upon hearing this account, Lu Ruyan initially frowned, as Lin Yi's attitude seemed somewhat dismissive of the Lu family, but the moment she heard he had awakened a goblin, all her anger dissipated like smoke. Lin Yi and I are no longer from the same world, he's not even worth my anger anymore. I haven't had the chance to ask about this yet. Lu Yudo, forget it doesn't matter. A mere goblin, probably with an F-grade bloodline, even if its traits are rare, it's useless at best, it can only fight up to E-grade opponents at most. Thinking of Lin Yi's potential, Lu Ruyan didn't even consider the past. Could you give Igu a chance? If his entry talent is decent, he could also become an external member of the Lu family. Ning Kei's expression had been rather unpleasant ever since he heard Lu Yu's words, especially after hearing that his good friend had actually summoned the most useless mythical beast. Are we keeping this trash in our Lu family just to be laughed at by other families? Lu Yu immediately refuted the former. He didn't want Lin Yi to actually join the Lu family, that would expose his lie. With this in mind, he even cast a warning glance around, signaling those who knew the truth not to speak out of turn. You are already a member of the Lu family. Lu Ruyan coldly stared at Ning Kei behind her. Then she added, this time I'll let it slide, but from now on, everything you do must be grounded in the Lu family's interests. Don't ever say such disgraceful things about the Lu family again. After scolding Ning Kei, she thought for a moment and said, give Lin Yi 200,000. Say it's for Ning Kei's sake. A slap followed by a sweet date, such tactics were second nature to her. Understood. Thank you, miss. Ning Kei lowered his head, filled with gratitude. Yes, I'll get right to it. Lu Ruyan led Ning Kei away, while Lu Yu turned back to where Lin Yi was. This kid, his luck is really damn good. Lu Yu grumbled as he went to find Lin Yi. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was in the process of drawing his talent. You have used the supreme entry, searching for a deity on your behalf. You have gained the attention of Hera, the goddess of fertility, and obtained the divine entry, buttocks enthusiast. Lin Yi, what the hell is this? This is the god tier entry? This thing qualifies as god tier? Stunned, confused, and hard to accept, he tentatively clicked on the entry. But lover, as an enthusiast of reproduction, you have a strong interest in the buttocks of living beings. You can acquire their superior genes by touching their buttocks. Note, Hera likes the color green. Would you like to bestow this entry upon your summoned beast, the goblin? Lin Yi fell into silence. First, he confirmed that this thing truly came from the gods and was indeed a divine level entry. Secondly, what a strange entry this is. Hey, Lin Yi, still trapped in your inferiority complex and ridiculous pride, aren't you? Lu Yu touched his slicked back hair, revealing full-blown mockery. I've told our young lady about your situation. Our young lady is kind-hearted and offered you 200,000 huaxia coins, but I think that amount is too little, it doesn't match your talent and pride. So, I've prepared a better reward for you. As he spoke, a sly smile crept across his face. Since you're not planning to join the Lu or Wang families, you must have absolute confidence in your expedition to the secret realm. How about we make a bet? If you lose the bet, consider this 200,000 huaxia dollars as a gift to me. If you win, I'll grant you a spot in the iron or secret realm. After speaking, he quietly waited for Lin Yi's response. Giving 200,000 huaxia dollars to such trash felt like an utter waste to him. It would be better to use the money to buy beast taming materials. With this 200,000 plus his own 200,000, he might even help his mountain-splitting bear comprehend his second skill. Before reaching level 10, possessing two skills will make oneself stronger, even allowing one to step into the ranks of geniuses. Lu Yu is really going too far. This money was clearly secured by Ning Kei for Lin Yi, yet he claims it was voluntarily given by the young lady of the Lu family. Yes, he even plans to pocket the entire 200,000 for himself. The people around whispered among themselves, but despite their anger, none dared to openly confront him. They wouldn't dare offend someone powerful. How do you want to bet? Lin Yi listened to the surrounding discussions and seemed to understand the whole story. If his guess was correct, his good friend must have awakened his talent too, and joined the Lu family. The money came from a good friend, and he felt it was necessary to get it back. Humph, don't say I'm bullying you. Let's bet on dungeon points, whoever has the higher score wins. Lu Yu sneered with confidence. Although he hadn't awakened any innate talent, he had unexpectedly awakened beast taming early. After a year of training, he was already a level 5 beast tamer. If Lin Yi dared to agree, victory was certain. That's too much? You're a 5th level beastmaster, while Lin Yi is only level 1. Finally, someone couldn't hold back and stepped forward. Lu Yu snorted coldly and then said, so what if my level is higher? Doesn't Lin Yi have talent? I don't have any beast taming talent. Besides, do you really think 200,000 yuan can buy you entry into the mineral iron secret realm? Let me tell you, that's a black iron tier secret realm, something priceless on the market. Without family connections, even if you have money, you can't get in. Lu Yu's words instantly silenced the person who had just spoken up for justice. Indeed, nowadays, nations are preoccupied with fighting against the abyss, leading to increasingly lax domestic governance. Although the state mandates that all secret realms should be accessed through fair competition and not monopolized by families, apart from a few official ones, the rest of the safe secret realms have long been controlled by powerful families. They don't monopolize, they just release spots. But these spots aren't something ordinary people can obtain. If calculated this way, the value of a spot in the mineral iron secret realm would definitely be over 200,000, maybe even 300,000. How about it? Oh great genius, dare to try? Lu Yu, afraid that Lin Yi would refuse again, goaded him further. He knew the bet was unfair, but the other party was a genius. Geniuses inevitably had strong self-esteem. Okay, I agree. Lin Yi nodded. Although the effect of the entry is unclear, even without it, his S-rank potential in the goblin with 3 skills would absolutely crush the opponent. 3 touch a bear's butt? Entrance to the beginner's secret realm. For a beastmaster who has just obtained their first beast, there are 2 methods to get into their desired university in 10 days. First, go to the official secret realm for training and leveling up. In the official secret realm, it is absolutely safe, and beastmasters cannot die. Second, head to the border military zone. The border military zone has more magical beasts and offers more experience, but it is also more dangerous, where true death is possible. Looking for a team for my D-grade flying beast. I can handle scouting and carrying beastmasters into the air. E-grade rodent beast seeking a team. Has extremely keen sense of smell and can evade most dangers. C-grade iron-eating beast. Anyone interested? Yes, of course. Upon hearing the mention of a C rank, the crowd of novice beastmasters waiting to form teams immediately swarmed around the speaker with excitement. Zhang Sanfeng chuckled cheerfully before adding, but I'll be bringing a buddy along, hope you don't mind? No problem. Of course not. Though, you do look kinda familiar. Buddy, wait, you're Lin Yi's other brother, and the person you want to take is Lin Yi? A startled cry, followed by everyone hastily retreating. They had certainly heard of Lin Yi's reputation, turning down 6 million, only to summon a tiny, seemingly weak goblin. What kind of combat power can a goblin bring? It's just going to hold us back. Moreover, bringing this person alone will not only slow us down but also provoke the Lu family's displeasure. It's simply not worth the cost. A sea-level iron-eating beast is great, but it's just not worth it. Several people privately wanted to team up with Zhang Sanfeng, but the condition was to abandon Lin Yi, all of which he refused. Sigh, Xiao Peng, I already told you no one would team up with us. Let's just go in directly. Lin Yi sighed and said, I'm really strong. You have to believe me. Well, boss, I know you're strong. After clearing this secret realm, we still need to level up in the borderlands. But, I'm just being cautious. You know, we only have an iron-eating beast and a goblin here. I'm afraid we're no match for Lu Yu. That bastard is a 5th level beastmaster with formidable tamed beasts. Our summoned beasts are still in their infancy and no match for him. Zhang Sanfeng continued searching for targets around him as he spoke. Unfortunately, everyone kept their distance upon seeing Lin Yi. Lin Yi, this kid claimed he could break through the secret realm and head to the borderlands, yet also said the 2 of them combined were no match for Lu Yu. Isn't this just a blatant brush-off? Quick, look, the Lu family is here. Roar. Amid the crowd's shouts, a chorus of wolf howls echoed. 30 identical windhunter wolves appeared in the secret realm square, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Immediately after, boom, the square trembled slightly as a giant bear descended. My god, a C-grade mountain-splitting bear. What a powerful beast. Indeed, I heard this beast has already reached level 5. Truly a genius. No kidding, even the Wang family probably can't match such a caged bird. TCH. The crisp cry pulled everyone back from the shock of the mountain-opening bear. This time, the summoned beast was the 7-colored phoenix. A B-grade summoned beast, the 7-colored phoenix. It seems our batch only has 2 B-grade summoned beasts? Exactly. Only the Wang and Lu families have them. At this sight, everyone couldn't help but show expressions of envy. While we're still forming teams here, their professional squad has already set off. Not only does the beast taming major have uniformity, but they also have 2 powerful, high bloodline beasts leading the way. This is the advantage of family influence, something ordinary people can only envy but never attain. Among the Lu family members, Ning Ke looked at Lin Yi with guilt. At this moment, not only could he not help his brother, but he had also become one of his opponents. In fact, the moment Lin Yi agreed to the other party's bet, he had already lost. The Lu family hunted collectively, competing for points with such a group, even if it was just a subordinate member. That was something Lin Yi couldn't compare to. Lin Yi smiled and encouraged the former to work hard and do their best. Ning Ke never had any grand ambitions. When he was with us, he once said that if he could awaken a talent, he would choose to be a caged bird. The job is stable, pays well, and in case of accidental death, there's a hefty compensation. Whether he finishes his 10-year job or receives compensation after death, it would allow him and his family to live a comfortable life. They could understand that he didn't want to take risks. Humph, this kid actually dares to show up. Lu Yu also noticed Lin Yi, flashing a disdainful glance before feeling utterly smug inside. 200,000, it's about to be mine. Idiot, did you really think I came alone? We're a professional team. Lu Yu sneered coldly and entered the secret realm together with Lu Ruyan and the others. After that, Lin Yi and the other person also stepped into the secret realm. However, for safety reasons, everyone had already summoned their spirit beasts before entering the secret realm. Little did they know, this summoning would lead to unexpected consequences. His goblin once again drew a round of mockery. What an idiot! Not only did he lose 6 million, but also the 200,000 his brother fought for him. Yeah, I bet he won't last 2 hours in the secret realm. Not necessarily. Although his goblin is F tier, his friend's iron-eating beast is decent. I bet he can last over 2 hours. TCH, dragging along a deadweight, will last 2 hours at most. The crowd watched with amused expressions. Wasting 2 hours doesn't matter, witnessing the birth of a clown is quite entertaining. Giving up 6 million, then losing another 200,000, what a complete idiot. In the secret realm, fresh air, dense forests, Lin Yi and his companion greedily breathed it all in. Suddenly, stop messing around. Zhang Sanfeng slapped away the large hand groping his buttocks, then mounted his iron-eating beast to scan for any threats in the surroundings. Everyone looks down on Brother Yi, but he's determined to turn the tables and prove them all wrong with Brother Yi. Ha! Feeling those invisible hands creeping up on him again, Zhang Sanfeng frowned and said, Brother Yi, since when did you develop this kind of habit? Wait, no, oh, Brother Yi, I'm a guy. One of us, don't shoot. Zhang Sanfeng's body trembled as he forcibly suppressed the pleasure and swatted away the hand on him again. It was his first time realizing Lin Yi had such skills, and the technique was unexpectedly soothing. Unfortunately, both of them are men, not me. Lin Yi shrugged and shook his head, from start to finish. He had never moved. The one who moved wasn't him. Not you? Zhang Sanfeng was taken aback and lowered his head, suddenly catching sight of a small, dark green figure. The figure was only 1.5 meters tall, yet it was giving a full-body massage to an iron-eating beast that stood a towering 2.5 meters. Roar! The iron-eating beast let out an unusual wail, its entire body going limp. Damn it! Zhang Sanfeng, sensing the thoughts transmitted by his tamed beast, cursed inwardly while urgently protecting his rear and retreating. In his line of sight, a goblin was using skilled techniques to render an iron-eating beast speechless with comfort. Brother Yi, this goblin of yours is a bit unusual. Zhang Sanfeng stared in terror, instinctively swallowing hard. At this moment, he deeply felt the horror of the goblin. Meanwhile, Lin Yi gazed thoughtfully at the information of his summoned beast. But lover, gene acquisition in progress, human, panda, 2/3. Note, your goblin is engaged in the noble work of reproduction and thoroughly enjoying it. Acquired genes 2/3. What happens when all three are obtained? Lin Yi stroked his chin in thought. Suddenly, as if sensing Lin Yi's thoughts, the goblin began walking toward him with small, nimble steps. Stay where you are. Seeing this, Lin Yi immediately issued a command to it. Although he was curious about what effect the divine level trait but obsession would have once the gene acquisition was complete, he personally had no intention of experiencing it firsthand. For Yuri not even sparing the rabbit. Squeak squeak. Just as Lin Yi and his companion instinctively covered their bottoms and stepped back, a group of waist-high rabbits suddenly surrounded them. Soft bone rabbit horde. Oh no! We forgot to check the terrain, we're right in the middle of the rabbit horde's territory. Zhang Sanfeng was instantly horrified at the sight of a group of rabbits with blood-red eyes before him. The soft bone rabbit's inherent strength wasn't great, but they sure could reproduce. Life is dull, better to mate. Grass tastes bad, better to mate. Too dark outside, better to mate. Too bright outside, better to mate. In short, this species was either mating or contemplating how to mate. Therefore, the opposing side has an overwhelming number of races. If it weren't for the fact that the ruler of this secret realm enjoys eating soft-boned rabbits, they would have already dominated the entire realm with their sheer numbers. Iron-eating beast. Zhang Sanfeng was about to say, iron-eating beast, let's run, but then he saw that his beast hadn't yet shaken off that comfortable sensation. he staggered to his feet, showing no sign of being able to escape. Goblin, attack! Lin Yi issued the command. There are only 30 rabbits here. Likely not the main population but a branch of it. Such a number of low-tier creatures still can't harm a goblin with S-grade bloodline. Aga! The goblin didn't hold back either, charging straight into the rabbit horde. In its eyes, these weren't just a group of rabbits, but a sea of white fluffy butts. These are all top-notch genes. The goblin spoke, gathering thick phlegm in its mouth. He spat. The phlegm accurately hit one of the soft-boned rabbits, which collapsed instantly as if struck by a fatal blow. Damn it! This phlegm is poisonous, Zhang Sanfeng exclaimed in terror. However, this wasn't the only thing that terrified him. The seemingly weak, 1.5 meter tall creature he had dismissed as useless, one that Lin Yi could supposedly take on 2 at a time, was now darting swiftly through the horde of rabbits. Every time it darted around, saliva would fly out, and with each spray, a soft-boned rabbit would be poisoned and collapse. By the time the rabbits reacted and began to encircle it, the goblin pulled out a heavy object from under its loincloth. It turned out to be a large club. Bang! The hammer came down. This was another one of his skills. Heavy strike. After the heavy strike, 3 level 1 gentle bone rabbits were smashed into pulp. Seeing this, the remaining rabbits realized the enemy's strength and fled in all directions. However, she fled. He pursued. The tender-boned rabbit had no wings to escape. As an S-tier bloodline creature, the goblin's physical prowess was far beyond what an F-tier bloodline tender-boned rabbit could match. He covered 3 steps in 2 strides, clubbing one tender-boned rabbit after another with his cudgel. Your goblin has slain a level 1 tender-boned rabbit. You gain 10x experience. Your goblin killed a level 2 soft-boned rabbit. You gain 20 experience points. Your goblin killed. The entire scene was oddly harmonious, like a primitive man chasing after fleeing prey. From time to time, thick phlegm would fly out, accurately hitting the escaping soft-boned rabbit. This thing, it's so good I could die. Zhang Sanfeng rode the now-recovered iron-eating beast up to the soft-boned rabbit. The rabbit kept squeaking incessantly, its face filled with bliss, its legs kicking wildly, its eyes dazed and hazy as if experiencing the most wonderful moment of its life. What a vile poison! What a bizarre goblin! Zhang Sanfeng looked up at Lin Yi, and at this moment, he believed the others claimed that a seemingly weak little goblin possessed S-tier bloodline. This goblin not only has formidable combat power but also possesses 2 skills. One is the conventional skill Heavy Strike, and the other is the despicable skill called Spit. These 2 skills are each more powerful than the last. To possess 2 skills before reaching level 10, this goblin has already surpassed most tamed beasts. Zhang Sanfeng carefully examined the toxin before asking, Brother Yi, can you leave some of this for me? Lin Yi, what do you want this for? Lin Yi stared at the other person in astonishment. The goblin's toxin was bizarre to the extreme. It didn't feel like poison but more like an aphrodisiac. He definitely didn't want his buddy to do anything that would violate social morals. No, Yi, don't you think we can use this thing to deal with Luyu? Zhang Sanfeng said solemnly. You mean? Lin Yi stroked his chin and nodded. He agreed to the bet with Luyu not just because the latter was eager to hand him money, but also because of Ning Ke. This guy is too arrogant and despicably cunning, while his other brother Ning Ke is too honest. Since both serve the same family, it's inevitable that Ning Ke would be bullied by him. Therefore, his main intention was to teach Luyu a lesson. He wanted the other party to know that behind Ning Ke, there was also someone standing. Feasible. Lin Yi nodded, tacitly approving the former's plan. Killing was forbidden in official secret realms, but pleasure shouldn't count. He wanted to make the other party fear through sheer ecstasy. Quack quack. At this moment, the goblin also returned to Lin Yi and the others, bringing along a long line of rabbits behind it. Well done. Lin Yi hadn't expected that in such a short time. The goblin had already managed to recapture all the escaped rabbits. Your goblin has killed 20 softbone rabbits. You gained 220 experience points. Your goblin has happily killed 10 softbone rabbits. You gained 100 experience points. Detected the killing of a secret realm creature. Points exchange system activated. The unique rules of the secret realm began to operate, calculating the total points Lin Yi obtained this time. Do you wish to take the magical beast's corpse out? No. Lin Yi refused to take the corpse out. Within this secret realm, there are independent operating rules. If he were to take the magical beast out, it would deduct a portion of his points. If not taken out, they will be collected by the secret realm to replenish the official reserve of basic magical beasts. These points are quite valuable. They can be exchanged for treasures and even unlock hidden rewards. Rumor has it that the top performer in the secret realm will receive a personal reward from the city lord. However, since the Lu and Wang families have always taken first place before, the authenticity of this news remains to be verified. However, this doesn't stop him from accumulating as many points as possible. Before heading to the borderlands, he intends to leave behind a total score that Luyu could never surpass. Buzz. A halo of light flashed, and all the magic beasts that had lost their ability to resist were teleported away. Quack quack. The goblin then turned an expectant look toward Lin Yi. It was asking for permission, seeking approval to reproduce. While capturing the soft-boned rabbit earlier, it had also taken ample opportunity to grope around, collecting all the high-quality genes it needed. Love buttocks, gene acquisition completed. Soft bone rabbit, human, iron eater, 3/3. Would you like to proceed with transcendent reproduction? Lin Yi nodded, saying with some anticipation, proceed with reproduction. After speaking, he looked at the other party curiously. The goblin, male, giving birth. He was also very curious about how and from where the other would deliver. 5. Upper limit? It's not written here. Ugh, blah. Under the gaze of many onlookers, the goblin began its act of reproduction. Oh my god, if there's no bottom, just use the top. So mind-blowing, Zhang Sanfeng said with some fear. Should this be considered oviparous birth? Lin Yi looked on somewhat puzzled. Under his gaze, the goblin spat out an egg covered in intricate patterns and spots. The egg was astonishingly large, almost the same size as the goblin itself. It was truly hard to imagine how the creature managed to expel something nearly its own size from its mouth. Name, Hatchling Goblin. Race, Namek Demon Clan. Bloodline talent, A. Skills, high-speed charge, Tai Chi, poison coating. Entries, none. Note, special reproduction. Remaining time, 24 hours. This egg is kinda insane. Lin Yi stared in shock at his Beastmaster panel feedback. Despite being born from a goblin, its bloodline actually reached A tier. To think the strongest bloodline in the entire secret realm besides his own goblin should only be B tier at most? But my summoned beast can actually produce an A grade one? The egg? Your egg is cracking. Zhang Sanfeng stared curiously at the cracked egg. The eggshell shattered, and a little green chubby creature began devouring its own shell. As he devoured his own eggshell, his size grew rapidly. In no time, a kind-hearted little chubby guy, standing at 150 centimeters tall and weighing 250 kilograms, appeared before the two. The other remained green all over, but with a black and white pattern printed on its chest. Why do I feel this little thing is stronger than my Iron Eater? Zhang Sanfeng looked at the hatching goblin and said. To be more precise, he was staring at the black and white ball on the goblin's chest, feeling it looked somewhat familiar. Bloodline grade A, indeed stronger than yours, Lin Yi said. Grade A, I knew it. Wait, this little thing has grade A bloodline? Zhang Sanfeng immediately got worked up. His iron-eating beast was only a grade C bloodline magical beast, painstakingly prepared by his parents over many years. But now even a goblin casually spitting out an egg has an A-grade bloodline? In this secret realm right now, even the school beauty Lu Ruyan doesn't have a beast with an A-grade bloodline, does she? I refuse to accept this. A tiny sense of pride was instantly ignited. He argued angrily. My iron-eating beast knows Tai Chi, which is an advanced physical skill. What can his do? Zhang Sanfeng inquired. Generally, summoned beasts are born or initially summoned without any skills, relying solely on instinct for attack and defense. Those born with an innate skill are already considered to have decent bloodline. Just like my Iron Eater beast, although still a child, it has already comprehended its bloodline skill, Taijiquan, shadowboxing. With this, he believed himself to be superior to the other. If this newly born goblin had no skills other than an A-grade bloodline's physical attributes, its overall combat power probably wouldn't match his iron-eating beast. He knows Tai Chi, high-speed dash, and poison coating, Lin Yi said. Zhang Sanfeng? Brother E? You? I'm not joking. Lin Yi shrugged and said. What the hell? 3 skills? Zhang Sanfeng was left speechless after being stunned 3 times in quick succession. If it were before, he would have thought Lin Yi was just boasting to comfort his fragile ego after losing 6 million. After all, that's $6 million enough to change a life. But after witnessing the previous goblin's performance, he wouldn't think so anymore. Your goblin only has 2 skills, but this newly spawned fat one has 3, and one of them is my Tai Chi? Zhang Sanfeng scratched his head vigorously, feeling like his worldview was crumbling. Shouldn't goblins be the weakest creatures at the bottom of the hierarchy? Goblin bloodline should only be F rank at best. His iron-eating beast was C rank. It should be able to take down a goblin with a single punch. How? How is a goblin taking down iron-eating beasts with single punches? Zhang Sanfeng looked up somewhat gloomily and asked, Brother E, this thing must be your innate talent, right? This thing must have some limitations, right? He put on a pitiful expression, hoping for an affirmative answer. Yes, this little fatty can only survive for 24 hours, Lin Yi said. Ha ha ha, I knew it. My iron-eating beast is still powerful. It's a permanent asset. While this goblin only lasts 24 hours, Lin Yi's talent wasn't too overpowered, which made him sigh in relief. The gap between him and his brother hadn't widened too much. When you think about it, being able to breed A-class servants, even without skill inheritance, is already an incredibly overpowered talent. Such a talent must have limitations, and likely more than one at that. After some thought, he asked again, Brother E, just how many servants can this thing breed in total? There must be a limit on the number, right? The talent to summon attendants had appeared in Weicheng before, so he had some understanding of it. This type of talent places the greatest emphasis on quantity. The upper limit on the number is extremely important. Quantity limit? Lin Yi also scratched his head and looked at his panel. There's no mention of any quantity limit here. It should be unlimited, right? Zhang Sanfeng? Just touching butts can make babies? And there's no limit? This makes no sense. No justice in this world. Because this is the first time giving birth and still not skilled. It's called unskilled. This one fiercely resists when touched on the butt, so it's called no touching. This one is ugly, so it's called no justice. What was this called again? Zhang Sanfeng idly counted the goblin attendants surrounding him. It had been 2 hours since the two arrived in the secret realm, and during that time, goblins kept spawning, already numbering 20 attendants alone. If this trend continued, he felt the goblins could dominate the secret realm. Since the two discovered the goblins' extraordinary abilities, they had stayed in place without moving. The goblin will handle everything. They actively seek out nearby creatures to grope their butts, and they actively hunt the magical beasts around them. They even bring back some creatures alive, just to let their iron-eating beast kill them. One could say that with the goblin around, the two of them could already take it easy. While fiddling with the barbecue, he spoke up, Brother E, I suddenly realized you're quite talented at naming things. Could you give my summoned beast a name too? Yours can just be called Bao. Lin Yi said. Bro E, I feel like you're brushing me off. Zhang Sanfeng felt the name Bao was somewhat plain and lacking in prestige. Just as he was about to ask the other person to come up with a better one, a flash of light passed by, fleeting as it was, but Zhang Sanfeng saw it clearly. Brother E, you leveled up? You've become a second-level beast tamer? 6-foot fetish. Is this Hera even a proper goddess? Isn't it normal to level up after killing so many magical beasts? Lin Yi said matter-of-factly. Yes, it's normal. Zhang Sanfeng was momentarily at a loss for words. Gaining experience by slaying magical beasts, then leveling up as a beast master, that's indeed the norm. But, who on earth levels up just hours after entering a secret realm? You're way too fast. Too fast? Not bad. Lin Yi didn't take it seriously. His goblins were working very hard. With over 20 goblins hunting together, this setup wasn't much worse than the Lu families in terms of numbers alone. Moreover, in terms of overall strength, his 20 goblins all had A-grade bloodlines and possessed 3 skills each, far surpassing the Lu family. The opponent had 33 members, but their strongest beast was only B-grade. As for him, although he only had 20 members, even the weakest among them had an A-grade bloodline. From this perspective, the Lu family isn't even worthy of comparison with me. Although their overall strength currently falls short of mine, they at least have the advantage in numbers, and as time passes, once the goblins multiply, the opponent will lose their only numerical advantage. After answering the former, he turned his gaze to his own status panel. Each of my divine level traits comes one at a time. Let me see what my second trait is. Selecting a deity for you. You have caught the attention of Hera, the goddess of fertility. You have acquired the divine level trait, foot fetish. Note, look, Snow White, look, jade feet, foot fetish? Lin Yi furrowed his brows tightly. The first entry being a butt fetish was one thing, but the second one is a foot fetish? This fertility god, this Hera, is he even a proper deity? The next divine level entry couldn't possibly be turtle shell binding, could it? Lin Yi was utterly distressed, yet he had no choice but to accept his divine level entry. Although the entry was bizarre, it was still a divine level one after all. It must have some other uses, right? The previous divine level entry might have been strange, but its combat effectiveness was indeed impressive. Given enough time, his goblin could even dominate the entire secret realm. Driven by curiosity, he clicked on his second divine level entry, foot fetish, as part of reproductive pleasure. Snow White and jade-like feet will make you faster, and more enduring. Please indulge in the search. Current touches, 0. Current buffs, speed plus 10%, stamina plus 10%. Note, foot odor can also be a unique charm. Among all things in the world, only fair feet shall not be let down. Faster, more enduring? I can't help but misinterpret this phrase. Lin Yi cursed inwardly but had no choice but to assign this entry to his goblin. After all, although this entry was peculiar, it provided a genuinely practical percentage boost and a scalable one at that. Too bad this entry can't be used on myself. Lin Yi felt a twinge of regret. Outside the secret realm, something's not right. It's been 2 hours. Why hasn't that kid come out yet? Could it be that the sea-level Iron Eater beast has actually awakened a second skill? To last this long while dragging along dead weight is unbelievable. I doubt it. Though powerful, The Iron Eater beast's bloodline talents are notoriously hard to awaken. Otherwise, it wouldn't just have a C rating. In fact, the Iron-Eating beast's overall strength should be at B rank. But due to its increasingly diluted bloodline and difficulty in advancing, it struggles to comprehend skills. But if the Iron-Eating beast possesses 2 skills, how could Linny stay in the secret realm for so long? Could it be that he truly has a heaven-defying talent, enabling goblins to fight beyond their tier? The two looked at each other. Though reluctant to believe it, the current situation seemed to confirm just that. At best, that just means not holding others back. Even if he can fight above his rank, his combat power is only at E level. Someone like him can never level up. He probably can only hold on for another 2 hours or so. One of the companions stubbornly insisted. After saying that, he continued to wait. Anyway, it's already been 2 hours. Waiting another 2 hours wouldn't make much difference. Since he wasn't going to get into university anyway, he might as well enjoy a joke. Suddenly, roar! A deafening roar echoed, and the temperature in the square suddenly soared. My God, what's happening? The crowd exclaimed in shock, following the light to see someone summoning a mythical beast. What kind of beast is this? It can actually affect the weather? Wait, a dragon? Who is it? Who actually possesses a dragon? The crowd looked on in shock, then spotted a noble-looking young man beneath the dragon. The young man calmly stroked the dragon's head. Roar! Another furious roar echoed as 20 identical flame-maned lions appeared before the crowd. This lineup, it must be the young master of the Wang family. Finally, someone recognized the owner of this dragon beast. It turned out to be the young master of the Wang family. That down-and-out noble house just a notch below the Lu family. Oh my God, he actually has a dragon beast. Aren't dragons supposed to be at least A rank? How can a novice beast master summon an A rank beast? The crowd murmured in confusion, staring dumbfounded at the young man. The boy and the dragon, truly too beautiful. How could you not know this? Young Master Wang possesses a beast-taming talent, rumored to be related to dragons. That's why he was late. His father, upon learning of his beast-taming talent, coordinated efforts to secure a young dragon for him. This time, I don't think the Lu family can take first place, an insider said while shaking their head. Yeah, an A-rank dragon is too terrifying. The top spot this time will probably go to the Wang family. Hearing these words, Wang Tang couldn't help but smirk slightly. Although I arrived late, this time's first place still belongs to the Wang family. Lu Ruyan, oh Lu Ruyan, how can you, who lacks talent, compete with me? Wang Tang stroked his fire dragon, brimming with confidence. He would make the Lu family, these commoners, understand that commoners remain commoners. This status will never change. Although his father had a decent talent and accumulated considerable wealth by serving as a caged bird for a prominent family, this was merely wealth, not influence. Influence and heritage, these are the true measures of a family's standing. Once they devour the Lu family, the Wang family will reclaim its position as the foremost great family of Weicheng. With this thought in mind, he led his men into the secret realm. Roar! As soon as it entered the secret realm, the blazing lion suddenly let out a roar that was both pained and pleasurable. What's going on? Control your beast. Wang Tong frowned and scolded. Yes, it's me. Roar! Before the subordinate could finish speaking, overlapping voices rose one after another. It was refreshing, a reluctance to resist, mixed with a hint of shyness. Suddenly, the flame dragon, a summoned beast, tensely scanned its surroundings with darting eyes, its expression tinged with unease. Blazing fire dragon, what's wrong with you? Wang Tang finally realized something was amiss. There must be some powerful magical beast causing trouble nearby. But, what kind of magical beast could make an A-rank blazing fire dragon show such an expression? Could it be the ruler of the secret realm? That black iron rank magical beast? 7 snow-white feet. Everywhere. Roar! Finally, the crimson flame dragon couldn't escape the attacks of this powerful spirit beast and let out a roar that was both pleasurable and agonizing. What? What kind of monster is this? A goblin? Wang Tang was about to say what kind of monster could possibly harm his crimson flame dragon, but when he got a clear look at the enemy, he realized it was actually a goblin. The goblin was seen reaching into the crimson flame dragon's most vulnerable spot, twisting and turning its hand, causing the dragon to writhe in agony. What a bull ***** ***** king of the secret realm. What a bull ***** breakthrough of the crimson flame dragon's defense. This goblin is just a despicable and shameless bastard. He couldn't possibly break through the crimson flame dragon's defense. He invaded the dragon's body in a despicable way. Such a move, forget the crimson flame dragon, no magical beast could withstand it. The whole hand went in. So deep, so painful. And the opponent even took advantage of the beast's pain to grope its leg, not even sparing a dragon's leg. Burning with humiliated rage, he snarled, "Kill this goblin. How dare a mere goblin provoke the mighty?" He would make sure this goblin paid the price. Damn it, since when do goblins dare to ambush my crimson flame lion? Being humiliated by a weak magical beast is something neither humans nor beasts can tolerate. At that moment, everyone's desire to kill this damned goblin reached its peak. Flame Lion, use the roar skill. Flame Lion, use the blazing fire jet. Blazing Lion, use. Numerous blazing lions unleashed various skills, all directed towards the same target. Any one of these attacks would be fatal to an F-rank magical beast. The reason for focusing fire on this guy was purely due to everyone's rage. However, the attacks were fierce, yet the goblin dodged them all. Yes, it truly evaded every single attack. With his S-tier bloodline, his speed far surpassed that of D-tier tamed beasts. After another round of touching just now, the increase in speed and stamina has reached 30%. The enhanced goblin's speed is terrifyingly fast, moving with incredible fluidity on the battlefield. He moves as smoothly as a nun undressing, despite the many layers of clothing. They come off extremely quickly and with great spectacle. This thing, he's no ordinary goblin. Wang Tang noticed the opponent's eerie speed, something no ordinary goblin could possess. This goblin is a mutant. Split up and attack. Take him down quickly. After seeing the opponent's performance, he even had his Crimson Flame Dragon join in. A mutated goblin, its level must be quite high. If it can be killed, it would yield a significant amount of experience and points. However, imagination is beautiful, but reality is bizarre. To their surprise, the opponent managed to dodge the attacks of 20 Crimson Flame Lions and an A-rank Crimson Flame Dragon once again. With wind beneath her feet, the smooth-moving nun put her clothes back on. This feeling was as if the other party was mocking him. Damn it! I refuse to believe your skill can be used indefinitely. Split up and surround him. Attack intermittently. Let's see how many times he can activate that dodging skill. Wang Tang finally came to his senses at this moment. The opponent could repeatedly dodge their attacks, most likely by activating some skill. The opponent is a mutant and has even mastered an impressive movement skill. As long as he activates this skill, he can evade attacks from him and his group. However, activating the skill consumes extra stamina, and he wants to see how much stamina the opponent has left to burn. With 21 people and 21 beasts on his side, alternating the skill usage intermittently would surely exhaust this guy to death. We outnumber the goblins, the advantage is ours. Thinking about the decent points and experience he would gain as soon as he entered the secret realm, Wang Tang felt even more confident. Prestigious academies. Here I come. He had already made up his mind once he defeated the secret realm's overlord and casually took down some low-level magical beasts. The points he accumulated would put him in an unbeatable ranking. When that time came, he could travel to the land of the border army with confidence. While upgrading in the borderlands, he waited for the rewards from the city lord. At that time, with enough levels and rewards, he would have more confidence in passing the high-end academy's test. Maybe, can even join the first school. When the time comes, it's your own dragon flying like a bird. Ha, this guy's skills, how come he hasn't used them up yet? In the midst of his shocked gaze, that kobold was still fleeing. And he was also very shamelessly harassing the rest of the surrounding magical beasts while fleeing. The other party is simply a hooligan. A hooligan that everyone has to kill. The rabbit is so cute he won't even let it go. Ha, wait, did I just blink? When did the second kobold show up? Wang Tun unexpectedly looked at the battlefield, not knowing when a second goblin had actually appeared. And, how that kobold was red and had scale armor on his body made him feel a bit familiar. Ha, another one? In his surprise there was actually another one. The kobold had a crimson mane and again it was very familiar. This kobold, why are there so many? And all after the mutation. Wang Tang was surprised, but didn't think much about it. It could be that there were more kobolds here, thus creating a few fey. It didn't matter that there weren't enough of them to pose a threat to them. Instead they were an asset to them. As long as he took down these kobolds, he would be able to gain a lot of points and experience for himself. But, how does this thing last so long? How many times has he put his skills in? Still so much stamina? So long lasting? In the meantime, Linny looked at his goblin's panel and also understood the true function of this foot fetish. Foot fetish, as part of the fertility love affair, Snow White and Jade feet will make you stronger, faster and longer lasting. Current touch, 21. Current bonuses, 30% speed, 30% physical strength. Note, good hobbies last a long time, and long persistence makes you stronger. What did this guy do? Why did the sudden increase go up so much? The same imperial beast couldn't be touched over and over again. And I didn't know what the kobold had done, but it had gotten a 20 bonus at once. Linny scratched his head, then looked at his other panel. Current imperial beasts, 1. Number of servants, 33. It's already 33. Pretty fast. Current level, 2700/3100. Servants increase quickly and upgrade just as fast. He had only risen to level 2 himself, and he was actually already on the verge of level 3 again. Summon the squire as soon as possible and get the foot fetish passive as much as possible. He gave the order to the kobolds and then turned around to start the barbecue with Zhang Sanfeng. And at this time, the kobolds received their master's latest orders. Touch more asses, touch more legs, and have babies when you have enough genes. Gah! No problem. Showing excitement, he accelerated to get rid of the pursuers behind him. Genes, 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 powerful genes. Foot, 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 Snow White foot. Ha! There's a good-sized gene here. Running and breaking hard, he saw a pack of giant wolves surrounding a powerful tiger. More accurately, he saw the genetics and snowy whiteness of a mastodon. 8. Where did the kobolds come from? White. So white. Extra white. Big enough ass and long legs. Gollum. The kobolds were instantly unable to walk away from the sight. There's more than just snow white asses and legs. There's gray stockings. A full 30 gray stockings. Quick, close the circle. Don't let the bloodshed white tiger break out. Left, right, windhound wolf, windblade filler. Anxious voices continued to come, and each Imperial Beast Master was fully engaged in the battle. Before Black Iron, there was no feedback on the strength of the Imperial Beasts. Their own combat prowess was basically negligible. Therefore, instead of going up to help, it would be better to give command to one's Imperial Beast. At this moment, a group of people from the Lu clan were busy directing a windhunt wolf to fight. Roar! Suddenly, a small snow white sable drilled out from among the shadows and painfully struck the bloodthirsty white tiger. The white tiger lost his concentration for a moment, and was immediately attacked by the 7-colored phoenix Luan again. The big families are just great. Tactics and stuff are already worked out. Unlike the temporary groupings of ordinary people, the Imperial Beasts of family descendants were specially trained. Not only are the Imperial Beasts the same, but most can utilize different skills to complement each other's shortcomings. Therefore, don't look at these wind hunter wolves that all look the same on the outside, but in reality, they have different main attackers, holders, harassment squads, and replacements. The battle proceeded in an orderly manner, and without any surprises they could take down this powerful magical beast with a rank of 8. This guy is a mutated magical beast. If we take him down, we can probably get a lot of points. Ruyan Lu looked at this ferocious beast with the same anticipation. Her goal was likewise to travel to the Borderlands after penetrating the secret realm. If you want to upgrade quickly, the Borderlands is the right choice. Only, before that, she had to leave behind a point ranking that no one else could surpass for rewards. Therefore, she was going to kill all the way to the core area of the secret realm, kill the secret realm king, gain amazing points, and then head to the Borderlands to try to get into the Higher Learning Institute. It was the path her father had laid out for her. Ha, what's that one? Whose Imperial Beast is that? Nope, it's a kobold. Lu Ruyan suddenly and unexpectedly discovered that the originally stable battlefield suddenly had an additional unstable factor. A kobold had barged into the middle of his fight at some point. Wouldn't such weak creatures flee after seeing the fluctuations of battle? Why would you come closer of your own accord? Not waiting for Lu Ruyan to be puzzled, he suddenly saw that a crimson wind was born underneath the kobold's feet, and immediately afterward, he actually weaved through the attacks of the many wind-hunting wolves, and gradually approached the bloodthirsty white tiger. No good. This kobold is trying to steal the monsters. Lu Ruyan shouted and immediately ordered people to arrange for defense. But alas, it was too late after all. The kobold thrust his palms hard, finally touching the white ass and white stockings he had been longing for. Soothing, very soothing. The godlike word for bud-loving not only gave him the ability to access his genes, but also changed his hobbies. He wasn't just horny, he was really cool. Roar! The bloodshed white tiger trembled violently, and the entire tiger lost its ability to resist and went limp on the ground. Good chance. Get rid of them all together. Although Lu Ruyan didn't know what was going on with this strange scene in front of her, it was a good opportunity. Wind blade, flying sand, one by one, the attacks fell, and the battlefield was instantly covered in dust. This guy should be almost dead even if he's not. Ruyan Lu watched nervously. The team's tactic was to try not to kill these powerful beasts, only to beat them to the point of bloodshed and then harvest them by themselves. This will maximize the benefits. Roar! In the midst of the thick smoke, suddenly came the wail of a giant wolf. Wailing followed immediately. My open bear. Wait, Kaiser Bear, you can't be here, doing this kind of thing. Lu Yu was nervous to give the order, but sometimes the instincts of the creatures were just as powerful as the orders of the Imperial Beast Master. When the smoke and dust cleared, there was more than a few fishy odors in the middle of the battlefield. The giant wolf was limp on the ground. The mountain opening bear kept convulsing, and even the 7-colored phoenix Luan in the sky didn't manage to escape. The other party used the wind-hunting wolf to knock down the 7-colored phoenix Luan, then pressed it to the ground and ruthlessly humiliated it. The emotions transmitted back by the 7-colored phoenix Luan made Lu Ruyan ashamed. Although she was precocious, but after all, she had just reached adulthood. Where had she ever had this kind of experience? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where's that kobold? I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him. Luyu sadly blocked the body of the Kaishan bear with his own body, trying to cover up some traces. This kind of thing mustn't be seen by Missy, or her image will be ruined. An Imperial Beast Master's emotions could often affect their Imperial Beasts, and they often had non-consensual thoughts about Ruyan Lu. This results in open bears being in heat almost every day. Therefore, his open bears are not prone to rage but are not out of rut. Just how could one say such a thing on their own? He tried his best to hide his open bear, but the green figure was not found among the 4 searches. The thing was gone. The kobolds had disappeared long after they got what they wanted. The master had said to create more squire kobolds, and he had claimed just enough for this one. Vomit. The kobold spit out one brand new kobold after another, and then proceeded to go in search of the snow-white assholes. Miss, the bloodshed white tiger is gone too. Ning's ferret had managed to escape because it was hidden in the shadows. It was just that, although he himself had escaped, the bloodshed white tiger that he had worked so hard to discover and round up had taken advantage of the chaos to escape. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Conspiracy. Who is it? Who would purposely lead something like this to us? Luyu was still hissing loudly. There was no way around it. He had to divert his attention as much as possible now. Damn it, kobold. I'm going to kill you. Kobolds? Where are the kobolds? As the crowd wondered, another roar was suddenly heard. They turned their heads and then ran into a group of fiery male lions with crimson manes. The Wang family? The Willow family? The two sides met with swords drawn and had a simultaneous idea. This kobold, could it be sent by the other side? Gah! Kago? As the two sides confronted each other, a slightly crimson-colored goblin squire suddenly sprang out of the bushes, the very one that the Wang clan had chased all the way here. Found you! Finish that guy first! Finish this damn kobold! Both sides once again issued simultaneous orders. Only, this time, without waiting for them to carry out their orders, one goblin after another came out from among the grass. 10 in all, big and small. 10 green and oily kobolds in the face of almost 50 D-rank magical beasts. He not only didn't retreat, but also continued to slowly step forward. This group of kobolds actually attempted to surround them. Inverted Big Dipper. Simply inverting the Big Dipper. District kobolds, be damned. Kill him for me. Wang Tang gave an order to the red flame fire dragon, which emitted a scorching hot flame of dragon's breath. 9. Supreme word? Evil word? The 12th hour within the secret territory. Your goblin has killed the rift gargoyle, and you have gained experience x30. You get points. Your goblin is awesome. You've been upgraded and are now at level LV3. Name, Lin E. Imperial Beast level 3. Imperial Beast, Kobold. Number of attendants, 177. Talent, the Supreme Word. Supreme Word, every time you level up, you can randomly select a divine word, which can be given to a summoned beast. Note, summoned beast loyalty will be increased to 100% after the word is given. Finally an upgrade. Linny looked at his panel and finally upgraded. In fact, originally, he could have leveled up a long time ago. It was only because killing the Imperial Beasts of the Imperial Beastmasters didn't increase his experience while the Goblin servants were stupidly indistinguishable that it caused his leveling to be slow. Goblins, it's a real scent. On the side, Zhang Sanfeng's body similarly flickered with an upgraded light. Because each level possessed a huge chasm between them, Linny wasn't in a hurry to raise himself to level 4. If you wanted to advance to level 4, you would need 10,000 experience, and according to the level of kill and the level of experience provided, you would need to kill at least 500 magical beasts. This is too slow. Hence, some low-level magical beasts he gave up to Zhang Sanfeng. As for myself, I'm looking for a more hassle-free way to upgrade high-ranking magical beasts. If you wanted to quickly raise level 4, killing a black iron-ranked magical beast was a good method. It was just that you hadn't found the other party's exact location at the moment. The king in this secret realm was very well hidden. You have been detected to have leveled up. Please ask if you want to extract the words. Extraction. Linny did not hesitate. Locking in the gods for you. Congratulations. You have gained the attention of the god of drama, Loki, and you have gained the divine word. Counterspell. Thank goodness it's not the god of fertility. Because of the 2 extractions, he was a little intimidated by the name Hera at the moment. It wasn't that the other side's ability wasn't strong, it was that the other side's ability was too weird. How could one's hallowed supreme word, a talent that could directly extract the abilities of the gods, keep extracting such strange words? Let's see what the word for proper god is. Linny opened his word panel with excitement. Counter curse, this is the power of the gods, and the curse of the gods, and the one who is given it, will have the ability to bounce back from everything. Note, shoo, keep it down. I've never used this ability either, but it's pretty fun. How? Does this thing not look too decent either? Linny frowned. Could it be that the one with the problem is not Hera? But His own talent? Is this the supreme word? Or the evil word? Linny looked at the words and hesitated a bit. Such a phrase, he wondered if he should bestow it on his kobolds. Having the ability to bounce back everything. This sounds awesome. But the word curse makes him a little hesitant. Never mind. The first two were weird but had decent abilities anyway. This one shouldn't be far behind. With this thought, Linny bestowed the words on his goblin. Your kobold has completed a gene acquisition. And your kobold is sad for a moment. Linny? In the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion is bustling at this time of year. This was because every year, the two great clans would elect the person they wanted to cultivate to enter the secret realm. And after these two people entered the secret realm, they would open up the stakes here. It's a game between two families and a time to reap the benefits for yourself. Lucian, this time when I take out an S-class purple gold iron dragon's imperial beast egg to bet against you, what are you prepared to pay? The head of the Wang family looked curiously at a slightly stubbled and stalwart-faced man across from him. Oh, S-class purple gold iron dragon. Brother Wang is so generous. The city lord quipped, rather shocked. This S-grade imperial beast egg was worth at least $1 billion, which was a large sum of money that had not been seen within many years. 1 billion. Although the Wang family was the second family in Acropolis with a market capitalization of tens of billions, $1 billion of liquidity was a considerable challenge for them. Again, this is something that needs to be carefully considered for the Ryu family. Therefore, whether or not to agree to this parley would also depend on the head of the Liu family. Of course, he himself wanted the Ryu family to agree, because he or she is the dealer. He or she takes 10% of each parley. If the price of this bet is a full $2 billion, then he will be able to extract $200 million. Brother Wang is really generous. It seems that your son has a good talent. Lucian looked at the former with a smile. He also knew about Wang Tang's late entry into the secret realm. He had begun his investigation when the other party did not enter the secret realm in the first place, and thus had deduced that the other party had awakened an uncommon talent. Moreover, this talent was still related to the level of the imperial beast. Otherwise, the Wang family wouldn't have urgently mobilized funds to purchase two high-level imperial beast eggs. This purple gold iron dragon was one of the two purchased by the other party. I think it should be that the other party's talent is powerful, but it is not enough to contract S-class imperial beasts, so it is temporarily shelved. But to be able to contract an A-ranked imperial beast, the other party's talent is at least of a precious level. Precious. If we want to talk about counting at this level, this year the Liu family likewise has one. The new caged bird that his own daughter had taken in was a rare level talent. It was also at the precious level, and there seemed to be no possibility of losing on his own. After all, he had an additional Liu Yu who had accidentally summoned the imperial beasts in advance. With the assistance of these two, not only would he not lose, he even had a great chance of winning. Thinking of this, he similarly took out an imperial beast egg and said, "This is the egg of the S-class red underworld dragon. Since Brother Wang wants to gamble, then I'll accompany him." The egg that Lucian took out was similarly of S rank, and it was the same S rank that he had robbed the Wang family of. He started to block the other party after noticing that they were temporarily acquiring the imperial beast eggs, and the best way to block is to do the same thing as the other person. As a result, he had an additional red underworld dragon's egg in his hand. Good. The Liu family head is really atmospheric. The corners of the Wang family head's mouth revealed an inquisitively resistant smile at this scene. What he wants, that's the egg. If you underestimate my Wang family, just wait to be annexed by me. The head of the Wang family sneered in his heart, then turned his head to the city lord. Lord City Lord, the bet has been made, so please be a witness. Sure, the city lord nodded, then took out a diamond-shaped crystal and said, "Let me see how my nephew and niece are doing first." 200 million, which was not only his fee for being a witness, but also his fee for activating the secret core. As the complete controller of this secret realm, he had the power to view the secret realm and make certain rules at any time. Good. I wonder if my Smokey has level 2. Naturally, Lucian wouldn't shy away from the stage, and he was equally confident in his daughter and his arrangement. One must know that he had mastered how to find the secret realm king. Sure, the city lord smiled and nodded his head. He was equally curious as to who had a better chance of winning this bet between the two. Only, when he opened the points ranking, he was dumbfounded. This credit, this secret place, something seems to have gone wrong. The city lord looked at the cliff-like point rankings and twisted his brows fiercely. 10. Goblins want to rule the secret realm. Broken record? The city lord watched in dismay as the first place in the ranking of these points he had broken the record. It had only just started less than a day ago, and the other party had actually broken through to the third level, a speed that had broken the records of the Liu family and the Wang family over the years. Ha ha ha, looks like my Smokey is still working hard. Ryu Jinnan's first thought after hearing that someone had broken the record was his own daughter. If there was anyone in this secret realm who could break the record, it was bound to be his own daughter. because he was well prepared this time, and he had a good heart for his daughter. Oof. In past years we've been the ones to put out the runners. This year it's my son and your daughter. So what's the excitement about breaking a record? The head of the Wang family was unimpressed. Breaking records like this is what they were going to do. Previously, they had all helped underlings and talented people pass through the secret realm, and although they had invested resources, it was nowhere near as much as this time. This time it was two young masters who had entered it. Breaking the record was inevitable. It was just that his Ryu's daughter had entered earlier than his own son. It's just a momentary lead. What's there to be proud of? As long as it wasn't a secret realm king and a black iron ranked magical beast was slain, his own son would definitely surpass back. After all, their Wang family was going to return to the first academy. Humph. I know your son has good talent, but you are already half a day late. The secret realm king must be my family Smoky. Lu Jinan snorted coldly. Although the other party had outstanding talent, it wasn't as if he hadn't arranged it himself. The king in this secret realm was very good at hiding, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to find his location without a day or two. That's hard to say. We'll know when we see the end. In this regard, the Wang family head was quite confident. He was a must-have for the Red Underworld Dragon. As long as he had this, his own son's talent for the sentinel beasts could be completely awakened. At that time, the Wang family would inevitably return to the capital's power. Each side is not humble. However, what they failed to notice was that the city lord's shocked gaze never stopped. Wait, the two of you. The first is not a nephew and niece. This secret realm. It seems that something has gone wrong. The city lord's voice was filled with doubt, and then he gave out the names of the two people. Lin Yi and Zhang Sanfeng. Are these two little guys the ones you've secretly trained? Not me. Lu Jinan was the first to shake his head. Nor my Wang family. The Wang family head similarly shook his head. He had already devoted his entire family's efforts to cultivating a single Wang Tang, and there was simply no extra effort to cultivate a bird in a cage. Even for Wang Tang, their Wang family hadn't had a caged bird for years. Neither. The lord of the city mused. Then it seems that something is really wrong with the secret realm. He spoke about these two people, especially Lin Yi. This guy had actually shown level 3. It was only a day less than the other party had actually already level 3. This kind of speed was too unbelievable. If this was a backhanded move by the Lu family or the Wang family, it would be excusable. But these are two people no one has ever heard of. It would have to be a civilian student, a plebiology hogging first and second without backup help? That's clearly not possible. And that first place is still a cliff crusher. Something's wrong with the secret realm. Is it being invaded by the abyss? The Lu family head was slightly surprised. The so-called secret realm was nothing more than a fragment of a side of the world. And although the abyssal contamination on it had been cleaned up, there was a not insignificant probability that it would be contaminated again. Humph. It must have been contaminated by the abyss and the rules were in disarray. Otherwise how could anyone surpass my son Wang Tang? The head of the Wang family said. Lord City Master. The rule that Imperial Beastmasters can't die hasn't been changed, has it? Ryu Jinan inquired. Things like abyssal invasions are more common, and the consequences can be large or small. As long as there was no change in that most fundamental of laws, they did not have to worry about the safety of their sons and daughters. That's not true. It's just that there's a confusion in the points ranking, the lord of the city said. Points ranking is out of the question, so how do I what we bet on? The Wang family head inquired. The bet on this gamble was not small, and if the points system did not work properly, it would be a troublesome thing. Then let's see who can take down the king of the secret realm, that black iron demon beast, Ryu Jinan suggested. Okay, I have no problem with that. The head of the Wang family similarly took a stance. The sons and daughters of their own families were all heading to the land of the border army, and wanting to leave behind a point decimation of the secret realm kings before heading to the land of the border army that would make it impossible for the next person to surpass them was just what was needed. It was also basically considered that whoever killed the secret realm king was number one. Okay, feasible. Punishing this referee likewise agrees with this statement. Both of you. Although the rules of judgment have been changed, the secret realm still needs to be repaired. So I'll go find someone to see what's going on first. After the city lord finished speaking, transparent wings vaguely arose from his back and disappeared without a trace in the next second. At the same time, in the midst of the secret world, a group of kobolds had the decency to look for the surrounding magical beasts and the king among the secret realm. Wherever they passed, the magical beasts retreated, for no other reason. In just less than a day, all the magical beasts in the secret realm knew one thing. This secret realm came a very scary race. The other party not only likes chrysanthemums but also very powerful. 10 kobolds were in a group, each one trying to find the king of this secret realm. On the way, if they encountered magical beasts they took care of them by hand. If it's a sentinel, then knock it out and bring it back to touch your ass. This was because these Imperial Beast Masters' Imperial Beast grades were basically on the high side, with very few under D rank. This saves a lot of work. As a result, the Imperial Beast Masters in the Secret Realm also began to be cautious. For the dignity of the rest of your life, this little thing is almost upon us. What to do? It's going to be hard to hide. The two Imperial Beastmasters were very stifled as they huddled together, carefully watching the goblin that was gradually approaching the two of them. They had already heard about the oddities of these special kobolds, and if they didn't have a way to detach them, they were afraid that it would really be too late for them. How about throwing that thing out? Aren't they looking for the secret king? One of the companions said. But it's something we got so hard. I was thinking of trading with the Lu family or the Wang family for favors. The other man said with great reluctance, still wanting to find the Wang family in exchange for favors. Today's Wang family is probably having problems even being able to protect their own asses. The companion analyzed. Grass. The man cursed, feeling justified, and hesitated once more before finally throwing a section of grass root out. This is a part of a black iron grade magical beast. What an abomination. My chance. He looked fondly at the grass roots. The good thing is, this group of mutant kobolds knows what they're doing. They did not move on after getting the grass roots, but returned immediately and in good order. This thing, its IQ is too high. It can't be that the abyss has already invaded this secret realm. That Imperial Beast Master swallowed his saliva at this scene, and a pang of gloom ran through his heart. 11. Challenging the king of the secret realm. Found that king in the secret realm? Linny instantly rose in excitement after receiving a reply from the Imperial Beast. Come on, it's time to get down to business. Brother E is going to take on the secret realm kings? Zhang Sanfeng rose with the same excitement. Although it's cool to have a barbecue here, this is so crisis-free and different from what I imagined before I came here. He still wanted his Iron Eater to come in for the big kill. Yeah, found the guy. Under Lin Yi's call, more than 30 kobolds began to converge. The secret king should have quite a few retainers, and he himself needed to get serious. Although the number of goblins was high, he couldn't be careless. After all, the other party was a black iron level. Good. I'll help you stall the squire when the time comes. Zhang Sanfeng patted his chest. No problem. Lin Yi nodded, and then the two of them walked towards the depths of the secret realm. Soon, following the kobold's lead, they came to a thick grassy area. There were strangely no trees around and this tall blue grass everywhere. This would be the squire, right? Zhang Sanfeng felt a strong crisis from these bluegrasses. If it's not too bad, this should be where that black iron ranked magical beast is. It really didn't occur to me that the king here is actually a plant family. It seems like the invasion of the abyss has gotten worse. There are actually plants that have begun to mutate. Zhang Sanfeng shook his head, and then he was ready to have the Iron Eater beast clean up the weed squire here. Wait, not yet. Linny stopped the former as he waved his hand and a kobold with crimson stripes walked out. Several kobolds with crimson manes stepped out together immediately afterward. Giggle. The flame spray skill accompanied by dragon breath mercilessly swept through the weeds in front of them. Lan Yin Chao, who originally wanted to continue pretending to be innocent, was instantly engulfed by the fire at this moment. They hurriedly released their vines and tentacles, but they were blocked by the rest of the kobolds. Your goblin has killed lanyard grass. You gain experience x10. Your goblin has killed lanyard grass, and you have gained experience x30. More than 170 common kobolds were a powerful force. Although they were weak on their own, they were a serious threat once they became a certain number. Just like the soft-boned rabbits, the 170 or so A-rank bloodlines and the goblins with 3 skills were an absolutely unbeatable force. Under the black iron level strength, and even among some of the black iron level strength, these goblins were invincible. No one can stand up to an army. Zhang Sanfeng, Brother E, where is this still not being used? I think it's because I can't be used at all. The weeds are cleared quickly, and the kobolds are advancing in an orderly fashion. At the same time, the Lu family's crowd had likewise arrived, because the secret realm was filled with those damn kobolds, seriously affecting their ability to gain points. That was why they decided to exit the secret realm immediately after beheading the secret realm king. Now that the secret realm had been polluted by kobolds, they couldn't hunt low-level magical beasts on a large scale, and neither could anyone else. As long as the huge amount of points gained from killing the secret realm king, that should be enough to obtain first place this time. Having taken the first place, they had to hurry up and change the upgrade before they could do so. If the grade is not enough, they will have a hard time passing the entrance exams for higher learning institutions. Looks like this place hasn't been discovered by the damn kobolds yet. Lu Yu thankfully looked at the exuberant blue ocean in front of him. These things, although they look as beautiful as the ocean, are in fact very deadly creatures, langoliers. Once someone stepped into their ocean, it would be absolutely impossible to escape, and thus, one must advance slowly in order to enter it. From the outside, little by little, they disintegrated these troublesome plant-based magical beasts. No kobolds would be nice. let's get started. All 30 of you are committed to cleaning up. My 7-colored Phoenix Luan and Ning's subterranean shadow ferret will be in charge of scouting, Ruyan Lu said. Since the Lu family knew in advance how to find the secret realm kings, they naturally made plans to remove them accordingly. This can be seen in the cultivation of the wind-hunting wolves, against plant-based magical beasts. The best choices were fire-based imperial beasts and wind-based magical beasts. Therefore, the 2 great clans were the ones that chose these 2 attribute magical beasts to train their subordinates. These subordinates are not strong enough to be called caged birds, but they can cope well with certain specialized scenarios. Yes, roar! A wind blade flew out just outside the range of the blue ocean and killed the outer ranunculus tentacles. Giggle! At this time, the 7-colored Phoenix Luan in the sky would take the opportunity to release its own skills to kill those orchid grasses that were not protected by their tentacles. This is the mode by which nobles augment themselves and the reason why commoners have trouble leveling up with nobles of their age and rank. Sometimes you look like you're comparing yourself to the other team, but in reality, you're competing alone with the other team as a whole. What are you going to win with in this situation? Roar! The Kaiser Bear occasionally kills those who slip through the cracks, which is one of his perks. Because his status was much higher than that of the general Lu family peripherals, he could enjoy a portion of the experience increase. After all, it was only after having strength that one could better help their own young lady in the future. For this sort of thing, Ning's subterranean shadow ferret was similarly qualified. From the beginning to the end, the only ones who put in the effort were the civilian imperial beastmasters who were taken in. You have killed Ranunculus. You have gained experience 10. You have killed Ranunculus. You gain warp points 1. Luyu looked at the information on top of his panel and couldn't help but coldly grunt in triumph. Although he hadn't gained too many points this time because of these damn kobolds, he had gained a full 20 points. Also under the influence of the kobolds, such points are definitely a cutie pie for Lin. Unsurpassable. Facing that horde of kobolds, the Lu family could still salvage some prey and points by putting their best foot forward. As for Lin, he was a single person in the district, trying to grab food from that group of mutant kobolds. Oh, unless this group of mutant kobolds have a brain fart and consider that weakling imperial beast kobold as a companion. Otherwise the other team is just delusional if they want to overtake them in points. Thinking of this, he subconsciously looked towards Lin Yi's good brother Ning. That's a stupid one too. And something about giving me $200, 000 alone to drop the bet. What a simple to stupid guy. Yes, you do have a great talent and a lot of growth potential, but do you really think your face is worth something? Everyone has the status of a caged bird in the Willow family. Your face is an ass. Instead of considering giving you a face, I'd like to help build up the prestige of the Ryu family. However, this person is really stupid, so in the future, we can consider taking money from each other in the rest of the ways. Although both of them were caged birds, and both of them had the same status, this Ning didn't look like a tough guy. On the contrary, the other side is cowardly. No matter what it is, you always think of putting things to rest, and no matter what it is, you always think of giving something to fix it. For this kind of stupid guy, although both came from the same family, he didn't mind sucking the other's blood to grow himself. P.S. I'm asking for some support. I'll try to do 3 shifts a day. I'm asking for golden tickets, and I'm asking for catch-up reads and support. Preliminary data is important and affects test ratings and whether or not the book can continue. So please, 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 please. 12. Grass is not spared. Upgraded. Sure enough, challenging the secret realm king here is the right thing to do. As the 7-colored Phoenix Luan's strike of frost fell, Ruyan Lu officially stepped into level 2. It only took less than half a day to raise a level, and that kind of speed is the kind of attitude one is happy with. What a damn kobolds. I might have upgraded faster if it wasn't for these kobolds. Lu Ruyan finally revealed some satisfaction as she felt the enhancement of her physical qualities and the joy from the imperial beasts. If he followed this pace, he should be able to advance to the 3rd level after killing the secret realm king. So much safer to enter the land of the border army itself. The land of the border army. That's a place full of danger. If it wasn't for the fact that joining the higher schools required an ungodly amount of experience and leveling, she wouldn't have ventured to a place like that before her black iron rank. Chaos. Disorder. A place where the weak can die at any time. However, one could only take a risk if one wanted to join the Higher Learning Institute. The Higher Learning Institute. That's where the real resources are held. That's where you can take your family further. Don't look at your own Lu family nowadays, but in reality, the Lu family is just a small family. Even in the eyes of the truly higher academies, the Lu family could not even be considered a family. At best, they're just a rich businessman, wanting to go higher. she too would have to step into a higher institution of learning. And like the caged bird she was surrounded by, she too would have to work for a more powerful family. Only then could one's family go further. Yeah, and I don't know where the kobolds came from. I haven't heard anything like this before. Lu Yu duly stepped forward to respond. Generations of their Lu family had continuously explored the secret realm, and not only had they explored most of the news in this secret realm, but they had even found the hiding place of the king demonic beasts. It doesn't make sense to leave out the presence of kobolds. Kobolds were present on a large scale, and it would be a major dereliction of duty if such news was not scouted. Kobolds. Inexplicably extra kobolds. Lu Ruyan somehow suddenly thought of Ning's brother, Lin Yi. The opponent seems to be the one who awakened the goblin imperial beast. The many kobolds in this secret realm, they couldn't be the retainers of his imperial beasts, right? A bold idea was born. Lin Yi had awakened an epic level talent, and these goblins were all goblin servants generated by his talent. If this is really the case, then one can look away. Epic level word talent. If it's a production Squire series, then it should give the word to the imperial beast itself. It is a rare and valuable occurrence for a word talent to be on a sentinel beast, rather than on a sentinel master. This is because the family scion can use borrowed seed to procreate more imperial beasts to inherit the phrase. The goblin inherits the word and then contracts the goblin that has the word itself. This would be the equivalent of owning the other person's word talent as well. Shall we try having his kobold seated in tandem with my 7-colored phoenix Luan? Maybe breed new species with epic words. Words have always been valuable, and high-level words are hard to find. Perhaps the mere qualification of a string of seeds was something one had to ask the other to do. But what kind of strange things are born when a kobold and a 7-colored phoenix Luan are seated in tandem? Blah blah blah. What the hell was I thinking? What epic level phrase? How is this possible? And how could I want my honorable 7-colored phoenix Luan to be united with a filthy lowly species like a kobold? Lu Ruyan hurriedly shook out the distracting thoughts in her mind. One is crazy to fantasize like that. Epic level words. How much incense did Linny usually have to burn to awaken himself to this level of word talent? Miss, we're close to reaching the location where the secret realm king is, but there seems to be a situation. My subterranean shadow ferret doesn't dare to approach, so I need your 7-colored phoenix Luan to scout the situation. Ning came to report. What a waste. Actually letting the young lady personally make a move. Lu Yu angrily rebuked from the sidelines. Alright, when it comes to secret realm kings, it's good to be cautious. Ruyan Lu retorted Lu Yu and rode on her imperial beast. Family children. Sometimes it wasn't that good. For some internal problems she needed to figure out on her own. For example, the 2 caged birds he has today. Although both work for him, it is obvious that the 2 do not get along. The family will not intervene in this situation. It's up to her to deal with it. Naturally, she could just pick it out and use her identity to suppress it, but that wouldn't solve the problem at its root. Therefore, she needs to be even-handed and needs to have her own mastery of people to be able to do so. After a moment's thought, she continued, I'll be in charge of scouting for secret realm kings, and your subterranean shadow ferret will scout the surrounding area instead of me. Yes, Nin nodded, and he didn't choose to argue with Lu Yu. He is a newcomer. The other party is an old-timer. It is normal to look at you as long as you continue to work hard. If he worked hard enough he would be looked upon by the Miss Lu family, and if he continued to work hard he would be groomed. That way he could make a name for himself. That way he could earn enough money to heal his father's wounds and their family could live in peace. In his eyes, hard work pays off. Ha! This? Kobolds? Ruyan Lu's Phoenix Luan had just ascended into the air when she saw the scene she least expected to see. The tumor in the secret world today. The kobolds. These guys, why are they everywhere? Ruyan Lu gritted her teeth, not knowing what to do for a moment. In the middle of her field of vision, a group of kobolds of various shapes and colors were besieging a magnificent orchid plant. And that grass is its own target this time. Secret King. 2A. The vile kobolds formed a circle and kept spitting at the grass. The blue and silver grasses around that gave counterattacks, but they were constantly blocked by the kobolds. There were even times when the blocking got annoying they would uproot the grass and stroke it for a while. Spitting then stroking. Why is this process so familiar? A slight tremor came from the Phoenix Luan in his crotch. Ruyan Lu finally remembered. This was how his own 7-colored phoenix range was violated in the first place. First he was slammed from the sky, followed by spitting around, then petting and exploring. These things, they even grass? Ruyan Lu cursed angrily, but it was only angrily. What could she do about these vile, evil, shameless, yet powerful guys? Grabbing monsters from the other side? That's no different than looking for death. Damn, where the hell did the kobolds come from? Could it really be that the secret realm is infected by the abyss? Lu Ruyan was puzzled, unwilling, and ultimately could only grit her own teeth. The secret king himself couldn't be grabbed. If she wanted to get first place in points, She would only have to use her numerical advantage to snatch a handful of magical beasts from the teeth of this group of kobolds over the next 2 days. In that case, she should be first. But this is so inefficient. There are only 10 days in total to prepare for the entrance exam. If one wasted 3 days just for a single secret realm point, it was more or less a loss. And wasting 3 days on yourself is not always first, because there is still the Wang family that exists. *******. Order everyone to exit the secret realm. Ruyan Lu made the right judgment. At this moment, she was already quite certain that there was definitely something wrong with this secret realm. Definitely infested by the abyss. 13. Goblins cool with secret realm bosses? Your secret realm core. No problem. In a library, the old man with the presbyopic glasses looked at the core of the words in front of him. I've made sure of it, and there's nothing wrong with this core of yours at all. The old man pushed the core of the secret realm to the city lord and then waved his hand to drive them away. No questions? No problem. Not abyssal infestation? Absolutely not. But, he has no problems at all? The city lord still pursued the question, but the old man that followed no longer had the heart to look at him. That core had already been looked at by himself. There was not a single trace of the abyss. There was absolutely no way that something had gone wrong with the core of the secret realm. There's no problem at all. So that means, it's the people or magical beasts in the secret realm that have problems? The city lord once again looked at the core of his secret realm. At this moment in the core, it is still the 2 civilians who are leading the first and the second only, but the third place is not very far from the second place. The third place is the girl from the Lu family, which means that there's really no problem with this list? Is this their true strength? The city lord grew shocked and a lurid possibility occurred to him. Among the civilians in this term, I'm afraid that another Lu Jinan will appear. I wonder who could be behind this. Forces outside the Acropolis? It was obviously impossible for a civilian to achieve such points, because after all, the other party was only a civilian, and if the other party was only one person, it would be impossible to fight against the 2 family forces of the Lu family and the Wang family. Alone, even if your talent was good, you couldn't be a match for 10, 20, or even 30 people on the other side. The other person will gain points much faster than one. A 30-fold difference is not something an ordinary civilian can level out. And these 2, not only did they pull even on points, they even left both family heirs in the dust. In other words, the people behind them must be more powerful than the Wang and Lu families, or even much more powerful. Could it be the illegitimate children of the rest of the people of the great families and their caged birds? I'll have to look into it. The lord of the city at once began to ponder whether he was profitable after this conjecture, though for the moment one couldn't be sure which big family the other party was from. But there seemed to be no harm in helping someone from such a family, even not knowing when today's behavior may become one's saving grace later on. Okay, that's it. Thinking about the fact that he was on the border and could be in danger at any time, he also strengthened his resolve. Helping a bastard wouldn't cost many resources, but the rewards were plentiful. At the same time, in the midst of the secret world, hot, because the other party's black iron level magical beasts were strong, so the kobolds didn't attack rashly but kept taking the venom attack approach. As for the way the venom is released, it is very plain. Roar! As a grass-type magical beast, he felt like his body was about to explode. The king of the lanyards is constantly releasing his pollen for the purpose of releasing his desires. It was just that his desire was weird how he couldn't fully release it. No matter how much one releases it, that urge remains. This kobold's toxin actually works on plant families. Linny covered his mouth and nose and backed away. The powder also had a not-so-small aphrodisiac effect. The other party and the kobold belonged to each other and ran into each other. The kobolds hypnotize him. He hypnotizes the kobolds. The 2 interact with each other in such a way that they almost forget their original purpose and instead begin to have a constant influence. Hoot, buzz, buzz. Attacks from both sides went back and forth. Spit interspersed amongst the powdery mist. Yee, it's so exciting. Lin E, brother E, why is that kobold of yours a bit different? He doesn't seem very happy. Zhang Sanfeng pointed at that particular individual amongst the many goblin servants. The opponent was grabbing the plant root of the king of the orchid plant out of the soil and kept chewing it in his mouth. By all rights, this is the procedure for acquiring genes, and the other person should be happy. But because of the hypnotic pollen and the counterspell, he wasn't very happy. Your kobold receives the desire to breed. Your kobold is affected by the counterspell and has a change in mood. Your kobold receives the desire to reproduce and your kobold wants to be sterilized. Your goblin, Lin E, isn't there a single decent word in the damn phrase? Your goblin has taken an attack, and your goblin is cool for a bit. Your kobold suffers a continuous whipping, and your kobold is too soothed to want to fight back. Taking a deep breath, Lin E helplessly held his forehead. He could see by this time that it wasn't the gods that were the problem, but his own gift itself. One's own gift itself seemed to only summon such strange words. It was estimated that even decent gods would be able to extract immodest god-level words by themselves. No, 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 I can't think that. Maybe these are the exceptions? Linny slapped his cheek, forcing himself to wake up. He couldn't curse himself like that. Accident. These phrases must be accidental. Your goblin cooled ranunculus, king, you gain 10,000 experience. You've upgraded. Currently Imperial Beastmaster level 4. While Lin Yi's mind was in turmoil, the goblins had already toned down the king of orchid grass. The toxin of a single kobold had already overwhelmed the grass king, and with more than 100 kobolds operating together the opponent was directly killed by the toxin. Although, died in a somewhat strange way. None of that mattered though, since the level was enough to extract the words. I can't believe all my words are ghost words. You have been given a chance to draw a phrase. Please ask if you want to draw a phrase. Extract. Locking up the gods for you. At the same time, actually really killed by this group of kobolds? Lu Ruyan, who was preparing to leave, had her eyes rounded for a moment and didn't know what to say. What do you see for yourself? A group of kobolds that spat the black iron level king in the middle of the secret realm to death with one mouthful of saliva? Not killed, but just moved his mouth and sprayed him to death? This secret realm can't stay. Not at all. She had no doubt that if she didn't leave again, this secret realm might become even more dangerous than the land of the border army. Go, get out of the secret realm. Get out of the secret realm. Let's head to the borderlands immediately. Ruyan Lu said urgently. 1-4 There is something wrong with this secret realm. You have gained the gaze of Loki, the god of drama, and are in the process of extracting abilities for you. You have gained the divine word. Invoke disaster. Lin Yi? Nima. So it really is my talent that's the problem, isn't it? Lin Yi looked incredulously at his phrase, which wasn't a proper phrase at first glance. Why does he himself have this attribute every time he summons a word? Is it really my problem? Lin Yi gritted his teeth and clicked on this god-level phrase. He would like to see what this god-level phrase was capable of. Invoke disaster. Each time you activate it, you can plunder the chi of everyone around you except you to trigger a natural disaster on yourself, with the size of the disaster being proportional to the number of chi. Note, the god of drama watches over you. This is a special reward, and perhaps you should ponder his use of it. This stuff. Lin Yi was a bit speechless about this phrase for a moment. A few of the previous phrases were odd, but at least they were usable. But love is a squire skill, foot love is passive, and counterspells should also be useful, but this invites disaster. That's a damaging skill any way you look at it. It's not me. It must not be me. The gods drawn this time are still this guy called Loki. It must be Loki and Hera. Yes, it must be these two guys who are immodest. And it's definitely not my talent that's immodest. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and forced an explanation. May I ask if you would like to give the words to your Imperial Beast Goblin? No. This time Lin Yi hesitated. He decided to keep the phrase for now. Unsurprisingly, this phrase is powerful. The kind that can bring great power directly. It's just that he can't really develop the phrase very well at the moment. In his current opinion, the only use for this thing was to die with a powerful enemy at the end of the day. For such a phrase he was not prepared to bestow on his kobolds. With the intelligence of your own kobolds, it's not as bad as abusing one you can't beat after getting this phrase slightly. The enemy is playing dead, and he himself is half wasted. At the moment, he only had this one Imperial Beast, and he couldn't easily try it yet. Brother E, after this king died, why do I feel like the grass around me wilted? To the side, Zhang Sanfeng looked at the grass around him suspiciously. His Iron Eater was already moving to clear these grasses, and his experience was growing by leaps and bounds. When the king existed there was a racial bonus. Now that the king doesn't exist there is naturally no racial bonus. Lin Yi explained. Alright, clear the ranunculus around. I'll have the goblins work with you. It's a lot of experience, Lin Yi said to the former. With his current level, it was already impossible to upgrade within the next 2 days. This was because the experience required to get from level 4 to level 5 was too much, actually requiring 50,000 experience. This was equivalent to 5 Black Iron level Wraith Kings. 1 Magical Beast King was very rare, let alone 5. There are 2 conditions that need to be met in order to become a Wraith King. For one thing, it is extremely strong in its own right. Second, having a race and being recognized by the race. There weren't many Black Iron ranked magical beasts that could have these 2 conditions at the same time. This side of the secret realm is also the only one of its kind. Therefore, you need to change places if you want to upgrade quickly yourself. The land of the border army might be a better choice for himself. All these magical beasts for me? Zhang Sanfeng was a bit stunned. But Brother E, what will you do if you give me all these magical beasts? I'm, of course, going to the borderlands. Lin Yi replied casually. A powerful Imperial Beastmaster is piled up by a huge amount of resources, and limited resources can't pile up a powerful Imperial Beastmaster. The land of the frontiersmen. Zheng Sanfeng repeated in a whisper as if in thought. It turned out that what Lin Yi had said before entering the secret realm was true. This good brother of his, good big brother, was really strong. The Imperial Beast really had an S-class bloodline, and he was really prepared to head to the land of the Border Army, travel to the land of the Border Army, gain more experience, and then test the high-level school. This is the choice of most family sons. Now, is Lin Yi going down this path? It turned out that himself and he had already pulled apart such a big gap without intuition. Zhang Sanfeng pursed his lips as if he had made some sort of determination. He said, "Okay, go ahead brother E, I'll catch up with you. Your goal should be the higher learning center, right? I'll see you at the higher learning center," Zhang Sanfeng said with a slightly insufficient bottom. In fact, he knew that with his family background, it was impossible for him to get into an institution of higher learning. From the very beginning, his parents just wanted him to get into an average school. High-ranking academies, that's where the rich people are. Good, see you at the higher learning center. Lin Yi smiled and patted the former's shoulder before opting out with a thought. With his current points, Lu Yu could never surpass himself. The first day should be taken for sure. Next it's off to the land of the border. The teleportation light flickered and Lin Yi disappeared. Just, to Zhang Sanfeng's surprise, the more than 170 goblin servants around himself did not disappear. In just a moment, he reacted that this was Yi's care for himself. These goblins might not be a big deal to Lin Yi. As long as he wanted to, he could produce them in a day. But for yourself, it's a ticket to higher learning. Beyond the secret world, the secret realm is infested by the abyss. The point system is in chaos? Sure enough, I knew it. Those kobolds were definitely an accident. Ruyan Lu looked at the secret realm announcement with great anger. She knew that something had definitely gone wrong with this secret realm, and it was fortunate that she had withdrawn quickly enough, or else she still didn't know how much time she would have to waste in it. Come on, let's go to the borderlands. Ruyan Lu led the way. Humph, so something went wrong. It's really cheap for that Lin Yi kid. Lu Yu had already guessed what Lin Yi would say to himself. There was a problem with the points system and he couldn't view his points. Or maybe there was a problem with the points system and his points were counted incorrectly, so the bet couldn't be counted. Damn, Lu Yu full of unwillingness to the hand of 200,000. Actually so fly. Lin Yi, why is he out too? Oh, must have been ostracized by the kobold kind in the secret realm and couldn't hold on and was forced to come out? But, how did he walk toward me? Lu Yu frowned, not understanding the meaning. Shouldn't the other party be avoiding him at this time? How come he's actively walking toward him? My points are high enough. Should we travel the bet? Lin Yi took the initiative. He also didn't expect that he would just happen to run into Lu Yu as soon as he came out. However, it didn't matter if the other party came out early or not. Anyway, with his current points, it was absolutely impossible for the other party to surpass. 15. The Lu family has always been protective of their shortcomings. What? You, the boy. How could Lu Yu not think that the other party actually came to ask for money? How dare he? Did he come here to mess with himself because there was a problem with the points ranking system? Kid, you're not trying to use Missy to pressure me, are you? Lu Yu inquired in a slightly teasing manner. This is the only reason he can think of. Just, the Lu family can't help outsiders. The Lu family has always been protective. Using Ruyan Lu to pressure you? Lin Yi frowned, not understanding what the other party was saying. I'm just here to fulfill a bet with you. Lin Yi's appearance naturally attracted many people. There were even people who were ready to see Lin Yi's jokes from the start. At this moment, when they finally waited for Lin Yi to appear, they naturally gathered around. My god, this Lin Yi actually dares to take the initiative to find Lu Yu to fulfill his bet. Did he gain a lot of points? A question came from the crowd. I don't think so. Lu Yu should have killed quite a few magical beasts even if he came out early. Lin Yi shouldn't be an opponent. Yeah, how did Lin Yi dare? Oh, I see. He must have come to try to confuse this bet on the basis of a confusing points ranking. That's brilliant. Among the crowd, there were voices of contempt and voices of praise, pushing the two into the center of public opinion for a while. Points. How dare you compare points with me? Do you know how many points I have? When Lu Yu saw that Lin Yi had sent himself to the door to compare points with himself, he was first angry, then slightly pleased. He was afraid that the other party would find an excuse to escape because of too few points, but he didn't think that the other party would actually take the initiative to come to his door. With that, he unfolded his points ranking. See, I'm in 7th place, and I have a full 20 points. Points could only see his own ranking, so he felt that he had definitely surpassed Lin Yi. 7th, Lin Yi also let go of part of his panel, which had the word first written above it. First? Oh my god, wait, how many zeros is that? 1300 plus points? Did this guy slaughter half of the secret realm? How is this possible? With a no-good kobold? Yeah, how is that possible? Could it be that Lu Yu lost this bet? The crowd was shocked. How could they not expect Lin Yi to actually be number one? And, with such high points, you kid, are you cheating? Lu Yu was equally shocked, but then, he thought about how stupid he was. Damn, I almost let you confuse me. Kid, it seems like you're the beneficiary after the points ranking chaos. No wonder you dared to come to me. Anger ran rampant and it felt like he was being played. It turned out that the other party was the beneficiary after the points chaos, so no wonder they dared to come to themselves. However, how could one really hand over the qualifications for the Mining Iron Mystic Realm? The Mining Iron Mystic Realm. This was a black iron grade mystic realm. A good place to choose and train your own imperial beasts later. It's a good thing he didn't take it upon himself to go to the other side and ask for $200. 000, but he actually tried to hack his own spot. Kid, it's already written on the notice that there's a problem with the secret realm ranking, so this bet doesn't count. Count yourself lucky. I'll give you the money that originally belonged to you, but the qualification for the Mining Iron secret realm, don't even think about it. After saying that, Lu Yu turned around and was about to leave. Why? It looks like you want to renege on your debt. Lin Yi stopped in front of the other party, spatial ripples floating behind him, with a tendency to summon imperial beasts at the drop of a hat. Yes, even though there was a problem with the rankings, but a bet is a bet after all, and this Lu Yu should fulfill it. Why? The points ranking system is broken. How can it fulfill the bet? The crowd was divided and everyone had their own opinion. Kid, you seek death. The same spatial ripples flickered behind Lu Yu, and a huge mountain opening bear jumped out. A C-ranked open bear. The crowd backed up at this scene. I didn't think you were actually prepared to renege on your debt. Lin Yi had just left the secret realm and didn't realize that the city lord had publicized the failure of the name rankings and had taken the initiative to hide this ranking. He only felt that the man in front of him was trying to renege on his debt. Gah! The slightly wise-eyed kobold appeared before the crowd. It's really a kobold. How dare he take it out? Voices of contempt continued in the crowd. Kobolds. This kobold. Ruyan Lu stared at the kobold from amongst the group. Somehow, this kobold always looked a little familiar to her. It's too similar to those kobolds in the secret realm. This is the Goblin Sentinel? Why would I feel fear from amongst a kobold? As Lu Ruyan's body trembled, she sensed that something seemed wrong with the problem. She asked around, wanting to know about the bet between the duo of Lu Yu and Lin Yi. Little Sable, if Brother E is in danger later, you must go up and help him. Don't be afraid. We're all members of the Lu family. Lu Yu won't lay a hand on us. It's not the open bears you're afraid of. It's the kobolds? Ning looked at his imperial beast in dismay. He originally summoned it because he was afraid that Lin Yi would suffer. But, how is it that at this moment, his own imperial beast is telling himself that this goblin is very strong? Isn't that just a kobold? Ning didn't understand. Damn it, why is fear coming from my Kaiser bear? Lu Yu likewise looked at his imperial beast with some surprise. His Kaishan bear was ferocious when it first came out, but how did it wilt like that after knowing his opponent? Move, you move, rip that weak kobold to shreds. What are you doing? Kaiser bear covered his ass and didn't move at all, which made him write a bit. While he was at a loss for words, Ruyan Lu spoke up. Lu Yu, give the money to Lin Yi. Lu Ruyan ordered for the first time using her own identity after understanding what happened. What? Missy I. Lu Yu was surprised that Lu Ruyan would help an outsider. Hasn't the Lu family always been protective of their shortcomings? He still wanted to struggle, but he heard the former once again say in a commanding tone, I said give him his money back. I'll let it go if you misinterpret me, but a lost bet is a lost bet. Return the item to him. But, Missy, if I lose, then the quota for the Mining Iron secret realm will be. The quota is yours. If there is a need you can always enter the secret realm through the Lu family's channels. Ruyan Lu directly addressed Lin Yi. Just because she's a strong woman doesn't mean she's unreasonable. And, Lin Yi's kobolds always give themselves a strange feeling. It's as if, his points are not from a ranking glitch after the abyssal invasion. Rather, it really is acquired on strength. As unbelievable as this felt, she didn't want to take any chances. Finally, under the pressure of Miss Lu's family and the resisting commands of the open mountain bear, Lu Yu gave the money to Lin Yi, but Lin Yi turned it around and gave it to Ning. Lin Yi, can I ask you a question? Ruyan Lu suddenly spoke. What a question. What level is your sentinel beast talent? 16, parents are dead right. I get it. What rank? Lin Yi was slightly silent when confronted with this question. He thought for a moment, then replied, to advanced. To advanced? What level of talent is this? Why haven't I heard of it? Ruyan Lu frowned. Could it be a legendary level talent? I don't think so. The probability of a legendary level talent appearing is just too small. How could it possibly descend on the tiny Acropolis? Above God level. Lin Yi said sincerely. Ruyan Lu. Mud. Boy. Trick us. When Lu Yu heard this kind of reply, he subconsciously had to step forward to faithfully protect his master and teach this ungrateful brat a lesson for Lu Ruyan. but the next second it shrunk back. His own imperial beast, with his sore ass and a bit of poor health, will be spared for the day. That's fine. Just don't tell me if you don't want to. Ruyan Lu was not surprised by this. There were many kinds of talents, many of which were very peculiar and needed to be kept secret. Guess it's the latter on the other side. It's not unusual for a powerful talent to need to be kept secret. The Willow family has no intention of making an enemy of you, and your brother is also a member of our family, so I hope there will be a day in the future when we can work together. Ruyan Lu opened her mouth. No one would believe me if I told the truth. Linny scratched his head. He really wasn't lying. Miss, is this boy worth treating you like this? Lu Yu was still ready to speak, but he was stopped by Lu Ruyan. Let's go. There's a problem with the secret realm here. We need to quickly go to the borderlands to upgrade before we can do so. Right. She had just turned around, but then something occurred to her. If you're out so early, you should be going to the borderlands as well, right? When there was a problem in the secret realm, people with a little bit of strength would head to the rest of the places where they could practice leveling to upgrade. Linny should be in the same situation. Yes, Lin Yi nodded. What district are you going to? District 6, Linny said. There were 2 borderlands closest to their place, one in District 12 and one in District 6. Compared to the 12 districts, the 6 districts had more demons and were more suited to them. Zone 6. Sure enough, he's very confident. It looks like the talent level is at least epic level. Lu Ruyan was silent for a moment and turned to the person beside her. Come on, let's go to District 6 too. Hey, it's still big schoolgirl Lu who's kind-hearted, actually really gave the money to Linny. Yeah, but this Linny is also a true man. What comes from a brother is returned to a brother. But why isn't that Ning talking? It doesn't feel like he likes to talk very much. He's an honest man. Hey guys, look, the City Lord's mansion's people are here, and the one leading them seems to be on good terms with Lu Yu. I go, this Lu Yu is sinister enough. The money is given to others still find fault afterward? Not so much. The City Lord's mansion is still out for this? What's impossible? If the people from the City Lord's office aren't here to ask for money, what can they be doing? It can't be because Linny came first in points to give Linny an award, can it? This is absolutely impossible. The points system is having problems. It's not certain if there's a prize this time. Yeah, it's definitely because of Ryu. I'll tell you guys quietly, this Lu Yu has a genius sister. He's been doing whatever he can to make money and get stronger in order to catch up with his sister for a long time now. And this kind of person can't do anything. Then it looks like Linny is going to be miserable. The crowd shook their heads, sympathizing with the poor schoolboy. Being powerless and still without strength, it is indeed easy to be bullied. You mean, this is my reward? In the City Lord's mansion, Linny looked at the storage ring in his hand with some surprise. The storage ring, being a spatial containment apparatus, was worth millions in itself, but it was not a reward from the City Lord. The real reward that the other party had given himself was in this ring. 10 copies of the core parts of an unknown Imperial Beast. From the fluctuations, it was of a first-ranked Black Iron Grade Imperial Beast. The key part of a first-ranked Black Iron Grade Imperial Beast. The cheapest one of these things I can remember is 300,000, right? In other words, this time, the reward from the City Lord is worth at least 3 million? That's a $4 million reward if you add in the ring itself. 4 million? This was a result that an ordinary Black Iron ranked Imperial Beastmaster could not necessarily obtain even if he worked hard for several years. The gift is precious, but why give it to yourself? Doesn't the secret world close in 2 days? Also, I thought there was a problem with the points system? Linny looked at the gentleman in front of him who liked to squint his eyes with a face full of questions. Of course it's your reward. With your current points no one can surpass you in 2 days. The City Lord smiled. What's in this ring is the key core part of the Iron Dragon Beast, which allows the Imperial Beast to comprehend the Iron Eclipse or Iron Arm skill. There are 10 copies of the material. It should be enough for you to comprehend it, but it's usually the Iron Arm skill that's comprehended. An Iron Eclipse is rare, the City Lord said with a smile, but these words caused Linny to be shocked once again. Iron Arm, Iron Food. These 2 skills were the Iron Dragon Beast's famous skills. As for the Iron Dragon Beast, it was a gold-level magical beast, and I heard that it also contained a hint of platinum bloodline, so such a skill was naturally sky-high. Linny had misestimated the value of the materials in this ring. This 10 points of Iron Dragon Beast core was worth at least $20 million. It's only the first place in the secret realm. The City Lord rewards so generously? But, Lord City Lord, didn't you say that the secret realm point system is damaged? This, Linny didn't understand. Hey, it's broken, but this is your grade before it was broken, so it naturally counts. The City Lord smiled and said, he's long been a lightweight when it comes to human affairs. The reason why he said that the ranking points were confusing was to help Linny hide his identity as an illegitimate child. And the other person asked that just to see what kind of a reason he could find. He gets it. He gets it all. Such a coincidence? Linny frowned slightly, always feeling something strange. That's a lot of reward value and a lot of coincidences. Not coincidentally. Not coincidentally. As long as you mention me more or less twice in front of my father, the lord of the city said. Father of the house? This time Linny was even more confused. Your own parents died when he was 10 years old. A demonic invasion took his parents away, and since then, he too has gone from a family of imperial beastmasters to a commoner. Lord City Lord, have you misunderstood something? Both of my parents died in that demonic invasion 10 years ago. Oh, it's my fault for saying that. The city lord immediately changed his words, saying that he had just made a polite remark, and that it was actually like that for every reward. A bastard is a child whose parents are dead, so it's better to arrange for his return later on. He gets it. He gets it all. 17 goblins are looking at you. Looks like you're really hungry. The 6th district of the Borderlands. This place was originally the remains of the battlefield left behind after the Great War confrontation between Huaxia and the Abyss, but it had not yet been completely purified because of the richness of the power of the Abyss. The power of the Abyss will continue to gather and attract the attention of abyssal demons, and if left unchecked for a long time, new abyssal places will be formed. Therefore, the Chinese military would organize regular removal of demons for the purpose of purification. The majority of these personnel, however, came from the sons of families who went out to practice and civilian imperial beastmasters who were not highly ranked. The left ear of the demon is to be cut off after slaying the beast for proof of military service. You can use the badge to call for help if your life is in danger. The speakers handed out badges to each person as they explained the program. Remember, this is a real battlefield. Don't joke with your life. While badges can call for help, our rescuers may not always be able to reach the battlefield first, so try not to put yourself in danger. After saying that, he scanned the circle of people who had come to participate in the purging operation this time. Most of these were newcomers who had just summoned imperial beasts not long ago, and amongst most of these, a large portion were family members, and only a very few were individual civilian imperial beast masters. It would be dangerous for a newbie imperial beast master to participate in a purging and purification operation like this one in the Borderlands, but there was no way around it, and every year at the time of the entrance exams, people would come here to earn experience. The children of the family came to take advantage of the conditions of the many magical creatures here to upgrade, while the children of the commoners were fighting to see if they could get into a decent academy. With a sigh, he commanded, given the number of newcomers you have here, my advice is not to go it alone. Team up as much as possible. If you don't have a team, you can choose to hire a professional Imperial Beastmaster clearing team, but come to me to register afterward. With that, he looked over at a couple of old greasers on the sidelines. These guys were also civilian sentinels, and were still in the sentinels that often operated in the 6th district. Every time the gauntlet comes around, they take on the task of protecting newbies and helping to brush up their military skills for a hefty fee. Okay, next, everyone come to me and choose a removal route, and then the purification can begin. The soldier finished announcing the dismissal, leaving everyone free to form teams. Linny was going to pick a route immediately after listening in it. Hey, wait, you're a civilian Imperial Beast Master too, right? Do you want to team up with me? My Imperial Beast is a C-ranked Sangyan Tiger with decent combat abilities, a civilian Imperial Beast Master said after stopping Linny. Want to team up with me? Linny was a bit surprised. My Imperial Beasts aren't as handsome as yours. The reason he went to pick up the purification route in the first time wasn't because he wanted to be too big to go it alone. Rather, he knew that his Imperial Beast was special and he expected it to be difficult to find his teammates, so he just skipped the part of finding his teammates. Not as handsome as mine is quite a euphemism. The man froze for a moment, then understood what Linny meant. Presumably the Imperial Beasts weren't as powerful as his own, so he felt that he couldn't find a teammate to say that. Weaker than my C-rank, D-rank Imperial Beast? He nodded, reassuringly. It's okay, we're all civilian Imperial Beastmasters. D-ranks are quite common, so team up together and more or less take care of each other, he said, and laughed at himself. Those hired Imperial Beastmasters are too expensive, and I can't afford to hire them. After saying that he didn't mind the other person, and then saying that he didn't have any money either, he was confident that he could draw close to Linny and should be able to successfully form a team. Linny said helplessly, my Imperial Beast is not D-rank, but S-rank, but my Imperial Beast is a kobold. Aha, it's okay, S-rank too. Wait, did you say S-rank? No, you said your Imperial Beast is a kobold? That man was shocked for a moment, twice looking at Linny with a look of extreme dismay. Yes, Goblin. Linny nodded helplessly. He knew that was the case, which is why he wasn't going to pick his teammates. Then, I'm sorry, class, I might have a few more things to do, that gentle youth spoke euphemistically, only with a helpless and ugly look on his face. He didn't mind civilian Imperial Beast Masters, nor did he mind D-rank Imperial Beasts. Even if Lin Yi's Imperial Beast was E-rank he could accept it. But on the contrary, the opponent's Imperial Beast was actually F-ranked, and it was still the lowest ranked goblin. That makes it unacceptable to myself. Not only would this goblin not be of any help, but he would also be dragging himself down, and there was no way he would team up with this kind of person. Hey, the Imperial Beasts are goblins and still come here. It seems like they really want to cross classes. The man gave a heartfelt sigh of relief that it was not easy to be a commoner. Then he apologized again and left. Kid, want to accept our protection? After the former had gone, a group of burly men gathered around. The leader, a black iron grade Imperial Beast Master, said to the other party, I heard you, your Imperial Beast is a kobold, and such Imperial Beasts don't have any survivability. But that doesn't mean you can't upgrade and get into college. I'll help you move up at least one level in the Borderlands if you hire us. With that, the man held out a rough finger. Just $500,000 will do. I'm sorry, I have no intention of hiring a sentinel. Linny shook his head. His own kobolds alone were an entire army, didn't need to spend money to hire someone else, even if they were black iron ranked. Kid, think about it, if you don't hire me now, you'll have to double the cost of your next hire. The burly man said, thanks, but I can't use it. Linny politely declined. Grass, it's true that the poorer you are, the more you pretend. The burly man cursed and walked away. Goblins don't need protection yet. What's the point of pretending? You'll know how weak you are when you meet a demon. For a time, everyone subconsciously moved away from Linny, fearing that Linny would take the initiative to find them a team. Except, there is only one exception. The Imperial Beasts are kobolds. Just don't know what your talent is. On the side, Lu Ruyan was not the first to hunt the demons, but was teaming up with another young girl. The other party is also a family man, and is in a family that is a bit higher than his own Lu family, which is arranged by his father for himself. Both sides hunting demons together would also promote the relationship between the two families. This was the first step for the Lu family to get out of the Acropolis. What? Is MS Willow still interested in kobolds? Shin Xingqing on the side slightly sneered at this scene. She had heard Lin Yi's discussion just now, but she hadn't laughed out of it due to the etiquette of the nobles. But goblins, something like that actually wanted to come here and reverse the world. The quality of these civilians is really getting low. The hard-to-conceal disdain under her eyes continued to show, and she skimmed her head in disgust. Yeah, I'm kind of interested in his kobolds. Ruyan Lu, however, did not shy away from saying, Ha, you. Shin Xingqing unexpectedly turned her head, but she saw a serious face. This Lu Ruyan was really interested in goblins. How short of Imperial Beasts is her family when the kobolds are even looking at them? Shin Xingqing's eyes changed as she looked at the person in front of her, pulling down from the initial equality to disgust. This Lu family actually even looks at goblins. It really pulls down our family's name. I should have known to let father choose the Wang family. Shin Xingqing despised the Lu family from the bottom of her heart, but she didn't say anything because of the face of the nobles. 18. Cut your horse's ears. Summon the Imperial Beasts in advance before entering the secret realm. This was what Imperial Beast Masters below the Black Iron rank had to do, as they didn't have enough mental power to summon their Imperial Beasts in an instant. Their summons are often delayed by a second or two. Only, this summoning didn't matter. After the crowd saw that Lin Yi's Imperial Beast was really a goblin, and that this goblin wasn't too smart, scorn, contempt, and pity appeared all at the same time. During this time, the civilian student from before even persuaded Lin Yi once again. Although he couldn't bring Lin Yi along to upgrade and brush up on his military achievements, he didn't want to see Lin Yi die in this area either. Lin Yi once again refused, then resolutely entered it. Why judge a book by its cover? Lin Yi was slightly perplexed. His own goblin, although he didn't look too smart, was almost as strong as a pervert when it came to fighting. Forget it, for the next Imperial Beast, I must summon one with great strength and a handsome appearance, Lin Yi firmly said, sweeping his eyes over the surrounding area. The charred and blackened land were traces of large spells that had been cast, and amidst these traces, twisted trees grew strangely, like a demon. Roar! A low roaring rhino rushed over without saying a word after seeing Lin Yi. In the eyes of the demons, the people of the Blue Star were very valuable to devour, as if the people of the Blue Star could be upgraded by gaining experience from killing them. Demonic creatures could likewise enhance themselves after devouring the native human race of the Blue Star, or perhaps the Imperial Beasts. Without Lin Yi having to say anything, the goblin had already rushed up, pulling out a large mallet from his crotch and killing him in 3 or 2 blows. Your goblin has killed the level 8 demon, Low Roar Rhino, and you gain experience. 200. Note, you have killed the Iron Army Ant Queen Scion, and you are under the gaze of the Iron Army Ant Queen. Your kobold acquires a gene +1. Your kobold touches Jade Feet, +1% strength, +1% speed. Good lord, so much experience. Lin Yi was a bit surprised. This place was worthy of being the most suitable place for upgrading. Randomly killing a higher demon scion had given so much experience. But how is it so strange that the answer is a rhinoceros? Never mind. This is the abyss. And demons are rather strange if they aren't strange enough. During Lin Yi's musings, the kobold touched towards the low-roaring rhino's jeans with a wicked grin on his face. Who would have thought that it was such an obscene fellow that easily killed the low-roaring rhinoceros that needed 2 or 3 people to surround it for half a day in order to kill it? And the kills were easy. There were encounters with magical creatures around 100 meters. It seems like the density of magical creatures here is high. Lin Yi smiled, feeling that he had definitely gained a lot from this trip. Perhaps, in the next 9 days, before entering the university, he or she could reach the Black Iron level Imperial Beast Master. Here, eat this. Lin Yi took out the core of the Iron Dragon Beast in his storage ring, a beating steel heart. This thing was from a gold-level ferocious beast with a hint of platinum bloodline. 10 materials, and I don't know if I can successfully learn the skill. Lin Yi said with some concern. Imperial beasts can learn each other's skills by devouring the core of a magical creature, but this probability is generally extremely low. This was because it had a great deal to do with the attribute fit, the enlightenment of the Imperial beasts, or the magical beasts themselves. As a result, if an Imperial Beast Master wants to cultivate the skill of an Imperial Beast, he often needs to prepare 10 to 30 copies of the material before he can succeed. This is one of the main places where the Sentinel spends his money. A powerful Imperial Beast must possess many skills, and learning to comprehend them all is an extremely costly endeavor. Your Imperial Beast Goblin. Having devoured the core of the Iron Dragon Beast, your Goblin has comprehended the Iron Eclipse skill. Lin Yi? He was just worried about whether his Goblin could get the Iron Arm skill amongst the 10 materials, but it turned out that he got the Iron Eclipse skill with just 1 material? Lin Yi felt that this seemed a bit dreamy. Collaboration skills. 1 shot? And it's still an Iron Eclipse, not an Iron Arm. Although the Iron Dragon Beast had 2 core skills, the value of these 2 core skills was completely different. Iron Arms, which allows the defensive steel attached to the top of the Imperial Beast's limbs to be increased while the attack power is also increased drastically. It's an excellent skill set for a supply-side juggling act. As for Iron Eclipse, this skill is not useful in the early stages, as he can just devour steel and metal minerals, but with constant devouring, after reaching a critical point, his entire body could be steeled. That is, the whole body can have the same effect as a painful Iron Arm. Iron Eclipse skill. Legend has it that someone devoured hundreds of copies of this skill in order to try to obtain it, but nothing came of it. This Goblin, it's so accurate, isn't it? At this moment, Lin Yi once again revealed a look of relief. See, I told you my kobold wasn't melon-like at all, and when it comes to real combat-related things, he excels by a mile. Lin Yi was elated while handing over the second core to the kobold. Sure enough, the next second, your Imperial Beast Goblin, devouring the core of the Iron Dragon Beast. Your Goblin has comprehended the skill, Iron Arm. Sure enough, my Goblin Gnosis is against all odds, Lin Yi exclaimed again. In just 2 devourings, he had gotten his hands on both of the Iron Dragon Beast's core skills. If the rest of the people were to be replaced, it would probably be impossible without a 200 copies of the core material. My good man, you are saving me money. Lin Yi thought that he would only need 1 core material when he cultivated Imperial Beasts in the future, instantly feeling that everything was better. His own Imperial Beasts are too provincial. While rejoicing, he suddenly realized that a few more magical creatures had appeared around him at some point, namely the tusked bear pig, the headless horseman, and his old friend, the low-roar rhinoceros. And of those 3 demons, 2 of them had their sights set on himself personally. Demonic creatures are not cuties. They also knew that if they prioritized killing the Imperial Beast Master, they could make the powerful Imperial Beast suffer a backlash, thus killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This was the reason why most Imperial Beast Masters had to form a group until they reached the Black Iron rank to have a second Imperial Beast. Only, this wasn't a problem for Lin Yi, only to see that the kobold had begun to vomit. A giant egg appears in the middle of the battlefield, followed by a brand new Black Goblin Squire. Because he knew the dangers of this place, he had stored up a sufficient amount of genes to summon a squire before he came. Lin Yi was looking at the 3 demonic creatures in front of him and made a mistake. The tusked bear pig and the low-roar rhinoceros were no problem, but this headless horseman. How do you cut off the other guy's ear and turn it in when you don't even have a head? Suddenly, his gaze shifted down to see the dead corpse horned horse at his opponent's hip. Hey, this seems to work. If you don't have ears, I'll cut your horse's ears. Kobolds, come on. Lin Yi gave the order, while the kobold instantly disappeared in place. 19. Compare me to giving birth to a child. Professional counterpart, isn't it? The black kobold guarded Lin Yi's side, and the insta-kobold immediately stepped forward. Perhaps because of Lin Yi's thinking, he locked onto the headless horseman's crotch at the first opportunity. The one-horned horse. Kaku. A rod fell, knocking away the headless horseman at the same time. The unicorn horse's head was also smashed to pieces, of which, the left ear was intact. Roar! The tusked bear pig took advantage of this scene to crash into the kobold proper, and the kobold body did not dodge. His arm above the color of iron blue, he hard received the opponent's attack. The kobold's combat comprehension was excellent, and the first time he had the iron arm skill, he used it very naturally, without the slightest break-in period. Stiffly resisting this attack, he flung the tusked bear pig away, revealing a weak spot, followed by a large stick through into the genetic location. Roar! An agonized and mournful cry. Tusked bear pig, half pawn, and at this time, the low-roaring rhinoceros also arrived in front of Lin Yi. Because he hadn't reached the black iron rank, he didn't inherit skills from the imperial beasts and couldn't fight on the field himself. He took a step back, granting the black kobold enough room to fight in a 1-to-7 fight. Because he was surrounded by 3 people at birth, he named his opponent 1-dozen-7. What a wonderful expectation. Roar! Low Howl Rhino let out a low growl and then charged. But a dozen of the 7 themselves possessed the genes for spiders, lanyards, and land octopuses. He had a natural advantage against such a charge. Black tentacles reached out from the ground to bind the former firmly, reaching into mouth, nostrils, genes. Although squire kobolds cannot acquire genes through touch, the trait of liking hips is inherited along with it. Soon, a dozen or 7 solved the low roar rhino. Your goblin has killed the level 7 wraith low roar rhinoceros, and you have gained experience, 170. Note, your presence delights the Iron Army Ant Queen. Only 1 kill recorded? Lin Yi looked up with some surprise. According to normal circumstances, after the goblin squire had resolved the battle, his goblin body should have resolved the battle as well. Lin Yi shifted his gaze, and then, saw a scene of dismay. Since there were no more horses, all the headless horsemen started riding pigs. At the moment, he was riding a tusked bear pig and being chased around by kobolds. 2 demonic creatures that don't know each other have joined forces? Devils and demons don't move to kill each other, but they are wary of each other or are in a food chain relationship. Why do these 2 guys fit together so naturally? They're not even the same race. Your goblin has slain a level 8 magical beast, the tusked bear pig, and you have gained 200 experience. Note, you overpowered the Iron Army Ant Queen's children, and the Iron Army Ant Queen will retaliate against you. Your kobolds have killed the level 9 magic creature, the Headless Horseman, and you have gained experience 251. Note, the queen detected the scent of the Iron Dragon Beast, and the queen developed greed. Are all of these children of the Iron Army Ant Queen? Lin Yi was a bit surprised. If these are the sons and daughters of the Iron Army Ant Queen, it would make sense for the pigs and knights to join forces. But what kind of existence was this Iron Army Ant Queen? Obviously an ant. Why could it give birth to so many different species? That's a big leap, isn't it? And what does this Ant Queen mean? Eyeing my Iron Dragon Beast core? He had only taken out the Iron Dragon Beast core for a moment just now for the kobolds to devour, and the other party had actually felt it? This guy is really sharp. However, I haven't lost yet compared to fighting in a group. At Lin Yi's gesture, the left ears of several demons were cut off. Because these magical creatures didn't reach the black iron level, it was a pity that they wouldn't give birth to parts that contained key skills. Wretch! Eggshells appear and another kobold is born. Since this what's-her-name Ant Queen had set her sights on him, he took the initiative to go to the other side. Anyway, how many people on the other side he didn't have know, but here on his own, that's definitely more and more the more he fights. Lin Yi thought of this and began to push deeper. At the same time, the land of the frontier army. In the camp, a man clad in a jacket with 2 scratchy badges on his chest appeared out of nowhere in the camp control center. The moment the opponent appeared, the experts who stayed behind reacted instantly, but then he backed away after seeing the 2 scratched badges on his opponent's chest. Meet the officer. May I ask what the officer needs? The head of the control center came forward and saluted. The other man's badge identified him. In the military, there are so many badges: stars, moons, claw marks, and corona. The stars represent that the other party has saved at least 1,000 lives and belongs to the merit above the first class. The moon, on the other hand, represents that the other person has saved at least 10,000 people and had eliminated a huge security risk for the country. And the claw marks. These claw marks should have landed on top of the Chinese land, but at this moment, they landed on top of the badge on the other party's chest. This represented that the other party had once saved the Chinese side of the land, and prevented the sharp claws of the abyss from remaining on top of the blue star. The man in front of him had saved the land of China twice, which had to make the commander respect. It's okay, you guys just keep doing what you're doing. The power of the abyss doesn't always fall here. I'm just here just in case. The man casually found a seat and looked at the screen that monitored almost the entire battlefield. My lord, the power of the abyss? Are you saying that the Abyss may once again invade here? The commander's face was grim, even tense. If the will of the Abyss had noticed this place, then they had to be the first to call for help. They're just daily guards here, but they can't hold back the abyssal hordes. No, don't be nervous, it's just a precaution. If the Abyss is really preparing to invade this place, then it won't just be me who shows up here, but the army. The man with the claw mark badge said. Yes, understood. The commander nodded, aware of the current situation. The Abyss has been gradually rioting for the past few years, spilling portions of its authority every now and then, as if it were tempting and seducing the appearance of something, only he didn't succeed. No powerful creatures were born from those powers, except for the fact that they could bring some trouble to the nations and cause some polluted lands. However, Abyss happily did so. He kept dividing himself, kept dropping his authority, and although he was getting weaker in person, he didn't care. He can do whatever it takes until he actually catches that fish he wants. Even if it continues to be so divided, it is likely to be so weak that it will be wiped out by the native forces of the Blue Star. I hope there's nothing you want here either. The claw-marked man looked at the screen inside. If there was nothing here that Abyss wanted, he wouldn't have spilled his authority here. 20. Hey, invincible golden body. Your kobolds have killed 9 iron-armored bears, and you have gained 400 experience. Your goblin squire has killed a level 7 ghost-faced demon spider, and you have gained 200 experience. Your kobold kills. You've been upgraded. Name, Lin E. Imperial Beast level, 5. Imperial Beast, Kobold. Number of attendants, 100. Talent, the Supreme Word. Supreme Word, every time you level up, you can randomly select a divine word, which can be given to a summoned beast. Note, summoned beast loyalty will be increased to 100% after the word is given. Upgrading so quickly, it's worthy of being the land of the border army. Linny lamented that the upgrading speed here was actually so fast. A few hours was about the same as a day in the secret realm. Looking at his elevated rank, he knew that it was time for another bet. This time, he must draw good words. You have been given a chance to summon the word. Please ask if you want to summon it? Yes. Linny clicked down, then looked at his page prayerfully. Not Loki, not Hera, a proper god. A proper god. The gods are being drawn for you, and you have gained the gaze of the god of drama. Loki, you have drawn the word. Turtlefly curse. Note, hey, karma. Oh, this curse is pretty fun too. Grr, why is this immodest guy again? Linny looked at his panel almost helplessly, and although he prayed at one point, he still drew Loki. The turtlefly curse? It can't be a thing like a counterspell, can it? Linny subconsciously looked towards the goblin. The other party is devouring berries at the moment. Your kobold is feeding. Hunger +1+1++1. Your kobold is about to starve to death. Linny, this is the effect of the counterspell, where everything is reversed, as it is now, and the kobolds need to eat to keep themselves from being propped up. Because his satiety level is increasing without eating. There's also the fact that when attacked, he doesn't take damage, but instead gets cool for a bit and gets healed. Of course, it can't be exposed to attacks all the time, because that would cool the kobolds down, and milk them. This bull ***** phrase. You say he's useless, this thing seems to have some use. Your kobold is slacking off. You gain experience in cultivation +1+1, but you'd say it's useful, right? It hasn't been formally developed myself yet. He wasn't sure yet what it would take to make the most of this counterspell. He even thought about giving the word invoke disaster to the kobolds. However, after thinking about it, if the power of inviting disasters to come was too great, it was estimated that one's imperial beasts would be cooled to death by the invoked disasters. Never mind, it's good to come and see. Although Linny was helpless, he still clicked on the introduction of the turtlefly spell. Turtlefly spell will fold dislocated space and slow itself down 50 times. Note, it's a turtle and a fly. How you utilize it is up to you. Slow yourself down 50 times? This nigga. Stand still and let someone hit you? Linny has one head and 2 big heads. This phrase seems to be the most useless phrase he has ever seen, but it also seems to be the most useful phrase he has ever seen, because the phrase directly relates to the space department. Folding space, even with the negative buff of slowing down 50 times should be worth it. Linny clenched his teeth and bestowed the new god-level phrase on the goblins. Your kobold has the word. Turtlefly spell. Hey. After feeling that new power inside of him, the kobold hemmed and hawed a few times looking excited. Gah. The kobold came in a hyped voice, his experience wanting to find someone really something. Well, go away and check out your new phrase. Linny was a bit helpless, but still followed with the 5 goblin servants he had with him. Although the number of his own kobolds summoned had reached over 100, he had not kept them all together. Instead, groups of 5 spread out all over the place. For one thing, this would make it easier to find the location of the Iron Army Ant Queen, and for another, it would allow them to kill more demons. The second was that most of the magical creatures here possessed intelligence. Even if they were kobolds, if they exceeded a certain number they would cautiously avoid them. It would be better to spread out the attendants so that between each of their small groups they would all become dons, and there would always be unknowing demons coming to their door. Roar! Not more than 1,000 meters away. A creature that was as large as a small mountain, but had rotting flesh and was covered in strange patterns overall appeared in front of Linny in a panic. The necromancer. Very few intelligent underground demons, once human, were infected and giganticized by the abyss to become demons after their deaths. When the kobold saw the fleeing necromancer, without saying a word, he spat at his opponent and then turned on his turtle fly body. Golden strokes were generated, and his entire person stood like a small golden man. Wait, this is the time to turn it on not. Linny was just about to say that opening the turtle fly body at this time wasn't just a mere target. However, a bizarre scene appeared. As that necromancer's huge body was attacking the kobolds, his hand actually penetrated through. Is this folding space? At this moment, Linny seemed to understand what the so-called folded space meant. The kobolds were in a different space, even though they were slowed down 50 times. In this way, even if the opponent's attack was strong, it would be impossible to hit someone from a different spatial dimension. This is invincible defense. Linny looked at the kobold in front of him that was glittering with golden tracery, and somehow, a very fitting skill suddenly came to mind. Invincible golden body? Roar! The corpse demon was puzzled. The corpse demon was anxious. The enemy was obviously standing right here, but he couldn't attack. Huge palms slapped back and forth, while the kobold just hemmed and hawed. Invincible golden body. Roar! The corpse demon that was already in a state of fleeing is now even more panicked. Don't get it. Don't understand. This guy can't hit, but there's someone else chasing after him. After some thought, he chose to continue his escape. Only, as the kobold saw the necromancer's unwillingness to cooperate with him, a large rod was taken out of his crotch and then pounded. The level 7 corpse demon Ben was killed in one move. With today's goblin, although only level 5, but his bloodline is S level with his current strength. Even the black iron level magical beasts have a battle. Under level 10 is almost always the result of seconds. This necromancer seems to have scars on his body. Linny looked at the corpse demon that had fallen to the ground with some surprise. The kobold squire has moved up to harvest the necromancer's left ear. Stop! A roar, followed closely by a bear growl. Several familiar figures appeared in front of Linny. It was, precisely, the Lu family personnel led by Lu Yu and Ning Jiao. Brother E? 21, my Kaishan bear has an upset stomach today. Why are you here? Linny looked at Ning in disbelief. Could it be that Ruyan Lu had unintentionally chosen the same purification route as himself? The evolutionary route thing is going to overlap, because demons don't stand in a fixed position, so they need to be cross-purified. Our young lady together with the Shin family discovered a special black iron grade demonic king. We are responsible for clearing the peripheral demons, Ning said. So that's how it is. A special black iron grade king shouldn't be a black army ant queen, right? Linny first pondered, then shook his head. However, there were many demonic creatures in the borderlands, and sometimes one could even see the scene of two demonic kings gathering together. He and Ruyan Lu shouldn't be staring at the same demonic creature. This guy took our loot, the man from the Lu clan behind him warned. During their conversation, the kobold squire was already cutting the necromancer's left ear. It was important to realize that the most valuable thing a demonic creature could have before it reached the black iron level was the left ear's military service. Stop, Lin E, we discovered and injured this corpse demon first. You head picker, you're not qualified to take our loot. Lu Yu immediately chided. Gah! The goblin servant beside Linny revealed a ferocious expression after hearing those words, ready to attack at a moment's notice. The kobold proper, on the other hand, chose to ignore it, as he was in the process of acquiring the genes of the necromancer. Grr, why is this thing touching the necromancer's ass? So sinister, so disgusting, so weird. Behind them, the people of the Lu clan all had a chill in their hearts as they watched this scene somehow. What? You're going to intercept my open mountain bear with just a few kobolds? Lu Yu revealed a snort after seeing the other party's kobolds baring their teeth. The opponent had 6 goblins, which would be Lin Yi's talent. And this guy should have gotten here with that same talent. What a crap talent. Sure enough, rotten oranges are rotten oranges everywhere they go. This kind of imperial beast, even if there were 10 more of them, they wouldn't be a match for their own mountain opening bear. Summoning more kobolds, does that talent do anything? It's not like summoning hundreds of them in one breath. Just 6. This kind of quantity, not to mention their own open mountain bears, even the corpse demon opponent can't beat it. If he and the others hadn't injured the corpse demon first, Lin Yi was afraid that he would have been massacred by the corpse demon. And he and the others had helped Lin Yi in this way. Yet, instead of being grateful, he wanted to snatch the spoils of war from himself and the others. Grab your loot. What? Are you the king of the necromantic horde? Lin Yi laughed coldly. The demonic creatures of the borderlands have always been counted as whoever kills them. When did it ever come to such a thing as belonging? What? Are you the king demon of the corpse demon tribe? You boy, looking for death? Lu Yu's face darkened, knowing that he couldn't say anything about the former, and looked to let the open mountain bear speak with strength. Wait, Lu Yu, this military honor is on my head, consider it my share. Ning said. The Lu clan would cultivate caged birds to better assist Rui and Lu after entering the academy, and as such, Ning and Lu Yu were also given a certain amount of demonic rationing, and at the moment, it was clear that Ning wanted to put things to rest. Count as your quota? So did you get the upgrades? Has your imperial beast gotten stronger? You're cheating the Lu family and wasting its public resources. Lu Yu snorted coldly and rebuked. Lin Yi, I'm not going to make things difficult for you, for the sake of Ning Jiao Our Lady. As long as you return the item to me and apologize to us, the matter of the experience will be settled. After he finished speaking, the surrounding Windhound wolves came forward together and surrounded Lin Yi's goblin servant in a circle. No, don't do that. I'll make up for the lack of experience. I'll let the subterranean shadow ferret hunt alone to replenish that portion of the consumption. Ning hurriedly said. You make up? Don't forget your identity. Within 10 years, you belong to the Lu family. Everything you are belongs to the Ryu family, including your private actions. Lu Yu once again said. Spread out. I'm going to teach this kid a lesson today. With that said, he gave orders to his open bear. Roar! The open mountain bear hissed and stepped forward. It was at this moment that the busy kobold proper turned his head to look at the open mountain bear, followed by a sweeping glance around him. Roar! The open mountain bear lightly roared, and Lu Yu's face suddenly changed. What do you mean? Why is your stomach upset again? Why can't you fight again? There has always been nothing wrong with one's open bear, but today how? Lu Yu didn't understand, but fortunately, he had the rest of his subordinates. He gave a command to the people around him to let the opposing Windhound wolves make their move. But, then, the result is the same. Windhound wolf actually had diarrhea too. What's going on here? Could it be that they were collectively poisoned when they cleared the Black Iron Kings just now? Damn it, Lin Yi, this kid is so lucky. He hurriedly poured in the antidote potion, but the Kaiser bear had no intention of continuing the fight. Still a rough indication that he has an upset stomach. Damn. This. The harsh words that Lu Yu had just let out were instantly extinguished. Without the help of the imperial beasts, they were probably no match for Lin Yi. Although the kobolds were not strong in combat, it was extremely unwise to fight with kobolds in such a dangerous place. Goblins had the sentinel space if they were injured, but they sentinel masters themselves could only recuperate if they were injured. Eventually, helplessly, he let out a cold snort and said, My Kaiser bear has an upset stomach, so count yourself lucky today. Let's go. After saying that, he led the Lu family crowd to leave in a hurry. They needed to return to the large group to find a safe place to resolve the toxins on their bodies. Brother E, I'll go first. Ning nodded in greeting, and then left together. Good. Lin Yi nodded his head while having the goblin memorize Lu Yu's scent. This good brother of his is just too honest. He is obviously in the same position, but in front of Lu Yu, he is like a supernumerary of the imperial wind-hunting wolves. Must find a place where no one is around to teach each other a good lesson. Lin Yi made up his mind, and the kobolds understood. At that moment, a kobold squire ran excitedly from the distance, rattling something under his breath. Oh, found that Iron Army Ant Queen? Lin Yi information. This Ant Queen had sent people to attack him from time to time, and this finally allowed him to find the other party's nest. Let's go. Gather all the goblins and let's go meet the Ant Queen. Lin Yi waved his many kobolds to follow. The kobold proper was even more of a jump after realizing there was going to be a fight, plus invincible gold, locking itself in mid-air in a demonstration. He seems to like this skill. 22. What's going on? Both sides are fighting more and more? Scorched black plains, huge anthills erected like fortresses. Only, strangely enough, what came out of this fortress was not ants, but all sorts of different and even irrelevant magical creatures. What the hell has this Ant Queen given birth to? Lin Yi looked at the group of hurried demons in disbelief. They seemed to be in a hurry and had their own goals. As an ant, he had actually given birth to a group of demons that were not of his own clan. Lin Yi was curious, but he didn't rush forward, because the number of magical creatures here was as high as 200, and also because the gathering of their own goblins was not complete. After dispersing, the kobolds need some time to come together. The strongest guy here is the Headless Horseman, with an average strength of level 8. But what are these demons doing? Why do you keep going out instead of keeping well to the side of your lair? Lin Yi was a bit puzzled, then dispatched the goblins to quietly follow him. A few moments later, the kobold returned and brought news. It turned out that the group of demons were actually attacking the territory of another demon king. No wonder it was such a rush. But, The place these guys are attacking shouldn't be that kingly power that Rui and Lu and the others are eyeing, right? Lin Yi thought of Lu Yu and the others before. Only, immediately, he dismissed it, because the Iron Army and Queen's army was 200. Then the number of demon kings fighting against him shouldn't differ too much from it. If the other party also had an army of around 200, then the Lu family and the Shin family alone shouldn't be its opponent. The two family heirs came out with around 30 attendants, which together wasn't even half as many as the others. Shouldn't risk an attack on a demon king of this level. Grrrrrrr. During Lin Yi's analysis, the kobold waited somewhat impatiently to urge, "Their people have arrived." More than 100 kobolds of various categories looked at the figures entering and exiting in the fortress with their eyes revealing a brilliant light. That's some fine genes. In their opinion, concentrate on that black iron level demonic creature first. Lin Yi sensed the impatience within the kobold and ordered him. The defense of this Ant Queen's fortress was very strict. Not only did it have more than 100 magical creatures routinely stationed there, but there were also black iron level magical creatures guarding the gates. Gah! The kobold nodded in understanding. A black iron level gorilla. He had actually been eyeing the other side for a long time. That's a fine ass. Fine genetics. Goblins, charge. With a strangled cry, the charge of the kobolds alone began. Goblins of all colors rushed down in a rush, like a flood that was hard to resist. More than 30 kobolds targeted themselves on that black iron level magical beast gorilla, and in just a few breaths, he was surrounded and killed. Your goblin has killed a level 12 gorilla, and you have gained 200 experience. Current experience, 1222/70. 000. Your goblin has killed a level 7 black sword knight. You gain experience 200. Your kobold kills. Your goblin is awesome. A single kill report was flashing in Lin Yi's panel, and his experience was growing by leaps and bounds. Gah! The kobold proper was groping the gorilla's buttocks for genetic data, and at this time out of nowhere some Iron Army ants actually tried to carry the body. Ha-ta, a thick mouthful of spit. Cool for a lot of Iron Army ants. It wasn't until he got a good feel for himself and gained a gene point and touch point that he left as he wished. Of course, the main task of the kobold proper is still to touch the genes. Battles and whatnot are enough with goblin squires, and he's mostly responsible for getting more and more squires. In a sense, the goblin proper is also a queen ant-like being. As long as he was around, as long as there were enough genetic resources around, then he could keep producing squires. Vomit. After touching the genes of 3 magical creatures he began his own production. A brand new sword-wielding kobold is born. As soon as he was born, he began to engage in battle. Kobolds don't necessarily have to devour eggshells for sustenance after they are born. It's just as easy to absorb key parts of an enemy, like the core of some magical creature, or the heart or something. Your goblin devours the black iron sword. Steel plus 0.05. Your goblin devours the black iron armor. Steel plus 0.01. Lin Yi turned his head at the sound, only to see that the goblin being was removing the armor and weapon of a black iron swordsman and feeding it into his mouth. This should be the effect of iron food. Iron Eclipse doesn't have as much of a roll up front as Iron Arm does, but Iron Eclipse wins because it can grow. With enough minerals and iron devoured, he could steal his entire body instead of limbs only. This is the reason why so many people would rather pay 100 times the resources to pursue the Iron Eclipse skill. And there are rumors that iron food can be advanced. Although the materials for advancement came from platinum-level demons very difficult to find, yet it still inflates his price. A gold-level super strong skill with the prospect of advancing to platinum. How could the crowd not be moved? This is one of the essential skills of many gentry in high society. Soon, as the goblins' genes were acquired, the number of goblin servants on top of the battlefield increased. It's just strange for Lin Yi that the magical creatures pouring out of the fortress seem to be more numerous as well. This is far more than the 200 one would expect. And the number keeps growing. It's like the Ant Queen is desperately trying to make an heir too. As time went on, the numbers on both sides had come from 200 and 100 to 300 and 150. It was strange to see the numbers on both sides grow larger and larger over the course of a battle. In response, Lin Yi frowned. He seemed to have misjudged the strength of this Iron Army Ant Queen. Although the opponent was a Black Iron ranked king, his overall strength far exceeded that Lan Yin Chao King in his own official secret realm. Not only are his subordinates stronger, but even he himself possesses the ability to reproduce quickly. Suddenly, roar! With a roar, a gorilla with spider legs on its back covered in black appeared in front of the crowd of kobolds. Is this that gorilla from earlier? Lin Yi looked at this newly appeared Black Iron ranked magical beast in dismay. This thing was 8 times similar to the Black Iron ranked magical beast he had told the goblins to prioritize killing. The only thing that's not similar is the spider legs on its back. With that said, he turned his gaze to the body from before wanting to make a comparison. But at this time he strangely realized that the gorilla's body had disappeared at some point. What's going on here? Where's the body? Linny didn't understand, but when he looked closely, he found the end. A group of small-sized iron army ants kept shuttling around the various parts of the battlefield, constantly transporting corpse after corpse. 23. You don't seem to be as fertile as I am. Both sides were fighting, but the corpses were getting fewer and fewer, and even, some of the corpses of the goblin servants were being transported away by this group of guys, and it was in the middle of the fortress that they were carrying for the purpose. The little things, because this iron army ant was so small, Linny didn't care about it, and even the goblins didn't really care about it. These iron army ants couldn't do much damage to the kobolds. They were only the size of a fist, not enough to threaten any of the creatures present until they became tens of thousands in size, and because of this, everyone ignored them. Gah! Linny did some searching and finally found what he was looking for in the corner of a battlefield. A kobold that had fused with the rest of the creatures but didn't listen to herself had appeared at some point in the queen's army. That is to say, that this kobold does not belong to himself, but is spawned by the ant queen. Remove this swarm of ants from the ground, Linny ordered to some of the kobolds. If it's a good guess, there should be a limit to the reproduction of this ant queen as well. As much as her own kobolds needed genes, what the ant queen needed would be these corpses on the ground. Gah! The kobolds attacked the iron army ants on the ground after receiving the order. The already weak iron army ants were mercilessly crushed, and the ant queen immediately dispatched the corresponding magical creatures to block the goblins' movement after sensing the situation. And this further confirmed the correctness of Lin Yi's conjecture. Although the queen had the intention to protect the corpses and the iron army ants, she was blocked by the kobolds. The strength of this group of magical creatures was only supposed to be D and E ranked, and although their rank was higher than the goblin servants, their overall strength was inferior to the goblin servants. Kobolds only need to acquire genes to make squires. Instead, the other side needed bodies to do so, preventing the acquisition of corpses. The number of opponents gradually declined. With this drop, the ant queen was even less of a match for the goblin. Compared to having a baby, you lose, Linny revealed a sneer. The other party didn't seem to be as fertile as his own goblin. Soon, as the battlefield advanced, there were fewer and fewer demons inside the fortress, and Linny was gradually approaching the fortress under the protection of the goblin servants. While approaching, Linny had some doubts. Why was this ant queen only a black iron rank when she had this ability to procreate? If he had this kind of ability, even just a few months should be enough to build a silver king's nest or even a gold king's nest, right? But why is the other person just a black iron? Does this ant queen have the rest of the limitations? Linny said with a slight guess. Humans could have talents, and so could demons, some of which also had talents. And, like the human race, the more powerful these talents are, the more restrictions they have. Ant queens are supposed to be in this category. It's just, even if so, then it's not a mix of black iron level. Could it be that this talent was recently awakened? At the same time, Beehive. Damn it, I was thinking that we would take advantage of the fight between the two races to reap the benefits. How come that other chaotic race isn't coming? In the middle of a mountain cave, Xinxingxing and Lu Ruyan and the others were barely able to resist the attack of the hive by virtue of the terrain. Their original plan was to let the two racial tribes fight amongst themselves, and then they would sit back and enjoy the benefits. Not only can we harvest the queen bee here, but we can also take the opportunity to take care of another colony. This way both he and Lu Ruyan could gain a considerable amount of experience. Even reaching level 3 directly was not impossible, but the reality is that one of the communities with a chaotic composition suddenly stopped coming for some reason. After the only remaining bit of troops were defeated and killed by the hive, their reinforcements inexplicably disappeared. This leads to them becoming the target of the queen bee's fury. Hold on just a little longer. I've sent out a distress signal. The rest of the noble team should come to our rescue if they're around, Ruyan Lu said. The plan was good, but the reality was cruel. They were besieged here by the hive, which was fine for a short period of time. Everyone's imperial beasts could resist, but if time went on, by the time this swarm of demonic berserkers and necromancers chiseled through the mountain and attacked from another place, they would surely be defeated. But, Ms. Willow, as far as I know, it seems that only civilians are choosing above this path. A young man in green clothes with a handsome white face said in a depressed manner. He was a caged bird belonging to Xinxingxing. Yeah, we even ran into that Lin Yi guy on our way back earlier. The strongest force here is feared to be that mercenary team. Lu Yu concurred. Because of the temporary choice to change the route, the only people who intersected and overlapped with this path were some civilians, and whether any of these civilians hired that team of professional upgrades, it is hard to say. After all, civilians are very stingy. Why don't I ask Brother E for help? Ning tried. His subtle shadow sable could submerge out, so as long as Lin Yi wasn't too far away to call for help it shouldn't be a problem. Forget it, let's just use your imperial beasts on finding the noble team, or look for that hired team. Xinxingxing, who was on the side, said, She really didn't want the other woman to waste her only chance on the damn civilians. What's the point of having such lowly people here? Come to die? That's just it. You might as well try to find a team. What's the point of looking for that ridiculous kobold? With just a few of his goblin squires, what can he do even if he's outnumbered? Same weaklings, same death at the touch. When the topic about Linny came up, Luyu struck without mercy, because this damn guy has pimped out 200,000 from himself by virtue of Missy's authority. This is the money to get stronger. This is the money to work hard to bring hope back to my sister. But it was lost because of a ing civilian. Wait, are you saying that you guys ran into Linny and that he has a large number of kobolds? Ruyan Lu suddenly vocalized her inquiry as she seemed to have thought of something. Yes, miss. The other party's talent is estimated to be the ability to summon goblin servants. Luyu snaps to no. He just happened to snatch one of our necromancers with a couple of his goblin squires when I waited to meet him. A few kobolds, gifted with summoning squires. Because of her previous guesses, Ruyan Lu didn't look down on Linny. On the contrary, she immediately associated it with the group of special mutated kobolds that appeared in the secret realm. Hey, Ruyan, you don't really want that commoner to save us, do you? Shin Qingqing inquired with a look of disgust. She always felt that Ruyan Lu seemed to be more or less tainted with the scent of a country bumpkin as well, that she would even try to get a kobold to save her honorable self. She was a great lady of the Shin family, even if she used her badge to ask for help, even if she was parted by a troll or even devoured by a rabid bee. She would never accept the rescue of a dirty kobold. And, how could that foul creature have the strength to save himself from death? Sure, what's not to like? Ruyan Lu turned her head to inquire, and then gave Ning the order to find Linny. If Linny's talent was really making squires, then the other party might actually be, as he had guessed, an epic-level talent. Moreover, he could summon the same number and that powerful goblins as in the secret realm before, himself and others, perhaps saved. What? You? Shin Qingqing just wanted to retort, but she clenched her teeth and didn't know what to say. Ning was the other party's caged bird, and would definitely not listen to himself. Helplessly, she could only secretly despise it in her heart. Worthy of a lowly commoner's origin, it seems that he hasn't completely gotten rid of his inferior temperament. What a disgrace to our family's children. For this kind of lowly person, she would like to say the insults out loud, only, it would be against noble etiquette, so she didn't say it out loud. 24. Tentacles are also considered jade feet. Ha. Touch it and give a sweet date. Touch it and give a sweet date. Your kobold touches ass. Gen +1. Your kobold touches jade feet for +1% stamina. Your kobold touches ass. Gen +1. Your goblin touched jade. Your goblin. The panel kept refreshing. Without that black iron level wraith blocking the way without the subsequent steady stream of reinforcements, the goblins pushed their way across the board and were invincible. The kobold proper, on the other hand, is among the many corpses and living bodies to get the genes it needs, one by one, black, white, flowery, and colorful. What fine genetics. This, from the hips, increases the number of genes acquired to summon more squires. The Jadefoot gene, on the other hand, increases one's stamina and speed. There was also armor worn by some of the magical creatures, and these were only devoured in their entirety by the kobolds. Your kobold devours the unicorn horn of an iron rhinoceros. Steel +0. It might be a tough battle for the onlookers, but for the kobolds, it was a feast for the eyes. Not only was his physical strength, speed improved, and there were more goblin servants, but even his steel body from iron eclipse was growing. Roar! Just as the kobolds were about to charge into the fortress, a large figure rushed out. Bull's head, human body, wings on the back, tentacles in the armpits, fish gills in the ears, feet like a praying mantis, back like a fierce tiger. The characteristics of many different creatures all appeared on this fusion monster. The opponent sent the goblins flying several meters with just one strike. For the first time, the S-ranked goblin had encountered a difficult opponent. The breadth of this thing. This is already silver level, right? Linny looked at this monster in front of him. The other party's aura was strong. It was at the silver level, and it was strangely looking, like a motley collection. Needless to say, this is pretty much the Ant Queen's final resort. Howl, roar. The moment this monster appeared, the goblin servants began to retreat, while the goblin body took the initiative to attack. He attacked his opponent's weakest position like a hyena, but the next moment, he made a shocking discovery. Your kobold touches ass. Gen +10. Kobold? He looked at the monster in front of him with surprise on his face, his eyes gradually releasing a glow. Everyone else gives 1 sweet date for a touch, but he gives 10 for a touch. Fusion monsters reached silver level, with an overall strength of at least level 21, a difference of 16 levels from goblins. But, how can such a gap stop a loving heart? With the pursuit and love for the good life, he greeted the goblin squire who kept harassing and blocking the other side. Hey, 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 10 at once, hey, hey, 10. The kobold's hand touched back and forth, and the genes kept growing. Your kobold touches Jade feet, gaining plus 40% to strength and plus 40% to speed. After he touched the tentacle, it was another surprise discovery. The monster was full of tentacles that were actually considered Jade feet. Gradually, the kobolds began to become frantic. This, a horde of kobolds? Am I looking at this the wrong way? Since when is there a horde of kobolds here? A few teams of civilians watched the battle ahead from their hiding places in dismay. They had originally sensed the violent fluctuations in magic and thought to come and see if they could reap the benefits. However, they saw a strange scene. A bunch of kobolds were actually pressing a silver-level demonic creature? I don't know when there was a horde of kobolds here, but these kobolds are so strong. No, it's so sick. That civilian Imperial Beastmaster who possessed a D-rank Imperial Beast looked at the group of goblins in horror. They were fighting in such a strange way, constantly coming and going exploring where that silver-level fusion monster was vulnerable. And every now and then, they would touch each other's tentacles. Who would touch each other's hands in the middle of a fight? It's a weird feeling. It was like a bunch of kobolds had sexually harassed a silver-level demon? As inappropriate as the words are, that seems to be the case at the moment. We'd better get going. The civilian subconsciously covered his buttocks with the vague idea of retreating. The idea was that it was an even match, and that people like himself could pick up the slack. But today's situation, where there was an even match, it was simply a perverted crushing. Perversion and crushing both exist. I think it's Paul. The civilian Imperial Beastmasters beside him nodded their heads and retreated at the same time. Sure enough, picking up the slack also required strength, learning the family forces to provoke a conflict between two races and then picking up the slack. This kind of behavior they couldn't imitate. This kind of behavior was a way to gain a large amount of experience for a short period of time and thus upgrade. But it was clear that ordinary Harumans simply didn't deserve it. This terrifying goblin alone was not something they could fight against. Let's go. With so many corpses here, it probably won't be long before a new demonic creature is birthed. When the corpses of many magical creatures containing the power of the Abyss are gathered together, the Abyss will unleash his gathering properties and mold them into new magical creatures. And now that there were already hundreds of corpses on top of this battlefield, it was estimated that it wouldn't be long before a powerful demonic creature was born. When the time comes, it's just a matter of getting the military to clean it up. A few people let out a sigh of relief, then quickly retreated. Roar! Along with an unwilling roar, the silver-level fusion monster that had provided the kobolds with numerous genes and physiques completely collapsed. Your goblin has killed a level 21 fusion fiend, and you have gained 20,000 experience. Note, the Iron Army Ant Queen is terrified and is trying to escape. Good lord, one silver-level demonic creature is giving 20,000 experience. If we kill a few more, won't that be an upgrade like a rocket? Lin Yi marveled. In his opinion, this upgrade wasn't that hard. Killing a few more silver-level monsters would be it. Just, what he doesn't know is that there are a few perverts who can kill silver-level demons across a 16-level gap without the help of the rest of the world. Being able to round up and kill a black iron-ranked demonic creature was already considered quite an impressive battle record. Being level 5 himself and killing a level 10 black iron demon, this kind of battle record, if it was on an ordinary person, he could brag about it for at least 2.5 years. It was important to realize that the Imperial Beasts after Black Iron could have a qualitative leap in both skill and physique. And the silver level, well, that's more than enough. While the kobolds continued to go deeper, Lin Yi opened his panel. Name, Lin Yi. Imperial Beast level, 5. Experience, 47,000/70,000. Imperial Beast, Kobold. Talent, the supreme word. Top entry. Word storage, inviting disaster. Note, a slightly perverted Imperial Beastmaster. There's still over 10,000 experience left to upgrade. Killing this Ant Queen should be about right. Lin Yi lamented the ease of upgrading, and then entered this already emptied fortress together. He wanted to see what the deal was with this particular Ant Queen, that she could actually produce different offspring. 25, damn kobolds. What can they be good for? In the middle of the fortress, surrounded by numerous kobolds, an image of a fat and twisted Ant Queen whose body was constantly struggling appeared in front of Lin Yi. Roar! She let out a hissing sound in an attempt to beg for mercy. This thing is so ugly. Lin Yi looked at this Ant Queen in front of him. The other party's bloated body was like a small mountain, and at the moment the mountain was still producing a steady stream of demons. A head of weak magical creatures was produced, looking like temporary processed products. Not only were they only level 1 to 2, but their individual strength was also fragile. The moment such a demonic creature appeared, it was killed by the kobolds in seconds. Your Imperial Beast Goblin has killed a level 2 Wind Chaser Wolf. You gained experience 30. Note, the Trembling Matrix is fending off the evil kobolds as best it can. Your kobold kills Facing such weak magical creatures, the kobolds didn't even bother touching them to obtain their genes. He placed his hand at the Ant Queen's genes, and at the jade foot, a majestic energy was rapidly converging. Your kobold gains authority +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. What's the situation? Linny had thought that kobolds were just the usual gene suckers, so how did they turn into powers? The Ant Queen struggled in pain, but it was difficult to escape, and her figure gradually faded. The peak black iron Ant Queen could only hiss helplessly. Eventually, as the goblin's absorption was complete, news of the kill came from Linny here. Your goblin drained the Iron Army Ant Queen of all her essence, and you gained 20,000 experience. Your kobold has been given 1/3 of the fertility authority, a third of the birthright? Linny froze for a moment, not realizing that what the kobolds had acquired this time wasn't gene points, but authority. Authority. This is something that should only be possessed by a god if I remember well, right? Kobolds can have the authority of God? And also got a third of it in one go. No wonder you were so excited to be here. Linny looked at his goblin, and the other returned to that wise expression. Kobolds, authority, God. If, indeed, the kobolds were given a share in the power of the gods, what would become of it? Goblin god? Linny was curious, but to no avail. He felt that gods shouldn't be formed so simply. After all, the magical creatures that produce this authority are only black iron level, and the other party is not even silver level. It's supposed to be part of God's power. He continued to guess, but suddenly realized that the kobolds around him were once again on alert. Roar! The kobold squire stared at his shadow with a low growl, and the surrounding kobolds readied their skills. It's as if anything that just shows up immediately suffers an activation from them. Wait, Linny realized something was wrong. Being able to dive into shadows reminded him of Ning's imperial beasts. Sure enough, as Linny told the surrounding kobolds to let their guard down, a small white head revealed itself. It's none other than the subterranean shadow ferret. Kiri. The subterranean shadow ferret was anxiously gesturing something, but Linny couldn't understand it. He wasn't the other party's imperial beast master and couldn't understand the other party's general idea. This exasperated the subterranean shadow ferret and drew directly on the ground. This imperial beast, what a high IQ. Linny looked enviously at the latent shadow sable. His own kobold wouldn't be able to draw. He does nothing but engage in abstraction to make babies. Of course, the combat ability aspect is another story. Wait, what do you mean by this drawing? Ning is in danger? He finally discerned the general meaning of the other party from the distorted painting on the ground, and it turned out that Ning was in danger and had sent someone to ask for help. Lead the way. Lin Yi immediately nodded, his face serious. Fengchao Cave. Damn it, why are these rabid bees so persistent? I didn't just take the opportunity to kill dozens of their clansmen. They have hundreds of groups. What's wrong with me killing a few? What? Bloody hell. Xingqing looked at the many dissatisfactions in the hearts of the people who were trying their best to resist the attack of the rabid bees. And Dad too. If it wasn't for his mismanagement, how could I have been reduced to not even having a silver-ranked guard? How could I, Miss Shin clan, possibly want to drink and cooperate with a dirt-root family like the Lu clan? It really lowers my status. The noise of the rabid bees outside Shandong that kept stirring their wings to attack gradually annoyed Xingqing. If it was placed a few years ago, no matter where he went, he would definitely have a silver-level escort when he went out. Even the gold-level guards at the peak of the Shin family were drawn at random. But not today? Blame it on his father's mismanagement and that damn deep blue mystery. If that secret realm hadn't been too dangerous, causing the officials to draw out 70% of the high-end power of the nearby clans, how would one have ended up in the present situation? Long ago, he had asked his stronger subordinates to directly exterminate these low-ranking, annoying rabid bees around him. Xingqing, my people can't hold out much longer. Let your people heal. Has been sent. Lu Ruyan looked at Lu Yu and the others about to be unable to top it to Xingqing for help. Yeah, no problem. She smiled and turned her head to the caged bird attendant behind her. Go help heal. Although she already despised this Lu family and Lu Ruyan from the bottom of her heart, she was a noble and couldn't show her emotions easily. Therefore, she forced herself to continue working with the other side. Yes, that little white boy nodded, then summoned his flower demon imperial beast. As soon as the flower demon imperial beasts appeared, the powder began to moisturize the imperial beasts around them, and the open mountain bear and the wind-hunting wolf were immediately relieved. Healing imperial beasts, this was quite a precious existence. Miss, I found Brother E. He's bringing people over. Ning suddenly delivered a piece of good news. He found Lin Yi and that Lin Yi was bringing people over. Yi, is that the kobold? Xingqing's face, which was still tolerable, immediately turned ugly after hearing this title. Let's not talk about whether or not this weak thing can save itself. Even if he really could it be that she, the miss of the Shin clan, was going to be saved by such a lowly and disgusting creature? No, definitely not right. even if she, Shin, died here, she would definitely not comment on the help of the kobolds. She was angry in her mind, but she didn't say anything. She just said, now that we've found the group of kobolds, let's just point them in a random direction and then go find the rest of the group quickly. The kobolds can't save us after all. It's better to look for the rest of the group if we want to be rescued, Shin said. This, Ning hesitantly looked towards Ruyanlu. Do as MS, Shin says. Ruyanlu also knew that she couldn't keep rebutting the other party. It wouldn't be friendly to the relationship between the two families. Yes, Ning was given the order and subsequently carried it out. Just, roar. A roar followed by Lu Yu's plea for help. Miss, the corpse demon is here again. 3 this time. Lu Yu's shocked cry caused the crowd's faces to sink in an ugly manner. The necromancers here weren't just any necromancers, but temporary nests of rabid bees. Every necromancer has at least 30 berserk bees inside of them. That means the support from the mad bee has arrived? Damn it, aren't these 100 mad bees the queen bee keeps to guard her home? Why would you arrange to come over and attack us? Has the queen bee lost her mind? You were just fighting another race, dispatching all your troops to us at this moment. Are you really not afraid of another king stripe sneaking in at all? Shin didn't understand, but she gritted her teeth and didn't know what to do. Another 100 berserk bees had been added, and now, even if we let that subterranean shadow ferret go looking for the rest of the team, we were afraid that the time would be too late, right? Damn it, I blame that country bumpkin, Miss Willow. If this stupid woman hadn't been trying to get to that kobold, they might have gotten rescued by now. Shin face gradually turned cold. If it wasn't for the nobleman's etiquette restricting her, she would already be cursing at this moment. If that doesn't work, we'll have to use the badge to call for help. The badge clenched in his hand. A rescue and a shame. A group of people protecting themselves and going out to practice, and as a result, they still needed to be rescued by the officials. This was definitely a shame that she could not accept. It's okay, Yi is here. Ning was pleasantly surprised. Brother E? It's this damn Brother E again. He's just a commoner, and the imperial beasts are even lower. What can he do? Shin fingers clenched white. 26. The more you resist, the more excited I get. Kiri. The subterranean shadow ferret let out an eager yelp as it neared its destination. Then, there is a slightly abstract drawing. What the painting is trying to say is quite simple. The master is trapped in the cave ahead. Just move forward. I have the rest of the mission. Understood. Go about your business. Linny nodded in understanding. Kiri. The subterranean shadow ferret made a few gestures of bowing very humanely before diving into the shadow and disappearing. It's a little tricky to rescue in this cave. Linny wasn't sure if Ning and the others would be able to hold out until he had cleared out all of the rabid bees surrounding Shandong. After all, these berserk bees looked to be quite numerous, more than 300, and adding those necromancers would be even more troublesome. So then, he thought about it and decided to surround the Weiwei to save Zhao. As long as you attack the queen bee, the other side will definitely return to the defense, and then all the problems will be solved. Let's go and take down the necromancer that's the largest. Linny pointed to one in the distance and gave the order. Goblins of all sorts ran excitedly as an army of short men rushed towards the necromantic giants. A necromancer, as a general rule, is formed when a human body dies and is reunited by an abyssal infection. An ordinary corpse of a necromancer was only about 3 meters. The one in front of him, on the other hand, seemed to have been subjected to some kind of modification, or maybe he had undergone some kind of mutation himself. Not only did he lose his mind, but his own size exaggerated to 20 meters. Compared to such a giant, the kobolds, who were only about 1 meter 5, looked petite. Only, the petite kobolds were like piranhas, quickly crawling up each other's bodies. How come this lair isn't defended? Is this queen bee this confident? Linny was a bit puzzled. The goblins were advancing too easily, and only a small number of mad bees came out to stop them. He didn't see a large swarm of rabid bees appear. Could it be that they're all on internal defense? Linny doesn't pick it up, and the kobolds continue to advance. And this time, the queen bee urgently recalls her own colony. After sensing the disappearance of Taijun's aura later on, she assumed that the other party had already devoured enough swarms of bees to prepare to start advancing. He then felt relieved to focus all of his troops on those human imperial beast masters. After resolving these people, he had to quickly maneuver the corpse demon to escape. As long as he left this place, even if that one was promoted to silver rank later, he would be no threat to himself. But, where did these kobolds come from? The sudden arrival of the kobolds disrupted her plans. And, this group of demons was excessively powerful. This was not at all the kobolds one had seen. They were too powerful. The mad bee with a rank of 5 actually couldn't go more than a turn in front of this group of kobolds with a rank of 1. Your kobold acquires a gene +1. Your goblin cools off a level 5 mad bee, plus 50 experience. Your goblin touch +1. Strength increased by 1%. Speed increased by 1%. Your kobold is stung by a rabbit bee. Your kobold gets cool for a bit and has a +2 toxin attribute. Your kobold is stung by a rabbit bee. Your kobold gets cool for a bit and has a +1 constitution. Your goblin. The panel information kept flashing, and a few god-level phrases began to play their roles. Hip training is responsible for fertility. Foot fetish increases passivity, and counterspell ensures that kobolds are unharmed. With the counterspell skill, as long as the opponent can't kill the kobold in seconds, that kobold can't die. At best, you'll be too cool to move amidst the many attacks. And foot fetishism is starting to come into its own. Over and over again, the attributes stacked up, even though it was only 1% each time, but it was accumulated over such a long period of time. His overall attributes were already 3 times higher than among his peers. In itself, it was an S-class bloodline, and at this moment, with 3 times more basic attributes, it was invincible. Your goblin has killed the corpse demon leader, and you have gained 3,000 experience. You've been upgraded. Will you extract the words? After killing this giant necromancer, the experience bar, which was already only at the threshold, finally broke through. Extraction. Linny commanded the goblins to further take down the queen bee while he started extracting words. The gods are being drawn for you. Come on, have a third god and prove that it's not my talent that's in question. It's definitely Hera and Loki who are in question. Linny prayed in his heart, staring intently at the panel. You have gained the gaze of the Lord God, Hermes, and you have been given the divine word. Theft. Theft? Why would a Lord God, a titular Lord God, have this ability? Linny looked at the panel in dismay, double-checking that he hadn't misread it. Theft may randomly take an item from the target. The stronger the target response, the higher the probability of extraction, and the weaker the target response, the lower the probability of extraction. I have stolen Apollo's ox, Poseidon's halberd, Artemis' bow and arrows, and Aphrodite's girdle. The high and mighty Lord God does not like to steal just to prove himself. Note, hey, you resist. The more you resist, the more excited I get. Asterisk. This is certainly not my problem. Linny didn't know what to say for a moment, but he knew that it definitely wasn't a problem with his talent. Definitely a problem with this Hermes. Who in their right mind would prove themselves by stealing? Mad Bee Cave. The Mad Bee pressed on step by step and attacked more and more fiercely, which made Xing hesitate. It seems like you can't really find any other legions, and if you can't you'll have to use the badge yourself. However, if one used the badge, one would definitely be looked down upon by the group of guys from the Higher Learning Institute. Her own Halochan family's eldest miss was actually besieged by a group of level 5 magical beasts calling for official rescue when she was upgrading. It's disgraceful. Damn. Why haven't those lowly kobolds come yet? Xing was anxious as she gritted her teeth. Just now, Ning had told them about Lin Yi's strength in order to stabilize the crowd. Lin Yi was leading more than 100 goblins, heading towards them. Although the kobolds were weak, 100 of them, which was a good number, should be able to disrupt the swarm's attack and allow them to escape. It's just that, according to the distance, that group of kobolds should have arrived just now, but I don't know why, after all this time, dealing with it hasn't come. This, Yi should be up to something, soon, just soon. Ning responded somewhat sheepishly. In fact, if it wasn't for this man just now, telling himself to find the rest of the legion, he would have brought the kobolds here long ago, but the other party's status was honorable, and he couldn't say it so bluntly, so he could only keep apologizing. Oof. I knew creatures like kobolds couldn't be relied upon at all. Even if there are more of them, it doesn't matter. Rotten oranges are rotten oranges after all. Xing expressed her dissatisfaction with a vicious stomp of her foot. Suddenly, buzz, outside the cave, the swarm riots again, instantly causing everyone to panic. Damn it, how heck did this swarm of rabid bees? How did they start fleeing? Xing had thought that the swarm of rabid bees were going to make a suicide attack to take them down. But, how did this guy suddenly start running away? 27. A reluctant solicitation. The kobolds continued to advance, and the rabid bees around them began to go berserk, and from afar, it looked like a sandstorm was about to hit. Go on. Linny finished glancing at the rabid bees that were frantically rushing back, not caring too much. It's almost time to meet the queen, and this swarm of rabid bees is simply too late. How could a mere black iron ranked queen bee be a match for himself? He had absolute certainty that he would kill the queen bee before the swarm got close to him. Grrrrrrr. The kobold being moved forward with excitement. He couldn't wait to try out his new abilities. Burglary, for which he was pleased with the phrase. This is the only way to show how powerful you are. Soon, somewhere in the body of the giant necromancer, a large-sized berserker wasp burrowed out, surrounded by more than a dozen berserker wasps guarding it. There's something different about this queen bee. Linny frowned as he surveyed the queen bee. Compared to the rest of the rabid bees, this queen bee was undoubtedly huge, as he was 2 meters in size. Only, by different he didn't mean the size of the other party but the scent. From the aura displayed on the other party, this doesn't seem to be a black iron level demonic creature, but a silver level. Yes, this queen bee's level had definitely reached silver. Buzz, the queen bee vibrated her wings, and the wild bees around her immediately colored with bloodlust. It was the opponent's king skill, Mad Blood. Similar to berserking, it can briefly increase the strength of one's dependents at the cost of those dependents' lives. Roar! The red glowing tail needles of the wild bees tinged with red blood hit the surrounding kobolds like they didn't want money. In an instant, the attacks of more than a dozen rabid bees turned out to be like a curtain of rain, briefly blocking the goblin's advance. It was just that the only thing he could block was the average goblin squire. For the goblin proper whose physique had been strengthened by a factor of 3, these tail pins are so slow that they are almost stationary. He could easily dodge it and launch a counterattack. Dodging through the tail needles of the rabid bees, he finally came to the silver-white queen bee. Your kobolds have launched a theft. Burglary adjudication in progress. The queen bee had just finished casting her skills and hadn't had time to escape when she realized that someone had actually arrived in front of her. And the other person's hand was just straight out to himself, almost as if he was telling you straight out, I'm going to steal something. Oh, such behavior infuriates the queen bee. And what was even more annoying to the other party was that this guy was prepared to steal the rewards that Deep Blue had given himself. This is something that has just arrived on its own. Roar! The queen hissed, and used her mouthparts to tear into the kobold. The queen bee is resisting fiercely, and the decision is successful. You have obtained the queen bee's treasure, the Deep Blue Shard. Linny, this adjudication mechanism. Never mind, brainless is as brainless does. It's rather more likely to cause fierce resistance from the opponent. Linny was a bit speechless about the determination mechanism of this theft of words. You just take it straight up. How many can there be that don't resist? But this is good. According to the description of the words, one has a higher success rate like this instead. The kobold fumed and chased after the silver level king bee after humiliating it. And without the queen bee's command and berserking boost, the surrounding berserk bees were quickly torn to shreds by the goblin squire. Silver level kings, no wonder Ning and the Lu clan aren't opponents. Linny stroked his chin as he looked towards the queen bee that had gone from chasing the kobolds to being chased by the kobolds in return. The other guy just started thinking he'd beat it, but once they exchanged blows they realized that they were no match at all. The goblin's every attribute finished off this king. Within moments this king lost his last face being accessed genetically and having his jade feet touched. Grrrrrr. The kobold invited credit as if handing over his earlier haul to Linny. A blue gem. Deep Blue Shard. Do you crave power? Accept the power of the Deep Blue. Note, you stare at Deep Blue, and Deep Blue stares back at you. What is this? Why does the wraith have this on it? Linny played with the Deep Blue Shard in his hand in disbelief, and wondered what this thing could do. Forget it, ask Ruyan Lu later. Although he himself didn't know what this was, Lu Ruyan, who was the eldest miss of the Lu family, should know. It's not even certain that maybe the other person will just shell out the money and buy the thing. By the way, the core parts of the magical beasts are worth a lot. Go and look for them, Linny commanded to the kobold. The core part of a magical creature is a product that is born after a magical creature has become very skillful in the use of its skills. This item could allow imperial beasts to comprehend skills and was very precious. It's just that it's generally considered a higher probability for 1 out of 10 magical beasts to possess it. A lot of searching and regret. Not only did the queen bee not have one, but even the silver-ranked corpse demon on the ground didn't have one. The probability of this thing spawning is still too low. Buzz off. At this time, the supporting wild bees finally arrived at the battlefield. Only, after they couldn't feel the queen bee's aura, the fervor and death-defying aura they had just had all disappeared. In its place, there was trepidation and fear. Don't let them get away. Quick! Faced with this experience of actively coming up to his door, Linny instructed the goblins to make quick work of it. For a moment, the battle was reversed. A swarm of kobolds of all colors were actually chasing and butchering hundreds of rabid bees, and this scene happened to be seen by Xingqing and Lu Ruyan who had just walked out of the cave. Sure enough, it's this weird kobold. Linny really does possess the talent of being able to summon a squire. That group of weird kobolds in the secret realm came from him. Ruyan Lu affirmed Lin Yi's talent and pondered on how to pull Linny in. Hundreds of kobolds, and all of them mutated kobolds. Although these kobolds were only level 1, their combat power was not inferior to normal magic creatures of around level 7. Such a great natural ability to use. And aside, Xingqing was equally stunned as she looked at this appalling scene. Goblins. Goblins everywhere. This thing actually has the power to save itself? No, it's not just any kobold. With extraordinary insight, she immediately realized that these kobolds were special. Under normal circumstances, goblins were no match for Mad Bee one-on-one. So how could they run after Mad Bee? Now the group of kobolds were not only running after the Mad Bees, they were still beating the majority with the minority. It made her realize something instantly. This Lin Yi possesses a decent talent to be able to summon a squire of notable strength. What level is this talent? Rare or epic? Thinking about Lu Ruyan's attitude towards Lin Yi before, Xin Xingqing felt that it was more likely to be the latter, an epic level talent, or a summoned attendant class. No wonder Ruyan Lu values it. Summoned servant talents are based on the summoned beast itself, and such talents can be acquired genetically. I guess Ruyan Lu wanted to obtain the other party's words through this method. Epic phrases, or heritable epic phrases. Such words could not be ignored even by the Xin family. While Goblin is a bit nasty, he's got a good word. Then begrudgingly recruit him. Xin Xingqing made up her mind. 28. Why do you always have diarrhea? Thank you, Brother E. Ning first went up to express his gratitude with Lin Yi. Brother E, you are really strong now. Ning scratched his head in embarrassment, originally thinking that his awakening of a precious rank talent was already impressive. I didn't think that Yi's talent was even more impressive. When he thought that he had tried to help Lin Yi earlier, his cheeks flushed. Lin Yi was so powerful that he didn't even need his own help. Instead, it was his own self that needed Lin Yi's help nowadays. Little things, it's good that it's okay. Lin Yi patted his good brother's shoulder. He will not interfere with his brother's choices, and he will be there when his brother needs him. This group of kobolds should have originated from your gift of sentinel beasts. Xin Xingqing, who was on the side, stepped forward and looked at the goblins with slight disdain. She would never have stood with such a creature if noble etiquette hadn't restricted her. Only, right now, for the sake of noble etiquette and whether or not her family could get an epic level word talent, she forced herself to hold back her discomfort and said to Lin Yi, if I'm guessing correctly, this word talent of yours should be able to empower the imperial beasts. It can grant epic level talents to imperial beasts, which is useful. Just a bit of a waste to use on kobolds, said she as she straightened her attire while inviting. If you're willing, you can join our Xin family. The Xin family will offer you enough. Although you've already summoned the imperial beasts and it's impossible for you to become a caged bird again, but your talent is good and we can train you according to the resources of a caged bird. Caged bird? Although this name is not very nice, but it does have a real variety of benefits. It's the equivalent of an heir training his own squad, and generally the resources taken out by the family will be much higher than the payment for a caged bird. An elite word owner, for example, though ostensibly he'd only get 6 million, but in reality, the family will also cultivate you during these 10 years. Not only will there be good imperial beast meals airlifted, there are also various core materials that can be swallowed. Though these core materials are more of a support class or a special class in order to be able to better help the master, but these are undoubtedly superior skills. These two items alone consume more than $6 million each year. Therefore, for caged birds, even the sons of large families would not cultivate too many at once. This person is? Lin Yi frowned with slight displeasure. He had saved the other party. The other party did not say a word of thanks, and opened his mouth to pull the strings from on high, a feeling that made him very uncomfortable. Our lady comes from the Xin family, the one that's a step above the Lu family. The little white caged bird behind it said proudly. Although they worked with the Lu family, their own family was indeed above the other, and this pride was something they deserved. The Lu family, a family with the resume of a mere commoner's son, how could they dare to compete with their own Xin family? It just so happens that I've lost a lot of guards here, so hurry up and agree to my demands so you can hunt with me, Xin Xingqing said in a reward-like tone. The Xin family? Never heard of them. I refuse. Lin Yi casually shook his head, not caring. It was true that he had never heard of the Xin family, nor did he want to join any Xin family. He came here this is to save his brother, and has nothing to do with either of these family ladies. What, kid, you dare to refuse? You know you. Enough. Ruyan Lu stopped Xin Xingqing from getting trapped in her cage. It's not your turn to speak before your lady says anything. Lu Ruyan knew that the meaning of this caged bird was naturally also the meaning of Xin Xingqing. It was just that she didn't want the Xin family to pull down Lin Yi's goodwill towards the Lu family. She said instantly, Lin Yi, thank you for the help you've given to the Lu family and the Xin family. In the future if you need anything you can also come to the Lu family to find me. Pulling someone in must not happen overnight, especially one with pride like Lin Yi. Back then, Lin Yi had rejected himself and directly summoned the imperial beast in front of everyone. How could the other side agree to become a caged bird again? The Xin family misjudged Lin Yi's character, and also likely misjudged Lin Yi's value. Looking at the other party's confidence, she always had the feeling that Lin Yi's talent was probably above epic. If that was the case then she would have to think about what exactly she would use to impress Lin Yi. Good, then thank you, Miss Lu. Lin Yi didn't push back on this. The Lu family still had a certain strength, tens of billions of level of assets. At least it was not something that the current self could fight against. He thought about it and said instantly, I just happen to have something here I don't know how to use. Would you help me out? Lin Yi said, having already taken out the pieces of deep blue. Deep blue shard? Ruyan seemed to know quite a bit about this thing, knowing what it was just by looking at it. How did you get this? On the side, the Shin family's young lady likewise stepped forward. Isn't the Deep Blue Mystic Realm a place that only families can access? Deep Blue. This was the latest newly born king-level secret realm, and even the officials had a headache. The secret realm, like the royal beast master, had a clear division. The secret realm that had this black iron level king was a black iron level secret realm, and the one that had this silver level was a silver secret realm. Deep Blue, on the other hand, is the secret realm of kings above silver, gold, platinum, and platinum. Secret areas of this level are blocked by the state as soon as they appear. In order to blockade this secret realm, the country had even drawn in quite a few of the surrounding clans. The Shin family, the Lu family and the Wang family, were all among them. This is the output item of the king-level secret realm, the Deep Blue secret realm. Ruyan replied solemnly. I don't really know what value this has, but the state has been recycling it, based on the size of the piece you have. Ruyan thought deeply for 2 seconds before saying, it should be around 300,000. 300,000? This is equivalent to the core of a black iron grade demonic creature. For this value, Lin Yi was a bit surprised. It's hard to realize that something like this demon core is hard to come by. Often, it was only after killing 10 black iron level demons that a key core would be born. Yes, but, where did you get this from? Ruyan pursued. This thing should only exist in the Deep Blue Mystic Realm. It's the Queen Bee that just popped out. Lin Yi said truthfully, Queen Bee? How did the power of the Deep Blue Mystic Realm fall on the Queen Bee of this place? Could it be that some lineage kid wants to advance through this thing to a demonic creature and then kill it for experience? In the end, Ruyan just came to such a conclusion. Humph, I thought you were a bastard from one of the big families. Shin Xingqing saw that Lin Yi didn't know a thing about the Deep Blue Mystery Realm because he didn't know anything about it. There was a moment of contempt. Also, if it really was a bastard, how could it use a Thai imperial beast like a kobold? Despising Lin Yi in his heart, Shin Xingqing returned with his men. This time against the swarm of wild bees, the people under him lost quite a few imperial beasts and needed to replenish them before coming back. We'll take our leave as well. Ruyan nodded her head in greeting. Although she wanted to pull Lin Yi in, she was obviously in no hurry. Shin Xingqing just now had unintentionally achieved the opposite result. Perhaps, I can start with Ning. Ning has a good relationship with Lin Yi, so if he treats Ning better, he should be able to draw closer to Lin Yi as well. With that thought, she looked to her 2 caged bird guards. One is low and introspective, the other, not too bright looking. Damn, did the toxin not clear up? Why is your stomach still upset? Luyu depressedly put away his open mountain bear. 29, gradually becoming more and more dark blue fragments. Humph, this kid really doesn't know what to do. Pulling you in is giving you a chance, and you refuse. Shin Xingqing finally inquired about Lin Yi, but was unfortunately rejected once again. This caused a lot of dissatisfaction in her heart, but she didn't say anything because of her status as a noble. The current Lin Yi was just stupid. Wait until later and the other side will know. Shun's price is definitely a regrettable one that he missed out on. With anger, Shin Xingqing and Lu Ruyan began to retreat outward with their people. Because of the lack of manpower, they couldn't continue advancing and could only choose places with fewer magical creatures to slowly upgrade. They would not continue deeper until their manpower was replenished. Suddenly, the sky was suddenly enveloped by a light blue shroud of light, and the badges in Shin Xingqing and the others' hands emitted a light-colored glow. What does the repellent array mean? Shin Xingqing looked suspiciously at the light shield that was expanding in the sky. The thing was a military means of echoing better with the badges in the hands of his own and others, thus speeding up the outcome and accuracy of the rescue. It's just that. This kind of formation opening once is not a small consumption. Why would it suddenly open? Wouldn't a normal badge suffice under normal circumstances? Shin Xingqing was puzzled, but behind her, Lu Ruyan suddenly thought of something. Could it be that something has gone wrong in the borderlands? The land of the border army. Originally the battlefield mutilation. Very dangerous at any time. There may be danger and accidents. It is for this reason that there is a permanent military presence here, and it is called the place where lives are fought and changed. Just, with the stabilization in the past few years, more and more people are treating this place as a secret realm like trial place. If there really is a problem in the land of the border army, that could be a big problem, because the ones who came here to upgrade were not only them, but also the rest of the noble children and a large number of retainers and commoners. They were just one of the groups that came in, and before them and after them there had been people entering them one after another. What could be the problem? If there was a problem, the state would have sent someone already. Shin Xingqing didn't think so, and only wanted to quickly continue pushing forward with the upgrade after replenishing her manpower. She herself was currently only at level 3, and while there was no pressure to attend the academy, she was aiming for a higher academy, and she needed to be at least level 4 to do so. Even more, Level 4 was only the threshold for entry, and to keep people from looking down on the Shin family, she would have to raise to at least level 6 within the next few days. That's true. Ruyan Lu likewise dispelled her doubts. If there was a problem, the country would be the first to step in. In the meantime, Sector 6 camps. My lord, the light-repelling array has been properly set up, and no traces of the abyss have been found for the time being. The commander followed orders to turn on the light-repelling array, but there was no trace of the abyss belonging to this book. Detect the birth of any powerful demonic aggregates, the officer who wore the scratches said. One of the properties of the abyss is that of dispersion and aggregation. There is a polymer characterization between the powers of the abyss. In other words, they will be attracted to each other. Two magical creatures that have both gained the characteristics of the abyss will attract and coalesce with each other, resulting in the birth of a new powerful magical creature. Not yet. Investigators report back. My lord, there are quite a few people in the region at the moment, carrying out clearance work. Should we do a recall? The so-called purveyors were partly the military's own purveyors and partly the spontaneous teams of nobles and civilians. This group is most troublesome nowadays. Going to the hospital is where this group of noble children escalate, and if there is danger, there is certainly nothing in choosing to recall that. But if the group is recalled without a clear discovery of the danger but only a guess, it is expected that each one of them will have a lot of grievances, and the energy behind each of these people is a nuisance. The officer held his forehead and announced that there would be no recall for a while. When faced with this situation, one can only work hard. If there's a real problem, then it's better to work hard on yourself and fall back on getting them out one by one. Yes, the reconnaissance still continued, but strangely they still didn't find the aura of the abyss under the shroud of the formation. It shouldn't be. Did I really misjudge it? The officer's brow furrowed as he did detect the landing of the abyssal authority. But there was no accompanying demonic descent after the abyssal powers landed? That's not how abyss operates. If it's the abyss, then while scattering their authority they will definitely send powerful demons to protect their authority. But nowadays, I'm surprised that I don't detect this kind of demonic creature. There were powerful magical creatures, but there were no magical creatures that contained the power of the abyss. Dang strange. In the meantime, Linny continued to begin the process of accumulating experience after bidding farewell to Ruyan Lu and the others. With an army of kobolds, there was no substantial danger along the way. Neither the black iron level demons nor the low level groups were a match for the goblins. The number of kobolds is also increasing. As for the blue spell above the sky, he also noticed it. Above the badge began to record their basic information, as if there was something officially prepared. Forget it, whatever preparations there are none of my business. Just feel free to upgrade. Linny found a pretty good demonic cave, killed the demons, occupied the nest and then prepared to rest for the night. The kobolds would hunt on their own, he didn't have to take full care of it. Just coincidentally, as Linny was preparing to rest, the kobold transmitted the information he wanted. The kobolds have once again discovered the deep blue shard and are in the midst of a fight with others over it. Scramble? Linny didn't understand why the kobolds used that word. Could it be that some of the rest of the group also have their eyes on this deep blue shard? Is it a stronger wraith pack? If so, isn't that better? Nowadays, kobolds number 200. So if it's really a fight between two groups, then he's perfectly capable of fishing for it. With curiosity, he made his way to the location the kobolds were talking about. The location is in a valley, and the demonic community is a group of snakes. It seems to be called the demon armor snake, which is non-venomous, but has a hard armor, making it very difficult to deal with. And the community that fights them. This is not a pack but a summoner's imperial beast. Just, why would someone summon beast be a pig? Linny looked at the pigs that were battling the demon armored snake in disbelief. If there was only one of this pig, it could still be said to be a civilian imperial beast for a civilian imperial beast master. But, as far as the eye can see, he has seen 5 heads. The family beast master? But why is there a family son of a royal pig? He looked at the battlefield in disbelief. The Beastmaster's side was clearly at a disadvantage, having been surrounded by snakes and unable to break through the encirclement. Suddenly, a pig's ears got so big it actually flew. Flying pig? 30, the young master who rides a pig. I'll go. Why are there still so many snakes? Tuoba Bailey rode the fat pig and looked at the demon-armored serpent below in horror. He had obviously already killed quite a few, but there were actually so many more. Young Master Tuoba, let's go first. Leave this place to the group of mercenaries. They should be able to handle it. The subordinate beside Tuoba Bailey said. No good. If we leave now, I guess all of them will become bait. Takumi Bailey was a little hesitant. His imperial beast could fly, and still take people with it, so if he had the mercenaries below as cover, then he could indeed fly out of danger himself. It's just that it would be a bad idea for that mercenary team to retreat, so maybe the other side might die. Having people die because of themselves was not something he wanted to see. But, young Master Tuoba, if we don't leave now, we won't be able to leave later. The subordinate person beside him urged again. They also hadn't expected that a deep blue fragment would allow the Snake Swarm King to advance from Black Iron rank to Silver rank. Black Iron and Silver. Although there was only a difference of a few levels, it was a big stage to cross, and a big stage crossing will inevitably awaken a skill. If that was all there was to it, they would have crippled the snake long ago, even with multiple skills. But coincidentally, his new skill was to summon a group of snakes. With the sound of his voice, he actually caused all the nearby demon-armored snakes to gather. This one was out of their league. Originally, with his 5 mutant-toothed demon pigs and a squad of mercenaries, it was possible to defeat a Black Iron-ranked king. But now, stealing a chicken is not a good idea. Not only did they lose the silver-ranked magical objects they had arrived at, but they themselves were going to be chased by the swarms of devil-armored snakes. Roar! With a demonic tiger hiss, the strongest among the Imperial Beast Masters below used a forbidden-like skill, surprisingly throwing off the encirclement of the snakes in one go. Immediately after that, the remaining few didn't hesitate in the slightest, putting away their Imperial Beasts and leaving in their demonic tigers. Hiss! Seeing that the former had left, the demon-armored serpent group focused more of their forces on Tuoba Bailey and the others. Wait! The sudden scene surprised Tuoba Bailey. While he was still hesitating whether to use the other party as a stepping stone or not, the other party had already decisively used himself and the others as a stepping stone. Young Master Tuoba, hurry up! The urging came from the man beside him. If they could easily escape with their flying advantage before, then now they might not be able to escape even if they tried their best, because with only one target left, the demon-armored snake would certainly not give up. And although young Master Tuoba's Imperial Beast could carry people, it wouldn't last long with a total of 6 people riding on it. In the absence of strength, it eventually hits the ground. These mercenaries, they are really uncouth. Tuoba Bailey could not cry, so he could only fly as much as possible. Suddenly, he spotted a force that didn't belong in this battlefield approaching fast. Is this kobolds? Great! There's a bunch of kobolds. Takumi Bailey was pleasantly surprised, although the goblins were weak. However, there were enough of them in the group to definitely help them stall for time. Wait, these kobolds. Topaz is pulling up, ready to draw conflict between the two races. But then he suddenly realized that he didn't seem to need to do that, and the two races were already fighting each other. And, behind the group of kobolds, he spotted a protected human. Kobolds protecting humans? It's impossible. Goblins belonged to the demonic creatures, and were still regicide demons, and could never actively protect humans, unless this goblin is the opponent's Imperial Beast? With curiosity, Tuoba Bailey flew over. The opponent could summon so many Imperial Beasts at the same time. Could it be that he was a silver-level Imperial Beast Master? At the same time, Linny was directing the group of kobolds on how to prioritize their attack on the king of this group of snakes. Based on his own observation, the king amongst this group of snakes was actually a silver-level demonic creature as well. Silver-level. This is a rare existence. The borderlands were merely battlefield wreckage, possessing the characteristic of a large number of magical creatures, but not a high level. It was also because of this that the crowd came here to practice, but there weren't many high-level demons, and he himself had already run into a third silver-level one. A silver-level normal person would be lucky to run into one, and he had run into 3 along the way. That's definitely not normal. Could it be that deep blue shard again? Linny thought of the last reason that prompted the queen bee to advance. Deep blue shards. I've heard that some noble sons would feed deep blue shards to already rounded up magical creatures in order to get more experience for themselves. Roar! Hiss! The devil armor snake. From attacking, to letting go, to escaping, barely used a minute. They had thought that they could tear these kobolds apart at will, but they unexpectedly realized that each of these kobolds had a skill, and more than one skill. This caused a group of white-plate demon-armored snakes to suffer, and the situation was almost a one-sided crushing. Your goblin has killed 7 demon-armored serpent. You gain experience 200. Your goblin has killed 2 demon-armored serpents, and you have gained experience 30. Friend, these kobolds are your Imperial Beasts, aren't they? As Linny was observing the battlefield, he suddenly heard someone calling out to him, and when he turned around, it turned out to be the clan's son who was riding a flying pig. Hello, my name is Takumi Bailey. No offense, may I get acquainted? Takumi was very curious as to what someone who could ward off beastly kobolds actually looked like, and still hollered from a great distance. He had thought it was rare enough that his royal beast was a pig, but he hadn't expected someone to be even more hunted. The opponent actually royal beast goblin. You know, it's a combination of almost all negative words. Many noble children never curse directly when cursing in order to show their culmination, but use kobolds as a metaphor. From there, it's clear how weak the kobolds really are. However, this person in front of him was actually a royal beast goblin, and also cultivated kobolds to this extent, which is an unheard of situation. For such strange people, he must get to know them. Your goblin has killed the level 23 demon armored serpent kingmaker, and you have gained 23,000 experience. You gain deep blue shards x2. The already severely injured demon armored serpent kingpin was quickly strangled by the kobolds after losing the advantage of the pack, and what made the other side powerful was undoubtedly the very same deep blue shard. Sure enough, it's a deep blue shard. Linny let out a dark sigh and looked towards the young noble who had landed and was smiling kindly towards him. It looks like this is the person who threw the deep blue fragment to the demon armored serpent. That's pretty rich, to throw in 2 of them. 31, whispering to you, I am a bastard child. Tuoba Bailey. Tuoba? A surname I haven't heard of. It doesn't seem to be a big family from the neighboring cities. Linny did some calculations in his mind. He had more or less heard of the slightly more famous clans around him. Even the previous Shin family had impressed him when he had spoken out. But the Tuoba family, he really hadn't heard of it. And hadn't heard of a certain family that had cultivated a mutant tusked devil pig as a royal beast. An imperial beast like a pig is generally frowned upon, isn't it? Linny also reported his name when he saw the other party coming over. So it's Brother Lin. Is Lin, that Lin family in the capital? Tuoba Bailey glanced at the silver-level demon armored serpent that had already been taken down by the goblins in the distance. Although that demon was injured, it was still a silver level to be taken down so easily. It seemed that this kobold was stronger than he had imagined. Capital? The Lin family? Linny hurriedly shook his head. He didn't have any connection with that big family in the capital. In the capital, Lin, Zhao, Gongsun, and Shangguan are all big families known throughout the country. Their own small, marginal towns are unlikely to have any relationship with each other. Not the Lin family. Well, it's normal that it's not the Lin family. It's probably the same identity as yourself. Tuoba Bailey secretly nodded, feeling that he had guessed correctly. Brother Lin, seeing as your goblins are cultivated so powerfully with so many retainers, they should have awakened their talents. Takumi Bailey smiled. In fact, in the beginning, he had suspected that Linny was a silver-level powerhouse. A silver-level powerhouse has a powerful skill that can summon a squire, and then comes here to brush up on the monsters. However, after seeing that the other party's face was about the same age as his own, he dismissed his suspicions. After all, it was impossible to have such a young silver-ranked expert. Then there's only one other possibility. The other party was a student preparing to enter the academy just like himself, only that the other party had awakened a very powerful talent. Yes, natural ability. Linny didn't deny this. There was no need to deny his own talent at all. A person would be able to guess it after seeing his imperial beast. Yeah, okay. Does Brother Lin mind if there's one more person when you brush up your level? Takumi Bailey leaned over to inquire very sweetly. Young Master Tuoba, then all of your imperial beasts have been injured and can no longer fight. Use your badges to go back, Topaz Bailey said. His group of retainers were also only improvised and had no fighting ability at all. As for loyalty, there was even less of it, or else he wouldn't have added the word Tuoba when addressing his young master. One more? Linny looked at the young master in front of him with some surprise. He naturally knew what the other party meant by that. The other party looked at his goblin's strength, wanting to let him take the other party to upgrade. But noble sons generally look down on their kobolds? Just like Shin Xingqing before. The other party was just completely looking down on themselves. Why is this? In front of you. Poof. The flying pig on the side gave Lin Yi the answer. Well, this young master's imperial beast in front of me is no better than his own. Yes, you can, but the price. Money I don't have. Without waiting for Lin Yi to state his mental price, the other party interrupted himself. But I have this. With that, he took out a blue diamond. None other than the deep blue shard. Topaz Bailey said. Brother Lin, you should also know about this thing. As long as we have it, we can get more experience quickly. You provide the fight, I'll provide the thing. I don't have much of this kind of stuff, but it's enough for the two of us to use, Tuoba Bailey said with great confidence. Linny was slightly hesitant. In this way, the two of them changed from an employment relationship to a cooperative relationship, which wasn't impossible. After a little thought, he agreed. Could be. After experiencing the tens of thousands of experience provided by silver-level demons, he was naturally unwilling to settle for the hundreds or thousands of experience boosted by black iron demons and ordinary demons. If all of them could make a black iron demonic creature become a silver demonic creature when it was on the verge of death, then it would be an incomparable way to brush up on experience for themselves. Good. I knew we got along. Young Master Tuoba, what about us? The few Imperial Beast Masters behind them who had lost their Imperial Beasts looked at the two awkwardly. You can use your badges now. Have someone come get you, Topaz Bailey said. Okay. A few people were relieved. It could be considered very dangerous if they and the others remained here without the imperial beasts. It's best to be able to walk naturally. Anyway, he was just getting paid to be an officer, and he didn't really have to worry about the death of this Tuoba male. Brother Lin, I know the location of a black iron ranked demon bear. Let's go. Tuoba Bailey wasn't polite at all. The two had just reached a cooperation, and he had already invited the former to ride his flying pig along with him in a self-satisfied manner. Linny shook his head and politely refused, feeling fine walking on his own. Alright then, this item will be given to Brother Lin first, and when the time comes, you can just have your kobolds directly send this item into the mouth of that black iron-ranked demonic creature. Tuoba Bailey was the first to show his sincerity by throwing a deep blue fragment to Linny. Only, he had just thrown a dark blue shard at Linny when he saw that Linny's goblin was bringing back the loot. Again, 2 dark blue shards. Ha! Brother Lin also invested fragments in that demonic beast? Takumi Bailey was puzzled. Putting in debris? Linny was even more puzzled. Wasn't this fragment put in by you? He did have the shard in his hand, but it was only one piece, and it had not been invested in the demon. The 2 pieces in front of him could be the harvest from killing the demon-armored snake just now. I put in? Tuoba Bailey was even more puzzled. I only put in 1 piece. The deep blue fragment could raise the strength of a demonic creature, and it was natural to grasp such things with care, although investing 2 pieces could make the magic item stronger, thus reaping more experience. It also meant at the same time that the magic item would become more uncontrollable. Just like this magic armor snake, he just put in 1 piece to produce this kind of change. Wait, Tuoba Bailey suddenly thought of something as he inquired. Brother Lin, both of these deep blue fragments were taken out of the demon-armored serpent's body? Tuoba Bailey solemnly looked at the 2 deep blue fragments in front of him that had been slightly consumed. Yeah, Lin nodded. Facing the devil armor snake, he only put in a piece. But, he took out 2 pieces after killing the devil armor snake. Tuoba Bailey immediately associated himself with his special identity and was on guard. No, someone is trying to hurt me. P.S. Please catch up on reading. Ask for golden votes. Do not feed the book, brothers. The preliminary data is very important. Please be sure not to feed the book. 32. You are also a bastard, right? His own identity is special. As long as he dies, there will be a lot of people will gain benefits. Therefore, he is always in all kinds of danger. Even though he deliberately hid his clumsiness, he still couldn't hide from most of them. Currently, it seemed that someone should have known that they wanted to plot against themselves, and that was why they had invested the second fragment in the demon-armored serpent's body. And the only one that can best accomplish this is, it's that group of mercenaries from before. Tuoba Bailey, in the guise of a famous detective, began to analyze frame by frame, while the few people behind him were showing expressions of habit. Young Master Takumi is at it again. Yeah, there's always someone trying to hurt him. Isn't that right? He's an honorable bastard. So naturally, someone from the original family wants him dead. Hey, come on, we get paid to do this. Keep it down, a few people whispered. But naturally, such voices couldn't be hidden from Lin Yi. This Tuoba's subordinates feel a bit low in quality. Lin Yi wondered. The general sons of nobles were usually very strict in their choice of subordinates, such as the Luanshin families, not to mention taking the initiative to reveal news about their masters. They even had to take the initiative to think about how to help the family gain benefits, and the ones in front of me feel so amateurish. But, Lin Yi turned his gaze towards the former. If the other party was a bastard, then things might indeed be as the former had speculated. The group of mercenaries from before had come to plot against him. It's a good thing I didn't choose to hire a team in the first place. For this, Lin Yi was glad. It must be. The more Tuoba Bailey analyzed, the more he felt that things might be like this. He thought about it and quietly said to Lin Yi, Brother Lin, I'll whisper it to you. Don't tell anyone else. Actually, I'm the illegitimate son of the Lord Shangwan family. Lin Yi turned his head in dismay. He hadn't expected this subordinate to be unprofessional even so. But this guy in front of him just told himself about his bastard's identity so easily? Also, is this man the bastard son of the Shangwan family? Shangwan, this is one of the 4 major families in the capital, and the other side is coming from such a big place? No, is this kid lying to me? Getting a shocking piece of news so easily made Lin Yi doubt the authenticity of the news. I'll whisper it to you. Don't tell anyone, ha. Lin Yi frowned with an odd expression as he looked at Tuoba Bailey, then at the subordinates behind him. The other side of this seems to have leaked out a long time ago, right? Okay, I won't say anything. Due to the former's face, Lin Yi still nodded his head and agreed. Good, since Brother Lin is so righteous, then I'll ask you to protect me. Tuoba Bailey slapped his chest, and with his bravado, those who didn't know would think that he was the one protecting Lin Yi. Brother Lin, don't worry, I'm a man of righteousness. You protect me. The subsequent income, although we are cooperating, but the gain of experience you and I are 4 or 6. I'm 4, you're 6. I don't want the parts of the Imperial Beast's core if there are any. They're all yours. Topaz Bailey was once again atmospheric. This is good. In response, Linny naturally had no thoughts of disagreeing. The deep blue core was precious. One piece was worth $400,000, and the other party was going to have to come up with quite a bit on this trip. Although this thing can be utilized over and over again, it will consume the energy in it, and if it is consumed too much, it will lose its usefulness. Therefore, on the surface, this Tuoba Bailey was very arrogant, but in reality, according to this marching speed of his own, the other party would have to pay at least 10 pieces of debris. That is, at least the other side has to pay $4 million, and the other side only takes 40% of the harvest generated by that $4 million. This man should really be a bastard and still be in the loser's bracket. Linny looked at the other party's defeated appearance and made a judgment. Good. With Brother Lin and your kobolds we'll definitely be able to get into the first academy. When I get in touch with my father, the Shangwon family lord, I'll be sure to repay Brother Lin properly. Tuoba Bailey once again uttered a shocking statement. This guy's dad, the head of the Shangwon family? Linny was once again shocked, and was beginning to suspect the other party's identity as a bastard. I can understand you being a bastard, but you're the bastard son of the head of one of the 4 great families? Why would the bastard son of such a big shot come to a place like this? Linny was puzzled, but looking at the other party he didn't look like he was lying. Go, let's go find the demons. I know the exact location of quite a few of them. I'll whisper it to you. Don't say anything, these are all inside information I got from the military. Cam, what is this man's identity? Linny looked at the other party in dismay. You're saying he's the bastard son of the Shangwon family lord? Right, how could a big shot like the other party appear here? But you say he's not. About the military the other side of the news casually, detailed almost as if the other side has read it. He even named the queen bee and the queen ant that he had tackled earlier. It was just that among the other party's intelligence, the queen bee and the queen ant had not been put into the deep blue shard by him. Ha! Brother Lin, are you saying that your deep blue fragment came from the ant queen? Tuoba Bailey was puzzled as he exchanged this news with Linny. It can't be. There shouldn't be any rest of the people besides me who are so defeated, right? Well, actually it's hard to say. Maybe there are other bastards besides me. I'll whisper it to you. Upper class. It's messy. There are actually a lot of bastards like me. Maybe you can even find an organization like the Bastard League when we get to the first academy. Of course, if there isn't one, we'll form one then. By the way, Brother Lin, are you sure you're not a bastard? I see that you must not even be worthy of this strength in your family. Also, don't you think it's too much of a coincidence that your parents disappeared? Where do you find kids just a little old and their parents disappear en masse? You might be a bastard too. Linny, he was able to see that this Tuoba Bailey should be a real illegitimate child. As for whether it was the Shangwon family's, really whether it was the Shangwon family's masters or not, it was yet to be determined. The man is talkative and full of, Brother Lin, I, roar. Enduring the former's ramblings, they finally reached the first demon's territory, a black iron-level bear-type demonic creature. Under Lin Yi's call, the small cave was soon crowded with kobolds. Gah! Your kobold acquires the gene, Magic Bear. Your goblin has +1 touch points, 10% speed, and 10% stamina. Howl, roar, roar. The kobolds rushed into the demon bear's den and, then, began to mob, or more accurately, spit, because they wanted to capture them alive. They chose a relatively soft approach. It's just that the way it was done was so odd in the eyes of Takumi Bailey. Brother Lin, this demon bear is powerful. I'm afraid that your imperial beasts won't be very good if they just spit. Tuoba Bailey knew that Linny meant that he wanted to be captured alive. But that couldn't be like this. If you fight like that, what else can a kobold do but get a magic bear all slobbered up? Roar! Almost in the next second after Tuoba Bailey had just finished speaking, the demon bear, who had suffered from too much goblin spit, had already begun to lash out and smash walls everywhere. Within a few moments, the demonic bear had gotten himself all over the place, and this time, the kobolds easily subdued the demon bear. Brother Bailey, it's your turn, Lin E pointed, signaling the former to take out the deep blue fragment. Topperberry, you imperial beast, is he sure it's a kobold? Lin E nodded. Tuoba Bailey slightly helplessly took out a dark blue fragment. In fact, he was tempted to ask if the goblin was Fidelity. After all, this thing didn't look like a goblin at all, but there was no doubt at all about the other's appearance. Throwing the deep blue fragment to the demon bear, the two of them stepped back slightly and waited for the result. 33, extra deep blue fragment. Under normal circumstances, a normal demonic creature would subconsciously absorb the deep blue fragment after encountering it to raise its level, and the demon bear did, facing a strong enemy and having something in front of him that could elevate him, even though he knew it was most likely a trap. he still absorbed it. Brother Bailey, if this can be used for demons, can it be used for imperial beasts? Linny had a sudden thought. Magic beasts and imperial beasts. Although there was a difference between the words, there was actually not much of a difference. This is because many people's imperial beast books are not innately summoned, but are cultivated later in life. As long as a magical beast is nurtured from a young age and collected into the imperial beast space to sign a contract, then the identity of the other party will change from a magical beast to an imperial beast. Therefore, there should be no difference between the two essentially. No, Takumi Bailey stated dryly. After signing the contract, we imperial beast masters are the main body, and the level of the imperial beasts will rise as we rise, and will not be able to prioritize their own leveling. And what if it's for yourself? Neither can I. Takumi Bailey said once again. This thing cannot be absorbed by imperial beast masters. If you don't believe me, you can try. Saying that he even threw a new piece of deep blue shard at Linny. Linny tried, and indeed he couldn't absorb it. How do you even know that? Are you really not a bastard? Tuoba Bailey cast a curious gaze even with some scowling. No, Linny was dry. I don't believe it. Linny, although it looked like the other party didn't know about this deep blue shard thing, he didn't believe that a civilian could raise a goblin like this, not even with talent. The other party must have been a bastard like himself, only that would explain it. Roar! As the two of them were talking, they only saw that the originally injured demon bear's breath was rapidly skyrocketing, clearly showing signs of a breakthrough. How did this bear break through so fast? Tuoba Bailey unexpectedly looked at the huge object in the middle of the cave. That demon bear's size had advanced from 3 meters to 5 meters, and rock-like armor had begun to appear around its body. Clearly the trend is to advance to the silver level. I only fed one shard. Why would he advance to silver so quickly? Could this bear be extremely talented? Takumi Bailey was puzzled. According to his own speculation, this demon bear should be at around level 15, and devouring a deep blue shard was something that could provide him with 6 levels of experience. This also needs to be refined. The other party even just devoured the advanced. This is simply too silky smooth. Maybe we got lucky. Linny says it doesn't matter and orders a hit on Gob. So what if he was gifted? He still wasn't good enough to face over 100 kobolds. Who plays one-upmanship these days? Hoot, hiss, boom. The kobold proper quenched poison into his crotch so that his big mallet was in a poison state as soon as he took it out. The serpent kobold hissed, his neck stretching out to bite at the changed demon bear. And the rest of the assortment of kobolds used their own tactics. Some used tentacles, some released skills, and others waited for an opportunity to stealthily prepare for a sneak attack. All in all, although this demon bear was powerful, it was still within controllable range. Rumble. The magic bear with a layer of rock armor attached to it increased its defense greatly, surprisingly carrying the attacks of many goblins and killing several goblin servants. Seeing this scene, Linny immediately adjusted his strategy, placing those goblin servants that were about to disappear in the front row. This way there is no heartache either. This bear is so fierce. Faye, go, get rid of him. When Tuoba Bailey saw this scene, he instantly let his imperial beast come forward as well. Ha! The big-eared flying pig's eyes were wide with an incredulous expression, as if to say, get rid of him? Me? What virtue could he, a mere level 4 demonic creature, have to go and kill that level 21 demonic bear? However, as a royal beast, when his master gave an order, he still had to act. Immediately, he opened his ironhide skill and crashed into it. Dang! The bear's paw and the flying pig collided together, emitting a metallic sheen, after which the latter was viciously slapped away and set into the wall. This pig. Linny didn't mean to laugh at this scene. Instead he was very cautious, because he knew how powerful the strong attack of a silver-level demonic creature was. Even his own goblin squire would be paralyzed if he took a hit. But that pig took a hit and nothing happened to it? Worthy of being a royal beast of a great family, despite its ugly appearance. Judging by this point of defense alone, it is at least of the black iron grade. Seeing that the situation couldn't be attacked for a long time, Linny immediately gave an order to the goblin body, and the kobold proper had been searching for the opponent's weakness for a long time. After these days of reinforcement, at this moment, he had far surpassed the demon bear in terms of speed, and a mallet landed accurately on the back of the demon bear's head without the slightest deviation. Roar! The demon bear can't hit the goblin proper with incompetent rage. Roar! The demon bear couldn't hit the goblin proper and began to go after the goblin squire. Roar! The demon bear couldn't hit the goblin proper and started on the flying pig. This kobold is really something else? Tuoba Bailey looked at the kobold in front of him. He had a feeling that even without this group of retainers in front of him, this kobold seemed to be able to fight with the other party, or even under single combat, win. The other party had actually cultivated the goblins to this level, so it was really worthy of being the bastard son of the Lin family. But, ultimately I'm better at this. As he thought of his talent, he couldn't help but coldly grunt with slight smugness. He himself was a legendary word owner, a king who was going to start a new era. Nature will stand at the head of the kobolds at the end of the day. The word attributes go from high to low, with legendary being the first slot except for the god tier of words, though such phrases tend to be very restrictive, and even less useful up front than an elite phrase. But just hold on until the imperial beast grows up. Then he himself was deservedly the first of his peers. He couldn't help but be secretly pleased at the thought. This goblin is powerful, and with such a powerful word, the odds are that it's epic, because words simply don't show this kind of combat power up front after reaching lore. However, the other party couldn't compare to himself, and his own word was but the first rank under God, the legendary word. Lin Yi was the illegitimate son of the Lin family with a powerful background. However, the other party still couldn't compare to himself because his wild father was the contemporary head of the Shangguan family. This Lin Yi, he's lost to me on all fronts. The more he thought about it, the more satisfied he felt. One must spend more time with Lin Yi. Flowers are just beautiful with enough green leaves to set them off. It's like how some girls, who are obviously thin and pretty, like to hang out with some fat-looking girls. Roar. While Takumi Bailey was YY, the goblins took down the demon bear at the cost of a gruesome death of 20 squires. Your goblin has killed level 21, the demon armored rock bear, and you have gained 20,000 experience. Your goblin has killed level 21, demon armored rock bear, and you have gained deep blue shards x2. The goblin took down the merkish bear. However, Lin Yi noticed something unusual about the panel. What's with the 2 shards again? This time he had watched Tuoba Bailey with his own eyes, and the other party had only thrown a fragment to the demonic bear. 34, what? You want to harm me too? Wait, this demon bear, why are there 2 fragments again? Without waiting for Lin Yi to tell Tuoba Bailey about the problem, the latter had already keenly noticed the situation. The flying pigs on the other side were also involved in the battle belonging to the front line and naturally reported the information. Don't look at his imperial beast as a pig, but his own imperial beast was quite intelligent. At that moment, the kobold also held the 2 shards in front of the two fragments. One had faded to the point where it was about to disappear, and the other had faded by half. These were the results of being absorbed by the demonic bear. Tuoba Bailey looked at the fragments like iron evidence. For a moment of grief and anger mixed with complex circumstances under the lips slightly trembling, he said sadly, Brother Lin, do you want to harm me too? Just now, the only ones who could take the opportunity to drop deep blue fragments on the demon-armored serpent were the mercenary corps. And now, if that was the case, it was just him and Lin Yi. He could not naturally do such a thing himself to put himself to death. And, not being himself, that leaves only one person. Tuoba Bailey shifted her body like a bullied little daughter-in-law, full of emotions. Lin Yi, if I wanted to harm you, wouldn't I have just let my kobolds escape? Lin Yi looked at the person in front of him speechlessly. I don't know what kind of environment this bastard was raised in that he has so much inner drama. Those who knew he was a bastard, those who didn't thought he was a son of the abyss, where so many people wanted to harm him. Oh, makes sense. That's true. Tuoba Bailey instantly came to his senses. Yes, although Lin Yi had the opportunity to strike, he had absolutely no reason to do so. Even with the other party's strength, if they wanted to get themselves killed, they wouldn't need to go through so much trouble at all. But it's not you, and it's not me, so why does this thing have a second one? Takumi Bailey was puzzled. Is there any chance that the rest of the guys threw it besides you? Lin Yi inquired. There were quite a few rich kids like Tuoba Bailey in this battlefield, and there should be people who had brought deep blue fragments with them and then wanted to gain more experience value in a similar way. This should be possible too. Tuoba Bailey nodded. This possibility did exist. But isn't it also a bit too much of a coincidence that he's come across this 2 times in a row with deep blue shards? Could it be that someone has already traveled this route before us, and the other side keeps failing? Toho 100 miles pondered hundreds of possibilities in his mind, and in the end, that was all that could be attributed to it. After all, if that wasn't the case, then there was only one possibility. That would be a problem with the deep blue mystery. But, just kidding, the deep blue mystic realm, being a king-level mystic realm, had people watching it at all times, so how could there be a problem? Let's keep moving then. It's time for me to slay the next demonic beast, haha, Topaz Bailey said. Yeah, no problem. Lin Yi nodded. It's a good combo for your opponent to provide deep blue shards and yourself to provide troops. Hey Lin Yi, can you continue to summon these goblins of yours after they die? Tuoba Bailey inquired with some concern. The fact that the opponent can summon hundreds of kobolds is undoubtedly powerful, but the stronger the word the more limited it is. If the other party's summoning is a one-time thing, then their plan can be halfway popped rough. Yes, but it requires access to genes, Lin Yi said. Oh, that's fine. Topaz nodded. As long as these kobolds weren't disposable. By the way, Lin Yi, I see that you have good talent and you're very amiable. Do you want to recognize me as your big brother? Tuoba Bailey suddenly inquired. I have good talent. Recognize you as a big brother? Lin Yi revealed a caring look as he looked at the person beside him. Shay, looking down on people aren't you? Tuoba Bailey looked around and there was no one around, so he came to Lin Yi's side, covering half of it with one hand, and quietly said, I'll tell you quietly, don't tell anyone. Actually, I'm gifted too, and my talent is still at the legendary level. After saying that, he patted his chest with a haughty face. How about that? Recognize me as your big brother and I'll cover you from now on. Let's not talk about the fact that I can hack a fortune after I find my cheap, wild father when I get to the first academy. Just the mere fact that I have legendary level talent is already enough to be your big brother, right? Lin Yi, you're gifted too? Lin Yi looked at the person in front of him with some disbelief. A gifted person was a 1 in a million existence, and it was a bit of a coincidence that the other party was also a gifted person. And you're a legendary level talent. Why are you so weak in combat? Through the battle just now, he had actually seen that Tuoba Bailey's imperial beasts had strong defenses, but not much offensive power. He could be construed as an elite level talent, if you want to call it a talent, but if it's a legend level talent, he doesn't believe it. Hey, who told you that the stronger the talent the stronger the strength has to be? No? Lin Yi subconsciously glanced at his goblins. You. Tuoba Bailey noticed Lin Yi's eye roll and immediately his aura weakened by half, but he still gritted his teeth and explained. I'm telling you, I don't have the same epic level talent as you. Talents below legendary can be manifested through pre-combat abilities, but above the legends, no. The more powerful the word, the more restrictions there are, especially with legendary words. Although my pre-combat ability is not as good as yours, but when I truly awaken then, I will definitely be an amazing one. Takumi Bailey said proudly. The more powerful the word is about, the more restrictive it is. I know this, but what does awakening mean? Do legendary level words still need to be awakened? Lin Yi wondered. Of course, the words are weak before awakening, and only after awakening will I take off. Tuoba Bailey patted his chest, satisfied with the former's inquiry. Only he realized that Lin Yi wasn't paying attention to himself. At the moment, Lin Yi was looking at his Goblins panel. Fertility Authority 1/3. The words above the legend are special and require awakening. So is this my word awakening? Lin Yi looked at the words 1/3 of the mutations this thing had produced after he had killed the Iron Army Ant Queen. If so, does that mean that one's god-level words have not awakened either? Hey, what's all the fuss about? You really don't consider recognizing me as your big brother? I'm a legendary level word. Although you're stronger than me now, I'll be stronger than you after I awaken. Topaz Bailey urged. Why don't you recognize me as your big brother? My current word for goblin is godly. Lin Yi similarly responded. Yours is god level? Takumi Bailey froze slightly and fumbled with his chin. Taller than me? Then I should indeed recognize you as a big brother. Bah, no, almost fooled by you. Still god level. Where in this world is a god level phrase? 35, word awakening. Day 2. Your flying pig killed a level 21 corpse demon. You gained 20,000 experience. Congratulations on your promotion. Currently level 5. Talent, Blood of the Dragon God. To be awakened. With the fall of the corpse demon, Tuoba Bailey also managed to upgrade. Sure enough, creating silver level demons and killing silver level demons was the right thing to do, and he was satisfied with such an upgrade speed. Closing his panel, Topaz was satisfied. He was only one level away from reaching the minimum requirement to be able to enter the first academy, and according to this current progress, he would definitely be able to break through without 2 days, and there were still 8 full days to go before entering the academy, which was plenty of time. I didn't think you'd be level 5 already. Lin Yi looked at the person in front of him with some surprise. He thought that the other party was at most level 2, but he didn't think that the other party was already level 5 after killing the corpse demon. This kind of speed was not something that could be compared to ordinary people, even if it was the miss of the Liu family. At this moment, I'm afraid that she wasn't even level 5 yet. That's for sure. Don't even look at whose bastard I am. My wild father is the head of the Shangwan family. Takumi Bailey said rightfully. Do you have some kind of grudge against the Shangwan family's family head? Lin Yi looked at the other party with great incomprehension. Isn't a status like illegitimate child usually kept secret? Where do you meet people and talk about them and hang on to them from time to time? The state of the other party simply didn't look like they were going to the first academy and the capital to recognize their relatives, but rather to go to the capital to take revenge. How can you? Takumi Bailey paused visibly after hearing this, and then opened up again. I'm saying this because my wild dad is awesome. If you had a dad like that you could be as arrogant as me. It's a pity that you're not the bastard son of the Lin family, otherwise you might be able to be half as arrogant as me. As he said that, he also shook his head. feeling sorry for Linny for not being able to join his bastard association. If Linny really was the illegitimate son of the Lin family, then it would definitely be interesting when they arrived at the first academy. Of the 4 great families, it was surprising that 2 of them had bastards and had formed associations, so there were bound to be a lot of bastards admiring them, and by the time their bastards are all together, it's going to be a very scary force. Although it wasn't as good as the rightful heirs of all the powers, it wasn't far off. Even if they put in the effort, they might not be the rightful heirs. Forget it, don't bother discussing bastardization with you. Let's just get to that very fertile female spider you were talking about. Linny looked at his goblin and said, in fact, as strong as the kobold's word talent was, he could see the downside in these days of confrontation. The rest of the few passives and the odd ability of counterspells aside for a moment, take his current combatant in charge, loves hips. On the surface, this divine phrase has only one limitation, time. On top of that, with the right genes, his kobolds can summon unlimited squires, but in reality, no gene will stand still for you to touch, and with the most genes the kobolds could access so far with their abilities, the number produced was only 200. It might be more if they go all out, but at full strength they can't upgrade as normal. That means that juggling the fight, the kobolds are at most 200 in number, summoning 200 squires. It sounded impressive, but it was completely out of line with what a god-tier word should have. Although the higher the word level, the more restrictions there were, it was true that one's own word level did not reflect a godly level at the moment. At best, it's an epic level. As such, he's going to try and get the so-called fertility authority, and by filling it up to 3/3, his own talent should be able to truly awaken. And his first target was a mutated crypt demon spider, a male spider, yet bizarrely possessing the ability to procreate and forming his own king's lair, which sounds like it could be similar to his own kobolds, is worth checking out. Well, 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 well. Tuoba Bailey waved his hand, then said somewhat helplessly, first things first, that magical beast is a powerful one, and his race is also numerous, so don't blame me for not warning you if half of your kobolds are killed or injured, Topaz Bailey said. Don't worry, Linny nodded without caring. The king's race, this was a disadvantage for the average royal beast master, but not for himself, because their own kobolds can take the opportunity to acquire genes. By then, not to mention the loss of personnel, he might be able to make up for all the damage in the middle of these 2 battles while he had the chance. At the same time, out of camp, what's wrong with not being allowed in? Why won't you let me in? I just went out to replenish the membership and you won't let me in? Where do you want me to go if we're not allowed to practice here? The closest leveling secret realm to this place will take 2 days to reach. Shin Qingqing looked angrily at the people in the camp in front of her. The other side was surprisingly not letting themselves in anymore. And, not only the 6th section, but even the 12th as well. So much so that there were no more secret realms around that were suitable for low-ranked Imperial Beastmasters to practice in. Or even if there was one, it would be something like the official secret realm, in which there would be at most one Black Iron King. It simply doesn't satisfy itself. I'm sorry, there's an unexpected change in the secret realm. It's temporarily closed for your safety. What's changed? Is it dangerous? Lu Ruyan beside her similarly went up to inquire. If they were to go to the rest of the secret realm, not only would they lose 2 days of catching up, they would also incur a considerable amount of expenses. After all, the entry qualification for the secret realm wasn't cheap. Sorry, can't tell, and we're just following orders, the soldier replied. What? Not letting us practice and not even an explanation? Who is your supreme commander? What level? Do you know who I am? Shin Qingqing's lungs were about to explode with anger. His Shin family was only down and out, not dead, but the other party dared to treat him like this. I'm sorry, but the identity of the commanding officer is classified and unavailable. The soldier still didn't explain, just apologized. You, at the same time, command room, still can't get in touch with the monitor or the badge? The officer with 2 scratches on the front of his body looked anxious. I'm sorry my lord. No, we're fully out of contact. There must be interference from some powerful being in this. The person in charge of communication did not explicitly say that the one who might be interfering with the current communication would at least have to be a king-level existence. In other words, under his nose, in the midst of their surveillance, a king-level demonic creature had been quietly born. Good tactic, to have no precursor at all. Directly promoted to become a king-level demonic creature. Lu Ziquan secretly clenched his fists and sighed at Abyss's scheming. This area had always been under surveillance, and the strongest demons were just at the silver level. But surprisingly, there were magical creatures that could directly go from silver, across, gold, platinum, and platinum, which were several stages, to the king rank instantly. It would be absolutely impossible to say that this was not fueled by the abyss. How many more people in the area haven't come out? Luziquin inquired. There are at least 300 more. 200 of them are our soldiers on their daily clearance mission, and the other 100 are kids heading to practice. The former reported. Organize a team of people. I'll go rescue it myself. 36. King-ranked demonic creatures. Outside the camp. Teleportation. I didn't think that the Shin family still had such a base. Ruyan Lu waited outside the camp for the Shin family's support, because rushing to the rest of the secret realm was too time-consuming. Shin Qingqing discussed with her family and surprisingly chose to directly use one-time teleportation. I heard that this was the talent of a caged bird amongst their family. Although there were many restrictions and the use of quotas was precious, possibly having such a caged bird, the other party's heritage was undoubtedly more than that of the Lu family. It's true, father was right. Talent is important if you want to build the family better. Ruyan Lu said this while remembering Lin Yi. The opponent's talent was Summon Servant, which was an equally good talent. If one's 7-colored Phoenix Luan were to mate with it and have its offspring inherit this talent, then one's overall strength would leap to the top. If one could really have this kind of talent, then I'm afraid that even in the first academy, one would still belong to the upper echelon. It was just a shame that, at the moment, she didn't know how she was going to open her mouth and string seeds with the other side. Beg him? No, that would be too degrading. One was no longer a lowly commoner and was considered a member of the nobility. Pleading to a civilian and still begging for the other's imperial beast to violate his own imperial beast. This is really a little bit demeaning. Never mind. Let's stick with the current strategy. Ruyan Lu shook her head inside. It's better to be nice to Ning and then get the other party to agree to the request through Ning. Well, though just being nice to his brother and then making him pay for it sounds a little unrealistic. But, one's own status is honorable after all. And there is some difference with the other party. And, it was the kobolds who were really comfortable with letting his kobolds violate his own 7-colored Phoenix Luan. After all, the other party's goblin was still a goblin, even though it was special. If you want to reproduce, you'll have to go with goblins as well. If there were no special circumstances, the other party would never be able to cross paths with a noble creature like the Phoenix Luan in their lifetime. And not only does he or she not mind this situation, but he or she will actively purchase drugs that can briefly break genetic barriers. It's like a posh girl marrying an ugly commoner. He didn't mind the other's looks, helped his brother, and was willing to give his body to the other, and would even take the initiative to drug himself. And it's all just wanting to have a child with each other. This invitation is not excessive. At most, another fortune would be nice. Although she said in her mouth that Linny didn't lose out on this deal, and even made a profit, she actually knew in her heart that she hadn't made a profit. You can get your opponent's epic level talent this way. For that, she was still willing to pay something. After Ruyan Lu figured it out, she stopped dwelling on it. Suddenly, Miss, it's bad. There's big news. Lu Yu suddenly shouted and pleaded outside the tent to enter. Come in. Why? What's the news? Ruyan Lu looked at Lu Yu and inquired. Although Lu Yu was a bit greedy and petty, the other party's business skills were first class, and without important information, the other party would never lose his temper like this. Miss, Sector 6. The whole of Sector 6 is on lockdown. Lu Yu is shocked. I know this. Wasn't it blocked off in the morning? Ruyan Lu frowned. No, not the same MS. The military has released the lost list. Have all the surrounding families and civilian family members check it. And they also promised that they would rescue everyone as soon as possible, while calling on all the strongest people within the vicinity, other than the city lord. Lu Yu finished the matter in a single breath, and then gasped for air. What? How is this possible? Haven't the 12 districts of the borderlands always been under official control? Ruyan Lu looked at the other party in shock. The reason why the many noble children dared to come to the border army's land to try out was because of its low danger and the many demonic creatures. There is a certain amount of danger, but the 12 regions have always been under official control, and no real problems are likely to arise. How did something happen nowadays? That, I'm not really sure, but the military has issued a top-level notice. It's a good thing we came out first at that time, or else I'm afraid we'd already be on top of the list at this moment. Lu Yu celebrated. Ruyan Lu was still in shock. For the military to call for help and issue such a notice, it proved that there was at least a platinum-level demonic swarm, or a king-level demonic creature, in this area, and either of these two, no matter which one, is an existence that can be called a disaster that destroys the city. Wait, where's Lin Yi? Is Lin Yi on top of the missing list? Ruyan Lu suddenly thought of something and inquired anxiously. Yes, naturally he is. Lu Yu replied happily. This damned civilian, finally dead, caught up in such a storm. There was absolutely no chance of the other party surviving. I heard that nowadays, the middle of Area 6 had long changed, and it was estimated that in a short while, The weakest level 4 magical creatures would be able to be upgraded to the black iron level. How could the opponent survive if he was only a level 4 Imperial Beast Master? Lu Yu was overjoyed in his heart, but he saw that Lu Ruyan was very anxious. Go, follow me to the barracks. Lu Ruyan strides anxiously out of the tent and heads to the barracks. When in distress, especially this kind of collective distress, if you want to improve the probability of survival, you have to go to the relationship. The military will rescue to the best of its ability and with all its might, and there is no doubt about that. But who to save first and who to save second? That's a lot to choose from. For the soldiers, all are their guardians, all are worth rescuing, and they save whoever they come across. But for some politicians, it's the ones with the most value that are the priority targets for rescue, and this so-called value depends on his own judgment. What's the point of going to the barracks at this hour? Miss, are you going to ask for more details? Lu Yu followed behind in disbelief. No, I'm going to save someone. Ruyan Lu snorted coldly, feeling that the heavens were helping the Lu family. Isn't this a great time to make Lin Yi owe himself a favor? As long as he paid some price to get Lin Yi on top of the prioritized rescue list, then the other party would definitely thank him when they found out afterwards. That way one can make a better request for a Kobold and Phoenix Luan string seed. Saving lives? Miss, you're not going to save Lin Yi, are you? Lu Yu didn't know how, but at the first moment, he actually thought of the person who made him hate himself. What? No? Ruyan Lu stopped and looked back. The other party seems to have been in trouble with Lin Yi. At this time, it should not make any trouble, right? Lu Ruyan's eyes gradually became cold. She could ignore what her subordinates did on a daily basis, even when the other party used the Lu family to benefit themselves, because this was originally one of the rights attached to the Ryu family when they utilized each other. But she would never tolerate that someone would jeopardize her plans for personal reasons. Yes, of course, whatever the lady does is right. Professionalism let Lu Yu know that he could never refute next. But Lu Ruyan was still a bit uneasy and said, "From now on, don't follow me. Let Ning come." What? Miss, this is out of order. I'm the one who has followed you the longest, and by rights I. Lu Yu's panicked eyes swept about, but they met a pair of eyes as deep as a pool. He bowed his head and said, "Yes, 37, capture the thief. Crypt Demon Spider, this thing is not easy to mess with." The two of them arrived in an underground cavern, and Tuoba Bailey began to popularize the special characteristics of the king's demons here for Lin Yi. Actually, this demonic creature is quite valuable for research. It's only because he has too many heirs, so it's difficult to crusade under normal circumstances. That's why the military hasn't been eradicating and apprehending it. Takamori looked around at the small spiders and summoned the flying pig to kill them. Your Imperial Beast Flying Pig has killed 2 iron blood spiders and you have gained experience 30. Look, there are a large number of this low-ranked demonic creature. We've only just gone in among them, and we've already encountered no less than 100 of them, Topaz Bailey said. No problem, my kobolds love it when the other side is outnumbered. Lin Yi couldn't help but worry about this, as his own goblins had already begun studying each other, figuring each other out and increasing their gene points. Touching the spider's tail increases genes, touching the spider's legs increases speed and stamina, and, finally, swallowing a small spider in the mouth. Iron food is unleashed, increasing some of its constitution. These iron blood spiders could be said to have been utilized to the extreme by the goblin beings. Even iron food, which is very difficult to raise, is starting to improve. This wasn't a human society after all. Iron weapons were considered rare, and there weren't too many magical creatures with iron weapons. As a result, there has been no room for him to play with his iron food, but now it was better. The blood of this group of iron blood spiders contained some iron elements, although the content was scarce, only 1% each. But, can't help the number of spiders here. There are spiders all over the place, and there are over 100 kobolds catching spiders themselves. Suffice it to say that the spiders were caught by the kobolds just as they came out and sent to the kobold proper for a series of processes. Touch your ass, touch your legs, and eat it. With over 100 kobolds in supply, his kobolds boosted quickly, and even he himself boosted his experience quite a bit along with it. It could be said that this place was simply a cave for goblins. Your goblin devours the iron blood spider and has a plus 1% constitution. Your kobold is poisoned, and your kobold is taking sustained damage. Counterspell activated. Your kobold is poisoned and your kobold gets a little refreshed. Sustained damage in progress. Your kobolds get high again. Your kobolds get high. Your kobolds. High-speed regeneration activated. Your kobold is being healed. Counterspell activated. Your kobold takes damage +1+1+1+1. Oh, the kobold eats, and starts screaming strangely. The whole thing hurts and feels good. Good in the sense that the toxin damage is cool, and bad in the sense that the high-speed regeneration is doing damage to itself. Lin Yi, don't start high-speed regeneration if you eat. He hadn't expected the kobolds to still subconsciously launch high-speed regeneration after taking damage. Looks like we'll have to find him the rest of the similar skills later on instead. Like, persistent toxins? As long as you keep poisoning yourself, it's the equivalent of healing yourself all the time under a counterspell. It's the equivalent of high-speed regeneration in disguise. Well, feasible. Lin Yi nodded, deciding that when he got out he would make sure that the kobolds learned a skill to poison themselves. He himself currently had 3 deep blue shards in his hands, and if he sold them, he would have around 2 million. 2 million is a small fortune, so you can try to buy the Imperial Beast Core for the kobolds to learn skills. Your goblin has killed a level 7 Iron Blood Spider, and you have gained 300 experience. Your kobold gains the gene, Ironborn Spider. Your kobolds are on a breeding quest. Your goblin has devoured the Iron Blood Spider, and your goblin is poisoned. Counterspell unleashed. The series of hints that suddenly came let Linny know that they were starting to enter the true lair of the Crypt Demon Spider. The spiders around them also gradually changed from under level 5 to level 7. It seems like the Crypt Tarantula has found us, and this is his army, Tuoba Bailey said, then shielded Linny in front of him. He was only responsible for providing intelligence and deep blue shards. The real fighting was left to Linny. Roar! There was a vibration coming from the cave, followed by a hissing sound. Everyone could sense that a large group of powerful demons had come, and their mere rush had caused the cave to shake. Get on! Linny was giving orders to the goblin servants, while the goblin being was breeding one new goblin servant after another. That's a great phrase. Tuoba Bailey looked enviously at the goblin, and suddenly made up his mind. Be sure to take Linny in as your little brother. The opponent's ability was just too secure. A group of kobolds, surrounded by such creatures. Hiss! Gah! The two stayed around the corner of the cavern and did not head to the first battlefield, and on the other side of the bend, there was a battle between the kobolds and the spiders. As they fought, they brought the defeated spiders back to the kobold proper. The insta-one-click trifecta enhances itself while breeding new kobolds, and with the synchronization of genes, almost all new kobolds born recently are spider kobolds. Such kobolds are much better suited for cave fighting. Don't mind those small spiders. Wait until there are enough of them and go straight to catch the Crypt Demon Spider. Lin Yi, in order to prevent the situation from occurring where both sides were fighting more and more like before with the Iron Army and Queen, gave an order to the goblin being. He didn't know what the breeding conditions of the Crypt Demon Spider were, but judging from these numerous small spiders, the other party's ability should favor quantity over quality. This was the opposite of the other party and the Iron Blood and Queen. Their own kobolds, on the other hand, were a mix of quantity and quality. Gah! The kobold proper nodded in understanding. Suddenly, roar, rumble, there was a loud roar, followed by the rocks overhead beginning to collapse. Ironhide. Tuoba Bailey's flying pig opened his skills at the first opportunity, shielding the two under his big ears to avoid the debris. It is? Lin Yi was staggered, but then he saw a huge spear-like spider leg emerge from the top of his head, followed by a second one, the third root, the fourth root. A spear fell from overhead, and the surrounding space was forced to expand dozens of times, connecting directly with the space above. Finally, the owner of the hideous spider legs revealed himself after destroying it all. A huge spider measuring 4 meters. Crypt Demon Spider? Lin Yi was stunned. He hadn't thought that the reasoning of catching a thief first would be understood by the other party. And, act faster than you can. My god. Silver level. Tuoba Bailey marveled and subconsciously stepped back. 38, this thing can stab the body? Silver level. And it's not even at the beginning silver level. Lin Yi was similarly solemn. The opponent's level was around 25, which was the strongest opponent he had encountered so far. And, crucially, most of the goblin squires were not here. The goblin squire is currently in the battlefield in front of him, and he tries to recall, but he is blocked by the opposing spiders. This guy, completely the means that he is prepared to deal with the other side, moved over against himself, and, still acted first. Roar! Lin Yi and the others backed off, the few goblin servants around them taking the lead on top, and the goblin proper was waiting for an opportunity. Luckily, I still have a few squires here. Lin Yi was glad that he still had 10 servants here, and it didn't seem to be too much of a disadvantage if you counted the goblin proper. Giggle. As Lin Yi pondered, he only saw that the Crypt Demon Spider actually verbalized a spider web, separating himself from the goblins. At first, he was trying to directly attack Lin Yi in a surprise attack, but he was dodged. And after noticing that there were still such kobolds here, the Crypt Tarantula decided to replenish the spiders at the first opportunity. Ta-da-da, only to see the other pouting, followed by self-bonding. This spider surprisingly possessed 2 sex organs at the same time, allowing for self-propagation. The next second, like the laying of beans, a small white egg was rapidly born. I'll go, he's really having a baby like that. On the side, Tuoba Bailey was shocked. Hermaphrodite, asexual reproduction. These things he had heard of. Just, to see or the first time it's so blown up. Put. Naturally, the goblin servants wouldn't sit still, and one of the goblin servants with the acid skill used his acid to pierce through the spider web, and then began to attack the crypt demon spider, and by this time, the first spiders of the crypt demon spider had been born. 30 only. In just a few seconds, the other party had already created 30 low-rank spiders, and this remaining speed was even more terrifying than that of the goblins. Stop him. Lin Yi knew that he had to stop this, or else they wouldn't even be able to kill the smaller spiders, not to mention taking on the crypt demon spider. Lin Yi's order was given, and the goblin body immediately took action. Iron arm, hands turning iron. He pulled out his mallet and slammed it against one of the spider spears. Dang! The heavy blow fell short, but the kobold took the opportunity to touch his opponent as he put away his lone legs. Your goblin touches the cryptic tarantula. Add 1 to your touch points. Your kobold gains 10% speed, 10% stamina. Howl. The crypt demon spider probably didn't think about what the other party meant by this move either. Two male creatures fight each other and the other touches himself? He didn't understand and even felt a little insulted. Roar! A spider web was sprayed towards the former, but it was easily dodged. Although the goblin's body was only level 6, his attribute increase had long been several times that of his level. Whether it was physical strength or speed, it had already surpassed the silver level crypt demon spider in front of him. He quickly weaved his way through the crypt demon spider's body, constantly wandering back and forth between several long legs. Your goblin touches the cryptic tarantula. Add 1 to your touch points. Your kobold gains 10% speed, 10% stamina. Spiders are known to have 8 legs, and that's one of the kobold's favorite things about them. All 8 of the opponent's legs provide a significant increase in attributes. A few moments later, just this one crypt demon spider had already increased his attributes by 80%. This time, the opponent was even more unable to catch the goblin proper. Your kobold unleashes the word theft. Detection in progress. Cryptic demon spider, resisting fiercely. Success rate increased by 30%. Cryptic demon spider fighting to the death. Success rate increased by 100%. Current success rate 130%. Theft is successful, and the kobold gains 1/3 of the fertility authority. Note, it's a vile theft. You steal someone's roots. Lin Yi, fertility authority? Lin Yi's pupils dilated in disbelief. It was to be expected that the crypt demon spider would resist, and it was reasonable that the crypt demon spider would fight back to the death. After all, the goblin had touched the other party's 8 spider legs first, and then the rest of the body. The other party would definitely resist, but he never expected that the thing he stole this time would be directly his target. 1/3 of the fertility authority. The other party had such a perverted fertility, and it was really because of the fertility authority. Lin Yi was shocked and elated. Crypt demon spider, shocked and furious. The roots, their own roots are gone. 1 second he's fighting and having babies while he's reproducing himself. He attempted to win the battlefield by restricting those goblin squire and killing goblin squire in this way. But the next moment, that despicable guy, who had his roar, the crypt demon spider's entire body turned crimson red after its rage, frantically attacking everything around it, including its own air. This guy, he's gone crazy, Lin Yi lamented. Yeah, who wouldn't go crazy if this thing was put on them? Takumi Bailey took a step back again, shielding his flying pig in front of him. God knows what he just saw. That kobold, touching back and forth, and when he's done, keying people up, he didn't get a good look at the kobolds because they were too fast, but he saw the kobolds disappear, the roots of the cryptic magic spider disappear, and then, the fury. Is it still hard to speculate on all this? This kobold is a bit too evil. I need to stay away. Touching legs, touching buttocks, these he can understand. After all, men are men. The kobolds are also men. But about this, he really cannot understand. At this moment, the desire to collect a little brother within him was completely extinguished. Howl, roar. Your kobold acquires the gene +1, cryptic tarantula. Having lost the help of its scion, this crypt demon spider was no match for Lin Yi's goblin body, especially since the other party was still in a state of rage, completely lacking the calmness and wisdom of the one who had just started sneaking up on him. Within moments, he was killed by the kobolds and touched the genes. Your goblin kills level 25. Crypt tarantula. You gain 25,000 experience. Congratulations, you've been upgraded. Upgrade detected. Please ask if you are extracting words. The system's beeps kept coming. Lin Yi, on the other hand, wasn't in a hurry to extract the words, but instead looked at the goblin with some curiosity. Fertility authority, that's the second one you've gotten for yourself. Where's the last one? At his gesture, the kobold swallowed the fertility authority into his stomach. ********. Eat it raw. This, Tuoba Bailey's mouth was about to grin to his cheeks. His expression was complicated. This stuff, barbecue he's eaten, hot pot he's eaten, sashimi. It was the first time he had ever seen a human eat. Oh no, a kobold eat. It's so fierce. At this moment, he felt like he didn't deserve to be the other party's boss at all. Because he wasn't fierce enough. 39. Overeating. Your kobold has gained fertility authority. 2/3. Please keep trying. Note, you're lucky you came across loose authority. You're unlucky you need to compete. The kobold, after devouring that special thing, unsurprisingly gained the other third of the authority of procreation. Things went so smoothly. Something Lin Yi hadn't expected. After all, something like authority belonged to God, and he hadn't expected that he could encounter it continuously. He only came here because he heard that this crypt spider is a male spider but can give birth, so he came to try his luck. It didn't occur to me that the other side actually had authority regarding procreation. Just, why would God's authority be spilled on earth? Still spilling over. Lin Yi was puzzled, but the answer to that question was unknown even to the cryptic demon spider. Not to mention him, he also somehow encountered authority and managed to inherit it. At first he even resisted. After all, how could he have a child when he was a male spider? But after his first birth he discovered the true fragrance. He had only possessed this authority for less than 10 days, and had raised his level from 11 to 25 by devouring demons. Such speed was beyond his reach. Never mind, if you can't figure it out, don't think about it, and hopefully I'll still come across the last third of it next. Getting the authority, Lin Yi was in a great mood. Brother Lin, you're level 7 here. You're so fast. This rank is considered good even if it's placed among the big families. On the side, Tuoba Bailey sighed at Lin Yi's growth. Such a speed was considered good even if it was placed in the middle of an ordinary big family. It's not as good as the core members, but it's better than half of the members. The average member of the team, even with a silver level team leading the way, is only at this level now. You know, it's only the second day, although it was already approaching the third day. If the whole thing went on like this, after 10 days, with the goblins, it wouldn't be impossible for the two of them to reach the Black Iron rank. This is something you wouldn't have dared to think about before. After all, he was only a bastard himself. The Takumi family had long since disappeared as well. With himself and his financial resources, it would be impossible for him to reach the Black Iron rank before the exam. The children of the great families? It will take some time. Lin Yi nodded, pondering in his heart. For the sons of the big families, it was very difficult for ordinary people to want to transcend the universe. Even if you have decent word talent ability, it takes decades, if not 2 or 3 generations, to get there. The Ryu family, for example, is currently at this stage. It's too hard for ordinary people to go against the grain. After all, there is a saying, you think you have worked hard for 10 years, but behind others are 3 generations of aristocrats and 3 generations of businessmen. You've only been working hard for 10 years, while others have been working hard for 3 generations. And on what basis can you easily surpass that? Don't worry, I'm sure we can surpass that. Big if we become bastards together. Tuoba Bailey patted his chest in affirmation. Then forget it. Lin Yi shook his head. His so-called still needing some time was not 10 years, 20 years, or even 2 or 3 generations like the Liu family. He was really just needing some time. Epic level words take 10, 20 years to become a clan. And you're a god level, and a first level one at that. To put it mildly, if someone else has an epic level phrase, surely they'll spam it to develop their ability. And Lin Yi is not that he Versailles, but he really can not develop. There are so many godly phrases. For the next half a day, the numerous small spiders within the cave were cleared by the two of them, and Lin Yi and Tuoba Bailey once again gained quite a bit of experience. The gods are being drawn for you. You have gained the gaze of the god of greed, Tao Tai, and you have gained the divine word, overeating. Overeating, eating capacity increased by 100 times, can be increased according to the level of the imperial beast, no upper limit. Note, no and no sugar cane. Seal, seal, seal. After seeing the words, Lin Yi didn't have any hesitation in choosing to seal them. This is now his second completely unusable phrase. The first invites disaster, while the second is overeating. The former might give the kobold a day trip experience. The latter would turn the opponent into a gobbler. Although the kobold species was special and didn't need to eat some kind of high-end food, the normal consumption would not be small. It was the fact that there were demons around he could deal with eating some on the go. If you go back to normal society, the kobolds are going to eat themselves at least $100 a meal. 100 a meal. 3 meals a day. That's 9,000 a month, which is the limit of what one can afford. If one expands on that 100-fold, can't afford it, absolutely can't afford it. Lin Yi was a bit skeptical that this phrase wasn't intentionally spoofing himself. If only one could bestow such strange phrases on other people's imperial beasts. In this way, he would give an evil word to whoever he looked at unfavorably, and in less than 2 days, the opponent's imperial beasts would be played by the word. Come on, let's go find a new demon, Linny suggested after seeing that the goblins had pretty much cleared out the low-level demons here. He was also well aware of his goblin's overall strength after this battle. The strength of the goblin proper alone was roughly around level 25, and with the addition of the goblin squire, it should be level 30, gold level. With that kind of strength he could practically run roughshod over the entire 6th district. This was because he had yet to hear of a gold-level demonic creature in Area 6. If only there were more high-ranking demons, Lindy lamented as he walked. If there were more high-level demons, then they wouldn't have to work so hard to feed each other the deep blue shards again. A direct hit would be nice. Yeah, but that's impossible. The military won't allow powerful magical creatures. This is, Tuoba Bailey was talking, but then he saw that the goblin had appeared in front of the two of them at an unknown time. And the other man was holding something in his hand. A blue jewel. Is this a fragment of deep blue? Tuoba Bailey didn't understand what this meant as he looked towards Linny. What's the point of pulling out the deep blue shard at this point after the battle is over? And Linny was looking at Tuoba Bailey. How is it that the pieces of deep blue are being given to me when this hasn't even found the next powerful demon yet? Is this a complete trust in me? Ready to hand over the deep blue shard to me? Linny was puzzled, and Tuoba Bailey was equally puzzled. The two men's horizons collided, and a possibility suddenly occurred to them. This thing was found from the middle of that nest? Linny asked the kobold in shock. Gah, yes. 40, is the secret realm trying to harm me? Why would something like this appear in the lair of a crypt demon spider? Linny was shocked as he held the deep blue fragment in his hands. If he and the others had come a little later, it wouldn't have been a silver-level crypt demon spider waiting for him. Instead, it's gold level. He could hardly imagine how powerful and lethal that crypt demon spider's battle IQ would be if it really became a gold-level demonic creature. I'm afraid my own life is in danger. You. No, it's not you. It's the rest of the people who are trying to get to me? Tuoba Bailey was completely different from Linny. The first thing he thought of after seeing it was that someone was trying to victimize him. After all, once is a coincidence, twice is an accident, but 3 times in a row would be a real problem. Could it be that someone has dropped pieces of deep blue all along the path I must take, trying to put me to death? You're just a bastard. If the rightful owner wants to kill you, is it so troublesome? Linny looked at the other party somewhat breathlessly. With the connections of the Shangwan family, if the rightful owner really knew the identity of this guy, would he take such troublesome means? Placing deep blue fragments on all of Tuoba Bailey's necessary paths would prove that the other party thoroughly controlled Tuoba Bailey's whereabouts. And when others have grasped your whereabouts, they still don't just kill you directly in this place where there's not much of a crowd. Instead of using the precious deep blue fragment, you don't understand. I'm special. Tuoba Bailey shook his head. I am the son of the Shangwan family head. I'll whisper it to you again. The current Shangwan family head doesn't have the surname Shangwan, but rather, he's a member of the family. Think about it. He joined the family and did something like this. Is he going to get rid of me in a more covert way? Then it's just a matter of getting rid of you directly, along with me, so that no one will know of your existence. Linny said helplessly. That's true. Tuoba Bailey fumbled with his chin, feeling that Linny had a point. But, on second thought, he added, do you think it could be that Military Region 6 is going to advance to become a secret realm? Usually when an area is going to advance to become a secret realm and detach from a certain planet, it is to support the beings in the secret realm. I see. It's this Military Region 6 that wants to harm me? Tuoba Bailey slammed his thighs and understood something. Linny, you have a vivid imagination, but here reason would be a perfect solution to the current situation encountered. Aren't you scared? The secret realm of advancement. The magical creatures here will all advance. Takumi Bailey looked at the former. Isn't that better? None of the deep blue shards need to be used, Linny said. Nowadays, in the fact that one could fight across the ranks, it was natural that the stronger the demonic creatures one encountered, the better. Only then could he upgrade better and strive to catch up with those so-called sons of the world before entering the first academy. Well, when Tuoba Bailey thought about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. With the strength of today's kobolds, killing black iron level demons would have been stress-free a long time ago, as indeed it should be. Alright, let's advance. Let's go kill monsters. Topaz Bailey dropped his guard 3 feet back. At the same time, in the barracks. Damn. I told you how I couldn't detect the aura of the abyss. The person in charge of the command room. Lin Hai's face was ugly as he looked at the monitor screen. Although most of the array's functions were blocked by the force field of the king-level demons, there were still a small portion that could be used, and through that small part that was available, he found the reason why demons were born, but they hadn't received any news at all. Abyss sprinkled power, but he didn't throw in powerful demons at the same time like he always did. He chose to cultivate a powerful demon from amongst the demons that were already there. And, It was not Abyss himself who performed this operation, but Deep Blue. It was that king-level secret realm that had been born only in recent years. The opponent used his fragment aggregation trait to gather together the otherwise weak magical creatures, sprinkle deep blue shards everywhere to raise powerful demons, and then, using the properties of polymerization, make those demons kill each other for more shards. In this way, the other party could cultivate a king-level powerhouse at a piece rate. What's the current situation? Has the road wide been taken care of? A heavy voice came, and Lin Hai turned his head to see that it was his own officer. The other party even came in person after hearing the news here. Not yet. Lord Lu chose to save the people in the secret realm first. Oh, good. That's a good decision. The people are our foundation. We really should save the people before killing the demons. Shen Quan nodded in agreement. He inquired, regarding the refugees among them, can you still detect the exact location of these people now? Not yet, but it's being fixed as quickly as possible, and I think we'll be able to pinpoint the exact location of these people through the badges soon. Just go straight with this. Shinqua threw a third-order spell formation composed of blue gems towards the other party and said, this thing is from the Deep Blue secret realm, and is of the same origin as Deep Blue. With this, the exact location of everyone can be probed according to their strength level from high to low. Yes, Lin Hai looked at Shinqua excitedly. I didn't think that this officer, who was usually described by many as a vampire and an all-you-can-eat, no-you-can-do officer, would have this kind of commitment. This caused Lin Hai to be shaken on the spot and to start reflecting on himself. I was too young to listen to the wind and the rain. How can a man as good as the chief be as bad as the legends say he is? Immediately, he ordered people to set up this spell formation. By the way, this is the list to prioritize rescuing these people if the array really checks them out. Shinqua suddenly threw out a list after saying, the list? Lin Hai froze for a moment, still somewhat incredulous after the list had already floated into his hands. But, sir, we're all about any people being people, and we treat them all the same after we meet them, Lin Hai emphasized. Of course, I know the purpose, and it doesn't defeat the purpose. Shinqua revealed a smile. Most of the people on top of his own list are noble sons and daughters, and there are only a small number of commoners. It does defeat the purpose if you simply follow the list of rescues. However, one's own formation had a limitation and could only be recognized according to strength from highest to lowest. In this way, the only ones who can be the first to appear in the range of the array recognition are the noble sons and daughters and some of the more powerful commoners. And both. Give a few handouts for either one. $1 million a place for the nobles and $2 million for the commoners. He couldn't let that money go to waste. It's just that the thing that Ryu's girl asked for is a bit troublesome. A civilian without a hunting group to follow is not really easy to find. He could only wait until Lin Hai promised himself before talking some sense into it. I hope you don't die too quickly. You're worth $5 million. Shenqua smiled and found the most comfortable chair to sit down. 41, exploding blood. Gold level. My lord. This is the list of prioritized saves and the general location. In Sector 6, an attendant sergeant handed a list of names to Lu Ziquan. The list? Since when do we need to look at a list to save someone? He naturally knew about the replacement of the formation and the communication part of the reply. He was just now pondering why the other party, who was the number 3 of a legion, would come here and take the initiative to give himself and the others a gift of the formation. I didn't think it was even a hit. This, Lord Lu. Lord Shen said that this list is the first batch of people that the formation can detect. Because the formation is based on strength, we are asked to take the lead in saving this group. By strength? Lu Ziquan glanced at the list, which was surprisingly still updated in real time and was really judged according to strength. Only, the people among this list, he casually looked at them all, were either rich or noble. There were those surnamed Lin, Wang, and Quan. All of them were the sons of merchants and nobles from the surrounding nearby cities. According to strength, these nobles were certainly more powerful than the ordinary people, as they had an entire team to help with leveling. Just, if you think about it like that, maybe it's right to prioritize saving each other, because these noble sons often had a team around them. Finding each other also meant finding a team. That way they can save more people. After a moment's thought, he said, let's go with this list for now. Tell me the location of the first one, and you guys go save the rest. Lu Ziquan gave the list to the former. He was helpless about prioritizing the rescue of the nobles, but there was no better way, because the other side's arrangement is correct no matter which way you look at it. Things happen for a reason, and, by saving one of the other team, you save a team and have an advantage in numbers. Yes, the soldiers immediately manipulated the list, divided it into several parts, and then began to disperse the rescue. At the moment, the king-level demons have not shown up yet. If you encounter one on your way to rescue, don't hesitate and flee immediately, Lu Ziquan instructed. Also, the gold level is just as likely to run away. He adds, this was an elite unit, but the overall strength of this elite unit was only at the silver level. Such strength could naturally guard the entire Area 6 when used in normal times, but not when placed in today's world. The opponent could fight a bit when they encountered a silver-level demonic creature, but if they encountered a gold-level one, it would be a bitter battle. And once you get into a bitter fight in a place like this, you will only attract more demons and, in the end, be dragged alive. Yes, the squad replied firmly, then quickly left. Lin Yi is surnamed Lin. I didn't think that the capital city's big families still have son members here. Lu Ziquan sighed, lamenting the power of the lineage. Even such out-of-the-way places have members of the other side. Level 7. No, it's level 8. Lu Ziquan was looking at the panel, but suddenly realized that the person on top of the panel was already level 8. To still have the strength left to slay demons in such a situation, worthy of being a son of one of the 4 great families. Thinking that ordinary civilians could only go around looking for a place to escape at this time, while the clan's children could upgrade with the assistance of the team, his heart was rather unfavorable, because he himself is from a civilian background. However, helplessness is helplessness, and there is nothing one can do about it. For whatever reason, he had to prioritize saving the other. At the same time, the gods are being targeted for you. Congratulations, you have gained the gaze of the sky god, Uranus, and you have gained the word, explosive blood. Exploding blood, due to the honor of your bloodline. You may detonate any lower-ranked bloodline that belongs to you, with the power determined by the bloodline. Note, sometimes having too many kids can be a pain in the ass. Exploding blood? This entry. At the moment, Lin Yi had learned to ignore these strange gods, and strange stares, and as he looked at the phrase, he felt as if it was a usable one, because it seems that instead of simply detonating one's bloodline, the word can cause some killing. The power is determined by the bloodline. The higher the bloodline level, the more powerful the explosion will be. Lin Yi instantly thought of the Gobble Squire's A-rank bloodline. Although these kobolds would not level up, the bloodlines of these kobolds were honored. Inherited part of the bloodline of the goblin's main body, enough to be A-ranked. With that thought in mind, he gave the word to his kobold. Lin Yi, do you have the feeling that this secret realm advancement is a bit exaggerated? On the side, Tuoba Bailey looked at Lin Yi with some concern. The secret realm here was advancing, and the ordinary magical beasts would transform towards the black iron level, while the black iron level magical beasts would even transform towards the silver level. If that's all there is to it, then this is indeed a good thing for them. But, just a moment ago, this demonic creature that they killed, this thing is a full level 28. This was a demonic creature that was about to reach the gold level. Wasn't the normal secret realm advancement such a big boost? Regarding this, he wasn't sure, as this was the first time he had participated in something like the secret realm advancement. However, if they really advanced like this, when the gold-level demons appeared, they would be the ones in real danger. There was absolutely no way they could survive the attack of a gold-level demonic creature. Nowadays just this one level 28 would require all the kobolds to go all out. Definitely not against a gold level. At least 50 kobolds died in the battle just now. Currently they can be down to just over 100. If they encountered the gold level, they might be all gone. It's a bit of a stretch. Lin Yi looked towards the demonic creature that they had just killed. This thing was at level 28. If placed in normal times, not to mention level 28, any demonic creature over level 25 would be a priority for the military to remove. Yet this one wasn't cleaned up, which means it's only in the last few days that this thing has grown to this level. In 2 or 3 days of leveling, he raised the sub to level 28, which was a terrifying progression. Head towards the periphery. You should be able to kill the demons here before they become stronger, Lin Yi said. It's not quite clear exactly what level the demons here will advance to. The current level was acceptable to them, but if it continued like this, they were afraid that they would not be able to accept it. Even kobolds can't carry it, unless there are several racial tribes standing still for kobolds to get their genes, and then looking for talking kobolds so they can pile up on each other using the manhwa tactic. Go! The two of them discussed the situation and were ready to head for the perimeter. Just as they turned around, they saw a huge figure from afar. The figure was like a giant, but its body was covered with holes. Lin Yi, corpse demon? Tuoba Bailey, gold level? 42, this is how legends should be. It's really true that what you fear comes to you. Shocked, Tuoba Bailey shielded Lin Yi in front of him. A demonic creature of this level would require them to fight for their lives in order to handle it. Wait, inside that demon, Tuoba Bailey hid behind Lin Yi to observe. But then he realized that there seemed to be other demons inside that huge 20-meter-tall giant. The body of a necromancer was prone to becoming a nest for the rest of the demons. That much he knew. But, this is a gold-level corpse demon. What level will the demon that is lodged in his body be? 2 gold levels? The answer was crying out for him, but he didn't want to believe it. He still has a lot of things left to do. How can he die here so soon? Let's get away. Ha, you're on? Tuoba Bailey was just about to say that he would let Linny escape, but then he realized that the goblins had already blown the horn for the charge. The one in the lead was none other than the Insta-Goblin. Your kobold touches the necromancer's jade foot for plus 2% speed and plus 20% stamina. 2. We can't beat that, Takumi Bailey said in horror. I'll give it a try. It's not too late to escape if I can't beat it. Linny glanced at the gigantic corpse demon. The reason why he didn't run away the first time was that he actually wanted to see the power of this divine level word. Explosive blood, while not really an offensive phrase, was the first divine phrase with real damage. Even though it's a collateral skill, it's at least god tier, so it should have a good effect, right? As he pondered, the kobold had given his answer. Rumble. As a goblin squire was torn apart, a huge 10-meter crater appeared in its place, and the necromancer stepped out of the way and fell straight to the ground. Asterisk 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 asterisk? You used a hot weapon? Tuoba Bailey looked at the large blood-red pit in shock. That kind of power just now was definitely a gold level attack. However, gold level. There were no gold level imperial beasts among them. This is a leftover battlefield from the abyss. If it was possible to use anti-personnel heat weapons, this place would have been cleared out long ago. Linny gave the former a blank look and said, the reason why humans developed the Imperial Beastmasters was to fight for power. 100 years ago, mankind thought they could be invincible in all the world by developing thermal weapons, until the Abyss came along. With a single word, Abyss limited the power of all anti-personnel heat weapons within his domain. In a place shrouded by an abyss, a pistol couldn't even kill a rooster, and a grenade could only leave a small 1-meter crater in the ground. And that, in a nutshell, is authority. When God said that this world was not fit for hot weapons, the hot weapons of this world lost all their usefulness. So to really become powerful, then you have to fight for power, to contend with that mighty abyss, and developing a royal beast rank was one of the most convenient, quickest ways to do so. That's true. It's impossible to use hot weapons here, and it's impossible for you to bring them here. Tuoba Bailey calmed down, then looked at the other party like a monster. That, just now couldn't be your imperial beast skill, could it? He had thought that the other party could procreate so many kobolds would be perverse and powerful enough. After all, the other party was only level 7 just now, yet they had crossed over and killed a level 28 demonic creature. But now, the other party seems to be even more perverted, and the power of that strike just now has a killing effect on gold level demons. Just now, I upgraded, and the Imperial Beast newly realized a skill, because he couldn't really explain the fact that he possessed a god level phrase. Linny had to make a random excuse. Grass. There's no heavenly reason why your randomly summoned Imperial Beasts are so strong. Not only is the strength strong, but the perception is also good. This is not even level 10. It's all 4, 5 skills. Sour feelings rolled in his throat, and for the first time, Tuoba Bailey felt that his own exclusive Imperial Beasts had lost out to someone else's random summoning. No, I can't think like that. I'm a legendary talent. My royal beast isn't really a pig. He thought of his talent and the original appearance of his Imperial Beast, and Tuoba Bailey briefly regained his confidence. When he really awakened, he would definitely be able to surpass the other party. After all, the other party was nothing more than an epic level talent, while he was a legend level. The thoughts had gotten so far that he had even begun to look forward to it. Lin Yi's Imperial Beast epic rank was already this powerful, so how powerful would his own legendary rank be after awakening? Will you be able to cross over to the gold level of combat straight away? Oh no! This seems like Linny can already do it. He glanced at the necromancer that had been overwhelmed by the explosion and shook his head. Not only was Lin Yi's explosive skill powerful, it could even be used continuously. The demonic creature that was lodged in the corpse demon's body was similarly drowned by the explosion before it could come out. If this explosion could have lasted longer, then these 2 gold-level demons would have definitely been killed. In other words, after that strange kobold had comprehended a new skill, the other party could already single-handedly take on and suppress normal gold-level demons. Lin Yi's epic level talent is already able to fight off gold-level demons, so I'll definitely be even stronger. Takumi Bailey fiddled with his chin for a moment. At least you have to fight across the ranks to the platinum level. After a comparison, he secretly nodded. Sure enough, he had a promising future ahead of him. Just, legendary levels. Are legendary levels that powerful? With 7 or 8 levels against 40 plus platinum levels? Tuoba Bailey scratched his head, feeling somewhat unrealistic. However, he looked at Linny again. The other party was so powerful at the epic level. It seemed like his own legendary level talent should indeed be a bit more powerful. After some thought, he nodded. Yes, that's what the legend says. At the same time, Lu Ziquan, who was rushing towards Linny according to the map, looked at the map and suddenly stopped himself. This stuff. He took a closer look at his panel, and the level at the top of the thing had indeed changed. Not that I'm blinking, but the thing did go from a 7 to an 8. Just now it was level 7. Now it's level 8? Fooling around? Even the core disciples of the Lin family can't possibly upgrade this fast, right? Lu Ziquan clutched the list and road guide in his own hands, his fingers white. He knew that it must be that Gai Shenque who had deceived him. The damn list isn't even sorted by strength. It's based on riches. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Cursing in his mind, he continued on. We are already close to each other. We can't turn back at this time. 43, don't ask if it's accurate. Just say it's fast. Your goblin has killed a level 33 corpse demon, and you have gained 60,000 experience. Your goblin has killed the level 34 white demon ant king, and you have gained experience of 61,300. So powerful. Linny looked at the 2 illusion level demons that he had already taken down. In this case, the ant king that was hiding inside the corpse demon was blown up by the goblins in a thinly veiled manner without even having the chance to send out his own soldiers. It was worthy of being the first god tier phrase that came with an attack performance. The effect was explosive and he was satisfied with it. Goblins that only have 24 hours of life in the first place seem to be very suited to exploding blood, which is like a human bomb. And it's still a human bomb that can blow up gold level demons. You've been upgraded. Leveling up detected. You have been given a chance to extract a word. Do you choose to extract it? Extraction. Linny was in a good mood. As expected, one would upgrade much faster when there were more high-ranked magical creatures, and it was only 2 gold-ranked magical creatures that one had upgraded. If he could continue, he was afraid that he could easily break through the Black Iron rank. The Black Iron level, being a large unit to cross, required a full 200,000 experience. It sounded exaggerated, but if he exchanged it with the demons at the current rate, it seemed like it was only 4 gold level demons. Well, it's just a shame he can't stay here all the time. God knows what level these demons will advance to if they continue to stay. If a platinum level demonic creature appeared, it would be fun, and one would not be a match at all. Thus, he could only hunt as many demons as possible on his way back. The gods are being drawn for you. You have gained the gaze of the Lord God, Hermes, and you have been given the divine word. Haste. Stealing, it's about a speed. First strike is the strongest, as long as the speed is fast, even if it's in front of the face. So what? Haste, hand speed increased by 2000% in proportion to the same level. Note, don't ask if it's accurate, just say it's fast. It's this a modest god again. Linny sighed, having gradually adapted. This seems like a godly phrase that can be used in conjunction with theft to aid each other. Give it to the kobolds together. Linny conferred the words with a general glance at the introduction. The kobold's brain lurched, as if he had been invaded by the vile word again. That's a lot. It's almost too stuffed. The kobold pondered how this skill should be used while touching the corpse's genes. Fast. When would a kobold need to be fast? Little heads are greatly puzzled by too many words and are too difficult to use. No. Is there a word limit? Linny was slightly contemplative after sensing the thoughts of the goblin's main body. He had previously assumed that there was no limit to word bestowal. After all, no one had ever minded having too many words for their imperial beast yet. Okay. There didn't seem to be anyone who fed their imperial beasts god-level words like beans like they did. Let him slow down a bit then. He's about to have a second imperial beast anyway. Linny reminded the kobold's sluggish brain how to use the phrase. It then turned its attention to its second imperial beast. 1 level short of the Black Iron rank, one was considered a true imperial beast master. And what would be one's second imperial beast? Will it also be an S-rank bloodline? Linny was a bit curious. Brother Lin, how are you replenishing your goblin squires? Behind him, Tuoba Bailey suddenly inquired. It's alright. This blood burst consumed a total of 30 kobolds, 40 replenished so far, Linny said. Because of the presence of the Ant King, there were quite a few small ants hidden inside this necromancer. Although these ants were small, they came with unique genes, so they could also be used to obtain genes to summon attendants. This increased the number of goblins quite a bit in a battle by a few instead. I think you can summon them back, Tuoba Bailey said after swallowing his saliva. Why? Linny was just about to ask why. After all, the ants hadn't finished touching them yet, and he could still add a few more to his retainers. So why summon them back now? But, in the next second, he looked at the gray figure above the sky and instantly knew why. A tiger, or a flying tiger. Grass. What a strong aura. It can't be platinum level? Linny hurriedly gave the order to his kobolds to come back. They weren't able to teleport the imperial beasts back to themselves at any time before they reached the Black Iron level. Roar! The tiger roared in the sky, and the pressure spread out. It's still platinum. Tuoba Bailey's heart was beating wildly as he shielded Linny in front of him. Brother Lin, is this beatable? Linny felt it from afar, then nodded decisively. Can't fight. Run. I can't. The other side has wings, and my flying pig can't fly out of the other side's range. Tuoba Bailey similarly shook his head, his face as white as a sheet of paper. I didn't think that I would die here after a lifetime of fame and fortune. Then fight. Linny clenched his teeth and prepared to explode all the squires. Although he wasn't a match for a platinum-level demon, he should still have a few hopes of escaping if he kept unleashing the blood explosion. Damn it, is this secret realm advancement so terrifying? Linny had some regrets that he had left late. Okay, no, something seems strange. Tuoba Bailey was just about to cooperate with Lin Yi to escape, but then he saw that there was actually a person standing on top of that huge white flying tiger. This doesn't seem to be a wild demonic creature. This seems to be an imperial beast, Tuoba Bailey said in surprise. Lin Yi looked closely, and it was true. What a royal beast master. He associated the change in the secret realm with the thought that it was the imperial beast master who had come to rescue the shipwrecked. It was also true that with all the changes here, only he himself could still survive, and the rest of the people would probably have had to go into hiding a long time ago. This man must be officially sent. At the moment, Linny was excitedly looking at that platinum-level flying tiger. How worried he had been a moment ago was how relieved he was at the moment. Platinum-level demons. With this they should be able to leave safely. You two are Linny and Tuoba Bailey, right? Above the sky, Lu Ziquan leapt down and looked at the two with an unhappy face. It was these two people, or the forces behind these two people, that made that Shinkugai deceive himself and modify the data of the list. Yes, the two nodded. This man was here to rescue them. It was normal for him to know information about the two of them. Where's your team? Call out your team. There are a lot of demons here and they are gathering. Call out the people and follow me, Lu Ziquan urged. Although he was very upset with these two people and Shinkua's secret data modification, but he had come here, he also had to bring these two people and the team behind them back. Team? Linny and the two of them looked at each other, then jointly shook their heads, indicating that they didn't have that. No team? Lu Ziquan's frown deepened. How could a noble son go out without a team? Wait, what's that one? Lu Ziquan was about to ask a follow-up question, but his gaze was attracted by a huge corpse of a necromancer. There, is a gold-level necromancer here? He looked at the necromancer and then at the two men in front of him. And the necromancer is? We just killed it. 44, how do you save it? Watching you guys kill your way out? Lu Ziquan looked at the two in silence. What a niche word. The other party should have only had their own imperial beast for a few days, right? Can this even kill a gold-level necromancer? What were you doing after you first awakened the imperial beast? It seems like you're fighting those level 2. Level 3 mutant tooth demon pigs in the middle of the secret realm, right? And these two can already kill gold-level demons? He somewhat suspected that this corpse demon was a corpse left behind after fighting the rest of the demons before, but looking at the battlefield, which still smelled of lingering blood, he dismissed the idea. This corpse demon definitely died just now. There was no need to question that. But, with what did he strike? Lu Ziquan looked at the two people as imperial beasts, a flying pig, and a group of kobolds. Why would there be a bunch of them? Never mind. Even a group of them shouldn't be a match for a gold-level demonic creature, let alone the fact that this thing is still a kobold. At the moment, Lu Ziquan felt his head itching as if he was going to grow a brain. The opponent killed a gold-level demon with a pig, and a group of weak kobolds, gold-level, among the current area 6. Other than that king-level demonic creature, the strongest evolution was gold-level, right? And his own rescue target, just killed two of these guys? Have this strength. You damn still let people rescue? And tampering with list info to get me to rescue? Oh, that's not right. It's not really tampering with the information. The other party is definitely more than level 8 if they can really kill this group of gold-level demons. My lord, have you come to save us? Yeah, don't gawk. Why don't we go ahead? Lin Yi and Tuoba Bailey spoke one after another. Although this platinum-level flying tiger was not a demonic creature, it was a wake-up call for them. Himself and the others were already in danger, and if they continued to stay, it would only be a matter of time before the demons were promoted to become platinum level. Oh, good. Lu Ziquan subconsciously nodded his head. What a ghost. He looked back at Lin Yi in dismay. You said you killed a gold-level demonic creature with a group of kobolds? Yeah, Lin Yi nodded. With the talent he had shown so far, although it was somewhat powerful, it shouldn't be so much so that the other party would feel exaggerated. After all, one's talent had not yet awakened. You see, and Takumi Bailey was well adapted. His answer was so flat. 10,000 alpacas were galloping in Lu Ziquan's heart. If it wasn't for the gold-level demon lying right in front of him, he would definitely suspect that the two were here to amuse themselves. But now that the gold-level demon was right in front of him, he had to be patient. If you can really kill a gold-level demonic creature, not to mention saving you from getting out, I'll even send you a nice military honor. The road is wide open. It's true when he says that. Gold-level demons were already powerful enough to be beyond the reach of ordinary soldiers. Even the search and rescue team that he had improvised had to flee after encountering a gold-level demonic creature. It could be said that in the entire region nowadays, the only one who could face the gold and above gold demons head-on was himself. If these two teenagers in front of them could really deal with gold-level demons, then they would definitely be good helpers. Even if they can help hold back those golden demons around the king-level demon, he may be able to take the opportunity to get rid of that demon. In this way, all the dangers here will dissipate. Really? Lin Yi's eyes instantly lit up after hearing about military honors. This stuff is much better than secret points. To put it bluntly, secret points were a reward system established to mimic military service. The military credits, on the other hand, are much more detailed and refined. Having military honors not only allows you to redeem what you need, but also to show your status at some special time. For example, some special cases are eligible for special treatment. This is because those who possess military honors, especially a large number of them, are those who have contributed to the country, and this is what they deserve. Yes, as long as you show your strength in killing that necromancer, I can give you a chance. The road is wide open. He wanted to see how a group of kobolds and a pig in the district could kill a gold-level corpse demon. Always the message on top of this list is not wrong. The opponent is really level 8, but that was only level 8. And this necromancer was at least level 31. That's a difference of over 20 levels. That's across 2 big stages. Bang! Amidst Lu Ziquan's shocked gaze, Lin Yi detonated a goblin squire, and after the dust, there was a huge 10-meter crater and a group of goblins rejoicing. A big cannonball. The master has set off another big cannonball. I don't know if it was a lack of intelligence or the idea was too far ahead of its time, but the goblin squires didn't scheme to explode blood. Instead they enjoyed it. Instead of spending 24 hours slowly, it's better to spend a moment with a bang. Modern weapons? Lu Ziquan's reaction was the same as to Woba Bailey's. With such exaggerated strength his first thought was of modern weapons, but on second thought, he realized something was different. There seems to be a kobold standing in that place just now, and no hot weapons can be used here. That is to say, this is the other party's natural ability? Lu Ziquan was shocked and then inquired, how many times can you get that explosion you just had? He clearly perceived that the power of this thing was sufficiently gold level, and if it could explode multiple times, it could definitely threaten gold-level demons. Well, Lin Yi took a general look at his leaping goblin squires. It's like 200 or so hits. Lu Ziquan. Good boy. Go. I'll take you to get your military honors. Lu Ziquan had shock, but it was more of a surprise. Unsurprisingly, this Lin Yi should have awakened some sort of talent. It's just that talent is extremely strong in the early stages of combat, and it was just enough to cooperate with himself to quickly take care of that king-level magical beast. He'd have to get rid of that thing fast if he was choosing to solve it instead of saving people one by one, because the authority belonging to Deep Blue was gathering steam, and if left unchecked, the other side would become stronger. When that happens, it's really out of one's control. He picked up the 2 men's clothes and leapt to the back of the Flying Tiger. Flying Tiger immediately understood in seconds and took off with his wings. We don't seem to be going in the right direction, do we? Tuoba Bailey looked at Lu Ziquan beside him with some doubts. This direction seems to be heading deeper into the 6th district, not the direction of leaving. Yeah, in the right direction. The road is wide open. That's right. Tuoba Bailey stared at the other party with wide eyes as he spoke nonsense in a serious manner. The demons all around this area he saw were getting stronger and stronger, definitely flying towards the depths of Area 6. Aren't you here to save us? He inquired suspiciously. Save you? The corner of Lu Ziquan's eye twitched. Do these 2 boys not know how strong they are? The strongest here is the gold level. And you guys have already killed a gold level easily. I'll save you all. Saved how? Fly you guys and watch you kill your way out? 45. This is not my nephew. Outside the barracks. Brother Luo. It's me, old Zhang. Among the many parents, a slightly chubby one stepped out quickly and lit a cigarette for the former. Old Chang? What brings you here? That man of the barracks was a bit surprised to see an acquaintance, and while letting the former in, he pursued the other party to ask why he came and such. Wait. It can't be that your family Xiaofeng is also here, right? Suddenly, he remembered something. This good brother's son of his also seemed to be in the college entrance examination this year. The other party wouldn't have let their son come here to practice, would they? No. Windy is not here. Zhang Xiong quickly shook his hand. As a royal beast master, he had fought for half of his life. For what? Isn't it the fact that your own child can get into an uneducated school without having to go through all these dangers? He had tried and succeeded on his own. He had gotten a C-rank imperial beast for his child, and with the presence of that imperial beast, his child didn't even have to come here to fight for his life. He just needed to slowly upgrade in the middle of the official secret realm. With a steady hand, your own child can definitely get into school. When the time comes, you can find your own connections and maybe even go to a good school. So you're here? The man was a little surprised. Parents who come here almost always have their own children in the mix and want their children to be the first to be rescued. But in reality, it must be the nobles who are really limited in what they can do. Although Little Wind is not here, I have a nephew who should be among them at this moment. Zhang Xiong thought of Lin Yi, although Lin Yi was not his own nephew. But the other party's relationship with Zhang Sanfeng was almost as good as that of a close nephew when counted. How could he let such a child he had watched grow up suffer danger? Bro, I heard we have a priority rescue list here. See if you can. Zhang Xiong suddenly took out a storage ring in the middle of his words. Hey, old Zhang, I can't help with this kind of thing. The man took a hasty step back and stated. This rescue was ordered by Chief Shin to be based on the judgment of the formation. The judgment of that formation? Zhang Xiong looked at the other party and made no exception to this Dao. How is it possible to say this kind of thing outright? The other side must have some kind of dependence. The man hesitated. Naturally, they are ranked according to strength. And can it? Forget it, I won't beat around the bush with you. The man in charge of intelligence liaison glanced at his old friend, took a deep breath, and decided to tell the truth. There is indeed a list of prioritized rescues, but it's also really in order of strength, and that's something I can't do. But you can give me the exact name and information, and I can get my teammates to help out if our guys come across it. Hey, well, naturally. Zhang Xiong nodded and stuffed the storage ring into the other party's pocket. The two walked all the way, finally, to the liaison office. Looking around, there were actually quite a few people already here, only that these people were not commoners, but rich merchants and some family sons. They were looking at the list above with the same urgency. No, this is the list. Look for it and see if the array has viewed him. Fine, I'll look for it. Zhang Xiong started to look forward from the end, but after searching for half a day, he wasn't able to find Lin Yi's name at the end. It shouldn't be. Hasn't it been detected yet? Tension arose in Zhang Xiong's heart. His knowledge of Lin Yi came from his own boy, who said that Lin Yi had level 4. It was because of this that he had come, because it was probably difficult to detect if Lin Yi was only 1 or 2 levels. But, not to mention level 4, 5, 6 he looked all over Noah, completely no. Don't be in a hurry. Old friend, take a closer look. Don't miss it. By the way, what's your nephew's name? The man reassured. Lin Yi. My nephew is called Lin Yi. Old friend, you show him. Zhang Xiong uttered the name, while the former saw it in a flash. Lin Yi? Isn't the first one? The soldier in that complicated liaison said. The first one? At this time, Zhang Xiong's gaze also noticed an area he had never seen before. The first? Rank 8. Name, Lin Yi. Level 8? Is this guy's talent that good? He knew that Lin Yi had awakened his talent, but, with just one talent, he could do so much in just 2 days? He hesitated a bit, wondering if this was his nephew or not. Suddenly, a familiar figure took large strides to similarly arrive at the liaison. Acropolis City Lord. Is there any news of a man called Lin Yi? Lin Yi? Yes, naturally. Seeing a city lord level figure come, naturally, someone personally received him, and the news about Lin Yi was sent over at the first opportunity. Oh, Captain Shin is also there. The Acropolis City Lord walked towards the familiar figure. You're looking for Lin Yi too? I told you where such a talented young man came from. I originally thought it was from the Lu family. I didn't realize it was you who cultivated it, Shinqua said with some surprise. Hey, I didn't raise this. It's the child of one of the adults in the capital. The Acropolis City Lord said. Capital. Surnamed Lin. Shinqua instantly understood something. So it's someone from the Lin family. No wonder. He had previously wondered why this one called Lin Yi could overwhelm the crowd and reach level 8 in 2 days. I didn't expect the other party to come from one of the 4 great families of the capital. Those who could have this kind of upgrade speed were presumably court children. No wonder. Shinqua nodded his head. It seems that the Lin Yi that the Lu family had asked Z to look for was not the same person as this one, and he would have to look for it again. The capital. The Lin family. The lord of the city himself came to look for it. Zhang Xiong looked at the first place on that list, that shining name, in dismay. If at first he had some guesses, this man was his own nephew, and his own nephew's talent was great, even greater than his own boy described. Then the moment the Acropolis City Lord arrived, he dispelled his suspicions. This guy is definitely not. The other party is from the Lin family, and Lin Yi does not have any connection with that Lin family. This point is still clear to him. Before that disaster struck, Lin Yi's father was just a black iron imperial beast master whose imperial beast was a slime, not even remotely related to that capital forest family. So he shook his head at his oldest brother beside him. This is not my nephew. I'll look again. Okay, take your time. I'll help you find it. For that storage ring in his pocket, he searched with the other man. Only, the two of them searched for the rank of 4, but they didn't see any name that matched. This caused Zhang Xiong to have doubts. Could it be that brat Zhang Sanfeng who lied to me? He's afraid that I won't come to Lin Yi's rescue, so he's purposely making his talent sound impressive? Zhang Xiong scratched his head, feeling that his old man had been punked by the kid. However, the pit is the pit. After all, Lin Yi also watched himself grow up, looking, so then he began to wait for the slow emergence of lists under level 4. 46, you stole his barrier? Sector 6, core area. Hey, Lu Ziquan, are you sure you can beat that king-level magical beast? Tuoba Bailey looked at the person in front of him with some skepticism. After the other party had learned that the danger in this secret realm was a king-level magical beast, he didn't think of taking the two of them with him, but even wanted to take the two of them with him to slaughter the other party. And even more strangely, the reason why the other party didn't do it before was because there were a few gold-level demons around that king-level demon? You can even kill king-level demons, but you're stopped in your tracks by a few gold-level ones? It made him wonder about the truth of the matter. After all, it seemed like he could exterminate quite a few gold-level demons with just this platinum-level battle tiger on his hip. The strength is limited, but it's still a sure thing against a freshly born king-level demon, assuming, of course, that you can externally destroy the sub-body demons summoned by your opponent. The road is wide open. This king-level magical beast was special. He had encountered it once in the abyss. This demon will open a field at the time of battle. This field served only one purpose, and that was that only one Imperial Beast Master could enter. That is, it's similar to the singles field. If it was just this, he was naturally not afraid, although his Imperial Beasts were in poor condition. However, the other party's so-called single combat was only single combating himself. Instead, you can summon more than one Imperial Beast at the same time. With the combination of a certain skill, once 4 Imperial Beasts together were able to defeat the opponent. The other side is disgusting in that after unfolding the field of single combat he will split into numerous substrates. These subbodies were not strong, only at the silver level, but they were skilled in numerous ways. Even with his other self guarding outside, he wasn't sure he could kill them all without missing a single one. And once one missed even one of them, then even if the people within the domain killed a king-level demonic creature, it wouldn't be of any use, for the other will transfer his authority into the subbody after defeat or death. By then, it won't take long for the other side to recover and will become stronger. As such, he needed someone with fire coverage who could always help remove these substrates. Lin Yi seems to be a good choice. The explosions of those kobolds were gold level enough to kill normal silver level demons in seconds. And in terms of quantity, Lin Yi's 200 plus rounds should be enough. Subbody demons? Lin Yi turned his head in confusion. What level? Silver level. The road is wide open. Well, that should be taken care of by a few random people, right? Lin Yi didn't understand. Immediately, Lu Ziquan told Lin Yi about the precautions and the specific news about this demonic creature. Are you saying that this thing could very well split into dozens, if not 100 or more, of substrates in a single moment? Lin Yi looked at the other party unexpectedly. This was too much to look down on himself. If it was dozens of them, it would be fine. And if you put in the effort to detonate all of the Goblin Squire yourself, you should be able to do it. But if there are 100 of them, that's not good enough. It's not that your own Goblin Squire isn't powerful enough. It's whether or not your own Goblin Squire can get to the location fast enough. Hundreds of splinters on the other side couldn't possibly escape from one place, and one needed to deploy in advance. And if there were too many opponents, one couldn't guarantee that there happened to be a Goblin Squire in the place where the opponent fled. I'll try to get rid of him as fast as I can, and then I'll come out with you to clean up these substrates. Luzzy Wide promises a portion of that. When that king-level demonic creature died, the domain would disappear, and he would go out as soon as possible to help deal with part of it then. Well, can try. Having received this promise, Lin Yi felt as if he could give it a try. Soon, the crowd came to the depths of Area 6, and also saw the so-called king-level demonic creature. An egg, a pit-covered, huge egg. Surrounding the egg was a group of silver-level demons that were devouring each other and advancing towards the gold level. Don't let appearances fool you. This is no egg. Lu Ziquan reminded the two and explained. What you see here are just the tentacles of that monster. This guy's main body should be deformed. Deformed? Takumi Bailey was puzzled. That is, the thing has no form of its own. He is himself a monster of many genes piled on top of each other. Lu Ziquan explained, and then summoned a few other imperial beasts of his own. A huge flaming bird, a lumbering turtle, and an azure-colored python. Rumble. Perhaps sensing the aura of the 4 platinum-level demons, that king-level demonic creature came to life. The egg starts from the center and spreads its black tentacles in all directions, like a flower blooming. And in the center of the flower was a grotesque head that flickered and shifted to different species. An octopus one moment, a bat the next, a bird the next. This time, the two knew what was meant by not having a form of their own. Grrrrrrr. The kobold being standing on his back showed an excited smile as he pointed at the king-level demonic creature with great excitement. You guys go down first, the guy has noticed me. Lu Ziquan put Linny and the others down, along with the kobold on his back, the kobold on his paws, the kobold on his wings, the kobold in his beak, the kobold on his hind legs, and the kobold under his belly. In order to transport the group of kobolds, Flying Tiger manifested himself at his largest size, with kobolds growing all over his body. Buzz, as Lu Ziquan had said, this king-level demonic creature immediately unfurled a black barrier, trying to isolate the crowd. Linny and the others flew back, allowing that field to envelop Lu Ziquan alone. Along with the shroud, there were also numerous silver demons and gold demons among them. If nothing else, these poor guys would die in the aftermath of the former's battle. Grrrrrrr. The kobold proper jumped and pointed at the field that had opened up. You're going to steal him? Linny looked at his kobold in disbelief. The latter went so far as to express the idea of theft for the first time. The last time a kobold actively performed the skill burglary, it was in the face of a cryptic demon spider. But the field is already open, how do you use the words? Linny looked at the other party in disbelief. He tried to touch the field in front of him, and the thing was like a barrier. They simply can't rely on. What are you doing? Linny looked at the goblin proper in shock as the other party actually placed his hand directly on top of the barrier. Immediately after that, the Imperial Beasts page gave the verdict. Your kobold is using theft. Theft determination in progress. As a king-level demon, how can you be offended by a low-level demon that is not in the district? Resistance value 100%. Ruling successful. Successful judgment. Congratulations. You have acquired the organ, the Eye of the Barrier. 47. Advancement. As the kobold stole the organ called the Eye of Barrier, the exaggerated barrier began to disappear, and this scene shocked everyone. Roar. The king-level demon roared. Frantic, he could feel his power lost. His own power was there a moment ago, but now, lost. That voyeuristic feeling from earlier? He instantly thought of the voyeuristic feeling he had not long ago, as if a vile weakling had spied on him, and then, his barrier eyes had disappeared. A part of his own body disappeared. He went crazy, frantically attacking the man in front of him, frantically running in the direction of the kobolds. Grass, what's going on? Lu Ziquan couldn't help but burst out. Didn't we agree to go one-on-one? Why did the barrier suddenly disappear? Also, where is this thing going to go when it goes crazy like this? Shouldn't be trying to attack the barracks directly, right? Lu Ziquan's heart was beating wildly, and he was forced to use his bottom card in advance. 4 beasts in 1. As his words were unleashed, his own 4 platinum-level Imperial Beasts began to gather, and then a fused Imperial Beast with an even stronger aura appeared before everyone's eyes. The 4 Sacred Beasts, which was his bottom card and his strongest move, also belonged to the king-level demons, and at this moment, Tuoba Bailey was shocked as he watched the scene after scene that suddenly appeared. That's not at all what was planned. What about the barrier? Gone. And, it's not the most important. Importantly, those existences that were supposed to be similarly trapped in the barrier and treated like cannon fodder by Lu Ziquan and the king-level demons ran out just the same. The numerous silver-level demons that should have been in the aftermath of the battle between Lu Ziquan and the king-level demons were currently rushing towards the two of them. Flying. My flying pig can't even fly a silver-level demonic creature. Being able to fly was indeed an advantage of his Imperial Beasts, but this advantage was not unique to him. Amongst those numerous silver demonic creatures on the other side, there were equally flying guys. He thought, and finally looked helplessly to the side at Linny. Brother Lin, save me. You made a mess. Fix it. Linny kicked the kobold next to him without a good reason. He hadn't thought that the other party could actually steal something from the other party through the barrier. And, still, it's a direct theft of the opponent's barrier. This could directly disrupt their original plan. It was important to realize that originally at this moment they should be very safe, as long as they waited for Lu Ziquan to finish off the king-level demonic creature they were after. Even if the aftermath fails, it's nothing, but today, they have to defend themselves first. God-level words, it seems like we still need to develop them in the future. Linny looked at a huge eyeball in his hand that had closed and put it into his storage ring. Gah! The kobold did not care for this scene. He himself was someone who could kill gold-level Imperial Beasts, so how could he still care about the siege of a mere silver-level demonic creature? Immediately, he maneuvered the goblin servants to charge into the middle of the battlefield, and the kobold squires seemed to know what they were going to be greeted with next, as they rushed in excitedly, and then, with open arms, explode the blood. The kobolds unleashed their words, and a bomb immediately exploded in the midst of the group of demonic creatures that were besieging them. Your Imperial Beast Goblin has slain a level 22 magic creature, the Earth Eater, and you have gained 21 000 experience. Your Imperial Beast Goblin has killed a level 24 demon, Corpse Demon, and you have gained 300 experience. Your Sentinel Kobold kills. As the first wave of Goblin servants detonated, Lin Yi's system panel flashed with uninterrupted messages. Along with it comes a massive amount of experience points. Sure is strong. Tuoba Bailey looked at this scene with slight envy. Meanwhile the mind kept reassuring itself. It's okay, you'll be stronger in the future. You just haven't awakened yet. He consoled himself thus. And then, he became more envious. And in the meantime, Lu Ziquan in the distance instantly thought of something after hearing the loud explosion. Damn, if I use it at this time I'll use it later. He knew it had to be Lin Yi's Goblin Squire blowing himself up. This was originally a tactic that was left for the final removal of this king-level demonic font, but at this moment it was used to remove this group of silver-level demons that were supposed to die in the barrier. It made his heart skip a beat and filled him with regret. What a great opportunity to get rid of the king-level demon in front of him. But it was missed. But there was no way around it. He couldn't just not let Lin Yi's two defend themselves. Blame yourself. It was that he was too inexperienced in battle to think that he could actively retract this singularity barrier after it was deployed. At the same time, he didn't expect the other party to go crazy after seeing him and take the initiative to attack in the direction of the barracks. Lu Ziquan cursed and joined the fight himself in the same way. For the sake of today's plan, the only thing to do was to kill the other party first. Kill your opponent to buy time and prevent them from traveling to the barracks to slaughter. Even if, afterwards the other person will be born again because of the child and then become stronger. That is not something that can be done. He sighed and then ordered his Imperial Beasts to cooperate with him to unleash the 4 beasts in one skill. The other side. Lin Yi's goblins were highly effective after detonating a wave. The explosion itself was ranged damage, and now it was even more terrifying when stacked, wiping out a third of the opposing group just by blowing themselves up with 50 kobolds. Although he had eliminated a third of the other side, he was not satisfied. Since he had come, none of them would leave. There were about 20 left and he was going to eat them all in one sitting. This time, he's going to detonate more. Gah! The kobold body was even more excited, detonating so many at once. He was also very excited. Explosions everywhere. This is simply art. As he gave the order, a multitude of kobold squires began to running through one demon after another. There were even some kobolds who wanted to experience something special and voluntarily burrowed into the mouths of these magical creatures. Some, moreover, thinking of touching it before they die, cling to the demon's legs and do not let go. Brother Lin, should you share some with me? I can pay for it. Do you want the deep blue shard? I've got tons of them. Takumi Bailey opened his mouth. As he looked at the situation, he naturally knew what Lin Yi meant by this. The other party was actually trying to eat this multitude of silver demons in one breath. And if he could eat so many demons, he could definitely advance to the Black Iron rank in a single breath. Faced with such a vast amount of experience, he naturally wanted a piece of the pie. It's not like the deep blue shard won't work. Lin Yi nodded, then said that he would leave a few for the other party. Deep blue shard, which seems to be useful for silver and gold level demons as well. It's also not a bad use for your own upgrades later on, so you can be sly about it. As Lin Yi nodded, the next moment, the art of solo explosions rings out. Rumble. The earth trembled, and the land that had originally stood with a multitude of demonic creatures was now nothing but a gully, and a huge deep pit. In the middle of the deep pit, tattered demonic corpses fell like rain. Gah! The kobold being excitedly rushed towards the rain that was his own. It was quite a few more jeans and jade feet. In the distance, Lu Ziquan sighed heartily when he heard the huge explosion. It's true that we can't completely kill it. 48, Parasitic Aberration. Your Sentinel Beast Goblin has killed the level 25 demonic creature, the Black Mountain King, and you have gained 24,000 experience. Your Imperial Beast Goblin has slain the level 31 demonic creature, the Mountain Monarch, and you have gained 60,000 experience. Your Royal Animal. You've been upgraded. You have reached level 10 and can summon your second Imperial Beast. Your Sentinel Kobold kills. You gain 30,000 experience. Your Sentinel Kobold kills. Your Royal Animal. A large range of silver-level demonic beasts attacked. 20,000, 30,000 experience grew rapidly, and occasionally there were individual gold-level demonic beasts that could provide 60,000 experience value in one go. This made the 200,000 experience that was originally needed to break through level 10 become filled up quickly, and there was even quite a bit of surplus that was moving towards level 21. Do you wish to summon a second Imperial Beast? May I ask whether to draw a divine word? After a large series of system beeps, Lin Yi's level was stuck at level 20, and he still needed 100,000 experience for the next level. A lot, but not too much. After experiencing this crazy increase in experience, he felt that upgrading didn't seem that difficult. Look at yourself. It wasn't long ago that you were level 1. It's only been a few days and you're already level 10. Upgrading doesn't seem to be as hard as everyone says it is. He looked at the panel, 2 of which he needed to choose for himself. One of which was of extracting words, and the other of which was summoning imperial beasts. Better extract the words first. Linny thought about it and decided to extract the words first. As things stand, goblins seem a little less than adequate. With only 100 or so kobolds left, I wondered if they could stop the many subbodies of that king-class demon after its death. He decided to see if there was a suitable phrase he could use. The gods are being drawn for you. You have gained the gaze of the god of chaos, Cthulhu, and you have gained the divine word, parasitic aberration. Parasitic aberration, by parasitizing, you can aberrate any magic item of the same level. Note, absorbing aberrations can make you stronger. Parasitic aberration. How does this sound? So perverted. Linny lamented his fate. How the abilities given by the gods he had extracted were all so odd. This parasitic aberration. It sounds like it should be a phrase with an aggressive edge. But, it's not too kind looking either. It doesn't seem to be helpful in slaying the subbody of a king-level demonic creature. Linny was somewhat helpless. They had lost their shields because of the kobold's unauthorized action, and everything that had come out of that loss had led to the probable failure of the operation. I was hoping to change my life with the words, but now it seems impossible. Summoning a second imperial beast if the word is impossible? It doesn't seem appropriate either, because one second imperial beast, even if summoned, would only be a black iron ranked one, and would be of no use for this battle. Even if the opponent had an S-ranked bloodline like a goblin, that would still be equivalent to a silver-ranked demonic creature at best. In a short period of time, it was impossible for the second imperial beast to grow to the level of the goblin's own body, because the kobold body is only partially powerful because of the bloodline, and more because of the words. He almost filled the other side with godly words. It even caused the kobold's body to be on the verge of not being able to take it anymore. Gah! As Linny pondered how to solve it, the goblins returned after pawing through the corpses below and creating 20 goblins once again. So far there are only 140 left on their own. With 140 of them, it seemed that they couldn't stop the NS of silver-level demons on the other side from escaping. If it's a one-on-one stick-face explosion, that's naturally enough, if not redundant. Only, according to Lu Ziquan's description, the white-silver subbody that had been ejected was a special individual, with no other ability, just the ability to run. In this way, his kobolds would have to appear in numbers in the path of the opposing side, and just twice the number of the other side doesn't seem to be enough to stop the other side. After all, as long as one escaped, then this king-level demonic creature could revive and become stronger. Gah! The kobold essence tugged on Linny's pants leg and pointed at the king-level demonic creature in the distance. Brother Lin, this goblin of yours seems to be a bit obsessed with that king-level demonic creature. Tuoba Bailey was happy for accepting Linny's 3 silver-level demons, and as soon as he turned his head, the kobold seemed to have set his sights on the king-level demon again. It's really confusing why this kobold has such a hobby. Takumi Bailey looked at the king-level demon in the distance and assumed that the kobolds were fond of each other's tentacles. After all, that king-ranked demon had octopus-like tentacles, and kobolds seemed to be interested in multi-legged demons. What? You? Linny didn't have the time to pay attention to the former, as the kobold pair expressed important information to the sub. Only the last third of the remaining fertility authority was on the king-level demonic creature in the distance. Is that why you tried to use theft on him? Linny looked at the king-level demonic creature in shock. No wonder the kobolds had just taken the liberty of trying to steal the other party. It turned out that it was because the only remaining one-third of the fertility authority was in the other party's possession. Regarding the awakening of the word, he had only the last third left. And how could the kobold not be thrilled with the fact that a third of that was in the distant king's demon? And with the precedent of the previous crypt tarantula's success in one go, the goblin naturally subconsciously wanted to use theft again. It's just that. Theft, a godly phrase, doesn't specify theft. It's random. Apparently, the kobolds weren't very lucky this time. In this way, if you want to securely obtain the last one-third of the fertility authority, then you can only kill each other. But, even if Lu Ziquan can kill that king-level demonic creature, if the sub-body he split escapes, I'm afraid that he still won't be able to obtain the authority. Linny said to the kobold. He could naturally see that Lu Ziquan wasn't telling lies, and that he would have no problem dealing with a king-level demonic creature alone. It was just that the other party was desperately trying to escape, and he couldn't stop him, which was why he needed help from himself and the others. And with the number of goblin servants today, I'm afraid it's going to be hard to stop it. Roar! The king-level demonic creature let out a hiss. he was no match for the Lu Ziquan 4 holy beasts. With a whale he began to be at a disadvantage and was losing ground. In response, the kobold became even more anxious. He seemed to know from within Lin Yi's thoughts that he had no choice but to completely kill the other party if he wanted to gain the rest of the authority. That is, to prevent the other side from escaping. But how do you kill the entirety of your opponent's substrate? The kobold scratched his ears, his already inadequate brain on overload at the moment. He gathered all the kobold squires together, as if trying to discuss the situation. Just roar! Without waiting for them to discuss, that king-level demonic creature seemed to be unable to hold up first. 49. Killing the king-level demonic creature. Not good. The king-level demonic creature is going to be beheaded by Lu Ziquan. Lin Yi let out a cry of surprise and looked into the distance in dismay, not expecting Lu Ziquan to be this powerful. Bang! Almost the instant Lin Yi's words ended, that king-level demonic creature detonated itself. A huge explosion swept through the surrounding 100 meters, and even the 4 holy beasts were knocked back to their original forms. And after the explosion, blooming like fireworks came an octopus-like subbody. Roughly speaking, there were more than 70 of them, more than 70 silver-level demons, and still demons bent on escaping. Although the 4 platinum-level imperial beasts tried their best to stop them, a lot of them still escaped. What? Decimated already? The kobold grabbed his hair and looked away in equal shock. Decapitated. With the substratum running away, which means one's last fertility authority is not available. I haven't even sent my own squire out yet. None of this went as planned. The kobold waved his hand anxiously, and even subconsciously grabbed a kobold squire aside and threw him. Shoo! Touch! The kobold squire that had been thrown out landed precisely in front of one of the subbodies and then exploded in blood. A strike that was comparable to a gold level instantly killed the silver subbody that would only flee. Because this white-silver subbody was a means of escape, he gave up all his abilities just in exchange for faster speed, and naturally, defense was given up along with it. A strike comparable to the gold level smoothly decimated it, and the kobold proper looked like it had flipped some kind of switch at the sight. Seems like, could be thrown over there. If it's a normal hand speed to throw kobolds and then detonate them, it's definitely not going to be able to keep up. Yet, he is not an ordinary hand speed. In the next second, the divine words came into play in a hurry. On top of the original speed of the Black Iron class, the Goblin's speed immediately increased by 2,000 times, and such speed was almost like a stump in the eyes of Lin Yi and the others. Even they couldn't even see the remnants. One by one, the Goblin squires had disappeared from in front of themselves. This was followed by a series of explosions from above the battlefield. Boom! Boom boom boom! All the bloodbursts were done almost at the same time, as the kobold's hand speed was just too fast. This word that was originally defined by Lin Yi as, in conjunction with a theft cast, was now being played out in a new way here in Goblin. It's comparable to a flurry of rockets. And on the subject of Goblin accuracy, not every one of them was accurate, but he had a lot of Goblin squires. If 1 is not allowed, then 2. If 2 is not allowed, then 3. Anyway, what else can't be achieved with all the missile scrubbing? Even Lu Ziquan was confused after the argument shot off in unison. He had thought that killing this king-level demonic creature in front of him would be impossible, but at this moment he just blinked and saw a hot weapon washing the ground. It's definitely a hot weapon, right? No. After a brief moment of shock, he hurriedly maneuvered his imperial beasts to tackle the few fleeing subunits left of the kobolds. The number of goblin squires was ultimately too small to wipe out all the subs. The only ones left, however, are no longer a problem. One of his own imperial beasts, plus himself, would be absolutely perfect. The 4 beasts alone quickly moved to chase after the fleeing subbody. At the same time, this Lu Ziquan is actually prepared to directly get rid of king-level demons. You should know that this demon is the type that gets stronger the more you fight it. So if you don't remove it thoroughly it can cause more serious consequences. Shinquo frowned at the last message Lu Ziquan had sent himself. Yes, Lord Lu is a bit reckless. If you tell me about this kind of thing and bring me along, I guess the probability of success will be quite a bit higher. The Acropolis City Lord regretted. Poof, Shinquo just smiled when he heard this. The other side is an old fox, so that's all you need to hear. Calling on you, not to mention the fact that as a city lord, your imperial beasts have long since stayed in the city. Even if you still have spare imperial beasts that can go to the battlefield, you definitely won't send them up. After all, that was a king-level demonic creature. Not everyone was a path wide enough to cross the ranks and challenge a king-level demon with platinum-level strength. They, the ordinary city lords, would only be able to flee after encountering this kind of demonic creature. It's one thing to even be able to escape. Lin Yi's level is getting higher and higher. It can't be that. Lu Ziquan is taking Lin Yi along on a crusade against king-level demons, right? The Acropolis City Lord let out a light eep. Why would the other side crusade against a king-level demon bring a drag queen with them? Could it be that this guy wasn't as stubborn as rumors had it, but that he saw Lin Yi's identity and was ready to make friends? The city lord of Acropolis revealed a fox-like smile, not having thought that the other party was actually in the same boat as himself. That's true. I can't believe they're all black iron ranked. Shinqua likewise felt a little surprised. This Lu Ziquan would even take the initiative to bring along the bastard son of the Lin family. That was a surprise to myself. Lin Yi could upgrade so quickly. There was no doubt that it was definitely due to Lu Ziquan. Otherwise, with the other party's status as a newcomer Imperial Beastmaster, on what basis would he be able to improve so quickly? Before Lu Ziquan entered Area 6, Lin Yi was level 7, and after Lu Ziquan entered, Lin Yi immediately raised to level 10 black iron. He wouldn't believe him if he said it was without the help of Lu Ziquan. Had a platinum level, or a top platinum level. Even taking Lin Yi to upgrade, it's worthy of the Lin family. It's just a big face. The Acropolis city lord hemmed and hawed, becoming more certain of Lin Yi's identity. At the same time, he was no longer worried about Lin Yi's safety. After all, the other party stayed with Lu Ziquan, and even if he failed to kill a king-level demonic creature, he would not be in any danger. With the opponent's strength, escaping was still possible. As for whether failing to kill a king-level demonic creature will cause a stronger king-level demonic creature to be born, for this point he is not worried. Anyway, the military people are already on their way, and when the time comes, it's the military people who will handle it, not you. If you want a headache, it's someone else's headache, not your own. To put it bluntly, even if that king-rank demonic creature that had become stronger ran out from the middle of the 6th district, he wasn't worried. Anyway, with the presence of the Imperial beasts and formations, one could definitely hold out until support arrived. When the time comes, not only will he be fine, but he will have been given credit. And Zhang Xion looked at that list, over and over again. He scrutinized it many times, but he still couldn't find Lin Yi's name. When he couldn't find Lin Yi, he searched over and over again. Available at. Hey, don't be discouraged, old brother. Maybe that top-ranked one is your nephew. It's only 300 people total. Not that many duplicate names. The man who accompanied him in his search for the list said. First, that Lin Yi is my nephew? Zhang Xion looked up and saw that it was all black iron level. He had worked so hard for so many years to be black iron level 18, and it's only been a few days since the other party was already level 10 black iron. He shook his head firmly. This one is not my nephew. 50, Disappearing Authority. Your Imperial Beast Flying General White Tiger has killed a level 53 demon. You gain experience. Who? Finally struck. Lu Ziquan exhaled deeply, not thinking that he would actually behead that fellow. Originally, he had thought that there was no chance. He was even prepared to endure the other party to come back to retaliate after becoming powerful, but he did not expect that he would really kill it. What an unfortunate blessing. But what about authority? He rummaged through the body of the subcorporeal he had in front of him. The subcorporeal was very simply constructed, and there were only those few pieces of flesh to rummage through. Even these few remaining pieces of meat were used to escape, and there was no powerful aura present at all. This puzzled Lu Ziquan. It shouldn't be. The other party shouldn't have advanced to the king level so quickly if they didn't get the authority of the abyss. A large part of the reason this demon could grow so quickly was because of the shard of deep blue. The opponent had absorbed the deep blue shard to become so powerful. But, deep blue being a king-level secret realm is not going to be attracted so easily. The means by which the abyss attracts the other side to descend is power. The other party threw out a portion of the authority that originally belonged to them, thus inviting deep blue to descend and mold the king-level demons. Therefore, there should be at least a portion of God's authority within this king-level demonic object. Ah, why wasn't it found? Howl. The flying General White Tiger was similarly puzzled as he sniffed carefully and still couldn't find it. Damn, I guess the abyss gave it back. This damned abyss. It's really quick to take back the authority. After a thorough search and confirming that he didn't find it, Lu Ziquan couldn't help but raise his head and curse. Originally, I thought I could add a part of my authority again, but I didn't think it would fall through. I also don't know when I'll be able to gather my god-slaying authority. He glanced at his panel. Slaying god authority 1/3. The authority wasn't complete, so he couldn't combine it into a god-level phrase. If he could find the remaining pieces of authority, perhaps he would become the second person in the Dragon Kingdom to possess a god-level word. At that time, his strength would once again meet that a huge increase. It's just a shame that the abyss retracted too quickly this time, and he didn't get the authority. Forget it, White Tiger. This time the authority can't be related to the god of slaying anyway. Lu Ziquan stroked his imperial beast comfortingly. Roar! The White Tiger growled softly and lowly in displeasure. He naturally knew that the authority this time couldn't be related to the god of slaying, but the rest of the authority was also precious. Even if it wasn't the god-killing authority, the rest of the authorities that were precious, he could choose to absorb it, or choose to trade with the rest of the powerhouses. Either one of the two. is can bring no small benefit. Unfortunately, this time there is no authority to harvest. The flying General White Tiger sighed. Then, subconsciously, shifted his gaze to Lin Yi in the distance. More accurately, on Lin Yi's goblin. Roar. Are you saying it could be the kobold who got the authority? Lu Ziquan froze at the question. He laughed softly. Impossible, trying to take power from under my nose, unless it's a self-gathering of power. However, the self-gathering of powers comes with the prerequisite that the other person already possesses, and has absorbed, at least one power of the same type. Only in this way can the other party complete the gathering of authority silently. But that's not going to happen. Let alone the fact that this fellow wasn't the bastard son of the Lin family. Even if the other party was, it would be impossible for him to actually come into contact with such things as God-level words and God's authority. Godly words, authority. These two things have only been around for the last couple of years. Not to mention that the other party was not a member of the Lin family. Even if the other party was a member of the Lin family, it would only be possible to know if it was a very small portion of the Lin family's core members. And looking at these two, going out without a team, not having an expert around to protect them, other than being a bit higher ranked, the other party didn't have any noble characteristics at all. That Tuoba Bailey had always said that he was a bastard. But where would a real bastard say that he was a bastard? It's definitely fake. Ha, it's not right. This kid. Lu Ziquan glanced at Lin Yi because of the words of the flying General White Tiger. And it didn't matter if he looked. The other party had actually broken through to the black iron level? Because the other party had just broken through and was still at a large stage. The aura on his body couldn't be hidden at all. And having just become a royal beast master for less than a week, the other party was already at the black iron rank. This was definitely genius. It looks like another genius like me is going to come out from among my civilians. Lu Ziquan stroked his chin as he approached the two. He pondered how he was going to bring the two men into his fold. Both should have decent talent. It's just a shame they don't have the resources to assist. If he chose to finance the other party himself, farther down the line, he could ensure that the two would develop quickly before the gold level. And once the two people really grow up, then the forces they want to form may really be able to form a success. With that in mind, he pondered how he should pull the two together. After all, these two could be guys civilians with no background, the same as their own origins. It should be enough to give resources. Lu Ziquan thought about what kind of resources would be appropriate to give the two of them as they walked. This is coming toward me? He can't really see it, can he? Lin Yi looked at the other party in slight panic. The opponent had just been rummaging around for something on that last subbody, but hadn't found it. Although, this is a false assumption. It is likely that the other side is aware of the authority thing. The other party had killed the king-level demonic creature, but had not found the authority, and thus wondered if the two of them had secretly taken it away. For that, Lin Yi can only say that you are a good judge of character, although he also thought about the authority, but did not expect it to be such a way to snatch it. Ah shucks, it's not robbery either. It's the authority itself that flew over here. He really didn't move at all. It was the authority itself that flew over infused. But, now if you say such words yourself, the other party is afraid that you can't believe it. Lin Yi watched his opponent approach step by step, and roughly calculated his chances of winning in his mind. Well, 0 chance of winning, and if the other guy makes a move, he's absolutely dead. You too. Lu Ziquan leaned forward and looked at the nervous Lin Yi and the relaxed Tuoba Bailey. Is there an academy that you want to take the test for? I can get you exempted. Lin Yi? Takumi Bailey? Looking down on me? What academy can't I go to if I want to? Lu Ziquan. 51, the price of an S-class imperial beast. This Tuoba Bailey. Was his brain pinched by something when he was a child? Lu Ziquan looked at the former speechlessly. He had come to ask the other party what academy he wanted to join, and he could arrange it directly. After all, as a graduate of the first academy, and an outstanding graduate at that, he still had no small amount of power. But this guy in front of him doesn't seem to have a normal brain, which makes him all a little regret his decision. He was hesitant to continue inviting Tuoba Bailey. Looking at Tuoba Bailey, he then looked at Lin Yi. From Lin Yi's eyes he saw shock, dismay. Yeah, that's a normal reaction. Having fought with a big guy, and then, that big guy suddenly asking what academy you want to join. It's obvious that he's trying to promote you. How nice that this Lin Yi's reaction is the most normal reaction. Lu Ziquan nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Lin Yi. What about you? What college do you want to get into? Lu Ziquan inquired. In his mind, he was like a divine light for both of them, and he could make whatever college you wanted to get into happen on his own. You're here to ask what academy I want to get into. It was only at this time that Lin Yi snapped out of his shock. He also thought that the other party was aware of the loss of authority to find himself to ask for authority, but did not think that the other party had come to ask which college he wanted to enter. Or what? Lu Ziquan frowned. He suspected that Linny had spent so much time with this Tuoba Bailey that he seemed to have been infected. No, it's fine. First Academy, Linny said after a pause. First Academy. No problem. Lu Ziquan agreed almost without thinking. With Lin Yi's own perverted strength, getting into the First Academy wasn't any problem at all, and the other party having this goal was within his own expectations. It's just whether he really wants him to join the examination of the First Academy. This point makes Lu Ziquan a little hesitant. He wasn't worried that his opponent would fail the test, but that he would knock the entire test center through. There was a special test to join the Higher Learning Institute, and the test for the First Learning Institute was to pass through the Imperial Beast's forest with the interference of the previous elder sister. This would have been a test without any problems, but if we really let Linny go, that would be a problem. He had never seen a guy who could kill a gold-level demonic creature at the Black Iron level. If he really let this guy go over, then I'm afraid that all those cute schoolmates of his would be destroyed by him. No, we can't let this fellow take the test. Lu Ziquan secretly nodded. Absolutely can't let this guy participate in the examination. These are his own dear schoolmates, and there are quite a few of them that he has his eye on. Just waive the test and forget about it. Coming to a conclusion, Lu Ziquan patted the former's shoulder. Come with me in a minute and I'll take you to set up some programs. As for you, he turned his head to look at Tuoba Bailey, who was on the sidelines. I'm a bastard. I don't need one. My family will set me up. Tuoba Bailey still looked like I'm a bastard and I'm proud of it. Fine, I'll leave you alone. Lu Ziquan was helpless at this. He was already almost 80% certain that the other man should have had his brain pinched by something. This kind of people, watch and observe before saying. If the clip is not serious, then reconsider the problem of pulling together. Okay, problem completely solved here. Let's go. Lu Ziquan called to the fly while White Tiger 3 people ride on his back. At the same time he also told the military camp and such news. By the way, you just broke through the Black Iron rank. What's your second Imperial Beast? Lu Ziquan inquired curiously. He wondered what this little pervert's second Imperial Beast would be. I haven't summoned the second Imperial Beast yet, and I'm thinking of getting one to do so, Linny said. Because of the precedent of the Goblin, he wasn't very confident in his solo summoning, and if the second Imperial Beast was similar to a Goblin or something like that, some kind of slime or something, it would be a headache. Therefore, to be on the safe side, he was prepared to purchase a Royal Beast. Oh, doesn't look quite rich. Lu Ziquan snickered. Not all of his Imperial Beasts were summoned. The subsequent heavy-armored Shin Turtle and Sky Green Python were both bought with his own money. If not, who would be so lucky to just happen to have the configuration of the 4 holy beasts? He also chose to buy it to match his talents and skills. One should know that purchasing these 2 Imperial Beasts at that time had cost one's entire savings. Imperial Beast cubs were too expensive. Quite an asset, I guess. Linny thought of the few deep blue fragments he had in his hands and the core of the Iron Dragon Beast. Well, there was also the deep blue fragment that Tuoba Bailey had promised himself. With this amount of stuff counted, he was considered a millionaire, and should be able to purchase a nice Imperial Beast. What level of bloodline are you going to purchase? On the side, Tuoba Bailey was equally curious. It was important to know that among the Imperial Beasts, the bloodline was very important, and it was one of the key signs that the nobles were ahead of the commoners. The higher the bloodline of an Imperial Beast of the same level, the stronger it is without words. Like how Lu Ziquan's opponent could cross the level to defeat a king-level demonic creature was because the other parties for Imperial Beasts were all rare A ranks. S grade, I think, or at least an A, Linny said. Because of the Goblin precedent, he had high expectations for the bloodline of the Imperial Beasts. After all, his own Goblin Squire was an A. His second Imperial Beast couldn't be any lower than that, could it? S-class? Sure enough, you still say you're not the bastard of the Lin family. I know you're pretending, Tuoba Bailey exclaimed with a startled look on his face. You a bastard too? Bah, you're definitely not a bastard. Lu Ziquan was almost brought askew by Tuoba Bailey, and he knew that Linny could never be a bastard, and the other party just might not be too familiar with the Imperial Beasts. He took the initiative and said, do you know how much an S-rank Imperial Beast cub costs? How much? Linny raised his eyebrows slightly. I have $20 million. Is that enough? $20 million. That's a lot of money for yourself. Just, after he said $20 million, the 2 people above the flying tiger were silent. You only have $20 million? $20 million and you want to buy an S-class Imperial Beast? Tuoba Bailey and Lu Ziquan inquired at the same time. Aren't you a bastard? And your wild father gave you $20 million? Your father is too stingy, isn't he? Topaz Bailey was indignant. $20 million. Sure enough, you don't know the price of an S-rank Imperial Beast cub. Lu Ziquan sighed. What? $20 million can't buy an S-rank Imperial Beast? Linny looked at the expressions of the 2 and knew that S-rank Imperial Beasts seemed to be very expensive. but it's not so bad that you can't buy it for $20 million, right? Even if I can't buy it for $20 million, the big deal is that I can get an A grade, and I have the words anyway. Linny thought like this, but then he saw Lucy Broadway. While I was here, I heard about a city around you, Wei Cheng, in which there's a newly emerging family called the Lu family. They just happened to purchase an S-rank Imperial Beast. Do you know how much they spent? Lu Ziquan asked rhetorically. I don't know. Linny shook his head. 1 billion. 52, second Imperial Beast, cursed goblin. 1 billion? Linny looked at the two in shock. He knew from the looks of both that these two didn't mean to joke with him. That is to say, the other party really spent $1 billion to purchase a royal beast with an S bloodline? Didn't they say that Imperial Beast Masters before the gold rank can't have S-rank Imperial Beasts? Linny was shocked and puzzled. Owning an S-rank bloodline Imperial Beast is a special case, but outside of your own special case, most people's pre-existing Imperial Beasts are only B. Nobles can have A's at Black Iron. This is because the summoning and adaptation of Imperial Beasts is also based on physical fitness. Some powerful forces would go ahead and physically enhance their offspring or purchase steering skills, so their tolerance limits are a little higher. But the best he'd heard was that it took a gold rank to adapt to an S-rank Imperial Beast. But, what is the Lu family doing buying an S-rank Imperial Beast now? To Ryu Ji Nam? Impossible. The higher the level, the harder it is to increase strength. It would be absolutely difficult for the opponent to advance. Lu Jinan himself was a platinum-level powerhouse. There was absolutely no way he could break through to become a king level so easily. Then there was only one other possibility. The other party was preparing it for Ruyan Lu. But, the current Lu Ruyan cannot be used. Want to use it, at least until the other side after 30 levels. But at present, Lu Ruyan is only less than 10 levels. So early to buy over. To put it home to play? Linny felt as if he couldn't empathize with the world of the rich. This crowd is crazy. Normally you can't have an S-rank Imperial Beast before gold, but it can't be ruled out that the Lu family's young lady has a special talent, a special physique, or that the Lu family has some kind of special action, which are all reasons for the other party to purchase an S-rank Imperial Beast. But what I want you to know isn't that the other party purchased an S-rank Imperial Beast, but, rather, that S-rank is expensive, Lu Ziquan said seriously. To think that he had been so naive in the beginning, wanting all 4 of his Imperial Beasts to be S-class bloodlines. But then he was defeated by the reality that it was too expensive. Even after years of working hard in school, you can't afford it yourself. Therefore, he could only be forced to purchase an A-grade Imperial Beast first, and then later find a way to raise the bloodline of the Imperial Beast. Although the total expenses down the line would be greater than purchasing an S-rank Imperial Beast outright, there was nothing he could do about it. It couldn't be. To not possess a suitable Imperial Beast all the time, it would have a great impact on one's strength, especially after one possessed the skill 4 beasts in one. Then for an A grade. Wait, how much is an A grade? Linny was first ready to say that he'd have to replace it with an A-rank Imperial Beast, but suddenly he thought of how expensive S-rank was and asked a question in advance. Grade A, almost 100 million or so, Topaz Bailey replied instead. 100 million. Never mind, I'll just summon it. Linny took a deep breath. Originally thought that after this trip, he had 10 million assets and was considered a rich man, but I didn't realize that I was still this poor in front of the really rich. Oh, rich man of all evils, I must have all evils in the future too. Linny secretly vowed in his heart that he would make money. A lot of money. Luckily, this Linny is the normal civilian. Lu Ziquan let out a breath, his hanging heart fell. At first Linny opened his mouth and scared himself with the S-rank bloodline. He thought that the other party was really some kind of bastard. Why did he set his goal so high in the beginning? Now it seemed that the other party really just didn't know much about Imperial Beasts. Come to think of it, Imperial Beasts are a threshold at B rank. The Imperial Beasts before B rank are roughly between tens of millions to millions. Ordinary people who work hard can still add an Imperial Beast to their children in their lifetime. But at the A level it's not something the average person can afford. Then summon it. Linny had no choice but to directly begin the summoning. With no hope of purchasing one, he could only hope that he could summon a decent Imperial Beast. As Linny summoned, ripples began to produce around him, and Lu Ziquan and the two of them looked on expectantly. They both wanted to know what kind of Imperial Beast this perverted guy Linny could summon. Manticore? Underworld dragons? Ancient birds of prey? The two were looking forward to it, while Lin Yi's side had already received the news first. You are summoning the Imperial Beast. Congratulations on successfully summoning the Imperial Beast, the Cursed Goblin. Name, Cursed Kobold. Rank, 10. Race, Namek Devil. Bloodline talent, S. Skill, Curse Blockade. Status, Cursed. Immortal. Immortality, it's a curse that indestructible kobolds can never truly die. Note, a race born evil and cursed with a vicious curse that prevents them from truly dying. What's with the kobolds again? Linny was first in a bad mood after seeing the words goblin, but as he continued to look, he had the presence of mind to unfold his frowning brow, because this kobold was also a Narmic demon and had the same S bloodline. The look is a bit ugly, but it's good that the basic attributes are strong. Lin-E nodded, then continued to look and saw something unexpected. A curse? One's own imperial beast was cursed just after its birth? Wait, how? Is this curse's trait so positive? Lin-E gradually rejoiced, suddenly feeling as if this wasn't some kind of curse. This was simply a trait that was comparable to a god-tier phrase. Immortality? Wouldn't that mean that the previous unusable phrase could be used for him? The first thing Lin-E thought of after seeing immortality was the phrase that he had stranded himself. Invoke disaster. Each time you activate it, you can plunder the chi of everyone around you except you, thus triggering a natural disaster, the size of which is directly proportional to the number of chi. Note, the god of drama watches over you. This is a special reward, and perhaps you should ponder his use of it. It's a perfect match, although one's second Imperial Beast skill bar is blocked by the curse. But, what skill do you want if you have this phrase to go with it? Isn't this the most powerful skill? Lin-E was ecstatic in his heart, satisfied with the second Imperial Beast. Or is it kobolds? Outside, after the two of them, Lu Ziquan saw that Lin-Yi's second Imperial Beast was still a goblin. They were shocked plus complicated. It's not like they haven't seen the Imperial Beast Masters who summoned the same kind of Imperial Beasts, but it is a kobold after all. It is not a good thing. It is too ugly. Tuoba Bailey shook his head, lamenting Lin-Yi's really bad luck. Lu Ziquan, on the other hand, patted Lin-Yi's shoulder. Soothingly, he said, goblins will be goblins. It's fine. You still have the word talent to make up for it anyway. Lu Ziquan didn't know if Lin-Yi's word talent could be reused, but this was the only way he could comfort his opponent. Kobolds. How can they be weak kobolds? This thing can't fight as well as a pig. If Lin-Yi's words couldn't be reused, then his second Imperial Beast was considered completely useless. Hey, it's all my fault. I should have known to squeeze and borrow and get him a B-rank Imperial Beast. Lu Ziquan even developed a few feelings of guilt in his heart. 53. Skill Inheritance. Iron Eclipse. It's still my failure to think things through. If I had anticipated this earlier, I could have avoided this situation. Lu Ziquan sighed, feeling that Lin-E was partly to blame for summoning the bad Imperial Beasts. One had decided to train the other, so why not just start with the Imperial Beasts? Hey, no, I can't act too sad. I should comfort Lin-E. As a person who had been there before, Lu Ziquan naturally witnessed a lot and tried to comfort Lin-E. He tapped the former on the shoulder, then inquired, "You're considered a full-fledged Imperial Beastmaster now, and sometimes battles between Imperial Beastmasters don't always have to be about the Imperial Beasts, but also about the Imperial Beastmasters themselves," he said, showing off his strong biceps. Sometimes, directly killing the Imperial Beastmaster is the easiest and quickest way. Therefore, the Sentinel itself is also a very important measurement system. Although your Imperial Beasts are not good, you can be a powerful Imperial Beastmaster if you are strong in combat yourself. Lu Ziquan comforted Lin-E in this way. Hey, yeah, Lin-E, what skills did you inherit from your own Imperial Beast after level 10? Tuoba Bailey suddenly inquired with excitement. A Sentinel is a true Sentinel after level 10. Not only because an extra Imperial Beast could better protect his safety, but also because the Imperial Beastmaster began to be able to draw on some of the power of both Imperial Beasts, and the fixed skills of one of each. In this way, the weak Imperial Beastmaster could also have a fighting chance. Even some powerful Imperial Beastmasters could mold themselves into humanoid Imperial Beasts through the skills they inherited from different Imperial Beasts, which were powerful. And at the moment, Tuoba Bailey was very curious as to what skills Lin-E had inherited from his goblin. Could it be that skill that allows you to procreate? There was anticipation in Tuoba Bailey's eyes. Although the cases where the Imperial Beastmaster gave the words of the Imperial Beast and in turn was inherited as a skill by the Imperial Beastmaster were in the extreme minority, yet they were there. If Lin-E also inherited this skill, he could already imagine the scene of little Lin-E everywhere during the battle, absolutely blowing up. Skills? Yeah, I'm supposed to have skills. Why don't I feel anything at all? Lin-E was instantly slightly puzzled when he heard this. Physically he could feel that he had inherited a tenth of the physique of each of the Goblin and the Cursed Goblin. Tough for physical fitness alone. Although he was only at the Black Iron level, his physical body at the moment was definitely not inferior to that of a Silver level Imperial Beastmaster, and his speed and physical strength was even comparable to that of a Gold Imperial Beastmaster. A large part of this is due to the Kobold's foot fetish phrase, which boosts the Kobold's base qualities too much. It's just that if skills, he didn't have any relevant memories of it himself. Lin-E took a look at his panel, and at the same time, he was curious about what skills he could actually inherit. Your own kobolds are fighting with words for the most part and don't have many skills. Name, Lin-E. Imperial Beast level, 10. Imperial beasts, kobolds, cursed kobolds. Skill, iron eating. Talent, the supreme word. Supreme word, every time you level up, you can randomly select a divine word, which can be given to a summoned beast. Note, summoned beast loyalty will be increased to 100% after the word is given. Iron food? Linny was somewhat surprised by the skills he had inherited. It didn't occur to me that I had randomly inherited skills from the Iron Dragon Beast. This skill is not as good as high-speed self-healing, but it seems to be good. Kobolds have a total of 5 skills, which are high-speed self-healing, heavy strike, hardened poison, iron arm, and iron eclipse. The first of these, with the highest value, is tell self-healing, and the second is iron food. Didn't think I was lucky. Since inherited skills are randomized, most people's first skills aren't very good, but their own seem to be fine. Iron food, that's a good skill. Lu Ziquan was very excited and slapped the thigh next to him. I didn't expect you to have this skill. It's a skill that many family sons and daughters can't even beg for. Lu Ziquan explained in detail. Don't ever underestimate this skill. Once you've ingested enough metal you'll have the strongest flesh under platinum. After reaching the mechanism, not even most hot weapons can hurt you. And that's not even the most valuable part of this skill. The most precious thing about it is that the Iron Dragon Beast possesses the bloodline of the platinum-ranked magical creature, the Iron Shattered Dragon Beast. As long as you can obtain the key core part of the Steel Shattering Dragon Beast, then you can inherit 100% of the Steel Shattering Dragon Beast's core skill, Heart of Steel. This skill, but it's enough to make your physical body invincible under the king level. Lu Ziquan spoke solemnly, and it even moved in his heart the desire to help Lin Yi to slay the Steel Shattering Dragon Beast. Iron Eclipse, Heart of Steel. This is a skill that you wanted in the first place, but didn't even get. It hadn't occurred to me that Lin Yi even possessed it. One must know that in order to comprehend Iron Eclipse, but one would need at least hundreds of copies of the Iron Dragon Beast's core, which was a considerable amount of wealth. Iron Eclipse, and Heart of Steel, which are skills that the sons of large families don't always have, can have this. He asked again to confirm if Lin Yi was the illegitimate son of the Lin family, one of the 4 great families. He sighed inside after getting a reply. I didn't think that just the rewards would be so rich. Acropolis, it seems like your city lord is good. Lu Ziquan let out a sigh of emotion, lamenting the fact that he was a dark horse even though he was also the number 1 in the official secret realm back then. But at the time, his own city lord did not have such vigor, and did not have the luck of the kobolds 1-2 punch himself. It was these two that shaped an even more perverted Lin Yi. Fortunately, it's a good thing that we didn't decide to let this guy take the exam, or else there would definitely be no opponents for him amongst the exam room. Lu Ziquan sighed at the terror of this guy. Even though he hadn't yet enrolled in school, he was already much stronger than many first-year cadets. This little monster was already comparable to second-year and even some of the third-year trainees. Surprisingly, it's iron food. You're lucky. Tuoba Bailey also lamented Lin Yi's luck. Iron Eclipse was a skill that he himself had devoured hundreds of copies of the Iron Dragon Beast's core back in the day, but he hadn't gotten it. Lin Yi, on the other hand, had it all at once. Is this, as it is called, that when the gods open a door to you, they must necessarily close your window? Tuoba Bailey felt slightly emotional. It must be that he was too handsome and too talented, and was already good enough. That's why his nature didn't allow him to have such a talent as well. Roar! While the few people were chatting, the flying General White Tiger softly roared, reminding the few people that they had arrived at the place. So fast, worthy of a platinum-level Imperial beast. Tuoba Bailey looked at the crowd converging below the barracks with slight emotion. The distance he had traveled for more than a day in the first place was surprisingly only a moment's journey in front of the platinum-level Imperial beasts. When my talent awakens, I should be even more powerful than this flying tiger. And by then, my flying pig will definitely fly faster too. 54, Gongsun Shangkong. Welcome to Lord Lu's triumph. The flying General White Tiger had just arrived at the military camp, and there were already numerous people coming to greet him. Among them, although Xinqua's position is 1 step higher than Lu Ziquan, but it does not put on airs, because the other party was the one who got the credit for this time. He was greedy for money. He wouldn't be so confused as to offend Lu Ziquan just for some so-called face. Greetings to the Acropolis City Lord, and greetings to Captain Shen. Lu Ziquan responded one by one. Although he was powerful, although he was a genius, after all, he hadn't grown up completely, and he couldn't do it to the point of ignoring everything. Lord Lu has been courageous and resourceful this time, so I guess he can get another reward. Xinque looked at the former with a meaningful expression. Lu Ziquan's action was risky, but it was good that it worked. When you succeed, it's not about taking risks, it's about being courageous and resourceful. As such, he would be rewarded and, if nothing else, with the merits accumulated by the other party before. Lu Ziquan would become the second to become the youngest possessor of 3 scratches. Rewards and whatnot are unimportant. Lord Shinkuo is better off arranging a reasonable rescue. Those remaining magical creatures will no longer continue to grow in strength, but there are still quite a few silver levels themselves. The road is wide open. He and Lin Yi had killed quite a few silver level and some gold while killing king level demons, but there will always be some residue. In the future, Area 6 will, I'm afraid, be 1 or 2 notches more dangerous than before. Don't worry, it's been arranged. Among the nearby clans, the Shin clan and the Lu clan happen to have some foundation and have already dispatched people to rescue them. The king-level demonic creature had been removed. The rest was just the time to summarize the credit. At this time, even if the 2 clans were busy, they still had to spare some of their personnel to do so. Well, that's good. Lu Ziquan nodded. He didn't really care who cleaned up Area 6, as long as someone did. Lord Lu, Lord Gongsun Shankong has been waiting for a long time. He asked you to take the time to go there. A figure dressed in white all-competent suddenly appeared beside the flying General White Tiger. The visitor arched his hand to show respect. Roar! The flying General White Tiger seemed to recognize the visitor and let out a disgruntled hiss. Quiet! Lu Ziquan patted his imperial beast with the same frown. He didn't expect that the one who came to support him was that fellow Gongsun Shankong. But come to think of it, it was also true that the other party was a son of a big family, but he was also one with real skills. It's normal for the other side to dare to come to the front line. Got it. I'm on my way. Lu Ziquan waved his hand, signaling that he knew the process. My lord, these 2 should have participated with you in the killings regarding the king-ranked demonic creatures, right? The man in white didn't retreat, but instead placed his gaze on the 2 of them. Lin Yi, what do you mean? Lu Ziquan's voice snapped cold and he turned his head to look at the man. The cold as if he had fallen into an ice cellar caused him to instantly stiffen, and it was almost difficult to even maintain his vacillation. He said hastily, don't misunderstand, my lord. It's just routine. Humph, it better be routine. If anything happens to the 2 of them, don't blame me and Gongsun Shankong for flipping out. Lu Ziquan grunted, but was aware of this so-called process, and he turned his head to Lin Yi as the 2 of them prepared to instruct a few words. Don't worry, I know the rules. Just go. Tuoba Bailey looked like he had experienced this many times and was not surprised. You, Lu Ziquan raised an eyebrow. Is it possible that this Tuoba Bailey is really the illegitimate son of the Shangwan family? Forget it, let's go and deal with Gongsun Shankong first. When he saw that Tuoba Bailey had a plan, he stopped worrying and put away the flying tiger, sending the 2 Lin Yi down to the ground. This way, gentlemen. The subordinate of the Gongsun family extended a pleased gesture to guide the 2 to a military camp. What does that mean? We participated in the conquest to kill a king-level demonic creature. But, instead of being rewarded upon our return, why does it look like we're going to be locked up? Lin Yi revealed a slight dissatisfaction. Just get used to it. It's a way for the big families to get information. Tuoba Bailey didn't mind at all. He said, there's always a reward when it's due, but it's expected to arrive a few days late, so we'll just wait. This little friend, you seem to be familiar with the matters between our great families. That Gongsun family subordinate felt that the other party seemed to have an origin after hearing Tuoba Bailey's talk. Recognize this? Tuoba Bailey took out an ancient and simple token from within his own ring and casually threw it to the other party. That Gongsun family subordinate just wanted to open his mouth to say something, but all thoughts disappeared after seeing this token. So it's someone from the Tuoba family. I took offense just now. That person from the Gongsun family recognized his identity after seeing the token and then respectfully returned it. Well, it's good to know. Save the interrogation and report and all that. Just go straight through the process. Tuoba Bailey straightened his collar and said, naturally, in the way of the other party's honorable status. The subordinates of the Gongsun family did not make things difficult and nodded their heads calmly. The 2 of you will rest here for now, and if you need anything, you can contact me and I will send it. The subordinates of the Gongsun family said, well, there's nothing more for you to do. Go down. Tuoba Bailey waved his hand as if chasing away flies. Yes. After the former had left, Lin Yi looked at the person beside him in puzzlement. Aren't you the bastard son of the Shangwan family? Why did he say you were a topaz? Lin Yi looked at the other party in disbelief. He hadn't thought that Tuoba was even a big family name. Hey, where is this identity as big as the identity of the bastard son of the Shangwan family head? I'd say I was a bastard if it wasn't so bad to reveal my identity as a bastard. Topaz sighed. Well, Lin Yi sighed helplessly. In fact, at first, he didn't believe the other party when he said he was the illegitimate son of the Shangwan family head. After all, that was the head of the Shangwan family, one of the 4 great families. It was more likely that the other party was the illegitimate son of a person from the sideline of the Shangwan family. But now this way, the other party seems to really have a few points of the style and insight of the top heir of the big family. At the very least, the other person knows a lot more than he or she does. Lin Yi asked after some thought. How long do we need to stay here for that process you call? I'm not sure about that. I guess it'll take a week or so, Takumi Bailey said casually. A week? Isn't it taking too long to delay our upgrade? Linny said. If you put it in the rest of the time that's fine, but now at this juncture of the examination, if one really goes through the process here for a week, then I am afraid that one will have to take the examination directly after the end. What are you afraid of? It doesn't matter to you whether you get promoted or not. There isn't a way wide in terms of exams, Topaz Bailey said. Well, seems to. Lin Yi thought about it. It seems that he really does not need to take the test, and there is a way wide in terms of the test. What about you? Lin Yi inquired. Me? I'm a bastard. I can't go to any academy. Tuoba Bailey was familiar with finding a bed in the tent and laying down on it. He beckoned to Lin Yi. At ease. Rest is. We are not here for nothing. The Gonsun family will compensate us. And compensation? Lin Yi similarly walked over and casually found an empty bed and laid down on it. A few days off for yourself with compensation doesn't seem like a bad thing. He glanced at his panel, or more accurately at the panels of the kobolds and cursed kobolds. Fertility authority. Infusion. The word invites disaster and confers success. 5-5 Lu Ruyan's help. Your divine word completes the first stage of awakening, and love's hip advances into transcendent fertility. Transcendental fertility. While retaining the love hip, it grants one summoning opportunity per day, and you may summon a fixed number of attendants of the same level. Next stage of awakening 0/3. Word fusion complete. One more daily summon? Linny took a general look at the new words his kobold had gotten. An additional daily summoning ability has been added while retaining the love hip. This greatly compensates for the speed at which goblins can snowball, as well as making up for some of the weaknesses of the butt fetish phrase. Goblin love hip is a powerful word, but that's limited to the wilderness, i.e., areas with a lot of magical creatures. Without the many magical creatures for the kobold to acquire genes from, his butt-loving phrases would amount to nothing, because a goblin master's goblins were limited. If he fought against a goblin master, then he could touch no more than one more goblin squire. But after progression this problem was solved. He could perform a summoning once a day, so that even against the imperial beastmasters he would not be shortchanged, because he could summon a squire of the same rank in a flash. For example, today Lin Yi is level 10, so the number of goblin servants that his goblins can summon is 10. At that point, it's one opponent against one goblin and 10 goblin servants, greatly making up for the previous shortfall. And, with those 10 goblins, he can also snowball faster while in the wild. But what is this next stage of awakening? Can an awakening be good for many more times? Linny was a bit confused as he looked at Tuoba Bailey, then opened his mouth to inquire. For some monopolized knowledge, the other side knows more than they do. How many times is the awakening total? This seems to have happened more than once. Topaz Bailey thought carefully and replied, I've heard that the better the talent, the more times it can be awakened. The so-called awakening is actually improving the quality of the word. He doesn't have a limit on the number of times, only a limit on the target, and the highest awakening of a legendary lexicon is actually a divine lexicon. If the talent is good enough to keep awakening one's legendary phrase, then this Imperial Beastmaster will probably have the world's first God-ranked phrase by the end of his walk. It's just that God-level phrases are too precious, and so far I haven't heard of anyone awakening their legendary phrase to God level. So it is. Linny roughly understood the principle of word awakening. It seems to be a progression, and this process is moving toward a godly word. Legendary words are buying their way toward godly words, or rather, all the rest of them are buying their way toward godly words. And what is moving toward if it continues to advance, when it is a godly word in itself? Linny looked at his panel and had a doubt. Only, there was no one who would answer this doubt for him, because even Tuoba Bailey probably didn't know anything about divine level words. Then let's keep advancing and see. Lin Yi nodded. Not in a hurry. A god-tier phrase would already be powerful enough, and he needed to do his best to tap into the talent phrases he currently possessed before considering subsequent maneuvers. So far, although his combat power was strong, it was clear that he hadn't developed his words to the extreme. This is evident by the goblin's use of the haste word. His original thought was that this phrase would merely increase hand speed, and that would be paired with the same theft phrase, but goblins use him to throw out their goblin squire, which is an alternate use. There are many more uses like this, but you need to dig for yourself. It just so happens that the days of being quarantined and investigated to go through the process will be spent studying how to use these godly words. Linny laid back and looked at the ceiling, opening his panel. First he looked away from the inviting words that he had abandoned for some time. This thing was meant to be able to absorb the chi of the people around it, and then transform it into bad luck and draw disaster. My second kobold won't die because it's cursed. So can just morph into a self-destructing truck? Linny felt that he had found his mindset, and this phrase that he had previously considered unusable seemed to be a great killer. Just before that, he needs to figure out one thing. His own kobolds wouldn't really die. but what would happen if they did? At that moment, he was ready to summon his cursed kobold to ask about it. Brother Yi, can we come in? While Lin Yi was preparing to summon the goblins, suddenly a voice came from outside the tent. It's Ning? Lin Yi naturally heard the visitor, and he casually said, come in. As Lin Yi's voice fell, the tent was lifted and 2 people entered. One of them, naturally, was Ning, while the other was actually Lu Ruyan. Ning, what are you doing? Lin Yi looked at the visitor unexpectedly. He had thought that there was only Ning, but he hadn't expected that there was also Ruyan Lu. On the side, Takumi Bailey looked up, bowed his head, and continued to lie down. Our lady was worried about you, so she came here first thing after hearing about you, Ning explained. Concerned about me? Lin Yi was even more surprised. What virtue or ability did he have that could make the miss of the Lu family care? The only few cross ties he had with the other party were that one was a former school bully and the other was a former schoolgirl. I guess. Of course, Brother E, when she first found out you were missing, the lady even spent quite a bit of money asking for you to be added to the list of priority rescues. Ning told what Ruyan Lu had done in a few words, which made Lin Yi even more surprised. The other guy was so concerned about himself? What's so great about yourself? And what does the other side want? He didn't know, but since the other party had already secretly helped himself, it wouldn't be good for him to continue hanging the other party out to dry. Thank you, Miss Lu, for your help. If there is any need in the future, I will also try my best to help. Lin Yi had wanted to say that he would definitely help. After all, the other party spent a lot for himself. The other party, although the money spent, but did not really help himself, not to mention saving, he was even forced to pull to solicit the rest of them. Therefore, this favor he acknowledged, but not much. No harm done. It wouldn't have helped you much. Ruyan Lu sighed. In fact, if she helped Lin Yi this time, she would be in a good position to ask for help. But Lin Yi had once again exceeded his own expectations. According to the one who had returned, Lin Yi not only did not encounter any danger in the 6th district but also made a considerable contribution to the output of king-level demons. I heard that the other party was applying for military honors, and if nothing else, Lin Yi would also have a share. Therefore, her own help, although the money was spent, did not substantially help the other party, and she was not surprised that the other party would have this attitude. However, that doesn't mean one has no chance at all. Lin Yi was, after all, from a commoner's background, and even if his talent was good, there were still places where he needed his help. Participated in killing king-level demons, although only participating, but, with that adult mention, Lin Yi should have raised his level quite a bit during this time. Thinking of this, Ruyan Lu opened her mouth to say the words she had prepared for a long time. If you need it, I can help provide you with a second imperial beast within the next year, and the bloodline of this imperial beast is at least at the top of B rank, Ruyan Lu said. In her opinion, with Lin Yi's talent, and Lu Zichuan's help, the other party should be able to break through to the Black Iron rank within a year. When the time came, it would be the first time he revealed his civilian embarrassment. 56. Greedy for my body? Help me provide a second imperial beast? Lin Yi looked at the other party suspiciously. Helping to provide himself with a second imperial beast, and one that was still of the top B-class level. Although he could not see this bloodline for himself, it did not mean that such a condition did not have value. According to the knowledge he had learned from Tuoba Bailey, the price of this type of imperial beast cubs was around $30 million. In other words, the other party has promised $30 million in one promise. It's not a small amount. Yes, your talent is very good. You should be able to break through to level 10 within a year, and I can provide you with imperial beasts at that time. Of course, if you need anything or specify a royal beast, I can do that as well, but you have to let me know in advance. Some special royal beasts are more sought after and need to be booked in advance. Ruyan Lu said very seriously. What do I have to pay? Lin Yi asked directly after listening to the other party. The other man was good to himself, even good in a somewhat lesser way. He didn't believe it if he said it was only because of Ning's words. This woman in front of him, it is obvious that he is scheming something. Just, what is scheming? He is not clear, and he can't think of it. Is it trying to take me in? The most valuable thing Lin Yi could think of on his own was himself. Is it hard for the other side to crave their talent? The other party had seen how powerful the goblins were, and thus, regretted not signing himself up as a member of the Ryu family at that time. It was all he could think of. But, that's not going to happen. He was not going to be a caged bird for the Ryu family. Wait, he doesn't want me to be the Ryu family's son-in-law, does he? Lin Yi's heart was startled, and he suddenly thought of the rumors about the Lu clan. It was heard that the Lu family was a civilian rising, and although it had risen, it wasn't a true rise, so the other party needed to find as many ways as possible to consolidate their family. Marriage, this was the fastest. most trustworthy method, and I heard that the Lu family had already bound quite a few wealthy merchants and geniuses through this method. Could it be that the other side is also prepared to bind itself through this method? Thinking of this, he subconsciously sized up the other man. A pair of long and slender legs, round and straight, and as good as sheep fat white jade, cold and clear character is also very seductive. Can conquer such a woman will have a great sense of achievement, especially since the other party also has the status of a schoolgirl and an aristocrat. Even he was a little moved at the thought of a figure who was sought after as a goddess by many, who was hung up in the hearts of many and could not be put down for a long time, taking the initiative to find herself in marriage. What's the saying? What you still can't let go of. Others. It's solid and realistic. This man. Facing Lin Yi's sudden gawking, Ruyan Lu was suddenly a little nervous. Perhaps it was because she had begged the other party. A high and cool and clear aura all over her body unexpectedly dispersed 3 times under this measuring and scrutinizing. The upper and lower lips touched, and the words that had been prepared for the art stuttered a little. She said, "What you have to give is simple. Just cooperate with me in stringing the seeds." Ruyan Lu said. The only thing she wanted was her opponent's talent phrase, which was supposed to be inherited through breeding between imperial beasts. So she wanted her own imperial beast and the other's imperial beast to be string-seeded, or have a more powerful bloodline imperial beast string-seeded with an opposing goblin. Assuming, of course, that the opposing kobolds could overcome their fear and intimidation of higher-ranked magical creatures. She didn't mind preparing a more powerful imperial beast for her opponent if she could. String seed? She really did crave my body. Linny sucked in a breath of cool air in shock and looked at the other party in dismay. He had thought that the other party would crave his body, but he hadn't thought that the other party would use such vulgar language. With her string of seeds? Is that something a normal girl would say? She didn't even want to use the word reproduction. No, reproduction is too. This man. Linny didn't know how to reply to the other party for a while. Ruyan Lu was even more decisive and direct than he had imagined. Miss, this is looking at brother-y? But why would say something like that? After following Ruyan Lu for so many days, this was the first time Ning had ever seen Ruyan Lu utter such vulgar words. It is surprising that a strange man was directly asked to cooperate with him in accomplishing his procreation. At the same time, Tuoba Bailey, who had wanted to continue resting, also paid attention. He looked at the woman in front of him as if she were an enemy. Of course he knew that this woman from the Lu family had come here in order to draw Linny in, but he hadn't expected the other party to do it through this method. And, so direct. Tuoba Bailey glanced at Linny, who was swallowing at a loss for words. Surely, women who can play straight ball are the best? Tuoba Bailey felt the pressure. For Linny he naturally also wanted to pull the strings, but the way he chose to do it wasn't the same. He was trying to solidify the relationship between the two step by step, to get along as brothers. But this woman is so ready to get along directly as a wife. He admitted that it was more brilliant than he was, and that he had lost a point. Damn, what a powerful woman. A small clan can still have this kind of vigor. For a while, everyone in the room was staring at Ruyan Lu, which made her a little uncomfortable. Did he or she say something wrong? Why are they all looking at themselves? She carefully reviewed what she had said earlier, and suddenly something came to her. Because of her nervousness she seemed to have actually said the wrong thing just now. Or more rigorously, not that she had said the wrong thing, but that she had said it too succinctly out of nervousness. She wanted to say the imperial beast string species, but she did not add the word imperial beast, so that is not to say. The evening sun crept up her cheeks for a split second, without consulting anyone, and for the first time a high-flying goddess showed panic. No, don't get me wrong. I didn't mean that just now. Ruyan Lu waved her hand nervously, not knowing what to do. She had to explain. But, how was she going to explain? No, it must be explained. The evening sun reddened half the sky, and she took a deep breath to force her composure as she was about to speak. Lin Yi, I bring good news. Before Lu Ruyan could say anything, suddenly the tent behind her was opened by someone else. The visitor was dressed in a military uniform, and his chest was wearing a badge that possessed 2 hideous scratches. It was Lu Ziquan. 2 claw marks. Ruyan Lu instantly recognized the visitor. This was an existence that could be compared to his own father, and could even press his own father in the future. And people, what are you doing? Lu Ziquan likewise turned his head aside and saw a girl who was about to be ripe for the picking. Lu Ruyan herself was flustered and at a loss for words, and the breath she had managed to gather instantly dissipated after seeing Lu Ziquan. She could only hastily leave a sentence at Lin Yi. Don't think too much. And then, he saluted Lu Ziquan and quickly left. Her shame no longer allowed her to remain here. 57, Starburst Badge. No, what does this Lu Ruyan mean? Lin Yi froze on the spot. The other person first said that he was greedy for his body, and then he said that he should not think too much about it. Pure body trade? She's trying to use herself to drag me into the Ryu family? Linny looked at the already departed Lu Ruyan in shock, not knowing what to say for a long time. This Lu Ruyan, this character. This unexpected I didn't realize she was so family-oriented that she could even go this far for her family. It was just a shame that he had no desire to join the family himself. At least not at the moment. As for the conditions given by the other party, a great imperial beast is just not enough for himself to sell his flesh for this. He turned his head to the former and then inquired, "Brother Lu, what's the matter?" Oh, yes. It was only at this time that Lu Ziquan remembered his purpose for being here. He said, "Your military credit for assisting in the fight against the king-level demons is out, and now you have two choices. First, you can get 1,000 merit badges and then exchange them for some things you need or you want. Second, you get a Starburst badge." Starburst badge? Linny was a bit surprised that he had the opportunity to obtain a badge when he was only assisting. In the country of China, the badge is divided into 4 levels, namely, the stars, the moon, the paw marks, and the corona. Although the Starlight Chest badge was only the lowest grade, it was already considered an extremely rare honor. However, without waiting for Linny to make a choice, the Tuoba Bailey behind him suddenly said, "Pick the badge." Why? Linny turned his head. He wasn't actually going to choose the chest badge because it didn't seem to have any substantial rewards. "I'd also suggest you go with the badge," Lu Ziquan likewise said. "The badge isn't as tangible as a military honor, but he's invisible in a lot of ways. For example, you can enjoy preferential limited service without lines at certain times. For example, you can enter the official secret realms and semi-open secret realms below gold for free. Free access to official secret and semi-open secret realms below gold?" Linny exclaimed out in shock at hearing this. It should be realized that although the secret realm was the basis for Imperial Beast Masters to upgrade and obtain resources, however, maintaining the secret realm required the need for no small amount of resources. Therefore, with the exception of the first secret area of the entrance exam and the 12 military districts, which are special secret areas, the rest of the secret areas are charged, and the fees are expensive. A normal black iron level secret realm, like the one in Acropolis, charges 30,000-100,000 yuan a time for a one-time entry. The silver level secret areas, on the other hand, charge 100,000-500,000 dollars. Once you enter the secret realm, you will have to pay this portion of the money, whether or not you have a harvest. Therefore, this was the reason why numerous Imperial Beast Masters, although they were able to make money, were unable to save it, because they spend money just as fast. The Imperial Beasts need to spend money to eat and drink. The Imperial Beasts need to spend money to learn skills, and you need to spend money to level up yourself. With money being used everywhere, the average Imperial Beast Master would have long been tired of worrying about feeding the Imperial Beasts and getting stronger. This is one of the reasons why many people are willing to go for the caged bird. By becoming a caged bird, not only do you get a decent amount of money, but the family also pays for all the expenses consumed in cultivating the Imperial Beasts. It can be said that the greatest help the family has given you in these 10 years is not at all the expense of that caged bird, but the various expenses incurred in growing up along the way. Yes, you have no background behind you. Money is a necessity if you want to upgrade, and you have a very limited amount of money that is definitely not wasted on entering the secret realm. The road is wide open. "I choose the Starburst chest," Linny said. In fact, after hearing the role of the badge, his mind had already made up its mind. Having this thing in place was something that could help save himself a lot of trouble. Good. Lu Ziquan was not surprised by this choice. The role of the badge was much more than that. It was just that Linny's current badge level was so low that he could only manage to enter secret realms below gold for free. When he piled up the chest badges and raised the level later, the benefits would come one after another. He was only here because he couldn't help Linny make a decision without authorization. "Wait, Brother Lu, can we get out? They can't interrogate us anyway with Tuoba Bailey around. It's not a good idea to stay here all the time," Linny inquired. "There's no need to rush this. I'll help you organize your schooling. The road is wide open. It's not just school, but if we do get locked up for 7 days, that's a big delay." In the end, Linny didn't want to be isolated here for 7 days. Only, Lu Ziquan smiled mysteriously, and said, "I do hope they do lock you guys up for 7 days so I can claim favors for you." With that, he patted the former on the shoulder and said, "If you believe in me, stay here for now, and wait until 7 days later. I'll utilize the Gonsun family's compensation to help you accomplish one thing." Compensation from the Gonsun family? What compensation? Linny suddenly felt energized when he heard this. The Gonsun family, one of the 4 great families, the other party's compensation, shouldn't be too soft, right? You'll find out when the time comes, and it definitely won't be at your expense is all. Lu Ziquan revealed a mysterious smile. In order to make Gongsun Chongkong suffer, He had paid a lot of preparations, including the matter of uniting with Shinhwa to modify the rankings and hidden information. Good. Then stay a few more days. Lin Yi sat down again. Lu Ziquan is a good person and helps himself in every way. And when the other party says that he will not let himself suffer, then he will definitely not let himself suffer. Besides, there was still Tuoba Bailey staying here peacefully, following by himself. After all, these two were much more professional than themselves when it came to dealing with issues between nobles. At the same time, Lu Ruyan returned to her own tent with a red face and dismissed everyone. She felt like she needed to calm down. Calm down if what she said was a problem or not. Calm down about her next attitude towards Lin Yi. Damn it, I wonder if he got my last point. Ruyan Lu blushed, feeling her breathing getting faster and faster. She'd never been in such a mess, and when Ning saw Ruyan Lu like this, he knew that the other party wouldn't summon him anytime soon. He also took the time to get his affairs in order. After 7 turns to an isolated campsite, he met a familiar man. Zhang Xiong, Zhang Sanfeng's father, was also considered his uncle. Uncle Zhang. That person is really Lin Yi. Lin Yi is currently fine. As for that exaggerated ranking you saw before and the information that Lin Yi had reached the Black Iron rank, that was because our young lady paid Shinhwa, thus forcing the other party to revise it. Ning explained. In fact, he was also incredulous after he saw that message, but only realized it after asking Shinhwa afterwards. This was the result after he had deliberately modified it only to live up to the Ryu family's $1.5 million. I see. I'm glad it's okay. I'm glad it's okay. Zhang Xiong's hanging heart finally fell. He then resumed the question. By the way, your Lu family is also choosing to go to the first academy, right? Well, yes, but the first academy is not that simple, and the Lu family does not have the certainty to send 3 people into the first academy. Ning said. Okay, I know. Zhang Xiong nodded, then gritted his teeth and made a certain decision. Zhang Sanfeng and Lin Yi are extremely close to the 3 Ning, and now that both of them are going to enter the first school, if they don't make an effort, their own children may have to lag behind. He, Zhang Xiong, had worked hard all his life for what? It's not just about getting your kids out of the way. Therefore, absolutely cannot let Zhang Sanfeng fall behind. Even if I smash the pots and sell the iron, I'll still pay for Fenger to go to the first academy. 58. Compensation from the Gongsun family. 6 days later. The big families are just troublesome. Knowing that you can't interrogate Tuoba Bailey because of his special status, yet you still want to observe the full 6 days. Not to mention getting nothing, but also a compensation. Lu Ziquan shook his head, looking at Gongsun Shangkong in front of himself. I'm just being official and observing the participants to see if they are infected by the abyss for a minimum period of 6 days. The handsome male seated across the room, Ban Zheng, said, Yo, so why don't you lock me up for 6 days too? Lu Ziquan looked at his opponent with a smirk. That's what I thought. Your mouth does seem suspiciously infected by the abyss. Gongsun Shangkong's eyes stared at the person in front of him. Subsequently, the entire air was thick with pressure, as if some terrifying monster would tear through space to come to the two in the next second. Lord Lu, this is the compensation given by our Gongsun family. The Gongsun courtier on the side immediately stepped forward to break the deadlock after seeing this scene. He knew what this Lu Ziquan came here for, and the other party was just here to claim compensation money. Humph, if you want to observe me, then you'll have to contract another S-ranked imperial beast to do so. Lu Ziquan snorted coldly, and had no intention of actually starting a fight. The two had been fighting for more than a day now, and both sides knew what the other was capable of. Gongsun Shangkong was not his opponent at all if he was alone in terms of strength, but it was because the other party had the support of the Gongsun family behind him. As a result, he went from being originally inferior to himself to being superior to himself in every way. However, this problem will soon be solved. As long as he got himself the authority of the complete god-level word, he could become the owner of the second god-level word. At that time, even if the other party had the support of the Gongsun family, they would not be their opponent. He took the list of compensation as soon as he could and read it. There is a difference in the compensation given in this case because of the difference in the status of the two men. Among the compensation, Tuoba Bailey's compensation was $10 million in funds and 3 chances to enter the Gongsun family's golden secret realm. Lin Yi's, on the other hand, was 1 million funds and a chance to exchange military honors with the Gongsun family. In this case, Lin Yi's $1 million of funding was still on the face of Lu Zichuan. Lu Ziquan looked at the list, and he knew that this was excellent compensation, but he was not satisfied. He slapped the list on Gongsun Shangkong's table. Don't you know that this Lin Yi is my man? Only $1 million. Are you guys looking down on me? Also, granting a chance to exchange military honors with the Gongsun family. What do you mean? Provoking me? Don't you realize that I've already converted all his military credits into pectorals? With these conditions you're offering, this isn't just looking down on me, it's also looking down on the Starlight chest. Lu Ziquan looked annoyed. This is really not easy to handle. The retainer on the side looked rattled. This one was just as troublesome as he had heard amongst others. Obviously this is all the best, the pinnacle of treatment available to the average person. They even increased the compensation because of the wide road, but this one is still not satisfied. And he had even converted his merits into a starburst chest badge ahead of time. What a troublesome guy. That retainer took a deep breath and was about to stiffly go forward to explain. Gongsun Shangkong was the first to speak. It's really not appropriate to give this amount of compensation for owning a badge, so I'll give it plus 100,000 more. The opponent has the badge, but it's just a starburst, and 100,000 is his respect for the badge. Humph, and that Gongsun family exchange. The conditions have been changed for me. Lu Ziqian got the point across. What are you redeeming? Gongsun Shangkong frowned. This so-called exchange treasury, in fact, is only the most basic treasury just according to the reasoning on the road wide should have long been useless only right. My basilisk turtle needs metal to replenish its defenses, and I'm going to purchase some of your family's metal to open a channel. Lu Ziquan was so condescending that he was close to just saying, I'm here to take advantage of the situation, so you'd better agree. Yeah, no problem. Gongsun Shangkong nodded his head. The highest grade of these basic minerals is only gold, and it doesn't help much with the road width, so he can sell the other party a face. Also, you've been holding my people captive for so many days and I haven't even made a scene. Shouldn't you also give me some compensation or something? Lu Ziquan looked at the other teasingly. At this point, he didn't need a mirror to see his landed rogue clearly. This state of his was only displayed when he faced Gongsun Shangkong, because the other party is a noble, because the other party pays attention to etiquette. Therefore, one can earn a lot of benefits in this state. Lord Lu, our compensation of $1 million is already looking at your face. If you continue to demand compensation. The Gongsun family's retainers felt that the other party was a bit excessive, while Gongsun Shangkong gritted his teeth and took it for granted. He knew this guy would be a pain in the ass, but if he didn't keep the group under observation for 6 days, this guy would absolutely report himself for not following the process. This road is so wide that it's like a cupped hedgehog that sticks in your hand any way you hold it. Say what you want, Gongsun Shangkong said. Think before you speak. If the request is too outrageous, there's no way I'm going to agree to it. He adds, well, sure, it's just out of a personal vendetta between the two of us. It won't be too much. Lu Ziquan immediately changed his face again after getting the other party's answer. He said, it's not a troublesome matter. It's just about the first academy examination. Give me one of the guaranteed spots you're holding and this is over. No way. Gongsun Shangkong directly refused without even thinking about it. Although the guaranteed place was nominally his own, a reward for being an outstanding graduate, in reality it was already the family's property, and for the place the family had already made arrangements. You have a quota in your hand, or a freely assignable quota. Why are you eyeing mine? Gongsun Shangkong inquired with a frown. This thing can be sold for money. It's worth a fortune. Lu Ziquan said rightfully. You're short of money? Gongsun Shangkong gritted his teeth and looked at the other party. He hadn't thought that the other party wanted this precious quota not to report people in but to sell it for money. It's really the cheapest use. If you need money I can give you a spot as an exam instructor on a personal basis. If you want money go get it yourself. Gongsun Shangkong looked at the other party with a despised expression of hatred. A guaranteed place? Or a guaranteed place in the number 1 academy? There was only one in the hands of each outstanding graduate, but the other party was actually planning to come and sell it. I'm so sorry about the sky. As expected, without the support of the family, these lowly commoners' eyes were only so far, and they were even worried about their livelihood. That's how much money you can rake in. I disagree. Lu Ziquan snorted coldly. That's it. Go ahead and make a scene if you don't agree. Gongsun Shangkong directly got up, not wanting to continue staying with this guy. Every time he spent time with this guy he felt his brain rise. The other guy was just stupid as hell. Gongsun Shangkong, you're still too young. When the former left, Lu Ziquan revealed a devious smile. To use this favor of a few days to claim a precious guaranteed place. He wasn't stupid enough to do so, and the Gongsun family would definitely not agree. His goal itself was this exam instructor slot. It's just that the other party would never agree if he or she said that from the beginning. So he switched it up, and the other guy very decisively surrendered his spot, using his place to bail Linny out. This way, Linny could directly become a student of the First Academy. And after becoming a student of the First Academy, the other party could compete for the qualification of exam instructor. In this way, Gongsun Shangkong's quota was just used. Well, in this way, not only would Linny not bloodbath his own cute schoolmates and siblings, he would in turn help himself bloodbath the children of the families who wanted to enter the First Academy. If I remember well, Gongsun Shangkong's own brother seems to be in this exam, right? The corners of Lu Ziquan's mouth were rising more and more, and the excitement inside became more and more obvious. 59, Nuatai medal. You guys just go ahead. I have my own platinum special car. Tuoba Bailey refused the goodwill from Lu Zichuan to travel to the First Academy together. Linny looked at the former helplessly. He had thought that traveling to the First Academy in a platinum-level Imperial Beast was already something worth bragging about. But I didn't expect that Tuoba Bailey would have his own platinum-level car. The Topsy family. The Shangwan family. How come I haven't heard rumors of any related bastards in these two families? And why would the bastard son of the Shangwan family have the surname Tuoba? Lu Ziquan looked at the other party suspiciously. Tuoba Bailey took out the certificate of the Tuoba family, which meant that the other party was also a member of a first-class family. The Tuoba family. It's just that the identity of the other bastard is still really to be confirmed. It wasn't as if Lu Ziquan had done nothing during the time that Linny and the two were being monitored, but he had clearly investigated the two's details. After all, he had to pull the two together, so he had to be clear about their bottom line. Lin Yi's was good. Linny was indeed a civilian and had ordinary parents who disappeared after a beast wave. And the words of Topsy Bitsy, because of the recent behavior of the Tuoba family, there was very little, if any, news that he could investigate. His knowledge of Tuoba Bailey was still limited to the 2 points of being a member of the Tuoba family and being a suspected bastard. It should be easy to hide your last name if you're a bastard, right? Linny said in disbelief. That's true. Lu Ziquan nodded. If the other party was really the illegitimate son of the Shangwan family, and still the illegitimate son of a contemporary family, then it really wasn't something he could investigate if the other party wanted to hide his identity. His own intelligence system is currently relatively homogeneous, and his own forces have yet to be formed. By the way, Lin Yi, this is the thing you wanted me to exchange for you. Lu Ziquan handed a storage ring to the former, and the two of them sat on the flying General White Tiger to head to the First Academy together. He himself had just completed the task of guarding the 6th district, so he just had a lot of time to accompany the other party along to the First Academy's examination. This is the special metal that can fully enhance iron food? Linny took the ring and explored it, but he realized that there was only one type of metal in it. Yes, this is silver-grade Tylenol metal. Lu Ziquan nodded. This is also the metal that is preferred by the general sons of power and nobility after obtaining the Iron Eclipse skill. Tylenol metal. Not only has the general hardness of steel, also sturdy, very good flexibility is the best supplement for iron food skills. Let me taste it. Linny took out a fist-sized piece of Tyno metal, then wiped it and put it in his mouth. Unexpectedly, one didn't feel any aversion to such metalwork, and even felt a shiver from one's taste buds. It was his body craving this metal, like it was craving some kind of delicacy. You have devoured Nortex metal, and your physique is plus 10. Such a small piece can add 10 points of physique? Linny looked at his cue in shock. The plus 10 here is 10% of the same level. This one bite of his own directly made him 1/10 more physically powerful than a black iron grade Imperial Beastmaster of the same level. Hey, good is really good, just too expensive. Linny looked at the storage ring. There wasn't much of such metal in total. At most, it would only allow him to enhance himself by like 5 times. 5 times? Sounds like a lot. But, this thing is worth $20 million. Yes, he used all 20 million of his own money to buy Tylenol metal, borrowing Lu Zichuan's face and the Gonsun family's discount. He got this much for $20 million. This stuff can't be described as expensive anymore. It's dead expensive. Deadly expensive. The bite I just took myself was at least a car. Yes, the only downside to Notai metal is that it's so expensive. Lu Ziquan sighed in the same way. Good news. The skill Linny inherited was the Iron Eclipse skill that many people envied. Bad news. Linny, which means Linny needs twice as much Tylenol metal as well. One person's Tylenol metal has already made Linny very distressed. 2 people's portions of that he has to desperately make money. Lu, is it true that I won't get swarmed the way you said? Linny suddenly looked bitterly at the former. The only thing left in his own card at the moment was the Gongsun family's payout, the cold $1,100,000. The other party knows that he is short of money and therefore finds himself a good way to make money. Bail out of the First Academy, and then go be an assessment instructor yourself. Yes, he, the student, not only bailed out, but became the instructor who tested the rest of the candidates. Regarding this point, Linny straight away called Lu Ziquan awesome for having managed to get himself to this point. However, he was skeptical of his claim that he could make as much money as he wanted in this position. Most of the people in the examination were sons and daughters of the powerful and noble, and if he was just blocking the way, was the other party really willing to willingly spend a lot of money to bribe himself? Also, the school supports such public cheating? Don't worry, as an examiner, although you have to face different candidates, but at the first level candidates are not allowed to beat up examiners in groups. If they want to pass through the path guarded by you, they will only have to obediently pay money. A mysterious smile appeared on Lu Ziquan's face. as if he had already seen the misery of the students who had chosen the path guarded by Lin Yi. Those noble students, I'm afraid, can't get by without hemorrhaging. Not only was this little monster powerful, but he was currently extremely short of money and would definitely ask for a lion's share. But won't the officials care? It's a bribe, the honorable kind. Lin Yi looked at the former curiously. This kind of thing should logically be something that the academy should be in charge of, right? No, why should it matter? Money and power are equally a part of a student's strength. The imperial beasts all the way through would have required numerous resources, and if talent alone was taken into account without considering the rest of the various factors, then the first academy would have long since collapsed. The reason why the first academy could always be strong, to a large extent, could not be separated from the support of those families as well. As a result, the college not only doesn't care about this behavior, it implicitly supports it. After all, those who can gain benefits from it are also not only the noble sons and daughters, there are also some commoners' sons and daughters who can also gain not a small amount of benefits from it. Well, since the school doesn't care, that's good to know. Lin Yi clenched his fist and seemed to have already seen the scene of a large amount of gold coins bouncing into his pocket of their own accord. Don't worry, feel free to operate as you please, and if any problems arise, report my name and I'll cover for you. Lu Ziquan is equally confident. Okay, thank you brother Lu. Lin Yi was very touched. Lu Ziquan had been too helpful to himself. Drip. The two were talking when suddenly, the claw mark badge on Lu Ziquan's chest kept flashing. Lu Ziquan looked at his badge unexpectedly and read the message in it. There's a disturbance in the deep blue mystery realm? Aren't there guards from the experts of the Tuoba family and numerous smaller families? Why would there still be signs of experts around? Lu Ziquan didn't understand, but he couldn't ignore it. He could enjoy the benefits of the claw-mark chest badge on a day-to-day basis, but he also had to take the initiative to top it in times of crisis in order to do so. 60. How to deal with examiners. Gongsun family camp. Are you sure you want to convert into this? Gongsun Changkong unexpectedly looked at Tuoba Bailey in front of him. Today's Tuoba family shouldn't be so bad that they can't even arrange for someone to enter the first academy, right? You don't have to worry about that. In short, I need to use the Gongsun family's channel to enter the first academy. Tuoba Bailey looked solemnly at the person in front of him. The deep blue mystic realm has reached this level? Gongsun Changkong unexpectedly stared at the former in a daze. The other party was a member of the Tuoba family and was still a core member, and many of his actions could declare something about the state of the Tuoba family. But, the other side of the family nowadays even do not have a right to arrange people? Or, is this core member in front of you actually not valued in the family? Gongsun Changkong took a closer look and finally sighed. Okay, I can set you up. He couldn't see any more information. The other party was after all a member of the Tuoba family, so he still had to help with this favor. You follow Xian Yuan and report to the first academy together. I'll arrange the specifics, Gongsun Changkong said. Gongsun Xian Yuan. Good. Tuoba Bailey softly repeated the name then nodded. He had naturally heard of this name, a core member of the Gongsun family, and an extremely talented one at that. I heard that the other party's talent was more prevalent than his own brother. Gongsun Changkong. Having solved the problem of enrollment, the next step is also to form and publicize among the colleges. Tuoba Bailey didn't feel grateful that he could pass the Gongsun family's guaranteed place to enter the first academy's examination. On the contrary, he was despondent. Entering the first academy was only the first step. Next, he could be busy. One day later, Lin Yi, who had just come down from above the public transportation, looked up at the sky for a day in depression. Can I really trust Lu Ziquan? Thinking of the other party's sentence at the beginning, feel free to make a mess, report my name if anything goes wrong, and I'll be there to cover for you. What a complete sense of security. However, the other guy threw himself on top of public transportation the next second. This resulted in what should have taken half a day to reach him, at the moment taking a day to get there. Hey, is this brother also fretting about the first academy's examination? While Lin Yi was pondering, the person on the side took the initiative to come forward and strike up a conversation. He had been observing Lin Yi for a long time. The other party only had anxiety and no fear, so he should have good strength. Sure, Lin Yi nodded. This flying bird on his own crotch, although it is said to be public transportation, but it is the public transportation that only flies to the first academy, and those who are on top of this transportation are all the students who are heading to the first academy. Oh, with the exception of myself, of course, I'm an instructor. Brother, let's make an alliance. The man's crimson hair looked like the main character in some anime. He continued, I'll whisper it to you. I actually purchased a copy of the First Academy's examination questions and the distribution of the examination center instructors from the noble children of our city before I came. We still have a chance of getting through if we pick the right path and keep wheeling. With that, he eagerly brought out the message he had purchased. The examination of the First Academy is actually very simple. There are only two parts. The first part is single combat and the second part is group combat. The first part has a total of 12 seniors and sisters, each corresponding to 12 paths. We need to choose at least one to pass through, even if we pass the level. Among this 12 paths, half of them are examiners for noble children and half are examiners for commoners' children. Naturally, there's no need to say anything about the noble children's. There's no way we can get through. This group will only let the people of the family get through. Therefore, we just need to pick the path that the civilian examiners are holding down. And as long as we keep persevering in our challenge, the other side will under a great possibility look at our perseverance to give us a release. At this time, it's the beginning of our will battle. Although the seniors have the intention to let the water go, they also need a reason. Therefore, our will battle is to give the other side a reason. The man rambled on, but was suddenly interrupted by the rest of the people on top of the bird's back. The bird's back was so big in total, and he didn't deliberately avoid it. So the rest of the people put their ears together as soon as they heard the news about the exam. But it doesn't matter if this is put together. There are people who are so nonsensical. The man who opened his mouth said, "The information about the examiners of the exams is kept secret. How do you know which one is an examiner of commoner origin and which one is an examiner of noble son origin?" This I naturally bought along with it. The red-haired teenager once again unfolded a drawing which contained drawings familiar to Lin Yi and unfamiliar names. The road is indeed 12, which is the same as the news that Lu Zichuan gave himself. Only, these 12 examiners are completely different from what he knows. It doesn't even have itself on it. "Brother, is this information true?" Lin Yi inquired. He was one of the examiners, and it was obvious that the other party's information didn't match his own, so it was obviously fake. "Fidelity. Of course it's fidelity." The one who refuted the red-haired teenager earlier snorted coldly and said yin and yang. "Taking last year's examiner's quota is naturally fidelity." "Last year?" Lin Yi snapped. No wonder he didn't recognize any of the 12 names. So it was from last year. "What last year? Don't you talk nonsense. I've spent $200,000 on this important information," the red-haired teenager said eagerly. "Humph, foolishness. The real news is kept secret. No one other than the examiners will know the news in advance, even if it's a son of a great family. If they can know the news in advance, wouldn't it be a 100% clearance rate to go directly to people from their families and friendly families?" The man's retort was justified, and Lin Yi subconsciously nodded his head. "Indeed. What do you know? The truly great families all have examiner slots. Their families have examiners, so naturally they have news about them. Besides, don't the children of the big families want to enter the first academy originally almost 100%? Well, indeed. This makes sense." Lin Yi turned his head to look at the red-haired teenager. The other party was right. It made sense. What both sides of Lu Ziquan said is not wrong. The big families do know the news in advance. Just know it, but it is not complete, because they just knew who all the examiners were, but they didn't know the exact township route of any of them. This is because this is going to be randomly selected by the examiners within the first 10 minutes of the exam. "You fart. You're the one who farted," the two men said, even had a little anger. "Are spending money to buy the news. Naturally that all hope that their news is true, and to that, Lin Yi wanted to stop it, but he didn't know on what grounds. One can't say, "You guys don't have to argue. You're both right." If he really said that, then the two of them would definitely join together in a joint crusade against Lin Yi alone. Therefore, he could only look at this one nodding his head one moment and the other one nodding his head the same way as the people around him. Yeah, you guys are right. Well, don't argue, all of you. It's all about how to get through in the end." A third great wise man stepped forward and came up with an idea. "I have a packet of powerful laxatives here that work on physical contact. When the time comes, we'll use yins and share a little bit with each person. As long as we can get our imperial beasts to touch the examiner, then there's a high probability that we'll be able to pass. This is good. This is good." Lin Yi, 61, are you really an examiner? Along the way, these 4 or 5 trainees had been discussing how to deal with examiners, especially civilian examiners, because it's the only way they can maximize their passage. At the same time, Lin Yi also listened to many plans, of which, the one that made him most jealous was still that laxative plan. "I heard that the other side spent a lot of money on this laxative that works on S-class bloodlines. Different bloodlines bring not only the gap of individual strength but also the gap of various resistances, among which, poison resistance is one of the important standards." Lin Yi listened to the other party's insidious plan and plotted in his mind that if he really let himself encounter this group of people, he absolutely could not be touched by the other party and must show his head for seconds. This group is too dangerous. But, this is just a batch of trainees. These people are already so dangerous than the rest. Lin Yi suddenly felt as if his task wasn't very easy either, because the other party wasn't going to fight you as normal. If it was a head-on fight he wouldn't be afraid of anyone at the same level. But, The other party has been studying how to use underhanded means. Then even he has to pay attention to it. To the place. The Flying Bird's Royal Beastmaster stopped in front of a giant canyon and then herded the crowd down. This is the trial canyon, isn't it? The crowd looked from a distance. The canyon was large and did not have 12 distinct paths. These were their tests. Let's go. Over there is the area for the exam. Let's go ahead and register our information. The red-haired teenager had obviously done his homework and instantly found the registration area just after arriving. Also, I'm going to have to look for the registration area too. The examiners also needed to be registered. So Linny began to look for them, and it was relatively fortunate that the examiner's registration area wasn't far from the academy's registration area. Amidst the many crowds in small groups, Linny and the others walked towards the registration location. There was a long queue for the trainees' grades, but not much in the examiner's registration area. Linny looked at it and turned his head. This student, you're in the wrong place. There's no line over there, but that's the examiner's registry. Our registration can only be here. The man pointed to a huge octagonal wooden building in front of him. Linny obviously didn't want to queue up and looked at the location not too far away which was less crowded and thus wanted to go over. But, that wouldn't be right. The red-haired teenager said seriously. But Linny laughed shannily. That's okay, I can check in over there too. Crowd, Brother Lin, what took you so long to come? Come on, come to me. Linny was about to move forward but was suddenly yanked over by a familiar figure, pulling him to the trainee registration line. This is the cadet registry. Don't make a mistake. Tuoba Bailey patted Lin Yi's shoulder to directly help the latter add to the team. What do you mean? Pulling in random people? Get in line, understand. Such behavior naturally aroused the discontent of the rest of the people around him, and the person who spoke was likewise a clan's son who couldn't tolerate someone just cutting in front of him like that. However, Tuoba Bailey was not amused only to see him suddenly yank out a cold teenager in front of him. This is Gongsun Xianyuan, the contemporary first genius of the Gongsun family. If you have any problems, talk to him. A sentence about the Gongsun family was quite effective, and the man from that family instantly retreated back to the line without saying a word. Ever since the imperial beast system came out, the world had become more primitive, and the strong always had more say. So you're trying to find an acquaintance to cut in line. The red-haired teenager hadn't expected Lin Yi to have a family son friend, feeling a little surprised. Yeah, that just scared me. I thought he was an examiner. The other companion beside him wiped the sweat from his own forehead. Just now, Lin Yi had walked so decisively that he had truly startled himself. But come to think of it, the other party couldn't possibly be instructors. Instructors were all older siblings from the first academy. These people were on campus itself, and registration and all that was probably done a long time ago. How is it possible to ride the imperial beast with them? Yeah, scared me too. The red-haired teenager hooked his head and slapped his chest, his apprehension finally calming down after confirming that Lin Yi had jumped the queue. Gongsun Xianyuan? Lin Yi looked at the person in front of him with some surprise. The person in front of him was the very person that Lu Ziquan had asked himself to take special care of. He said that if he ran into Gongsun Xianyuan, he must block the other party and must pull out a few million from the other party. Lin Yi also heard from Lu Ziquan's language that Lu Ziquan seemed to be at odds with the Gongsun family. It's not a deadly feud or anything like that, but it seems like it's an enemy. The other party's move didn't even mean anything in particular. It just wanted to hit Gongsun Shangkong in the face. Well, make a note of that. Lin Yi confirmed the other person's face and wrote it down. Seeing that Gongsun Xianyuan didn't want to greet him, Lin Yi didn't take the initiative to make conversation either. He said to Takumi Bailey, I'm going to check in. You're going to check in? Isn't this the place to check in? Takumi Bailey was puzzled. I'm going to check in there. Lin Yi pointed to another registration point not far away. There was no line there, but there were already people waiting, presumably waiting to confer with themselves about the specifics of how to take the test. That's the examiner's great office over there. What are you doing over there unless you? Tuoba Bailey said, speaking, suddenly paused and turned his head a little stiffly. You mean, you're an examiner? Tuoba Bailey stared at the former with wide-eyed incredulity. Are you, Lucy Wide, that good? Tuoba Bailey had thought that the other party would send Lin Yi to the academy, and had even thought that the other party would choose to bail out of the examination. However, he had never thought that the other party would arrange for Lin Yi to become an instructor. Then at that time, if I had also agreed to Lu Ziquan, wouldn't I not have had to make a deal with the Gongsun family as well? Tuoba Bailey suddenly had a pang of regret. He seemed to have suffered a loss. Wait, that doesn't seem to be what I should care about right now. Lin Yi to be the examiner. That can pass a few? Don't ever let me pick the spot this pervert is holding. Tuoba Bailey looked at Lin Yi with some trepidation. Although the two of them were familiar with each other, He felt that Lin Yi wouldn't let go of the opportunity to exploit himself. If the two of them really bumped into each other, they wouldn't be able to get past each other without $1 million or $2 of their own. Examiner. Gongsun Xianyuan finally took a formal look at Lin Yi. He remembered that his elder brother seemed to have given a place as an examiner not too long ago. However, as Lin Yi walked towards the examiner's registration office, the most shocked ones weren't yet Tuoba Bailey and Gongsun Xianyuan, but rather the trainees who had ridden the public imperial beasts with him earlier. Wait, why is he still moving forward? What does he mean? It really registered? He's an examiner? Several people were dumbfounded and petrified as they looked at Lin Yi. At the moment there were only two words constantly flashing in their minds. Done. How dare you and others discuss cheating in front of the examiners? 62, Club Organization, Mutual Aid Society. You must be Lin Yi. Welcome. Lin Yi was warmly greeted just as he arrived. This time, the people of the academy who participated in the examination they almost all knew. Only one who did not know, but also registered and then took the initiative to walk towards their own and other people here. And only Lin Yi in the news. Yes, meet some of the seniors and sisters. Lin Yi politely looked at a few people. Those in front of himself were second-year cadets. Let's go when we're all together. Let's talk somewhere else. The only female senior among the six waved her hand, and an adult-sized purple butterfly appeared, followed by the figures of several people disappearing among the many trainees. Although, the Lin Yi and others in their true state did not disappear. Refraction of light, illusion? Lin Yi surveyed the confusion of the outsiders and his own state. On the surface, they disappeared in a flash, but in reality they didn't disappear, just a clear wind was born under their feet dragging them towards the canyon above. Hello Lin Yi, I'm Lon Kai from the Mutual Aid Society, and I look forward to you being able to join our Mutual Aid Society in the future. That female schoolmate took the initiative to approach Lin Yi after completing everything, and extended her hand to show her intention to draw him in. There were clubs pulling in before they even officially joined the academy, which under normal circumstances Lin Yi should be happy about. But, Mutual Aid Societies, so quick to find me. Lin Yi shook hands with the other party and smiled. Good day, senior sister. The Mutual Aid Society, he'd heard of the society, came from wayward wide. Although Lu Ziquan had something that prevented him from personally sending Lin Yi to the academy, he had basically told himself the general news and distribution about the academy. And the Mutual Aid Society, that's one of the special societies he mentioned. This club is made up of purely civilian students, and the main mission of the club is just as the word implies, mutual aid. As civilians, we should all just help each other out. Blue Color smiled. Of course, if I were to join a club, I would definitely be the first to consider the Mutual Aid Society. Lin Yi politely declined. According to what Lu Ziquan said, the other side is an organization composed of civilians, and the purpose is really to help each other. But, this group of people is too extreme. They are extremely plebeian, even to the point of hating family sons. This led to the fact that once you joined the other side, although you could obtain numerous help, you would definitely be targeted by those associations of family sons. This was a club that Lu Ziquan had clearly urged himself not to join, and as long as he joined it, he was bound to have endless to deal with. Well, let's just discuss how to deal with the test first. The senior who had greeted Lin Yi in the beginning stopped Lon Kai from continuing his conversation with Lin Yi. First of all, our mission is clear to everyone. When we come across a family's son, make a fortune and let the other party pass. When we come across a commoner's son, try to let the other party pass. But, not all cadets will be normal test. We have to beware of some cadets who like to use underhanded. When you come across this kind, beat them to death. Beat them hard, that senior said. As if he had some kind of psychological shadow, his face protruded into a grimace. Secondly, what we need to do is to be on guard against the other side's underhanded tactics being used against us. This includes, but not only, poisoning, laxatives, aphrodisiacs, wheelbarrows, roundups. As Lin Yi listened to the other party's explanation, he instantly became worried for the few trainees who had tried to administer laxatives earlier. Cadets are unkind, and seniors are even more black-hearted. They have long since adapted to face this situation and are well prepared. Some had customized armor for the imperial beasts, others had prepared antidotes for them, and still others were outright equally equipped with all sorts of underhanded poisons. Cadets and seniors, running in both directions, belong. When they had finished discussing all this, they all certified each other again, and then went back to make more adequate preparations for the examination, which would begin tomorrow. However, after a few people had finished, Lon Kai found Lin Yi alone. Student Lin Yi, you were able to be chosen by Senior Lu Ziquan and join the examination directly. I think you're well talented. Our Mutual Aid Society is currently lacking a true genius. If you're willing to come, we can help you as much as we can. And I can assure you that the resources you can get will definitely not lose out to a first-class family descendant. At that time, Your talent can be better utilized, Blue Color said confidently. I'll think about it, Linny said. Student Lin, there are some things you have to think about. Although your talent is very good, but a genius without resources is nothing. Imperial beasts are very resource intensive or very money intensive, and these are the things that are most difficult for us civilians to obtain. Don't misunderstand us because of what happened to Big Brother Lou. That kind of thing, we only allow to happen once here, and definitely not again in the future. Blue colored firmly. That's thanks to senior sister, but I really don't have any intention of joining a club at the moment. Linny once again politely refused. For clubs, this is the college's special student organization and the choice of most students. The first academy was highly liberal and did not take great interest in fostering student autonomy, hence the creation of clubs. These societies will help you earn money, help you get news, help you gain entry to secret realms, and even help you capture imperial beasts. It's just that any getting comes at a price, and relatively speaking, the more you get, the more you have to do for the society as well to make it work. So far, Linny was really not prepared to join a club, not because he had enough resources and didn't need to replenish them, but because of the intricacies of the school's power. Things can get tricky after joining a club, and this is one of those things where different clubs are not all friendly with each other. Between clubs and societies, there is often no small amount of rivalry, and once you join, it means hostility. It means that you will flat out make enemies. This was something Linny didn't want to see. He didn't want to walk into the secret realm with people staring at his back at all times, so he wasn't ready to join a club, especially not the big trouble that was the Mutual Aid Society. Well, if there is a need in the future, remember to come to the Mutual Aid Society and we will be the first to help you. Lon Kai sighed when he saw Linny refuse again and left. Okay, bye-bye schoolteacher. Linny smiled politely. Drip drip drip. Linny had just left when he was nearly bombarded with messages from the Starburst badge in his own pocket. Linny had no choice but to take out his badges, which are a common way to ignore the rules of the secret realm and connect over short and medium distances. It's just that he only just got the badge himself, and the contacts are also only 2 in total. One Takumi Bailey and one Lu Zichuan. He read the message in it and then frowned. The message came from Topsy Bitsy and the content of the other side's message was, this guy is actually really ready to form a bastard society, and also invited himself to join. 63, Special Secret Realm, Money-Making Channel. You're really prepared to form this kind of society? No one would join this kind of club, would they? Linny replied in dismay. The other party's idea was too bizarre. A bastard society. If such a society was once established, wouldn't that be equivalent to a bastard recognizing his bastard status? Except for that guy Tuoba Bailey, the rest would any bastard would recognize his identity? There's absolutely no way to admit it. Gee, you don't understand. The upper class is very messy. There are a lot of people in my position. If we can form up. Tuoba Bailey once again popularized the idea and feasibility of a bastard society to Linny. His society has not only bastards, but people who are not bastards, and the name of his society is not simply called the Bastard Society, but something else. In this way, on the surface, this is an ordinary society, while secretly, this is a very strong society. Thus behind each bastard meant a family power, and the coming together of so many multiple family powers was unprecedented. After carefully listening to the former's description, Linny once again shook his head. I refuse. I'm not a bastard, so I won't join your society. For this society, Linny didn't see that the bastards gathering together was a powerful force. However, it was also a huge bomb at the same time. If once one is identified, then the rest. He couldn't even imagine the upper class being caught with numerous illegitimate children at the same time. Hey, well, reject it or reject it. Tuoba Bailey a few moments of despondency, and then sighed. Brother Lin, you and I are on good terms, aren't we? That's for sure. Linny nodded his head. The two of them were no longer considered to have experienced life and death trials. Okay, then can you tell me which road you're town guarding tomorrow? Takumi Bailey inquired. If he can. He wants to avoid Linny. So it's because of that. Linny was still curious as to why the other party would invite him to join the Privateers Society for a second time. After all, he had already declined this offer once before in the 6th district. It turned out that the other party's real purpose wasn't to invite himself to join the club, but rather he wanted to ask which path he was town guarding so that the other party could cheat. Well, although the first academy's examinations were lax, and even most of the power was in the hands of the examiners, but that was after the start. In the first 10 minutes before tomorrow's official start, no one knows which road they'll town. If not, this first academy would truly be transformed into an aristocratic academy. I'm sorry, that won't be known until 10 minutes before the exam starts. Linny apologized. He didn't mind if the other party wanted to enter easily from himself through connections, but at the moment, He himself didn't know which path he would be subduing. True enough, Tuoba Bailey revealed a disheveled expression, eliminating the last glimmer of hope in his heart. By the time the official examination started there would be a rule force covering it, and by then, all but specific communications would be blocked, and he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to contact Lin Yi. I hope we don't run into it, Tuoba Bailey once again prayed. Encountering the rest of the people, he still has the possibility of passing. Encountering Lin Yi, he is absolutely to hemorrhage. Day 2. After a brief and casual night's rest, the chief examiner from the academy called all the examiners together. First of all, the rules are roughly clear to you. Each person guards a road and prevents the exam participants from passing through. Each examiner has a self-imposed point score of 100 points. One pass by a trainee reduces the point score by 1. And if the point score clears, the examiner is disqualified from the examination. If 50 points are left at the end, you can redeem the qualification to use the special secret realm once. Special secret realm? How is it special? Lin Yi inquired suspiciously. That examiner glanced at Lin Yi, then compared the information in his hand. Ha! He let out a light eep, solving the doubts in his heart while slightly looking up to Lin Yi a few points. Originally, answering the most basic parts of this college infrastructure was not part of one's mission. However, when he saw that Lin Yi was bonded and also had the Starlight badge, there were a few more moments of appreciation. The fact that the other party could be guaranteed admission proved that the other party had power behind them, and the fact that the other party was able to obtain the Starburst badge before enrolling in school meant that the other party had power. There is strength and power. Such trainees tend to have a good future. Out of respect for Lin Yi's gift, he explained roughly. Special secret areas that can make money. A lot of money. Making money? Lin Yi's eyes let out a brilliant light after hearing such a rough explanation. By far the most important thing he needs is money. Expensive nootropic metals, which one needs to double up, are a great expense. Regarding the kobold's skill and meal training, this again costs quite a bit of money. And being a civilian learning himself, by far the most important thing he needs is money. I thought I could only salvage it from the exams, but now it seems that the school is still very humane. Lin Yi squinted his eyes and listened to the examiner speak. Lastly, the lives of the test participants and the lives of the test participants' imperial beasts must not be harmed. The examiner gave a general introduction of the rules of the test, and then took out the draw. It's said to be a lottery, but it's actually a carousel that each person spins and then determines the path of their town. 7. Lin Yi got his town path. Alright, take your badges. Everyone can start heading to the test location. If there is any situation you can report it through your badge. I will take care of it, the examiner said and began to distribute the badges. At this time, Lan Kai from the Mutual Aid Society came to Lin Yi's side. She said, Lin Yi, although the examiner sounds easy, but you need to face the interference of the demons and the Academy's imperial beasts at the same time. Do you need me to help you? Lan Kai, don't waste your efforts. If you want to help, it's us who will help. The other examiner similarly walked towards Lin Yi after receiving his badge. This person, whom Lin Yi hadn't seen before, belonged to the examiner of the family's children camp. There were 12 examiners in all, 6 of whom were commoners' sons and 6 of whom were family sons. As for Lin Yi, this quota was originally supposed to belong to a family descendant, but at this moment, he had come to the civilian camp, so he naturally had to come and pull some strings. The other party was able to temporarily obtain a quota from the Gonsun family before the exam, so he thought that the power behind him was not small. And how could someone with such power be from a civilian faction? Hello, my name is Liao Tao. He held out his hand. Lin Yi similarly extended his hand and rejected both of them at the same time. I don't think I need help though. The assessment though had to be done while resisting the demons and assessing the academy at the same time. But the demons here were all under level 10. And demons under level 10 were no threat at all to himself at this moment, so he didn't need help. Lin Yi, don't try to be brave. This test isn't as simple as you think. The demons in this aren't of a high level, but there are a lot of them, and there are a lot of imperial beasts for the trainees, so you need to accept battles almost all day, which is not easy, Lan Kai said as she collected her own badge and wanted to help Lin Yi collect one along with it. Only, when she helped Lin Yi collect it, she was rejected by the examiner. Lin Yi doesn't need a badge. My Haiyu badge can be directly linked to his Starlight badge, the examiner said. Oh, so that's it. Lan Kai nodded, and then was about to explain to Lin Yi like a caring big sister. You don't need a badge. You use your Starburst badge? Blue color froze for a moment before realizing what he had said. Starburst badge? The other guy has already earned military honors before he's even enrolled in school, and it's still enough military credit to redeem for a chest badge. A Starburst badge? This can't be right. Liao Tao looked at Lin Yi in shock, even as all the examiners around him focused over. You should know that what the Starburst badge represents is military service, and what military service represents is killing on the battlefield. That is to say, the The unimpressive bonded student in front of him is not a florist, nor is he stuffed with gold plating. Rather, strong people who have really gone to the battlefield and fought with the higher demons? At this moment, everyone's faces gained a bit more admiration, while blue color frowned slightly. 64. Cursed Goblin's Special Condition. The crowd lost all thoughts of helping Linny after realizing that he had a starburst chest piece. Joking aside, he and the others hadn't gotten this kind of badge after working hard for more than a year, while the other party had it before enrolling in school. That proved that Linny's overall strength was definitely above his own and the others. For such a former, what face would one and others have to offer help? Although he and the others were all at the Black Iron rank, Linny was bound to have reached the Black Iron rank as well. Just enrolled in school is a Black Iron rank, and a Starburst badge. It seems that this time blue color's pulling is going to be in vain. Liao Tao had a few sneers at the corners of his mouth, slightly teasingly looking at the former. I didn't think that senior brother Lin's talent was so high. I was the one who took the risk just now. I'll leave now. If you need me in the future, you can come to the Mutual Aid Association to find me, Blue Color said. Naturally, Linny nodded his head, not understanding why this woman had suddenly become somewhat cold. Senior Lin, I'm leaving as well. If you need anything, you can find me at the student union and I can make an introduction for you. Liao Tao revealed a gentle smile. Naturally. Linny nodded once more. How does this First Academy's people feel? Overly enthusiastic? Linny left the meeting place and then headed to Road 7. Originally, it was thought that the people of the First Academy should all be high and mighty. After all, this is the first school in China, is the most powerful school. But now that I look at it, instead of being condescending, this group of people is very eager to pull in newcomers. Is it because of Big Brother Lu? As Linny thought about it, it seemed like it could only be because of this. Blue Color is pulling himself together because of Big Brother Lu. And Big Brother Lu seems to have some involvement with the Mutual Aid Association. He thought about the accident earlier when Blue Color told him not to care about Lu Ziwen. I think the two should be somewhat involved. Forget it. I can make my own money if I want it, and I don't need the power as of now. Linny shook his head and shook off these troublesome matters. He took out a piece of nocturne metal from among his rings and ate it into his stomach like he was gnawing on an apple, one bite at a time. Devouring Nautilus metal. Physique plus 10. Devouring Nautilus metals. This was the benefit of having money and resources. As long as there were enough resources, the Imperial Beast Masters were getting stronger all the time. Linny glanced at the noctilucent metal in his hand, reinforcing the idea that he wanted to get money. Well, decided to earn him a small goal first. Linny secretly decided in his heart to earn him $100 million first. $100 million should be enough for Z to finish cultivating the first stage of Iron Food. Iron Food is divided into several stages, of which the first stage is the Black Iron level, while the subsequent stages are Silver, Gold, and Platinum. As long as he devoured enough metal, he could advance again and again. Reaching the first stage, his physical body allowed him to ignore Black Iron level physical attacks, and reaching the second stage his physical body allowed him to ignore Silver level physical attacks. The reproductive ones are also set back in this way. The skill, Iron Eclipse, is indeed powerful, but it's just as resource consuming. Just to reach the first stage on your own is going to be about 100 million Nortex metals. Although the kobolds were currently strong enough not to have to stack Iron Eclipse skills first for the time being, it was not a small expense to have just the sun alone. Therefore, he wants to earn as much as he can. There's the place. Linny quickly arrived at road number 7 that he needed to guard. His resting place was currently being coiled around by a giant python that was clearly hogging his territory. Kobolds, go! Linny wasn't polite about it and directly summoned the Imperial Beast. This is the temporary resting place for the examiners and the test location for the trainees. And the first thing you need to make sure is that it is safe enough. Otherwise it would be a dereliction of one's duty if they were interfered with by the rest of the demons at the time of the battle. Gah! The kobold appeared on top of that python's head, grabbing the snake's head with one hand and instantly flinging it away. Boom! The python instantly died when it impacted on top of the surrounding stone wall. Your Imperial Beast Goblin has slain the level 3 magic creature Black Ring Python and gained experience too. After the goblin had been promoted to a Black Iron Grade Imperial Beast, it had the strength to kill such Imperial Beasts below Black Iron Grade in seconds. But sadly this Imperial Beast no longer provided much experience for the Black Iron ranked him either. If he wanted to upgrade and become stronger, he would at least have to kill Imperial Beasts of the same level. Your Kobold acquires Gene 1. Your Goblin gains touch points, plus 1% speed, and 0.5% stamina. Since Butt Loving only cares about the number of individual genes, it doesn't change much. Foot Lovers, on the other hand, have a reduced increase because of their strength. Go nearby and see if there are any remaining demons, and clear them out together. By the way, if you run into a Royal Beast Master, don't kill the opponent's Royal Beast. Linny instructed. Gah! The kobold nodded and then left. And after the former left, Linny summoned his second imperial beast, the cursed goblin. This was the benefit after becoming a black iron grade imperial beast master. Having two imperial beasts, he could send one of them away from himself while having the other one protect him. Linny looked at the cursed kobolds behind himself. His own second imperial beast was not as powerful as the first. While undead is truly undead, no one can actually kill a cursed kobold by any means. He can repair himself depending on the extent of the damage. If it was a heart that had been penetrated and a neck that had been cut off, it would only take him a moment to recover. But if the body is dismembered or chopped into bashful pieces, it takes a whole day, or more. In short, he won't really die, and any death for him is just a matter of how long it takes to recover. But, correspondingly, because of the negative effects brought about by this curse, he was likewise unable to lift it. Cursed goblin has no skill bar. He had thought it was because there were no skills that came with the opening, thinking that he could subsequently develop them on his own. However, during the few days he was trapped in the tent, he attempted to hand over the remaining Iron Dragon Beast cores to the former to devour one of them. I was expecting to get the Iron Eclipse or Iron Arm skills in one shot, as with the first kobold, but he miscalculated. The cursed goblin was unable to comprehend any skills, and the skill bar didn't change in any way. According to the feedback from the cursed kobold himself, he was originally a cursed race, and his so-called immortality was just a way to be better humiliated. His bloodline was sufficiently S, but he was unable to learn and inherit various skills, thus he was the weakest among his class. Anyone can bloodbath it, that's what the curse does. However, this may be a curse for normal people, but for Linny, it is just a matter of a few words. If you don't have enough skills, words will come in, and if you have more words, you can use them as skills just the same. Gah! The cursed goblin sent his senses to Linny shortly after he appeared. Not far away, at 700 meters, there were Imperial Beast Masters approaching fast. Oh, coming so fast, it seems to be a family descendant. Linny looked ahead with some surprise. This place was 2 kilometers away from where the exam started, and there were quite a few magical creatures interfering on the way, but the other party had arrived here with a speed that was only inferior to his own. Think strength is good. First bucket of gold. Let's start with you. Linny returned to the small house that had just been occupied by the Black Ring Python, and the temporary resting place frankly chose a chair and sat down, quietly waiting for the first trainee. 65, Elite Squad. A winged purple flying snake rapidly approached Linny's direction, but its speed gradually slowed down as it approached. The owner of the Imperial Beast pulled several thick silver needles off the top of the Imperial Beast's acupuncture points. Brother Do, my Imperial Beasts are drained of their potential, so it's up to you guys next. In order to carry out Do's plan, he used a secret method to stimulate the potential of his Imperial Beast. On this journey his Imperial Beasts flew low, dodging the many low-ranked magical creatures to be the first to arrive here at an extremely fast speed, and the corresponding price was that his Imperial Beast would lose its fighting ability when he challenged Linny later. Don't worry, we'll take care of the rest. Do Yuan, who was called Brother Do, patted the former's shoulder in reassurance. Because most of the examiner's strengths were black iron level, so most of the trainees came in groups. The academy has also made restrictions on this. In the first level, each team is limited to a maximum of 10 people. Any more will not have the qualification to challenge the examiner. As a result, most participants find their own teams before arriving and form a 10-person team whenever possible. This was the reason why Linny would be pulled in when he was on public transportation before, and this team in front of them was clearly more professional than the one Linny had back then. Not only was the plan ready early, but the likelihood of the plan was very high. Sure enough, there's no second Imperial Beast found here. The 10 people stopped as they approached Linny. They looked forward and there was only one demonic creature here, the cursed kobold. When Du Yuan saw this, he knew that he had made the right bet. Examiners, because of the rules of the exam, the first thing the examiners did when they arrived here was absolutely to release an Imperial Beast to clear the surrounding area. And if they can arrive at this time, it means that they only have to deal with one Imperial Beast of the examiner. Originally, when facing a black iron ranked examiner, all they needed to face were the other party's 2 Imperial Beasts as well. But now that the other party had sent one of them to clear the surrounding demons, the other party would only have one Imperial Beast. Why kobolds? Doubts arose in the minds of the people as they looked at the black kobolds before the small house. Some people even wondered if this kobold was a wild demonic creature. And the examiners here didn't even send out Imperial Beasts to clear the surrounding area. It shouldn't be a wild demon. Du Yuan affirmed after looking at the state of the kobolds and Linny, though he didn't know why any of the examiner's Imperial Beasts were kobolds. Such weak creatures. But looking at the kobold merely staying in place instead of attacking Linny could see that this was definitely not a demonic creature, but an Imperial Beast. It should be a kobold with a special mutation. Don't be careless, someone in the group said. Good, then we'll proceed as planned. Du Yuan nodded, ready to follow the highest specifications of the previous plan. Come out, Open Bear, come out, Ghost Smoke Leopard, come out too. One by one, the 10 people began to summon their own imperial beasts, and only the one at the very beginning put his away. According to the plan, his imperial beasts were only responsible for catching the road and did not need to participate in the battle. Roar! 10 men stood out as 9 ferocious fiends came out of the bushes to snarl at the cursed kobolds. Gah! The cursed kobold cocked his head in curiosity. This would be his opponent. The cursed goblin thought for a brief moment, and then the figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already appeared in front of that ghost smoke leopard. A punch blasted out, spreading with black ripples. This is not a skill, just the most basic use of magic, equivalent to a flat A skill. But such a flat A is also powerful and terrifying with the S-rank bloodline. Since he felt that this leopard was the strongest, he intended to take the lead in resolving this leopard. Damn, it really is a special individual. Du Yuan was immediately on alert after seeing his imperial beast blown away by a punch and urged the rest to support him. Soon, the few remaining demons attacked the kobold. Chop, strike hard, rockfall. Almost instantly, the remaining 8 demons all attacked. Because they were all taking the first academy exam, the worst bloodline of these imperial beasts had a C rank, and their levels, even more so, ranged from 6 to 8. Faced with such an attack, the cursed kobold dodged part of it, but also took part of it. It didn't help that he only had one word and no substantial attack, so he could only dodge it in a sorry state. Under the attack just now, his shoulder was fractured and his chest was slashed with a bone-deep wound. This imperial beast. The crowd looked at the cursed goblin with surprise. It wasn't an accident why the cursed goblin could dodge it, because it was the examiner's royal beast, a black iron grade royal beast. It was normal that it could dodge some of the attacks, even though he and the others were already geniuses. After all, he and the others had not yet enrolled in school, while the other party had already enrolled in school and was equivalent to the genius of geniuses. What really concerned them was why the cursed kobold wasn't defending. Does this guy have no defense skills? Not really. Even if there's no defense skill, then why not use an attack skill against it? The crowd looked at the cursed goblin in confusion. As an examiner's imperial beast, a black iron ranked creature, the other party was acting a little too weak. Weak to the point where, if that was all it was, then they could easily pass. Wait, the wound is back. While several people were wondering, the wounds on the kobold's body that would be fatal if left untreated were actually recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's advanced self-healing. This time, the crowd finally knew why the kobolds didn't use their defense skills just now. Turns out it's because it's simply not necessary. Advanced self-healing, the skill known as the most rogue under silver. As long as he wasn't killed in seconds, he could always recover. And with this recovery ability, they could drag any imperial beastmaster of the same level to death. Skills are tricky. Being hesitant to attack the examiner, at Du Yuan's command, all of them gave up their control of the imperial beasts and turned to look at Lin Yi. Yes, their original plan hadn't been to defeat Lin Yi's imperial beasts, but to defeat Lin Yi himself. As long as the person is defeated in person, it counts as passing the exam. If the other party had 2 imperial beasts, they would not be able to follow up and hold both of the other party's imperial beasts at the same time. But now the other party only had one. This one imperial beast also had to go up against the imperial beasts of his own and others. Then the people Lin Yi has to face is 10 people by himself. Although the physical body would be strengthened once after ascending to the black iron rank, roughly equivalent to 1/10 of one's imperial beast's physique. But there were 10 of them. The 10 men quickly rushed towards Lin Yi with their long-prepared clubs and chains and tang swords. And after Lin Yi saw this scene, he first felt a bit surprised, but it made sense. These guys are counting on my second imperial beast not being around? Lin Yi got up and ate the last piece of nocturnal metal in his hand. You have devoured the nocturnal metal. Physique plus 10, 66, 10 to 1. The advantage is on my side. Brothers, 10 to 1 in physical combat. The advantage is on our side. Out of respect for the examiner, they decided to go all out. And not only did they even go all out, they brought their weapons with them. There are 3 types of weapons, and all 3 can be used in conjunction with each other. Chains predominate among them and are the most numerous. A chain is used to confine the examiner. A club is used to insert the chain into the ground to restrain it. And then finally a tanged sword is used to attack. Even if the plan went well, they didn't even need the tang blade to take down the examiner. After all, no matter how powerful the examiner was, he still belonged to the category of humans. And normal humans would definitely be taken down under such an attack. The only thing you have to be careful of is your opponent's skills. After advancing to the black iron rank of Imperial Beastmaster, the Imperial Beastmaster inherits 1/10 of his constitution and 1 skill each from his 2 Imperial Beasts. Thus, the only thing they had to be careful of were the skills Lin Yi had inherited. Let's hope it doesn't have a long-range attack skill other than high-speed self-healing. Yuan threw out the chains while praying that Lin Yi's other imperial beast wasn't one that specialized in long-range attacks. They will fight much better if it is close combat. Bingo! His companion watched as Yuan threw the first chain onto Lin Yi and exclaimed in excitement. You know that with something like chains, if you hit one, then the next one follows the next one. Once one was entangled by such a thing, not to mention humans, even imperial beasts would have a headache. Dang! An iron bar was inserted into the ground along the chain, securing a corner of it. Done. Immediately afterward, a steady stream of chains began to secure one corner after another. In the end, they subdued Lin Yi and immobilized him in place, tied up in 5 different ways, like they were trying to seal some demon. In that case, even if Lin Yi had inherited his royal beast's rather tricky high-speed self-healing, it would be useless. And as long as Lin Yi didn't have any long-range attack skills, then he could only watch himself and the others pass through. This group of candidates, they are really sinister. Lin Yi looked at himself being tied up in his mind and remembered the guys who were discussing using laxatives at that time. This group of candidates will, indeed, pass the exam in any way they can. Sorry, examiner. It looks like we won. Yuan revealed an excited smile. All of this was just as he had expected. Even, much better than he had expected. The process went well, exceptionally well. They easily restricted Lin Yi. Next, once you pass through this tunnel, you'll be considered to have passed the first hurdle. It didn't occur to me that a level that nobles need to spend money to pass could be passed so easily by us. Yuan smiled easily, as if the examiners of the First Academy were not as powerful and difficult as he had heard. The other side also did not respond to their various measures. He immobilized his opponent with just a slight trick. What? Yuan suddenly stopped walking and looked at the person in front of him in horror. In front of them, Lin Yi's figure suddenly appeared. You have devoured the special medal. Physique plus 0. 1. You have devoured the special medal. Physique plus 0. 1. No way. Aren't you supposed to be stuck where you are? Yuan glanced at Lin Yi in dismay, then turned his head to look at the chain siege formation behind him. However, the person who was still in 5 pieces a moment ago had disappeared. Only a broken chain on the ground was left behind. This can't be right. My chains are customized with special medals. Since he wasn't a family son, he wasn't prepared to spend money to pass the level, and he spent all his resources on upgrading his equipment and finding teammates. Not only could his team make up for the disadvantages between the imperial beasts, but they all had their own strengths. And he has additionally built chains and tang knives that contain rare metals. Why? Why would they be so easily breached? Could it be that this examiner's other skill was a powerful melee attack skill? The opponent uses a melee attack skill to break the chains. Yuan didn't understand, but the man beside him had already rushed forward with his tang sword. Being able to be sought out by Yuan, he naturally had 2 brushes on him. Not only was his imperial beast powerful, his own strength was equally notable. When facing imperial beasts below level 3, give him a sword and he could even take care of them himself. Therefore, without the interference of the imperial beasts, he felt that Lin Yi was absolutely no match for him. Let's see what the so-called instructor is really capable of. The man thought he could easily force Lin Yi back, and as he approached, he quickly launched his sword, but halfway through, he realized that the blade couldn't move an inch. How is this possible? The man looked up in horror as his own knife was actually held in Lin Yi's hand. This is impossible. You don't want your hand? He was shocked and tried to draw his tanged sword. Although the high-speed self-healing can heal the injury, but the pain will still be there. With his own slash he felt that he had hit something hard. It should have cut straight into the bone. This man can endure this kind of pain with no expression on his face? The person wielding the sword looked at Lin Yi in shock. He tried to draw it out, but realized that no matter what, the knife wouldn't budge. Just as he was pondering why the examiner didn't let go of the knife, he saw a scene that shocked him, only to see the corner of Lin Yi's mouth split in an arc, finally biting down on that long blade. Ka-ching! The long blade with the added special metal was actually chewed up by the other party as easily as a cookie. You have devoured the special metal. Physique plus 0. 1. The flavor is average. Don't spare the good ingredients. Lin Yi tasted it, and the knife did have an average taste, far less than the nocturne metal. 1 bite of nootropic metal increases your constitution by 10 points, while this only increases it by 0.1. This is a 100-fold difference, but after thinking about the price of Nortec metals, the other side shouldn't be able to afford it. Shui, you guys work well together. Shui, but the strength shown so far doesn't seem to be up to the standard for enrollment. Lin Yi snatched the knife away and chewed on it 1 bite at a time. As an examiner, he had to be responsible for the candidates, and those who could enter the First Academy must fulfill some conditions before they could do so. 1. Having a strong enough talent or fighting ability. Secondly, it has a decent fighting ability and a decent amount of money to back it up. You have devoured the special metal and have a body mass of 0.3. Of the two, one is going the civilian genius route. not backed by a strong backing force, but has decent talent and is good at fighting on his own. Such a person can graduate through hard work, and by utilizing the resources of the school. The second, belonging to the aristocratic line. As long as this person wasn't too bad at fighting, with the family's resources piled up, the other party would definitely be able to graduate. Therefore, this is the invisible admission criteria for the first school, and the ones in front of us. So far, so good, but not quite up to the standard of entry. Show some more. Linny finished the blade and dropped the handle to quietly look at the few people. It was rare in itself for a commoner's son to be able to get here so quickly, and he was really prepared to give the other party a chance. 67, it's not an advanced self-healing that can fight. Damn it. Worthy of being the examiner of the first academy. It's true that he won't let anyone pass so easily. Du-Yuan gritted his teeth and looked at the examiner in front of him. He had thought he could easily pass. After all, his plan was that perfect. First, he arrived here a step ahead of schedule at the cost of sacrificing the combat power of one of his imperial beasts, thus avoiding the examiner's second imperial beast, and later, he avoided the other party's imperial beast's rank advantage by fighting physically. It could be said that he had done everything he could, but the other party had still stopped himself and the others. I don't think your skill is high-speed self-healing, is it? The man who had his long sword taken from his hand looked at Lin Yi with an expression on his face that went from shock and skepticism to a slight smile. I saw the bruises on your hands. They didn't heal themselves. Luo Zhang looked at the hand that Lin Yi had just blocked himself with. Although the other party was very strong, even so strong that he was shocked. However, upon closer inspection, the other party was powerful and limited, as the other party had not inherited advanced self-healing. Wait, no inheritance of advanced self-healing? Du-Yuan, who was on the side, also looked at Lin Yi after hearing Luo Zhang's words. The battle was over too quickly just now, and he didn't even have time to look closely. And now if he looks closely, there is a scratch. The scratches are shallow, but they do have scratches. They have scratches, and they don't self-heal, which means that the opponent's skill isn't self-healing at high speed, because this skill is not only troublesome, it's also a passive skill.